Chapter 001 Rejected 100 times, the godly rich system is activated. Brother Chu Zi, are you crazy? You want to confess your love to Zhang Xiaoxiao? That woman is the most materialistic woman in our department. Aren't you afraid of being humiliated by her? In front of Jiangcheng University. Lin Shu stood at the campus gate, holding a rose in his hand, and next to him was his only best friend in college, Fatty Gung. Faced with his gay friend's concern, Lin Shu smiled evilly and said nothing. Fatty Gung saw that Lin Shu had made up his mind and sighed helplessly. It was lunchtime at this time. The entrance of Jiangcheng University was crowded with people coming and going. In April in Jiangcheng, there are already many long and beautiful legs in front of the school gate. After a winter, the beauties can't wait to show off their bodies. This winter has made me feel depressed. Looking at the lustful eyes of the men, the beauties felt both disgusted and excited. At this time, everyone had noticed Lin Shu, who was standing at the school gate holding a rose. Oh my god! There's something interesting to watch. Hurry up, don't rush to eat. Look, this guy is going to confess his feelings again today. Oh my god! This is the number of times this guy has confessed his love since he started college. Ha 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 ha. Come on, come on. Immediately, a large group of onlookers gathered around Lin Shu. They pointed at Lin Shu and snickered. Lin Shu was no longer surprised by these things and felt nothing at all. At this time, the most beautiful flower walked out of Jiangcheng University. Zhang Xiaoxiao, the beauty of the art department of Jiangcheng University, is 1.7 meters tall with waist-length hair. She looks as dazzling as a movie star. Not only is she beautiful, Zhang Xiaoxiao is also not shy about showing off her figure on campus. Look, today the beauty is wearing a purple low-cut short-sleeved dress, her proud breasts are faintly visible, which makes people feel excited. She is wearing denim shorts that reach her buttocks, and a pair of pearlescent stockings that are sparkling in the air, and a pair of Valentino high heels on her feet. With this outfit, she will definitely attract a lot of attention when she walks on the street, and every man will get his cock hard when he sees her. When Lin Shu saw Zhang Xiaoxiao twisting her body and walking out of the campus, she immediately walked up to her with a rose in her arms. The onlookers at the scene went crazy all of a sudden. Is Lin Shu really out of his mind? Why is it getting harder and harder to express his feelings? Today he actually set his eyes on the school beauty Zhang Xiaoxiao. Everyone knows that women like Zhang Xiaoxiao should be admired from afar but not touched. Because you simply don't have that ability. She belongs to the wealthy second generation. For those ordinary poor students, even if they are itching in their hearts, they dare not pursue a woman like her. This Lin Shu, who is plain looking and a loser, actually wants to challenge Zhang Xiaoxiao. It's simply humiliating himself. 1 minute later. Lin Shu. Can you please take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you confess to me? You. Sure enough, it was just as everyone expected. Lin Shu's confession was rejected and insulted by Zhang Xiaoxiao, who seemed very angry and started to insult Lin Shu. Her words were very unpleasant, and the screen was full of star symbols. This scene even made some of the onlookers present unconsciously begin to sympathize with Lin Shu. Zhang Xiaoxiao's words were too harsh. But looking at Lin Shu, after being rejected by Zhang Xiaoxiao, his expression was very calm, without a single ripple in his heart, and even the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an intriguing smile. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao's stunning beauty, and smiled politely, okay. It's okay if you don't agree. Thank you. Then, Lin Shu completely ignored Zhang Xiaoxiao, turned around, and threw the roses he had just bought for 100 yuan into the trash can without hesitation, then strode away from the scene. Zhang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? He confessed his love to my mother, and I insulted him, but he was so calm? This gives people the feeling that this guy is just randomly looking for someone to confess his love to on the street. If he happens to meet a hungry fool, it would be great if he agrees, but it doesn't matter if he fails. Zhang Xiaoxiao was furious as she watched the loser leave. Not only was she very unhappy with Lin Xiao for having the guts to confess his feelings to her, but more importantly, this guy didn't even continue to ask her for more after being rejected by her. This made Zhang Xiaoxiao even more dissatisfied. After being rejected, Lin Shu came to an open space alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out his jeans that had been washed and faded a little, and pulled out a black and gold bank card from them. His eyes were shining at this moment. Just when Lin Xiaoxiao rejected him. Ding! The host has been rejected 100 times. The strongest counterattack system for the rich is activated. System binding. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host. The Godly Rich counterattack system has been activated to help you have fun every night and become the most powerful godly rich man in the city. From today on, all consumption for beauties will receive different cashbacks according to the level of the beauties. Lin Shu was very excited at this time. He immediately opened his information panel. Name, Lin Shu. Funds, 200. The money I used to buy flowers and take a taxi was borrowed from Fatty Gung. Age, 23. Appearance, 7.7. Strength attribute, 5. Agility, 5. IQ attribute, 5. Mental insight, 5. Skills, none. System equipment, Black Gold Unlimited Funds card. Lin Shu fumbled for the Black Gold card in his hand and was so excited that he was about to shed tears. A few years ago and recently, Lin Shu has been humiliating himself like a madman. It is not easy to complete the task of being rejected 100 times. He has become the laughingstock of the whole school. Finally, after all the hard work, I finally activated this super rich system. In order to be absolutely sure today, Lin Shu specially chose Zhang Xiaoxiao, the most materialistic beauty on campus, so that he could almost ensure that everything would go well. Touching. It's not easy. Just as Lin Shu was excitedly thanking God, Fatty Gung ran up panting. This guy weighed 200 pounds and the most he did was get in and out of bed. Running these few steps to find Lin Shu was already the limit of his exercise. Brother Chu Zi, do you really need to do that? I told you not to confess your love to a woman like Zhang Xiaoxiao. Look at you, don't feel bad. A woman like Zhang Xiaoxiao is not a good person. I heard a few days ago that she was with that rich second-generation guy in the department, blah blah blah. Lin Shu looked at his good brother and was still very moved. Fatty Gung seemed worried that Lin Shu would be hurt. Lin Shu smiled and patted Fatty Gung on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. This blow is nothing to me. By the way, how much money do you have? Lend it to me. When Fatty Gung heard this, he immediately became alert and subconsciously took several steps back to look at Lin Shu. Brother Chu, what else do you want to do? I only have 500 yuan left. Do you want me to eat steamed buns and pickled mustard with you? Chapter 002, Spend money to buy skins and get rewards. When Lin Shu heard that his good friend only had 500 yuan left, he sighed helplessly. It's not easy for this brother either. The startup capital is a little less, but there is no other way at this time, so I'll just grab it first. After the two chased and fought each other. In the end, all of Fatty Gung's remaining 507.35 yuan went into Lin Shu's account. After the fight, Fatty Gung was out of breath. He panted heavily, sat on the ground, and looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, we're done. I must end our friendship. Lin Shu chuckled, pulled up Fatty Gung who was sitting on the ground, and put his arms around his neck. Hey, brother, don't be angry. I'll take you out for some fun today. Fatty Gung looked at Lin Shu with disdain. Play? You? Use the 500 you just stole from me? Lin Shu patted Fatty Gung's chest mysteriously and said, You don't understand this. Don't underestimate these 500. I will definitely make you have a great time today. Let's go to the internet cafe and rest for a while. The super rich have their own life, and the losers naturally have their own happiness. No matter what troubles you encounter, as long as you go to the internet cafe and fight passionately, those troubles will disappear immediately. So, a man is a boy until he dies. The two of them arrived at the internet cafe, and Fatty Gung was ready to turn on the computer and enter the canyon to fight without saying a word. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Shu, hurry up and log in. What are you doing looking around there? At this time, Lin Shu was holding his ID card and looking for his target in the internet cafe. Suddenly, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. How lucky! As expected, she was here today. What Lin Shu has been looking for is Jiangcheng University's only esports goddess, Lin Miaotong. Maybe they were a family 500 years ago. Lin Miaotong was Lin Shu's only friend of the opposite sex. She was lively and cute, pure and sweet, and her two dimples when she smiled made people intoxicated. When Lin Shu saw Lin Miaotong, he pulled Fatty Gung to Lin Miaotong's side without saying a word. The beautiful girl was concentrating on playing the game at this time. When she heard the noise around her, she said to Lin Shu impatiently without even looking up, There's someone here. Let's change seats. The system has detected that the goddess can be bound, please check the information. Name, Lin Miaotong. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.5. Purity, 3. Features, beautiful and sweet voice. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 10 times. Hey, Miaotong, it's me. Lin Miaotong heard a familiar voice and turned around subconsciously. It was Lin Chu, whom she knew. Without saying a word, she stood up and said, Lin Chu. You are just in time. Hurry up, my promotion match is a life or death game. My teammates are such a jerk. Please help me. Having said that, Lin Miaotong didn't even give Lin Chu a chance to speak, and directly pushed Lin Chu to her seat. Lin Chu looked at the situation on the screen, damn it. It was almost a three-way collapse. The entire screen was filled with hostility, mother hunters, question marks, all displayed madly on the screen. Lin Miaotong herself was not in a much better situation, with a 0-3 record, and she had just exchanged greetings with her teammates. This situation looks like a 15-minute vote count. Lin Chu looked back at Lin Miaotong helplessly, as if complaining. Lin Miaotong immediately said, Lin Chu. I leave it to you. Come on, you must help me win this game, as long as you can win. I will pay for your internet fee for a month. When Fatty Gung heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, and he patted Lin Chu on the shoulder. Quick, brother Chu, didn't you hear what Miss Lin said? Hurry up, do your best, use your kingly skills, and turn the tide. Lin Chu was very helpless and sighed, I'll try my best. Although he said so, the moment Lin Chu touched the mouse and keyboard, he immediately became a different person. His eyes were extremely sharp, his operation was extremely smooth, and he performed a smooth operation. He successfully cooperated with the jungler to kill the opponent's mid laner. Wow! Lin Chu! You are awesome! Wait for me. I will buy you drinks. Come on, you must not lose. Seeing this, Lin Miaotong was overjoyed and said sweetly to Lin Chu. Then she turned around and ran to the bar of the internet cafe, and took 4 or 5 bottles of drinks that Lin Chu could not afford at all. At this time Lin Chu was furious. I bought a drink for a girl. I missed such a good cashback opportunity. Just like that, Lin Chu's screen turned black and white. When Lin Miaotong came back and saw this scene, her expression immediately became serious and she looked very unhappy. Lin Chu touched his head awkwardly and looked at Lin Miaotong apologetically. I'm sorry. It's okay, I can still win. The next 40 minutes. Lin Chu transformed into a god of war, controlling Lin Miaotong's hero, dodging, blocking, and flying up and down. He finally turned the situation around and won the battle. To be honest, fighting with this group of teammates is even more tiring than playing games by Lin Chu himself on weekdays. At the game end interface, Lin Chu clearly saw Lin Miaotong's account. Congratulations! You have been promoted to unyielding silver. Lin Miaotong's favorability +5, cashback ratio +1. Wow! Lin Chu! Thank you so much, you are awesome, wow! Fortunately I met you today, otherwise I might still be in bronze today. Here, this is the drink as a reward for you. Lin Miaotong was so excited that she danced with joy and even took out her phone to take photos of the screen. She wanted to announce to the world that she had escaped from the bitter sea of bronze and became a distinguished silver player. Lin Chu turned around and smiled, what's so difficult about this? Having said that, Lin Chu did not forget about his great cause of making money. He opened Lin Miaotong's account and wanted to spend some money. But as the saying goes, poor students have more stationery. Even though Lin Miaotong's skills are not that good, she has all the skins. She has the most expensive skins for almost all the heroes that girls like to play. Seeing Lin Chu looking at her account with envy, Lin Miaotong said proudly, what do you think, Lin Chu? My account has a lot of skins, right? You don't have to be envious. Since you helped me win the game, I usually lend you this account. At this time, Fatty Gung glanced at Lin Miaotong and said, you are asking brother Chuzi to help you gain points, just say it directly. Lin Miaotong glared at Fatty Gung fiercely, with the threat in her eyes very obvious. Lin Chu didn't have time to watch the two people fighting at this time. He opened the latest event interface. It happened that the official game had recently released a new skin with very cool special effects, which completely met the aesthetic taste of female players. The most important thing is that this skin cannot be purchased directly. It is said that you need to win it through a lottery. In fact, these are all gimmicks created by the official to make money. Generally, you can get this skin directly by recharging about 3,000 yuan. It is rare to win the skin before spending 3,000 yuan. Lin Shu even once suspected that those who were able to win the skin before spending 3,000 yuan were all agents of the official. Lin Shu took a look at the event interface. The coolness of the special effects of that skin really made everyone extremely envious. Especially Lin Miaodong, who was standing behind Lin Shu at this time, was drooling at the sight of this skin, but she had already spent all her pocket money on buying skins online this month, and when her pocket money was distributed next month, this promotion would have been over. Lin Miaodong has been struggling recently over whether or not to ask her family for an advance on pocket money. At this time, Lin Shu looked at the interface, opened his mobile phone without hesitation, scanned the code. Pay 500 yuan. Lin Shu. What are you doing? Lin Shu. What are you doing? Two loud roars immediately sounded behind Lin Shu, and the louder one was from Fatty Gung. Ding! It was detected that the host spent 500 yuan on the beauty and received a cashback 5,500 yuan. The cashback amount has been deposited into the host's black gold bank card. Chapter 003 Give Me 2. The most beautiful playmate. Accompanied by a pleasant system prompt sound, Lin Shu received the first system cash back in his life, 5,500 yuan. Lin Shu was overjoyed. If he continues to develop at this speed, he will become the richest man in the world in no time. At this time, Lin Fan has already begun to enjoy his future life of luxury. Luxury villas, supercars, million-dollar watches, these are all must-haves, right? Most importantly, girls. 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 Becoming a top rich man, do you still need girls? The life of a wealthy man who revels every night was once something I could only dream about. But today, when the first cash back from the system arrives, all these dreams are about to become a reality. At this moment, Lin Shu was so excited that his hands holding the mouse were shaking a little. Hey! Lin Shu! Look at you, impulse is the devil. You really fall in love with every girl you meet. You were just rejected by Zhang Xiaoxiao, but you still don't know how to restrain yourself. You regret it now. Fatty Gun looked at Lin Shu with gritted teeth. This guy just recharged his last $500 into Lin Miaotong's game account in one go. This is great. Now I don't even have money for the internet fee in the afternoon. Fatty Gun really wants to kill Lin Shu now. When Lin Miaotong saw Lin Shu's trembling hands, she thought that Lin Shu had acted impulsively and now regretted it. Lin Miaotong knew Lin Shu's situation. His family was not well off. He had to borrow money from Fatty Gung every few days to make ends meet. Lin Miaotong was kind-hearted by nature. She took the initiative to pick up her phone and looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, come here. I'll transfer this 500 yuan to you. Lin Shu stared at the computer screen, then he realized that he had a close friend and a beautiful woman by his side. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Why are you spinning around? Come on, Miaotong, I'm going to help you draw this newest skin today." After saying that, Lin Shu decisively clicked the lottery button. Thank you for your patronage. 100 points of bonus consumption points. Thank you for your patronage. 100 points of bonus consumption points. Lin Shu clicked the mouse 5 times in a row. He quickly squandered all the $500. Of course, he was not a god, so he succeeded but did not win the prize. Seeing his 500 yuan disappear with Lin Shu's 5 clicks, Fatty Gung's facial features were distorted. Just now, every time Lin Shu clicked the mouse, Fatty Gung's heart twitched. Lin Shu saw that he had not won the prize after 5 attempts. He turned around and took a quick look. Sure enough, Lin Miaotong behind him showed a look of disappointment. Lin Shu opened the recharge interface without any hesitation. Recharge amount, 5,500 yuan. You're crazy. Lin Shu, you can get this skin for a maximum of 3,000. Seeing that Lin Shu was about to recharge 5,500 directly, Lin Miaotong quickly reached out to intervene and blocked Lin Shu's camera. But Lin Shu is the king of the canyon. How can his reaction speed and operating speed be blocked by Lin Miaotong, a mere bronze player? The 4 big words "recharge successful" have appeared on the computer screen. Fatty Gung opened his mouth so wide that a small fist could fit in it. He turned around and stared at Lin Shu fiercely. 5,500. This is Lin Shu's living expenses for several months. When did this guy become so rich? He has 5,500 yuan, but he just fought with me for 500 yuan? At this moment, Fatty Gung had small eyes and big questions. Lin Shu looked at the screen with satisfaction, looked at the 60,500 that had just arrived in his account, and stood up gracefully. Nyadong, come on, draw by yourself, I believe you will definitely win that skin, I'm going to get on the computer. Lin Shu put his hands in his pockets, looking very cool, as if he was hiding his achievements and fame. Lin Nyadong stared at Lin Shu. She didn't know why, but at this moment, the calm and composed Lin Shu looked so handsome. Lin Nyadong's favorability plus 10. Lin Shu listened to the pleasant system prompt, pulled up Fatty Gung who was standing there in amazement, and went directly to the bar. The internet cafe owner looked up and saw that it was Lin Shu and Fatty Gung. He asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Why, you're still charging 10 yuan today?" Lin Shu has been unhappy with the internet cafe owner for a long time. His expression was full of contempt for him. This time, I must give him a good slap in the face and let him know what a true rich man is. Boss, your internet cafe only gives away 9,000 for a 3,000 internet charge. Isn't that too stingy? Lin Shu looked at the boss with contempt. Hey! What's the matter, Mr. Lin, why are you so generous today? When the boss heard what Lin Shu said, he immediately raised his head and said in a sarcastic tone. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at him, not paying attention to his tone. Boss, I mean, your internet cafe's highest recharge reward is only 3,000? I really don't think much of it. Tell me, how much will I get if I recharge 10,000 internet fees at one time? Seeing Lin Shu acting so cool today, the internet cafe owner stood up and looked at Lin Shu. He was still the same as always, wearing a pair of cheap 50 yuan canvas shoes, a 20 yuan faded short-sleeved shirt from Pinduoduo, and the faded jeans. With this condition, let alone recharging 10,000 yuan for internet, even if he was asked to recharge 100 yuan, I guess this guy would feel the pain for a long time. So, the internet cafe owner looked at Lin Shu proudly and said, Mr. Lin, if you recharge 10,000 yuan for the internet today, I will give you 100,000 yuan directly. Oh, no, you can come here to play for the rest of your life and play as long as you want. Hearing what the internet cafe owner said, Lin Shu snorted coldly and went over to snatch Lin Miaotong's ID card without saying a word. 3 ID cards were handed directly to the internet cafe owner. Boss, these 3 ID cards, each with 10,000. As you said, we can come here to play casually before graduation. Then, as if he was afraid that the internet cafe owner would go back on his word, Lin Shu picked up his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Ding! Alipay has received 30,000 yuan. Spend 10,000 yuan for Lin Miaotong, get a cashback of 110,000 yuan. When the speaker sounded, the internet cafe owner looked at Lin Shu in amazement, his mouth opened much wider than Fatty Gun's just now. You. The internet cafe owner pointed at Lin Shu, saying you several times in a row, and was speechless. Lin Shu picked up his phone and waved the screenshot of the payment in front of the boss. It's agreed. 30,000 yuan, not a cent less. Now, make room for me in a luxurious private room. My brother and I want to play games. The internet cafe owner reacted quickly. He stood up, ran out of the bar and came to Lin Shu. Yes. Mr. Lin, come here, please, come this way. As he said that, the internet cafe owner bent down like a servant and greeted Lin Shu, the confused Fatty Gung, and Lin Miaotong, and led them directly into the most luxurious 5-seat private room in the internet cafe. The luxury here is so high that the internet fee is 30 yuan per hour. At Jiangcheng University, only the second-generation rich can afford it on weekdays. After Lin Shu entered the private room, he sat down on the sofa, picked up the coffee that the boss had just given him, crossed his legs, and acted like a rich young master. Boss, do you have anyone to play with in your internet cafe? Find me too, I want the prettiest ones. Chapter 004, Encountering a Goddess, Ending in Embarrassment. Yes. Master Lin, of course. The internet cafe owner, who was busy at the time, ran over like a eunuch when he heard Lin Shu's request. Mr. Lin. You need someone to play with you, right? Wait for me, I'll give you some right away. The internet cafe owner quickly picked up his mobile phone and frantically called the female college students from Jiangcheng University who worked part-time in the internet cafe as his gaming companions. Although this business does exist. However, the price of 400 yuan per hour is daunting for most college students and they simply cannot afford it. But today was different. The internet cafe owner felt like he had finally caught a big customer. Seeing Lin Shu spending so lavishly, he was afraid that he would miss this opportunity to make a lot of money. At this time, it was in the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng University. Lin Shu's classmate Bai Ling was sighing as she looked at her WeChat balance. My monthly living expenses are never enough, mainly because the atmosphere of competition in school is too strong. I feel embarrassed to go out without a backpack or old mama on my back on weekdays. Look, Bai Ling's spending exceeded his budget again this month. He opened his phone helplessly and looked for part-time jobs such as etiquette model, to see if he could make some money by performing as an etiquette model tomorrow. Bai Ling, her appearance is absolutely amazing. She is 168 centimeters tall, has a perfect figure, golden proportions, long legs and flowing hair. When attending etiquette events on weekdays, she always manages to organically combine the pure beauty of female college students and the graceful figure of sexy girls, which is a feast for the eyes. This of course also attracted a lot of bad luck in love. Unfortunately, most of these people just want to have fun and start talking about money as soon as they meet. Bai Ling is always treated as a kitten. This was something Bai Ling was unwilling to accept. She admitted that she was materialistic, but she still could not accept becoming someone else's mistress, let alone accepting those old men with gray hair oppressing her. Therefore, Bai Ling, who has been dreaming of finding a top-rich second-generation man, has not achieved any success so far. Just when Bai Ling was sending out her information everywhere, hoping that some profitable activities would find her, a message came from Mr. Zhou, the boss of the internet cafe. Boss Zhou, little white beauty. Little white beauty. Are you there? Bai Ling was somewhat speechless. In her mind, Boss Zhou had never been a good person. Not only was he stingy, but he was also a snob. When I worked part-time as his gaming companion in the internet cafe, I would always get less than half of the money. Therefore, as long as Bai Ling is not in a particularly tight financial situation, she really doesn't want to bother with this guy. Not only is it a waste of her energy, but she will also just be there smiling, saying nice things, acting coquettishly and playing games for an entire afternoon, but she won't make much money. But now I am helpless. I am not well off, and I have not received any response to the several resumes I submitted. Forget it. Bai Ling had no choice but to reply to Boss Zhou with a smiley face. As soon as Boss Zhou saw Bai Ling reply to his message, he was immediately overjoyed. Boss Zhou, beautiful girl Xiao Bai, there is a big rich business here. If it is convenient for you, please change your clothes and come to me. I will charge you 300 yuan for 1 hour this time. When Bai Ling saw the message, her eyes suddenly lit up. 300 per hour. Looking at the current time, I can earn at least 4 hours, which is more than $1,000, which is enough for my part-time job as an etiquette model. The most important thing is that although the people that internet cafe companions come into contact with are not as high-end as those that etiquette comes into contact with, these rich people have the advantage of being young. You know, for a girl like the arrogant Bai Ling, a young man with a little money can be much more lethal than Lao Deng who has a lot of money. Without saying anything, Bai Ling immediately gave an okay gesture, jumped off her bed, and started to dress up after searching through her boxes and drawers. This is the internet cafe. Boss Zhou simply handed the bar over to a worker. While serving tea and water to Lin Shu, he also urged his playmates to play with him. Even though it was the first day that Lin Shu experienced this kind of wealthy life, this scene had already appeared in his dreams countless times. He did not need to practice at all and was immediately familiar with this kind of identity. Looking at Lin Shu's image of a wealthy man at this moment, he was calm and composed, and his every move revealed his temperament. Lin Miaotong simply couldn't imagine, is this man still the loser who used to play in the internet cafe for free? Lin Miaotong's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 60, reaching the minimum requirement for clearing the level. Suddenly, Lin Shu heard a system prompt. He turned his head and looked at Lin Miaotong, then he noticed that the esports girl's outfit today was still very amazing. Miniskirt, sneakers, and white socks give off a youthful vibe while still being sexy. Especially when the system prompted Lin Shu that he had reached the minimum clearance requirements, Lin Shu was already eager to try. I'm going to the toilet. In order to avoid embarrassment and to prevent others from discovering any flaws, Lin Shu quickly stood up and planned to go to the bathroom to wash his face and calm down. I don't know if it was such a coincidence, but Lin Shu, who was thinking about Lin Miaotong's graceful figure, went out without looking up at the road and bumped into Bai Ling who was rushing over. Ouch! The two people collided. Bai Ling looked up and saw that it was Lin Shu who had confessed to her before. She was immediately furious. Lin Shu, why didn't you look at the road when you walked? Cashback target detected. Name, Bai Ling. Appearance, 8.5. Purity, 4. Features, perfect figure, golden ratio. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 3 times. Bai Ling was staring at Lin Shu at this time. This guy was looking at her with a very strange look. In addition, Lin Chu's expression and demeanor at this moment, because of the interaction with the beautiful girl just now, are somewhat obviously obscene. Bai Ling was immediately furious. In her mind, Lin Chu had become a complete hooligan. Even a beauty like Bai Ling has a very strange mind. If a man sees her dressed up and doesn't feel anything, she will be very unhappy. But if a loser gets aroused as soon as he sees her, she will be even more upset. Bai Ling favorability 30. Rogue. Bai Ling glared at Lin Chu fiercely, then turned her head away and ignored Lin Chu. Lin Chu felt a little helpless. He smiled awkwardly and didn't communicate much with Bai Ling. He went straight to the toilet. After entering the bathroom, Lin Chu washed his face 3 times. He felt much more sober and his desires were under control to a certain extent. I am now a wealthy man and no longer the loser I used to be. Don't embarrass yourself easily. Especially when I look at my current account balance, 140,500. This amount of money is almost the total of Lin Chu's living expenses since he was a child. Now that I have turned from a chicken into a phoenix, I must not do anything embarrassing anymore. Of course, I don't have to ask my 5-fingered girl to accompany me often in the future. Chapter 005, Beautiful Girls Playing With You. After sobering up, Lin Chu returned to his private room. At this time, Boss Joe had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Lin Chu, smiled, and said softly to Lin Chu, I say, Mr. Lin, today I found 2 high-quality girls for you, but the price? Lin Chu immediately understood what Boss Joe meant. Although this expenditure was for his own use and was not included in the cashback amount, Lin Chu is now a tycoon with a huge sum of money of more than 100,000 yuan and naturally does not care about these trivial matters. Especially during that period of time in the past, Lin Chu felt that he had been really wronged. Now, be sure to enjoy it. So Lin Chu nodded without saying anything, and raised a finger directly, Don't worry, Boss Joe, I will charge you 1,000 yuan per hour, and the extra money is yours, is it enough? When Boss Joe heard this, his eyebrows immediately danced with joy, and he nodded rapidly, Enough. 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 Young Master Lin is really generous, from now on, when young Master Lin comes to my place, he will definitely be a VIP, don't worry. Looking at Boss Joe like this, Lin Chu felt very contemptuous. Then, before Lin Chu could say anything, Boss Joe immediately picked up his phone and said, Ahem, Xiao Bai, Hanin, you two come in. Then, Lin Chu heard the sound of high heels walking at the door. Boss, can I come in? There was a thrilling sound of clamps coming from the door. Fatty Gun's expression became excited. He pinched Lin Chu's arm, his face flushed. Lin Chu nodded to Boss Joe, who immediately shouted towards the door. Then, 2 sexy beauties walked into the private room of the internet cafe. The first one is a girl called Hanin, wearing a JK student uniform, with beautiful legs and white stockings, a proud figure, a sweet smile, and standard clip sounds that make people feel soft and crisp when listening to them. Name, Zhang Han. Age, 20. Appearance, 8.4. 5. Features, soft body, light sound, strong temptation. Favorability, 15. Cashback ratio, 3 times. Lin Chu looked at this extremely beautiful girl who was dressed very seductively and imaginatively, and sighed secretly. It was unexpected that such a beautiful girl had a face value of only 8.4. In addition, her purity seemed a little embarrassing. Although Lin Chu doesn't have any special feelings about this, it is after all, this is the era of fast food. Those so-called perfect plots and legends can usually only appear in literary works. But, even so, Lin Chu still felt that it was a little too. So Lin Chu subconsciously looked to the other side. At this moment, his eyes met Bai Ling's. It's you! Bai Ling shouted subconsciously when she saw Lin Chu, and almost dropped the handbag in her hand to the ground. Lin Chu looked at Bai Ling and snorted coldly. He never expected that the goddess he once longed for would now become his playmate. Although Bai Ling has a somewhat arrogant personality, she has never had a good attitude towards Lin Chu. But on the one hand, the woman didn't say anything unpleasant when she rejected Lin Chu, and on the other hand, Lin Chu was also quite interested in this kind of plot that could only appear in novels and movies. Therefore, Lin Chu smiled and nodded to Boss Joe. Boss Joe. I am very satisfied with these 2 playmates. Thank you. Come, I will book 5 hours first. Then, without saying anything, Lin Chu picked up his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay Boss Joe 15,000 yuan. Boss Joe was overjoyed. This was 5,000 yuan more than what Lin Chu had promised. Lin Shu smiled at Boss Joe with great satisfaction and said, "It's okay. The extra money is a tip for you." When Boss Joe heard this, he wanted to kneel down and kiss the tip of Lin Shu's shoe. He nodded and bowed, smiling voluptuously, and left Lin Shu's private room with 3 bens. He stood in front of the door of Lin Shu's private room and watched the door. No one is allowed to disturb Lin Shu's interest. Zhang Han's favorability +20, cashback ratio +1. Seeing Lin Shu's generosity, the girl named Zhang Han immediately became more fond of Lin Shu. As soon as Boss Joe left, she ran to Lin Shu and held Lin Shu's arm with her own hand. "Brother, I'm ready to log in, but my skills are not good enough, so you have to play with me." Zhang Han's voice was full of coquettishness. Who would have thought that the goddess who was usually so high and mighty could be so sweet to a man she met for the first time? Lin Shu certainly felt something unusual. However, Lin Shu is no longer the loser he used to be. Although the goddess's coquetry is very lethal, Lin Shu remains calm and says, "Stop talking nonsense. If you get screwed later, don't blame me for scolding you." "That's so annoying, brother, can you bear to do this?" Zhang Han showed a cute expression and gently reached out and hit Lin Shu's shoulder. Then, he sat down on Lin Shu's left side. Lin Shu looked at the goddess Bai Ling, who was standing there in a daze with an embarrassed look on her face, and said, "Little Bai, don't stand there like an idiot. Sit down quickly." Bai Ling looked at Lin Shu, her face still full of disgust, but after all, she was the one making the money, so there was nothing she could do. She snorted coldly, then sat down in the corner of the private room. Seat at this time. Fatty Gung, Zhang Han, Lin Shu, sister Lin Miaodong, and sister Bai Ling. 5 people sat down and logged into the game. Lin Shu glanced at Zhang Han next to him and asked her, "Hanin, how much money will Boss Joe charge you for coming here to play with others?" When Zhang Han heard Lin Shu ask this, he immediately showed a very aggrieved and pitiful look. "Brother, you don't know, Boss Joe is really too much. I worked hard to play here with you for an entire afternoon, and he only paid me 200 yuan per hour. Woo woo woo, woo woo." Lin Shu glanced at Bai Ling, who was sitting in the corner. Bai Ling was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Shu and just nodded to indicate that she felt the same as her. Lin Shu smiled and picked up the phone directly. "Okay, in that case, I will make up for your loss." Zhang Han immediately showed a very happy expression when he heard it, and couldn't wait to add Lin Shu's WeChat. "Really? Brother, thank you, ah." As he said that, Zhang Han didn't care how much money Lin Shu was going to transfer to him, and he actually smacked Lin Shu on the face. This scene made Lin Miaotong, who was sitting on Lin Shu's right, very unhappy. Lin Shu, I thought you were an honest person before, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you. You are so coquettish, not only do you pay for playing with me, but you also flirt with me. It's really disgusting." Lin Miaotong favorability 10. Bai Ling's favorability +15, cashback ratio +1. Just when Lin Shu was helpless about Lin Miaotong's declining favorability, he received a notification that Bai Ling, who was sitting in the corner, had increased her favorability. Although this girl seemed to be staring at the computer screen with a nonchalant look, she was actually paying attention to the developments here. Especially when she heard that Lin Shu was going to send a red envelope to Zhang Han, Bai Ling's opinion of Lin Shu suddenly changed a little. Chapter 006: The Secret Weapon in Bai Ling's Bag. Lin Shu noticed the changes in Bai Ling's heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an intriguing smile. Then, Lin Shu picked up his phone and transferred money to Zhang Han. "Ah!" Zhang Han was shocked when he saw the transfer amount and couldn't control his emotions and yelled. 8,888. This is the largest tip Zhang Han has ever received in such a long time. On weekdays, I work part-time as a playmate and get a cup of milk tea and a takeaway meal in return. When I get a little more, the most I get is 520. Occasionally, I can get 13-14, which is definitely an unprecedented income. But today, this customer, who looked very ordinary, dressed somewhat shabbily and used an old mobile phone, was so generous, which made Zhang Han extremely excited. Zhang Han's favorability +20. Zhang Han's favorability has reached 50, reaching the lowest personal passing point. Lin Shu was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhang Han's favorability for passing the level was so low, only 50 would be enough. It seems that this girl only has 5 experiences, and can be considered a pure and innocent girl. Lin Shu looked at Zhang Han, who was extremely excited and wanted to sacrifice himself on the spot, and immediately made a hushing gesture to him, signaling her not to say anything. Zhang Han immediately understood what he meant. This must be the intention of the rich brother to take a fancy to him. Otherwise, how could he earn so many tips in one go? This must mean that he wanted to invite me to dinner and a movie after playing with me. Of course, if it was a deeper exchange, Zhang Han felt that this amount was not enough. As he thought about it, Zhang Han lowered his head and a blush gradually appeared on his face. Bai Ling was watching the story happening here at this time. Although she seemed extremely calm on the surface, she was already extremely anxious in her heart. She even felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have been a little more enthusiastic towards Lin Shu. Look at that sexy girl Zhang Han. She didn't know how many tips she had received in a short time, and she seemed to be ready to devote herself to her. By the way, Bai Ling, can you please remove my WeChat from the blacklist? I want to give you a tip. When Bai Ling suddenly heard Lin Shu say this, an extremely embarrassed expression immediately appeared on her face. She had long forgotten that because she had rejected Lin Shu's confession before and was afraid that this guy would be annoying, she had already put him on the blacklist. Oh, sorry. Bai Ling nodded awkwardly and quickly removed Lin Shu from her blacklist. She stared at the phone screen expectantly, hoping to get a good tip. Transfer, 12,800. When Bai Ling received the transfer, she was dumbfounded. She even couldn't believe her eyes, fearing that she had seen it wrong. What? This is too outrageous, 12,800? Oh my god. With this money, I need to work part-time in the short term. Bai Ling's favorability plus 50. Bai Ling raised her head and glanced at Lin Shu, eager to make eye contact with Lin Shu. However, after Lin Shu calmly transferred the money, he locked his phone and threw it aside. Come on, log in, and play games. Lin Shu's balance at this time has reached 210,000. In fact, Lin Shu can also use the two girls to make more money. However, firstly, the favorability of Lin Miaotong beside him kept decreasing, and secondly, Lin Shu was not in a hurry to get the wool from one or two girls at this time. Now that he had such a great system, he was still afraid of not finding an opportunity to make money? The goal for this afternoon is to play games. After the game started, everyone immediately started laughing. Lin Shu's gaming skills were outstanding, so he quickly became the absolute pillar of the team. The three girls wished they could all choose the cat so that they could interact more with Lin Shu. This also caused the top lane where Fatty Gung was located to become completely orphaned, and he almost didn't even want to meet his teammates during the entire game. Wow! Brother Lin Shu, you are awesome. Lin Shu, come here. I'll give you a blue. Lin Shu, come here, I have a head here, I'll wait for you. Lin Shu's busy figure in Summoner's Rift symbolizes his busy life in the future. Soon, the scenes in the game will be reflected in reality. As soon as the game started, Lin Shu's superb gaming skills quickly gained him favor. Even the favorability points that were deducted from Lin Miaotong were quickly regained. Bai Ling's favorability towards Lin Shu has unknowingly reached 35. Bai Ling looked at Lin Shu inadvertently while playing games. This guy, except for his poor appearance, actually looks okay. Most importantly, he is rich. Young. Bai Ling was already feeling a little regretful at this time. She had actually rejected such a hidden little rich man. This is such a huge loss. According to this guy's generosity, if I could be with him, why would I need to run out to do part-time jobs all day? I could easily get jobs like Mama and Xiaonai. The more Bai Ling thought about it, the angrier she became. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to slap herself in the face. Not to mention anything else, even today's seat was taken by someone else because he looked down on Lin Shu. However, don't think that Bai Ling will give up just like that. She came here today with a super trick prepared. Halftime break. Zhang Han got up and went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. She wanted to always look beautiful next to Lin Shu. At this time, Bai Ling stood up directly, waited for Zhang Han to walk away, picked up her handbag, and followed her to the bathroom. What's in Zhang Han's bag? This is a secret weapon. Before Zhang Han came here today, she had made up her mind that if she met a particularly good man, she must seize the opportunity. Therefore, she prepared a set of special skins in her bag. While Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong were discussing the game and laughing, the door of the private room was gently pushed open. Fatty Gung was the first to notice Bai Ling, who walked into the room and was stunned with surprise. After a few seconds, Bai Ling sat in Zhang Han's original position and gently touched Lin Shu's arm with her fingertips. Lin Shu turned around and saw Bai Ling, and his jaw almost dropped. At this time, Bai Ling went to the bathroom and changed into a new skin, which was the COS skin of Arian LOL. For men who love games, this is too lethal. It's pink and tender, and as cute as it can be. "Hey boss, this is my new skin, do you like it?" Bai Ling no longer had the arrogance she had just now. She lowered her head, blushing as she looked at Lin Shu, her voice extremely gentle. Lin Shu nodded blankly. He used to know that the super rich had a good life, but when he really saw the super beautiful woman who posed like this for him, he couldn't control his emotions. His heart and body kept sighing, "The super rich life is good, the super rich life is really good." Bai Ling looked at Lin Shu with a gentle smile, "Then boss, can I sit next to you? I play mid lane and you play jungle. We can be close to each other and communicate more easily." How could Lin Shu refuse the request of such a beautiful woman? He could only nod blankly. Chapter 007 Lin Shu is in trouble? A few minutes later, Zheng Han walked in with a big bag of milk tea, smiling. "Brother, this is what I bought." Zheng Han, who was originally in high spirits, froze when she saw Bai Ling sitting on Lin Shu's left. Then, her expression changed instantly and became angry. "Oh. Hanin, let me tell you something. Brother Lin Shu and I are working together in the midfield and jungle, so we need to sit closer. How about this, since you are also a support player, you can sit next to Miss Lin Miaotong." After hearing what Bai Ling said, Zheng Han became furious. "You bitch. You obviously looked down on brother Lin Shu at the beginning, and even disliked him and blocked him before. But now you are so good that you actually took the initiative to sit next to him when I wasn't paying attention, and even changed into such a sexy outfit. What do you want to do? It's unpleasant." Zheng Han had no choice but to glare at Bai Ling. Lin Shu looked at the milk tea that Zheng Han handed to him, and his expression changed immediately. "Han In. I'm going to criticize you now." Lin Shu's expression was very unhappy. This sentence immediately frightened Han In. What was going on? How did she offend this super rich man? Or was it that the bitch Bai Ling who said something bad about her to brother Lin Shu while she was away? Brother, what's wrong?" Zheng Han immediately used his trump card, took the initiative, and looked at Lin Shu with a very aggrieved expression. Lin Shu picked up Zheng Han's milk tea and said, "Sister Hanin, how can you spend your own money to buy milk tea? I am very unhappy about this. From now on, when you go out to play with me, you are absolutely not allowed to spend a penny. Do you hear me?" Lin Han spoke in an extremely domineering manner. Wow! Zheng Han was completely fascinated. Looking at Lin Shu, who was so generous and domineering, he wanted to devote himself to him on the spot. "You are so domineering. I like it so much. The most important thing is, didn't brother Lin Shu say that we should go out and play together next time? In other words, this is the rhythm that brother Lin Shu will take me out to play in the future." Zheng Han was extremely happy. Although he was scolded, this scolding sounded more exciting than words of praise. "Okay. Brother Lin Shu, I'll remember it." Zheng Han nodded obediently. Zheng Han's favorability plus 30. Zheng Han's favorability has reached 80, cashback amount plus 6, current cashback amount, 10. Lin Shu was very satisfied with this. As they say, rich people have privileges everywhere. No matter how many sweet words I said in the past, it was useless and would only earn me disgust and contempt from the girls. But who would have thought that now, after having money, even swearing can improve my favorability? This may be the difference in life. The afternoon passed quickly. Everyone played games until after 9 o'clock in the evening. It has long exceeded the working hours of the two girls. But neither of the two girls had any objections, nor did they ask to leave work. What a joke, they are willing to accompany a super rich man like Lin Shu even until tomorrow morning. During the process, Bai Ling's beautiful legs, which had nowhere to go, would accidentally touch Lin Shu's thighs from time to time. Then she would pretend to be shy and touch her long hair, and then reveal a touching smile. Finally, after winning the last game, Lin Shu threw away his headphones and said, "Okay. I don't want to play anymore." Both Bai Ling and Zheng Han were still not satisfied. This afternoon was the happiest afternoon in their part-time job career. Not only did they make money, but they also felt happy. Of course, happiness comes from making more money. "Brother Lin Shu, are you going back so early? I've been playing games for the whole afternoon and I'm starving." Zheng Han ran up to him, hugged Lin Shu's arm, rubbed his body with his magnificent headlights, and spoke to him in a delicate voice. This scene made Fatty Gung dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Shu in disbelief. Lin Shu smiled at him and waved his hand. "Okay, I'm tired today, so I won't have dinner with you. Come, I'll transfer some dinner money to each of you, and you can take care of it yourselves. After saying this, Lin Shu did not hesitate and directly transferred another 8,888 yuan to each of them. After an afternoon of interaction, the cashback ratio for both people has reached 10 times. Therefore, Lin Shu directly received another wave of huge cash back, and now his funds have reached more than 300,000. Even so, the two girls still seemed a little disappointed when they heard that Lin Shu would not go on a date with them for dinner alone. But after the disappointment, the two girls' favorability towards Lin Shu involuntarily increased again. Brother Lin Shu spent so much money in the afternoon, and they all thought that Lin Shu wanted to have dinner with them in the evening and spend a pleasant night. Who would have thought that Lin Shu would just wave his hand and give them some money for dinner? What does this mean? This means that brother Lin Shu is not that kind of person. He is a standard gentleman. He is generous, has good gaming skills, looks good, and has a good character. What more can I ask for? So, the two girls hinted wildly that they were available anytime Lin Shu needed them. Especially by Ling, she is closer to Lin Shu and can see Lin Shu anytime she needs, so she is naturally less anxious. After finally getting the two girls to leave, Lin Miaodong glanced at Lin Shu and Fatty Gung, coughed, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Okay, Lin Shu, I had a lot of fun today, and I want to go back too." When Lin Shu heard this, he grabbed Lin Miaodong's arm without saying a word. "Miaodong, where are you going? I sent them away just to invite you to dinner." As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, Lin Miaodong's originally gloomy expression immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, and an imperceptible smile blossomed on her face. "Lin Shu, do you mean that we should have dinner together tonight?" Lin Shu smiled and nodded, then pulled Fatty Gung over from the side and said, "Of course, there's also him. There are 3 of us. Today I'm taking you to a big dinner. Let's pick the most expensive place, Jiangcheng number 1. After hearing this, Lin Miaodong's expression changed slightly. Naturally, she didn't want to have dinner with Fatty Gung, a light bulb. However, this could not be said publicly, especially since Lin Shu had clearly treated her differently from the other 2 girls. This already made Lin Miaodong very happy, so she had no objections. Be contented and happy. So he nodded, very happy. Lin Shu continued to hug Fatty Gung's shoulders with a smile, and whispered in his ear, "Fatty, tonight, I promised you that I would let you have fun for once." Fatty Gung was a little dumbfounded. Lin Shu was really generous today. He couldn't help but think too much, and he immediately grabbed Lin Shu's hand and said, "Brother, listen to me, isn't it just a confession that was rejected? It's not that serious, there are always better fish in the sea, don't let it get to you." Obviously, Fatty Gung saw that Lin Shu was acting so abnormally this afternoon and might have thought that his stupid brother was having a hard time getting over it. Lin Shu was somewhat helpless and slapped him directly, "Damn it. What are you thinking? Chapter 008 I want to apply for VIP. Brother, listen to me, it's really no big deal. I just checked on the internet. If your poor brother starts to be very generous, there are only 2 possibilities. Either he won the lottery, or he is going to commit suicide." Fatty Gun looked at Lin Shu with a distressed face. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at his silly brother, but it was true that it was inevitable that Fatty Gun would be suspicious. People who usually spend every penny they can, who often have to borrow money and live on steamed buns and pickled mustard, suddenly spend tens of thousands of yuan in one afternoon. It is inevitable that people will be suspicious. Lin Shu smiled and put his arm around Fatty Gung's shoulders, and whispered to him, "Fatty, don't worry, I won't commit suicide. Our wonderful life has just begun. From today on, we will live a good life. You should still be a virgin solo, tonight, I will let you experience life well." As he spoke, Lin Shu gently patted Fatty Gung on the chest and smiled at him mysteriously. When Fatty Gung heard what Lin Shu said, his chubby face immediately turned red. "I'm talking to Lin Shu. Don't slander me. Who said I'm a virgin? I? Okay, I get it. You are not. Lin Shu was too lazy to listen to Fatty Gung's excuses. The guy's expression just now had already betrayed him. "Lin Shu, what are you talking about? Why are you so secretive?" Lin Miaotong asked with some confusion as she looked at Lin Shu and Fatty Gung whispering to each other. "No, nothing. Miaotong, let's go. I saw your circle of friends a few days ago and wanted to experience the VIP seat of Jiangcheng number 1. I will fulfill your wish tonight." When Lin Miaotong heard this, her eyes widened and she looked at Lin Shu in horror. "Lin Shu, you are kidding, right? Do you know how much a VIP meal at Jiangcheng number 1 costs? Although compared with other girls, Lin Miaotong is not a materialistic woman by nature. But in such a materialistic society, even if you are truly a lotus, it is impossible for you to remain completely clean. Lin Miaotong looked at the materialistic sisters around her, especially those girlfriends with graceful figures and beautiful looks, who ate sumptuous meals all day, carried brand name bags, and experienced the life of wealthy ladies and socialites. It would be a lie to say that she was not envious at all. Lin Shu just gave a confident smile in response to Lin Miaotong's question. 5 minutes later, the three of them got into a taxi and headed straight to Jiangcheng No. 1, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng No. 1 is located in the center of Jiangcheng City. This is the real class threshold. If you come here and can integrate into the life of Jiangcheng No. 1, you can be considered a true success. The people coming in and out here all day are all top tycoons who occupy houses, lie on the ground, and want to make hundreds of millions. Don't say anything else, just look at the vehicles parked in Jiangcheng No. 1 parking lot and you will instantly realize that you are a poor person. There are all kinds of luxury cars available, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Bugatti, etc., which you can't even name. As soon as Lin Shu and his two companions took a taxi and showed up here, they immediately looked out of place and soon attracted the attention of those around them. Not to mention that these three people showed up in a taxi, just look at how they were dressed. Lin Shu and Fatty Gung, the total amount of clothes they were wearing was less than 200 yuan. Lin Miaotong was slightly better than the other two, but compared with the socialites who came in and out of here, she was immediately left far behind. The three of them are so incompatible that no one would have thought that their destination is Jiangcheng No. 1. Especially Fatty Gung, he was so nervous that he scratched himself with several bloody marks with his fingers, and his toes were about to dig out a 2-bedroom and 1 living room space. He gently pulled Lin Chu's sleeve and said, "Brother Chu, are we really going to eat here? Why am I so nervous?" Lin Chu looked at him with disdain, and without saying a word, he took his two friends and swaggered into the lobby of Jiangcheng No. 1. Normally speaking, at Jiangcheng No. 1, as soon as you arrive at the door, there will be a top-notch receptionist in cheongsam, stockings, and high heels to greet you. But looking at the way the three people were dressed, when they arrived at the door, the receptionist was too lazy to pay attention to them and completely ignored them. "Maybe I came here to take some photos to show off." The receptionists all thought so. Who knew that Lin Chu swaggered into the magnificent lobby of Jiangcheng No. 1, with his hands in his pockets, looking very comfortable, and shouted to the cheongsam beauties on both sides, "I want to eat here, prepare a VIP area for me immediately." Hearing Lin Chu say this, the onlookers around immediately began to cover their mouths and laugh. Where did these bumpkins come from? They actually dared to ask for a meal in the VIP area right after they came in. You should know that the VIP area of Jiangcheng No. 1 is by invitation only. Only guests of distinguished status can enter here to dine. Look at how these people are dressed, so sloppy, and yet they dared to say that they want to dine in the VIP area. It's a huge joke. Lin Chu's behavior made Lin Miaotong, who was following behind him, blush. Of course, she noticed the people around them sniggering and looking down on the three of them, which made her wish she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Fortunately, the receptionist said Jiangcheng No. 1 are professional and have received professional training. Even when facing a guest like Lin Shu, he did not lose his manners. Immediately, a long-legged beauty with a height of nearly 175 centimeters wearing high heels appeared. She was wearing a dark green cheongsam. The high slit of the cheongsam revealed a pair of super beautiful legs wrapped in stockings. "Sir, are you a VIP of our store?" The cheongsam beauty has a very elegant temperament and speaks softly, making people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze and have a very comfortable feeling. "A cashback target has been detected, please check the information." Name, Qin Shooting. Age, 27. Appearance, 8.9. Purity, 2. Features, elegant temperament, beautiful and charming. Favorability, 0. Cashback ratio, 20 times. Lin Chu looked at the beautiful cheongsam woman in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. She is indeed Jiangcheng's No. 1 beauty. The quality of this beauty is simply not on the same level as those in school. The most important thing is, the cashback ratio is 20 times, 20 times. This is the highest cashback ratio that Lin Chu has ever encountered. Of course, the purity and appearance of this beauty are perfect. If possible, Lin Chu will definitely choose to have sex with this beauty tonight. Qin Shooting's favorability 10. Qin Shooting still gave Lin Chu a very professional smile. But seeing the man in front of her, wearing scraps of clothes and looking like a loser, staring at her, Qin Shooting immediately felt disgusted with Lin Chu. Qin Shooting is a very famous person. She is always at number 1 in Zhangcheng and comes into contact with many famous people in Zhangcheng. A guy like Lin Chu actually dared to stare at her with a very rascally smile, which made Qin Shooting have a physiological reaction of disgust all over her body. Lin Chu looked at Qin Shooting. Although he heard the system prompt, Lin Chu did not show anything unusual. "Beauty, I want to eat at the VIP restaurant here today. May I ask how to apply for your VIP?" After hearing Lin Chu's words, the 2 rows of Cheongsam ladies on the left and right sides could no longer hold back and began to cover their mouths and giggle. Chapter 009 Black Gold Bank Card. Although Qin Shooting's disgust towards Lin Chu reached its peak, but she still maintained a 100% professional attitude and patiently explained to Lin Chu, "I'm sorry, sir, our VIP here is a member invitation system, and we don't accept processing services." When Lin Chu heard this, he immediately frowned. "This hotel is so arrogant that you can't even get VIP status if you pay. This is normal and can be regarded as a marketing method of Zhangcheng number 1. Once this slogan is put forward, all the important figures in Zhangcheng City will try their best to get in and obtain VIP status here at all costs. I may not care about this identity, and I may not come to your place for dinner. But if I don't have this identity, that would be absolutely impossible." Seeing Lin Chu frowning, Qin Shooting continued to speak softly, "Sir, if you want to eat, you can go to our ordinary area." Lin Chu was very dissatisfied. "If I'm going to eat today, I'm going to eat VIP." He shook his head firmly, "No, no, no, I want to eat your VIP food today." When Qin Shooting heard Lin Chu's unreasonable behavior, a hint of displeasure immediately appeared on her face. Where did this lunatic come from? Is he here to cause trouble? Qin Shooting's favorability 10. Listening to the system's prompts, Lin Chu didn't care at all. Qin Shooting thought for a moment, then smiled patiently at Lin Chu. "In that case, sir, there is a way. If you open a luxurious presidential suite here for a week, we can provide you with VIP restaurant services." After hearing this, Lin Chu touched his chin and thought for a moment. At this time, Lin Miaotong became anxious and quickly went over to pull Lin Chu. Lin Miaotong had been watching others snickering at the 3 of them since just now. She felt extremely embarrassed at this moment and wanted to stop Lin Chu from embarrassing herself further. Hey, Lin Chu, are you crazy? Do you know how much the presidential suite here costs?" Lin Chu raised his head and took a look at this time. Not far away, it was clearly written on the lobby of Zhangcheng number 1. Presidential Suite, 8,888 day. Deluxe Presidential Suite, 58,888 day. Luxurious Presidential Suite, 88,888 day. After Lin Miaotong reminded Lin Chu. Lin Chu didn't seem to be panicked at all. Instead, he looked very excited. Fortunately, he brought the beautiful Lin Miaotong with him to consume today. So, Lin Chu immediately showed a brilliant smile, turned around and looked at Qin Shooting. "If that's the case, then it's easy, open it for me right away, your luxurious presidential suite. Open it for me for 1 day first. I'll go in and see how it goes. If it's really worthy of my status, I'll handle the business for a week right away." Qin Shooting was shocked when he heard this. Not only him, but the situation here also attracted the manager of Zhangcheng number 1, Lu Ming. "Manager Lu, this." Qin Shooting looked at Lu Ming beside her, feeling a little at a loss. Lu Ming was wearing a light blue suit and a 6-figure watch. He looked like a successful man. He looked at Lin Chu and adjusted his glasses. "In that case, let's handle the business for this gentleman for the day." As the number 1 manager in Zhangcheng, Lu Ming has seen countless people. He knows all the celebrities in Zhangcheng. No matter what kind of person they are, Lu Ming can basically judge their worth with just a glance, and the error is definitely less than a few digits. A guy like Lin Chu looked like a local college student in Zhangcheng. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that he had no ability to experience the luxurious presidential suite for 88,888 a day. Most likely he's here to show off and cause trouble. Lu Ming had seen such customers before. If their payment failed, he would just kick them out. Therefore, Lu Ming originally did not plan to stay here for long. He put his hands behind his back and planned to go and talk to other guests. However, at this moment, Lin Chu took out the black gold bank card given by the system from the pocket of his jeans that cost 20 yuan a pair. It immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention and even made him a little frightened. Etc. Just when Qin Shooting was about to take the bank card that looked a little strange, Lu Ming shouted and stopped Qin Shooting. Then, Lu Ming ran over, took the black and gold bank card respectfully, and looked at it carefully. The more Lu Ming looked at it, the more frightened he became. He has seen the world. This bank card is issued in limited quantities to the most prestigious and distinguished people in the world. Commonly used by major banks around the world. It is said that the color of this bank card can determine a person's identity. White and silver color scheme, 5,000 copies released worldwide. Gold color, 1,000 copies issued worldwide. Platinum color, 500 copies issued worldwide. Diamond color, 100 copies issued worldwide. Black and gold color scheme, world release. 50 copies. The characters who use this card are the head of the Rothschild family, the prince of the Rockefeller family, and the eldest daughter of the Morgan family. What is even more shocking is the bank card number, which starts with 01 and ends with 08. What does that mean? This means that in this world, there are only 7 people whose bank card numbers are before his. This means that in terms of recognition, he is one of the top 10 distinguished guests in the world. Lu Ming was dumbfounded at this moment. He fumbled with the bank card and couldn't tell its authenticity for a moment. Although he was extremely skeptical that such a bank card, which symbolized supreme status, would appear on the body of a loser wearing cheap clothes worth less than 200 yuan, this bank card looked very real both in appearance and in feel. Lu Ming immediately put away his arrogant attitude and looked around. "Sir, please follow me." Lu Ming suddenly became extremely respectful to the president. His attitude changed 180 degrees. He bent over and led Lin Chu and others all the way to the VIP lounge area exclusively for Jiangcheng number 1. "Sir, please wait a moment." Lu Ming personally brewed the world's most expensive tea for Lin Chu and respectfully invited Lin Chu to sit down. Then, Lu Ming walked out of the VIP lounge and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He needed to confirm whether this card was real as soon as possible. 15 minutes later. Lu Ming was already extremely anxious during this period, pacing back and forth. If this card is truly authentic, then it represents the noble status of Lin Chu. Jiangcheng number 1 was so neglectful to such a distinguished guest just now. If the leaders of the headquarters got to know about this, his job as a manager would be over. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that this was just his wrong judgment and that the card was actually fake. However, a quick ring rang. Lu Ming's heart completely cooled down. This call was made personally by the big boss behind Jiangcheng number 1, who was far away in Shanghai. This is a big shot that Lu Ming cannot normally get in touch with. Since such a person called personally, the result was self-evident. Chapter 010 I want Miss Qin to be my housekeeper. 10 minutes later. At this time, the people in the VIP lounge looked at each other, especially Lin Miaotong and Fatty Gung, who looked confused and didn't know what had just happened. The attitude of the manager, who looked well-dressed, suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Lin Chu kept smiling, pretending to be an expert and mysterious. In fact, Lin Chu could probably guess that the problem might be with the bank card. Didn't the system say before that this bank card is a top-notch artifact for showing off? It is produced by the system and must be a top-notch product. But Lin Chu himself didn't know what this bank card represented. When the 3 people were confused, Lu Ming came back, jogging along the way, followed by a bunch of beauties in cheongsam, uniforms, and maid outfits. As soon as Lu Ming entered the VIP room, he bowed deeply to Lin Chu. "Mr. Lin. Hello. Let me introduce myself to you. I am the manager of Jiangcheng number 1, Lu Ming. This is my business card. Welcome to Jiangcheng number 1 for dinner. Your arrival makes our restaurant shine. Please wait for a moment. Our CEO Ma is booking the fastest flight from Shanghai back to Jiangcheng to meet you in person." As Lu Ming spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that Lin Chu would blame them for their neglect just now. Big shots like this usually have bad tempers. Lu Ming was already terrified. Lin Chu was shocked when he heard this. He quickly stood up and helped Lu Ming up himself. All right. Don't make a sound. I came here to keep a low profile. I heard that your VIP restaurant is very special. I want to experience it. Go and tell Mr. Ma so that he doesn't have to come back specially. I don't like crowds." Although Lin Chu didn't know what exactly happened at this moment, it seemed that Lu Ming had just been scolded. In this case, he would pretend to be cool, right? Lin Chu's pretense was quite good. With his hands behind his back, he really looked like a top boss. He exuded the aura of a superior. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded quickly. He had guessed this a long time ago. A big shot like Lin Chu suddenly came here for no apparent reason and dressed like this. He must want to keep a low profile and not let others know his identity. So Lu Ming immediately waved to the row of Cheongsam beauties behind him and winked at them, signaling them to leave first. Then, Lu Ming leaned over and handed Lin Chu a small gift box. Inside was a VIP card with the exterior view of Jiangcheng No. 1 printed on it, a room card for the luxurious presidential suite, and a car key with a Lincoln logo painted on it. Boss Lin, we are so happy that you can come to our store to spend money. Our boss Ma just said that all your consumption here is free. We will definitely provide the best and top-level service and sincerely satisfy you. When Lin Chu heard this, he couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped up from the chair with a thud. What? Free? That won't do. Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others? Lin Chu's expression immediately changed. He looked very stern and unhappy. Lu Ming was so frightened by Lin Chu's sudden change of expression that he almost collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling. No, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. We provide you with free services and will never let anyone else know. That won't do either. Listen, all my expenses here will be calculated exactly as they should be. Not a penny cheaper, otherwise, I will turn around and leave. Lin Chu was furious and his attitude was extremely firm. Damn it! You want it to be free? That's impossible. If you make it free, how can I make money? After being scolded by Lin Chu, Lu Ming dared not say anything more. He nodded repeatedly, yes. Mr. Lin, everything will be done as you say. However, the gift in this gift box is the standard configuration above the presidential suite here. You will be provided with a driver and a butler when traveling. This is definitely not a special treatment. After listening to Lu Ming's words, Lin Chu nodded, touched his chin and thought about it. Okay, let's do this then. Hurry up and prepare dinner for me. We've been playing golf for the whole afternoon. We're so tired. Lin Chu said this but thought for a moment. If he wanted to show off, he certainly couldn't say that he had played games for the whole afternoon. That would make him seem less sophisticated. I heard Lin Chu say that the three of them played golf for the whole afternoon. Lin Nyatong and Fatty Gun behind him almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Play golf? Playing golf on Summoner's Rift, right? However, at this time, seeing Lin Chu pretending to be cool was enjoyable for the two people, and they also enjoyed the feeling of being looked up to by others, so they naturally would not expose him and immediately cooperated with Lin Chu's performance. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded immediately and waved his hand. A butler and two maids in black stockings came over. Mr. Lin, this is the personal butler and two secretaries we arranged for you. They are mainly responsible for taking care of your daily life. Lu Ming raised his head, looked at the beautiful woman behind Lin Chu, and said something meaningful to Lin Chu. Lin Chu pondered for a moment and whispered to Lu Ming, Manager Lu, I don't need these two beautiful maids, but can I choose the housekeeper myself? Lu Ming thought about it and nodded quickly, of course. Mr. Lin, we will unconditionally meet any of your requests. When Lin Chu heard this, he clapped his hands and cheered, that's great. I want Miss Qin to be my housekeeper. Is that convenient? When Lu Ming heard this, he blinked his eyes, a little confused, Qin? Miss Qin? This. What? Are you in a difficult situation? Lin Chu frowned immediately when he heard Lu Ming say that. At this moment, Lu Ming was immediately panicked and quickly shook his head, no, Miss Qin is fine. I will go and discuss it with Miss Qin right away. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Lu Ming immediately ran to the hotel lobby again, found Qin Shooting who was welcoming guests, and pulled Qin Shooting aside without saying a word. Xiao Qin, do you know the identity of the guest just now? I have to say, your chance has come. Lu Ming looked at Qin Shooting and said seriously. Qin Shooting frowned immediately when she heard this. She still had no good feelings towards Lin Chu. It was because he stared at her with such lustful eyes just now. Manager Lu, I am a receptionist, and I am not responsible for the housekeeper's job. I only do my job well, and I don't care about anything else. And, Manager Lu, what do you think of me? Qin Shooting spoke righteously, and Lu Ming had thought of this long before he came. So Lu Ming immediately lowered his voice and said to Qin Shooting, Xiao Qin. Don't get excited first, calm down. You have to know that the identity of that guest makes Mr. Ma afraid. Think about it, can you easily offend such a big shot? Besides, he is a well-known person and will not do anything to you. He may just think that you have strong business ability and good attitude, so he wants you to be his housekeeper. Such a person. Do you know how much tips you can earn? Have you forgotten your dream? Don't you want to earn enough money to study abroad? It's possible. As long as you satisfy this young man, your dream will come true immediately. For a person like this, it would only take a few words for you to study abroad, right? Besides, Mr. Ma has already said that if you are willing to endure the grievances for a few days and be his housekeeper, he will immediately give you a promotion. At that time, Mr. Ma will also be able to help you on your road to studying abroad, right? Chapter 011 Lin Niaotong is jealous of butler Qin. After listening to Lu Ming's earnest persuasion, Qin's shooting immediately became shaken. Although Lin Chu looked annoying, what Lu Ming said made sense. If I really reject him and don't give him face, will I still be able to survive? I finally found a high-paying job in Jiangcheng, and I could realize my dream of studying abroad if I persisted for a year. If I rashly offended such a big shot at this time, then wouldn't all my efforts and persistence over the years have been in vain? Besides, if this Lin Chu is really such a big shot, maybe I can really get some benefits by contacting him, as long as I stick to my principles. Thinking of this, Qin Shooting looked at Lu Ming and said, Manager Lu, okay, I can agree to be his personal butler for a few days, but I have conditions. Lu Ming immediately raised his hand and assured, don't worry. Xiao Qin, just tell me the conditions. Qin Shooting took a deep breath and said, I am only responsible for being his housekeeper. I won't do anything else. If this guy has any improper intentions, I will immediately refuse to continue serving him. Lu Ming nodded quickly, okay. I promise. Qin Shooting continued, also, I demand that, regardless of whether I can serve him well or not, the company must provide me with the funds and connections to study abroad. Qin Shooting is not a fool, and of course she understands the principle of putting money in pocket. Instead of pinning her hopes on such an unreliable Lin Chu, she might as well strive for it herself. She tried to negotiate with the company. Anyway, the company was begging her now. She finally got such an opportunity, but she must not miss it. Lu Ming did not hesitate either. This amount of money was nothing but a drop in the bucket for a company as big as theirs. So, Lu Ming nodded and said, okay. Xiao Qin, there is no problem with your two conditions. The company agrees to all of them. We will handle all the formalities for you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Qin Shooting got a positive answer, then nodded, took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and followed Lu Ming to the VIP lounge to meet her new master, Lin Chu. At this time, Lin Chu was going through the room check-in procedures. He waved his hand and took Lin Niaotong's ID card as the last step. Niaotong, this room has been registered with your ID card. You can live here by yourself, and we will not disturb you. Lin Niaotong was confused at this time. What does never disturb mean? Just because of Lin Chu's actions just now and the goodwill he had accumulated in the afternoon, Lin Niaotong hoped that Lin Chu would come to disturb her tonight. Why are you still acting like a gentleman? Of course Lin Chu had to use Lin Niaotong's ID card to register. Nonsense. A room that costs less than 6 figures a day, if it's not for the cashback, isn't that crazy? You know, although Lin Chu pretended to be very powerful at this time, he actually only had less than 400,000 yuan in his card. It's not that Lin Chu was reluctant to spend a quarter of the money at once, but mainly because it was unnecessary. Ding! Cashback successful, amount received, 1,066,656 yuan. After hearing this clear reminder, Lin Chu finally felt relieved. After an afternoon of hard work, Lin Niaotong's cashback amount had reached 12 times. In just a short time, Lin Chu became a millionaire. Tears streaming down my face. So excited. After more than 20 years of poverty, Lin Chu was finally turning things around. Lin Niaotong's favorability plus 5. Congratulations to the host, Lin Niaotong's favorability has reached 90, and you have received 10 attribute points as a reward. With a crisp sound, Lin Chu heard the latest prompt from the system. I didn't expect it. Lin Niaotong, the person whom he had ignored the most throughout the afternoon, had unexpectedly seen her favorability rating reach 90 points. This is already a level of favorability that is enough to make people sacrifice their lives for it. Lin Chu looked at Lin Niaotong's outfit today. Although it was not particularly sexy, it still made people feel extremely comfortable and seductive. His cock was hard. Lin Chu Dao is not a virgin. However, it has been more than a year since the last time he had sex with a woman. How can a young man full of vigor and vitality suppress such surging desire in his heart? when everything is settled. Lu Ming pulled Qin Shooting and came to Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, this is your housekeeper for the next few days, Qin Shooting, Miss Qin. She will take care of your life in order. Qin Shooting looked at Lin Shu. Although she hated Lin Shu in her heart, she still smiled politely, bent down professionally, and bowed to Lin Shu. Mr. Lin. Hello, just call me Shooting. Just as he bent down, Qin Shooting's magnificent car light shone brightly in front of Lin Shu's eyes, almost blinding his titanium dog eyes, causing Lin Shu's desire, which had just subsided, to burst out all at once. Okay. Shu Ting. Lin Shu was not polite and immediately stretched out his hand to shake hands with Qin Shooting. Wow. The soft, white little hand and the warmth in his palm really made Lin Shu very excited. This is the top goddess. I finally found out today, buddy. After Qin Shooting and Lin Shu shook hands briefly, she was a little dissatisfied and took out her hand. Mr. Lin, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Please follow me, I will take you to the VIP restaurant for dinner. Lin Shu smiled and nodded, not at all displeased with Qin Shooting's behavior. Okay, Manager Lu, go and take care of your own business. I'll let Shu Ting accompany me with the rest. Lu Ming gave Lin Shu a meaningful look, then bowed respectfully, okay. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Then, Lu Ming turned around and left the VIP room. Lin Shu and his group, led by Qin Shooting, took the elevator directly to the VIP room. Qin Shooting led the way and introduced Jiangcheng No. 1 to the three people very professionally. Looking at the magnificent and splendidly decorated hotel, Fatty Gung was extremely excited. He had never thought in his life that he would be able to spend money in such a place one day. Lin Miaotong is better. At this moment, she had no time to appreciate the hotel's decoration with Fatty Gung. The first person she had to deal with was Qin Shooting, the person in front of her. It seems that her target, Lin Shu, has a different opinion of Qin Shooting and admires her very much. While listening to Qin Shooting's introduction, he nods frequently. How can this be possible? This Qin Shooting is really not a good person. She is wearing a cheongsam with a slit so high that she looks like. The most important thing is, this woman obviously doesn't tea like Lin Shu, but she can still chat and laugh with Lin Shu. She is simply a fighter among green teas. Thinking of this, Lin Miaotong immediately felt that she should do something and must not let Qin Shooting overshadow her. So she took a step forward, gently took Lin Shu's arm, and inadvertently let Lin Shu's arm touch her majestic breasts. Chapter 012 VIP Restaurant Dining. Qin Shooting looked at Lin Miaotong. Her experience and age were not comparable to that of a little girl like Lin Miaotong. She immediately understood what the woman in front of her meant. And she soon saw it. In fact, the relationship between Lin Miaotong and Lin Shu was definitely not boyfriend and girlfriend. She snorted coldly and had no good feelings towards Lin Miaotong. This woman was clearly the kind of woman who took the initiative to get close to Lin Shu because he was rich. She didn't know how many women like this she had seen. Fishing girl. Qin Shooting came to the conclusion immediately. However, Qin Shooting was too lazy to compete with Lin Miaotong for favor. She looked down upon women who depended on men for survival. What's the difference between that and chicken? So, Qin Shooting turned a blind eye to Lin Miaotong's provocation and continued to complete her work very professionally. Soon, the group arrived at the VIP restaurant. Because of Lin Shu's special identity, Lu Ming had already given instructions that today the VIP restaurant would only receive Lin Shu's table of guests. The entire restaurant, including the chefs and service staff, has about 100 people, and today they will only serve Lin Shu. The VIP restaurant of Jiangcheng No. 1. As soon as you step into this place, you will know why this place has become the dream place that all Jiangcheng socialites dream of. It is located in the center of Jiangcheng City, on the top floor of Jiangcheng No. 1. The four sides are made of glass. The whole restaurant rotates continuously. When you sit here to eat, you can have a 360-degree view of the beautiful scenery of Jiangcheng without blind spots. There is also a giant fish tank around the restaurant. It is completely built according to the underwater world. The entire restaurant is decorated in ocean tones, so eating here feels like eating in the ocean. It is extremely romantic. Although Qin Shooting is a staff member of Jiangcheng No. 1 and a receptionist. However, each time she could only send the guests to the restaurant door, and it was the first time for her to actually walk in there. Such a beautiful scenery instantly conquered Lin Miaotong and Qin Shooting. Qin Shooting is better and always maintains a professional attitude. But Lin Miaotong could no longer hold it in. From the first second she entered the restaurant, her slightly open mouth never closed. Shin Shooting stood there and introduced to Lin Shu the chef for tonight. He was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who looked to be around 50 years old. He spoke English, and Lin Shu could not understand a word he said. Shin Shooting simply translated it for Lin Shu. The general meaning is to introduce the ingredients for tonight, all of which are airlifted back from Europe within 24 hours, etc. Lin Shu had no objection to this. He waved his hand and told Shin Shooting to take care of the arrangements. Shin Shooting nodded slightly. Although it was her first time to work in a VIP restaurant, fortunately she had received training before joining the company. She was quite skilled in helping customers order food. After simply asking Lin Shu and the others about their dietary restrictions, she quickly began to communicate with the chef in fluent foreign languages. "Mr. Lin, I have already prepared dinner for you tonight. But I don't know what kind of red wine you like." Lin Shu thought for a moment and looked at Lin Miaotong and Fatty Gung. The two men were completely dumbfounded at this point and looked at the prices on the menu. A meal costs more than 98,000 yuan. This has completely devastated the two of them. Although sitting here and looking at the decorations around them, they could probably guess that this meal might not be a small amount of money. But when they actually saw the bill, they were still dumbfounded. Sure enough, Lin Shu picked up the menu and frowned. Fatty Gung knew his brother best and probably knew that this had completely exceeded Lin Shu's psychological expectations, so he was thinking about how to help his brother save face. After all, he had already shown off to this point, and he absolutely could not embarrass himself. But who would have thought that Lin Shu picked up the menu, frowned, and looked very unhappy? "Too cheap. Shu Ting, what you ordered is too cheap. Please, order everything according to the best order." Shock. Petrified. Stunned. Lin Shu said this. Fatty Gung and Lin Miaotong, both of them are completely crazy. "Bro, this is $100,000 dinner. You actually said it was too cheap? The most important thing is that you can't even afford 5 yuan instant noodles or 10 yuan rice bowls when you are at an internet cafe. What on earth happened today? Are you crazy?" Shin Shooting was also a little surprised when she heard Lin Shu say this. Although she knew that Lin Shu was not short of money, as a housekeeper, she still paid attention to the issue of cost-effectiveness as much as possible. She did not order the most expensive dishes for Lin Shu, but took various factors into consideration. Unexpectedly, this actually made Lin Shu directly dissatisfied. Shin Shooting was a little shocked. But he still reacted quickly and nodded immediately. "Okay. Mr. Lin, I got it." Then, Shin Shooting had another conversation. This time, a new bill is out. Fatty Gung and Lin Miaotong have become completely numb and will not be too surprised no matter how shocking the numbers are. 180,000. Haven't ordered any drinks yet. Lin Shu picked up the bill and shook his head in disappointment. Then he sighed, "Okay, that's it. It's still a little too cheap." Shocked again. Petrified again. 180,000. Brother, you are still not satisfied. Lin Miaotong and Fatty Gung had no idea what to say and could only clasp their hands together and bow to Lin Shu. "By the way, Shu Ting, there's so much food that the three of us can't finish it all. So, you can sit down and eat with us. If it's not enough, it's okay, we can just keep ordering." Lin Shu ignored the two of them and turned to Shin Shooting and spoke. Shin Shooting stood there. She wondered if she wanted to experience this meal that cost nearly $200,000. Of course she wants to. She is not made of wood, nor is she a nun. How can you not want to experience the life of a real rich person? Even if, just because of work, I can eat a little, it is also a small dream of mine. Therefore, this time, after Shin Shooting heard Lin Shu's words, she did not immediately refuse, but stood there hesitantly. Lin Shu saw through her thoughts, and immediately said to her with a smile, "Shu Ting, it's time to eat. I want to hear you introduce something, and I have a lot of questions, so you should sit down and eat with us." When Shin Shooting heard this, she knew that Lin Shu was trying to save face. However, the temptation of this meal is really great. This time she did not resist the temptation, nodded slightly, very politely, and sat directly at the table. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Shin Shooting's favorability plus 20. Lin Shu looked at Shin Shooting and smiled. "By the way, didn't you just say you didn't order any wine? Hurry up and order a bottle of the best red wine. But don't order too much, as we have other activities tonight." After hearing this, Shin Shooting nodded slightly. He picked up the menu, frowned and thought for a moment, then ordered a bottle of red wine with words all over it in foreign languages. Although no one except Qin Shooting knew what this bottle of wine was or what it was called. However, everyone can understand its price. Shocked again. Petrified again. 138,888. This is actually the price of a bottle of wine. It's obviously the price of a car, okay? Chapter 013 I dare not sleep alone at night. The cost of a meal adds up to 320,000. Fatty Gung and Lin Miaotong stared at Lin Shu intently. But Lin Shu's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. This meal is between Fatty Gung and I, treating Miss Qin and Miaotong. After saying that, Lin Shu swiped his card to pay without saying anything else. Ding! Cashback successful, received 384,000. After hearing this, Lin Shu sighed slightly. Damn, it seems that the system still counts this meal as Lin Miaotong's, and the cashback is also given at a rate of 12 times. It's a pity. It would be better if the cashback was 20 times of Qin Shooting S. Even so, at this moment, looking at his balance of more than 5 million, Lin Shu still felt like he was dreaming. Who would have thought that Lin Shu, who was a loser a few hours ago, is now a super rich man with more than 5 million? He looked out the window at the bustling scene and smiled gently at this beautiful world. From today on, your master has come. Lin Shu looked out the window and muttered to himself. 20 minutes later. The dining table of Lin Shu and others was already filled with all kinds of delicious food that looked mouth-watering. Fat Gung didn't say anything, he just picked up his knife and fork and prepared to start eating. At this time, Lin Miaotong reached out and stopped Fatty Gung without saying a word. Don't move yet. Lin Miaotong yelled. Fatty Gung was so frightened that the knife and fork in his hands almost fell and hit his toes. Lin Miaotong took out her mobile phone, posed, and started taking 360-degree photos of the table full of delicious food. Not only that, Lin Miaotong turned the phone over and started taking selfies of herself. Just a few minutes. At least 100 photos appeared in Lin Miaotong's photo album. I will carefully select it in a while. Post on moments. This doesn't make everyone envious. Lin Miaotong was very happy and satisfied, as she usually watched those stinky women showing off their wealth on their friends' circles. Today, it's finally my turn to shine. Lin Miaotong thought so. Watching Lin Miaotong taking photos. Qin Shooting, who was sitting nearby, felt uneasy because she was also a girl. How can you not want to take photos and record them, and post them on your moments? However, due to her status, Qin Shooting did not want to do anything so embarrassing and disrespectful. Lin Shu looked at Qin Shooting's expression at this time, which was very ugly. Naturally, he also understood it. I chased so many goddesses and was rejected 100 times. Long illness makes a good doctor. To a certain extent, Lin Shu knows a lot about women's thoughts. He stood up and pulled Fatty Gung and Lin Miaotong with him. Let's go to the bathroom and wash our hands. We've been playing all afternoon, and I wonder how many germs there are. When Fatty Gung heard that Lin Shu was in so much trouble, the expression on his face was as if he had eaten shit. Just look at his weight of nearly 200 kilograms, and you will know how much this table of delicious food will hurt him. How could he bear it? The most painful thing in the world is to have a table full of delicacies in front of you but not be able to enjoy them. Seeing that Fatty Gung looked unhappy, Lin Shu slapped him on the head without saying anything. Ouch. Okay, stop making that expression. Can you run away with this big table of food? Fatty Gung looked aggrieved. But it was Lin Shu who treated them all, and the host had spoken, so even though Fatty Gung felt aggrieved, he could only stand up and twist his fat body, fearing that he would be a second late in coming back. He wished he could run to the bathroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Just right. I just want to relieve myself and fill my stomach. Seeing Lin Shu taking the two away, Qin Shooting swallowed her saliva. After confirming that the three had entered the bathroom, Qin Shooting couldn't wait to take out her cell phone. Snap. 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 He took a lot of photos of the food on the table and himself, moving very quickly. Lin Shu was hiding in a corner at this time, watching Qin Shooting's behavior and smiled. Qin Shooting's favorability plus 30. A few minutes later, Lin Shu and the other two returned to the dining table and started eating. Fatty Gung was already extremely hungry and thirsty, so he started to eat without saying anything. He wanted to stuff the entire plate into his mouth. The meal took more than 2 hours. The four people had eaten and drunk their fill, especially Fatty Gung, who even had difficulty standing up. Brother Chuzi, I have known you for so long, but I never thought that one day I would be able to take advantage of you. Just for today's meal, I tell you, all the money you owe me will be written off. Fatty Gung said to Lin Shu with a satisfied look on his face, patting his belly. Lin Shu smiled and said seriously, how can that be possible? I will definitely return the money to you. Hiccup. Sheen Shooting picked up the napkin, wiped the corner of her mouth, and looked at Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect that you still owe your friends money. How much is it? Lin Shu smiled and made a number 7 gesture in the air. Sheen Shooting thought about it and was a little surprised. 7 million? She was not surprised by the amount. For a big shot like Lin Shu, it was normal to need funds occasionally. But she could not imagine that this fat gung, who looked like a bumpkin, could have such a fortune. It was true that you cannot judge a person by his appearance. Lin Shu looked at Sheen Shooting and smiled. No, it's 700 yuan. Sheen Shooting almost spit out a mouthful of water when she heard it. 700 yuan? Who would have thought that a man who spends more than 300,000 yuan on a meal and stays in a hotel that costs 100,000 yuan would actually borrow 700 yuan from others? Lin Shu looked at Sheen Shooting and smiled meaningfully. Don't underestimate these 700 yuan. This is my life-saving money. Sheen Shooting looked at Lin Shu, somewhat confused. After the meal, her opinion of Lin Shu had changed greatly, and she no longer hated the man in front of her. At the very least, this is a person who is more careful and can take other people's feelings into consideration. Sheen Shooting smiled and no longer felt that this job was a torment. Well, Mr. Lin, your story is really interesting. However, after we finish dinner, what else do you have to do next? Lin Shu thought for a moment and stuffed the room card into Lin Niaotong's hand. Niaotong, Fatty Gung, and I have something to do outside. Here is the room card for you. Go back to your room and have a rest. There is a SPA, swimming pool, and hydrotherapy here. You can enjoy it to your heart's content. Don't hesitate. After hearing this, Lin Niaotong was unhappy, but she didn't know what to say. She also knew in her heart that given her current relationship with Lin Shu, she couldn't afford to be petty. The main thing is that Lin Shu has shocked her today. Her previous knowledge of Lin Shu had always been that of an internet-addicted teenager and a gaming master. Only today did she learn that Lin Shu's status was so noble that even Jiangcheng No. 1 regarded him as a top soldier. It is obvious that if she wants to conquer a man like this, it will take some time. But the problem is, just because you are not in a hurry doesn't mean other women are not in a hurry. Lin Shu took Sheen Shooting out with him to see this extremely beautiful woman with a perfect figure and perfect looks. Lin Niaotong is so worried. What if Sheen Shooting eats Lin Shu tonight? So, Lin Niaotong, who was extremely conflicted, finally thought of a solution. Lin Shu, I'm alone. I don't dare to sleep at night. After you're done, can you give me a call so I can pick you up? Can you stay in that suite tonight? Puff. When Fatty Gung heard this, he was so surprised that he almost vomited out all the food he had just stuffed into his mouth. Big sister, is this still the Lin Niaotong I know? What's the difference between this and direct dedication? Chapter 014 Night Charm KTV. After Lin Niaotong said this incredibly outrageous statement, she looked at the looks that Fatty Gung and Sheen Shooting gave her. She might have felt a little embarrassed, her face immediately turned red, and she stamped her feet shyly. Oops. What I mean is, Lin Shu, we sleep in different rooms. Doesn't the presidential suite have a lot of rooms? Lin Niaotong's shy look at this moment made Fatty Gung feel even more anxious. How come my loser brother who used to eat steamed buns and pickled mustard tubers with me suddenly has such good luck with women? There are actually girls who actively ask to be pushed down. Fatty Gung suddenly felt that the distance between him and Lin Shu seemed to have widened. What does Lin Shu think? Although Lin Shu's success was not long, only half a day, but sometimes the balance in your card can really completely change a person from the inside out. At this moment, Lin Shu is no longer the loser he used to be. Will be led by the nose by women. From now on, Lin Shu will never be the passive party in relationships between men and women. He wants to be the winner in the relationship. Therefore, facing Lin Niaotong's embrace, Lin Shu just twitched his nose. Okay. I'll see what happens. This simple answer made Lin Niaotong very dissatisfied. I was so obviously throwing myself at you, and you turned a blind eye. How despicable. Especially since you rejected me so blatantly in front of two men. Lin Miaotong is also a person with a temper. When he heard that Lin Shu did not respond to his feelings enthusiastically, the expression on his face immediately turned cold. Okay, in that case, you guys go ahead. After saying this, Lin Miaotong turned around angrily. Without looking back, she got on the elevator and said goodbye to Lin Shu and Fatty Gung. Qin Shooting looked at Lin Miaotong's back as she left, and approached Lin Shu, saying softly, "Hey, look, she seems very angry. You've gone too far. How can you embarrass her in public like this?" Lin Shu looked back at Qin Shooting and said meaningfully, "I'm not the kind of obedient boyfriend. I can't be the kind of loyal man." After saying this, Lin Shu left in a carefree manner. Lin Shu's words sounded like they were meant for Lin Miaotong, but in fact, they were also a shot of prevention for Qin Shooting. Lin Shu was obviously interested in Qin Shooting, of course, only physically interested. Lin Shu could accept that Qin Shooting gained benefits and advantages from him, but he would never change himself because of having a relationship with a woman. Lin Shu admitted that he was lustful. Like beautiful women. However, if you cannot accept that I, Lin Shu, have more than one woman, then Lin Shu will definitely not continue the relationship with this woman. If a woman wants to bind Lin Shu by having a relationship with him, such a thing is simply impossible today. Lin Shu will not let himself be bound by any woman. Lin Shu had already seen clearly that feelings were childish and empty. Even now, Lin Shu was indifferent to feelings and would never sacrifice himself for the so-called love. Walking out of Jiangcheng No. 1 gate, Lin Shu raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The past came to his mind vividly. Lin Shu looked at the moon, thoughtful. Qin Shooting, at this time, frowned when she saw Lin Shu looking worried. At this time, Fatty Gung took the initiative to come forward and whispered to Qin Shooting, "Alas, you don't understand. Lin Shu was once a very innocent boy, but alas, let's not talk about it. Anyway, he has his own reasons for becoming like this." Fatty Gung is indeed Lin Shu's best brother. He knew Lin Shu's past very well. When he first entered university, Lin Shu actually had a girlfriend whom he loved deeply. At that time, Lin Shu was willing to give everything for his girlfriend. He can stay up for days and nights, chatting with his girlfriend and providing emotional value. In order to satisfy his girlfriend's vanity, he would work for several months, exhausting himself, just to buy her a bag. In order to go on a date with her, Lin Shu could only eat steamed buns and pickled vegetables for a month, save up money, and treat his girlfriend to dinner, movies, shopping, and buying bags. However, Lin Shu's efforts did not receive the due rewards. In the end, the girl left him, got into a Mercedes-Benz car owned by a rich second generation, and drove away without even looking back. It can be said that from that moment on, Lin Shu had completely closed his heart to love. Later, Lin Shu gave up on himself and spent a long period of time drinking. During that time, Lin Shu became a walking corpse. Until one day, Lin Shu seemed to have suddenly become a different person. "I no longer drink alcohol, and I no longer suffer from insomnia all night long." He began to confess his love to girls frantically, then was rejected. He then changed his target, and was rejected again. This cycle continued for a full 6 months. Until today. Fatty Gung knew Lin Shu's past best. He understood Lin Shu's inner pain, so during the time when Lin Shu was frantically looking for girls to confess his love to, even though this behavior seemed crazy, Fatty Gung knew that his confession to goddesses like Bai Ling and Zheng Xiaoxiao was doomed to fail. But Fatty Gung still failed to persuade him. Fatty Gung may have always thought that this was the best way for Lin Shu to forget that woman. 5 minutes later. Lin Shu and the other two were sitting in the stretched Lincoln limousine provided by Jiangcheng No. 1, driving on the brightly lit streets. "Mr. Lin, where do you want to go?" Qin Shooting was sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Shu sat in the back seat of the car, crossed his legs, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking out the window, and looked at Fatty Gung beside him. Lin Shu thought for a moment. "Miss Qin, please take us to the most luxurious business KTV in Jiangcheng City." When Qin Shooting heard Lin Shu's request, her expression immediately changed. It was obvious that she was very disgusted with this kind of place. But there was no way. Lin Shu was her master now, not her boyfriend, so although she was unhappy, she could only whisper a few words to the driver. The driver nodded and drove directly to the most luxurious, highest cost, and best quality nightlife and entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. Yema KTV. If there is a place that best reflects Jiangcheng's highly developed economy and fast-paced lifestyle, it would be Yema KTV. Dynamic rock music played on the gorgeous LED screen, and the colorful flashlights showed the openness and enthusiasm of the place. When people came here, they would immediately feel like they were in a land of decadence and luxury. In the parking lot, the luxury cars here are not inferior to Jiangcheng number 1. Around 10 o'clock at night. It's when the nightlife is just beginning. Those gentlemen who were well dressed during the day have now completely taken off their disguises. They gather in groups of 3 or 5, supporting each other, whispering in each other's ears, telling jokes, and walking into the nightclub with a smile, ready to start their nightlife. Chapter 015, handsome, dignified, and promising. Lin Shu coughed and looked at Qin Shooting. Miss Qin, you can just leave us here and wait for my call. I'll ask you to pick us up if I need you to. Qin Shooting looked back at Lin Shu and said with some concern, Mr. Lin, if you need it, I can help you contact the marketing staff inside. Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. After all, we are here to have fun tonight, and it would be inconvenient for Qin Shooting to be present. Besides, Lin Shu was planning to take Qin Shooting with him to make money in the future. If Qin Shooting saw his indulgent side, it would be embarrassing and awkward. It might even cause her favorability to drop again, which would affect Lin Shu's plan to make money. Therefore, after much thought, Lin Shu decided to let Qin Shooting go back and not follow him. Qin Shooting was also happy about this. In an occasion like this, she would feel uncomfortable with him being the only girl around. However, when Qin Shooting saw Lin Shu and Fatty Gung walk into Yeme KTV, a middle-aged woman dressed in flashy clothes immediately came up to greet them with a smile on her face that made her feel very disgusted. Qin Shooting didn't know why she saw such a scene. She actually felt a little sad in her heart. The car stopped at the door, and Qin Shooting didn't let the driver drive for a long time, until Lin Shu and Fatty Gung completely disappeared from her sight. The other side. As soon as Fatty Gung and Lin Shu entered the KTV, marketing staff came up to them. Although these two people looked like losers judging by their attire, they came here in a stretched Lincoln. And after a simple investigation, it was discovered that the car was the one that Jiangcheng number 1 used specifically to receive VIPs. So, what kind of people are these two? No matter what, we still have to give them a warm welcome. Don't be negligent. So, the boss of the first floor of Yeme, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, came up to greet them personally. Although she works in a nightclub, Wooly speaks very generously and appropriately, and does not look like a madam at all. She still has charm. Although she is nearly 40 years old, there is no trace of time on her face. Even the system gave her a score of 8.2. For a woman of this age, it is already very difficult. However, Lin Shu looked at the 3-digit purity and the mere double cashback amount, and immediately lost interest. No wonder. Guo Li. She used to be one of the actors working at Yeme KTV, and had always been the top star here until she was around 35 years old. The boss here thought Guo Li was a rare talent, and after Guo Li retired, he hired her as the manager of Yeme KTV with a high salary. Guo Li is indeed very perceptive. After she saw Lin Shu and Fatty Gung getting out of the stretched Lincoln, Guo Li instantly realized that these two people must be distinguished guests and definitely not the losers they appeared to be. Therefore, Guo Li was afraid that her subordinates would judge people by their appearance and offend the distinguished guests, so she received them personally. Along the way, we shuttled through luxurious KTVs. Fatty Gung was both nervous and excited, and kept winking at Lin Shu. Looking at the young girls with hot bodies, revealing clothes, and full of charm walking past the two of them. Fatty Gung was extremely excited. Fatty Gung would want to rush over and knock down any one of them. Even looking at the charming butt of Guo Li walking in front of him, Fatty Gung felt extremely excited, and his little brother reacted immediately. Cough cough cough. At this time, Lin Shu coughed a few times, pinched Fatty Gung hard, and whispered to him, I say, can you calm down a little? Once you get into the box, it won't be too late for you to expose your true nature as a solo prostitute. When Fatty Gung heard this, he immediately became angry, glared at Lin Shu, and showed his fist as big as a sandbag. I'm telling you again. I'm not a virgin. If you still can't remember it, I can only use my fists to help you remember it more. For some reason, Fatty Gung has always been very secretive about his virginity. No matter how Lin Shu jokes about it, he won't get angry. But as soon as Lin Shu says that he is a virgin, this guy immediately gets furious. This often made Lin Shu feel a little strange. He's a virgin, so he's a virgin. It's not something shameful. Is it necessary to be so excited? While the two were chatting and laughing, Guo Li had already led them to the door of a private room. Guo Li gently pushed the door open and asked Lin Shu, Sir, are you satisfied with this place? This is also where Guo Li experiences her emotional intelligence. She usually doesn't ask her guests directly what level of private room they want. Instead, based on his own judgment, he takes the guests to a private room where the minimum consumption is slightly higher than the guest's spending capacity, although it is higher, but not by much. For the sake of their own face, most customers would not refuse and would nod in agreement. In this way, the consumption for the night might exceed the limit. Of course, Guoli was often praised by her boss for this. This time, facing Lin Shu, Guoli used the same old trick and made her own judgment. If you just look at the way they are dressed, they might not even be able to fit into the most ordinary private room at Yeme KTV. However, if we consider the cars these two people drove, Guoli suddenly becomes suspicious. After some hesitation, Guoli finally took the two to a mid-range private room and tried to judge their spending level by observing their reactions. At this time, Lin Shu moved closer, took a look inside, and immediately frowned. Seeing this, Guoli did not hesitate and immediately said, "Sir, do you think this place is a bit too big?" "It doesn't matter. We now have a smaller private room. The minimum consumption is only 58.88. Lin Shu looked at Guoli and immediately shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, this place is too mediocre. It looks no different from other consumption places in Jiangcheng. With this level, why would I come here to play? I'm very disappointed." As Lin Shu spoke, he kept shaking his head, looking really disappointed. Seeing Lin Shu like this, Guoli was overjoyed, and the expression on her face immediately became like a blooming flower. "Oh, sir. Am I not considering your cost effectiveness? This is the most luxurious entertainment venue in Jiangcheng. How could I possibly disappoint you?" Lin Shu glanced at Guoli with a slanted look, revealing a cocky look. "What do you mean? I mean, do you think I'm broke? The minimum consumption is 5,888? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" When Guoli heard this, she immediately apologized and shook her head frantically. She was also secretly cursing in her heart, "Damn it, it seems that someone like you is not even worthy of our 5,888 consumption." However, although she thought so in her heart, Guoli couldn't say it out loud, and she immediately started to flatter others. No, this handsome guy looks like a promising young man with a dignified appearance. He looks like an important person. Hey, I was wrong about this. Handsome guy, don't worry. I will personally apologize for you in a moment. Chapter 016 Fatty Guns Return. Of course Lin Shu didn't believe a word of the flattery. Looking at my current state, those idioms have nothing to do with me. This is the charm of money. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As long as you have money, you can make others call a horse a zebra and talk nonsense. After Guoli finished speaking, she took out the intercom without saying anything else, and said excitedly, hello, listen, there are distinguished guests here, get ready immediately, the ultimate luxury package. The ultimate luxury package. After finishing speaking, Guoli bowed and nodded, revealing her proud figure. Then, with a smile on her face, she personally held Lin Shu's arm and took Lin Shu through the halls, all the way to the second floor of Yimei. The second floor of Yimei is completely different from the first floor. There were soft carpets everywhere, and no noise from the KTV could be heard. Guoli quickly introduced Lin Shu. The second floor is where our luxury boxes and ultimate luxury boxes are. Here, everything is made of soundproof materials, and it is extremely private. You will never be disturbed or affected by the outside world. As Guoli spoke, she winked at Lin Shu in a meaningful way. In the corner of the second floor, there is a luxurious room with double doors. Guoli walked up personally and opened the door for Lin Shu. What comes into view is the so-called ultimate luxury box. It doesn't look like a KTV at all, but rather a presidential suite. Even the sofa is made of genuine leather, and the carpet is made of pure wool. There are 2 large cobblestone tables. This box is big enough for Lin Shu's class to party all night long, and it definitely won't be crowded at all. Guoli looked at Lin Shu's reaction, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and smiled at Lin Shu. How is it? Handsome guy, are you satisfied with this place? Lin Shu was also shocked when he saw such a luxurious box. It was simply too luxurious. If it was right in front of him, Lin Shu might feel a chill down his spine when he pushed open the door and took a look, and he wanted to leave immediately. But now it was different. Lin Shu had a lot of money in his pocket, millions of dollars. If it was not enough, he could just swipe it later on the spot. Lin Shu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded, not bad. When Guoli saw Lin Shu smile, she also immediately showed a bright smile. This meant that tonight, she was going to make a lot of money. How could she not be happy? Oh. That's great, handsome man. To be honest, you are the first guest to enjoy our luxurious private room in the past 6 months. Lin Shu smiled and said nothing more. He sat down on the soft and comfortable sofa, crossed his legs, and looked very happy. Guoli's eyes rolled slightly, and she came forward and said to Lin Shu, "Hey handsome guy, the minimum consumption here is 288,888 yuan a night. What do you think?" Lin Shu looked at Guoli and smiled slightly. He understood what this woman meant. After all, you two guests are wearing cheap clothes and are threatening to spend money in an entertainment venue where the minimum consumption for one night is close to 300,000 yuan. Anyone would be a little nervous. Lin Shu also expressed his understanding of this. Without hesitation, he took out his bank card and handed it to Guoli. "Go ahead, swipe 500,000 first. The excess will be refunded or supplemented. The extra will be considered a tip for you. Later, bring me the most beautiful girl here." When Guoli heard this, she became so excited that she became incoherent. She immediately rubbed her breasts against Lin Shu and kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. Looking at her watery eyes, Lin Shu felt that even if he pushed this charming young woman down on the spot, she would not have any complaints. However, Lin Shu was not so hungry that he would eat anything. He immediately closed his eyes and signaled Guoli to call the girl over. Guoli is not a fool. She has a very clear judgment of herself. After all, her age is there. Lin Shu looks to be in his early 20s. It is normal that he has no interest in her. She will not be angry about it. After all, he had made so much money, so how could he be angry with Lin Shu? Guoli smiled and gently pinched Lin Shu's arm, inadvertently touching a sensitive part of Lin Shu's upper body. Then she stood up, took Lin Shu's bank card, ordered her men to pour the best tea, then twisted her hips, hummed a little tune, and went to the bar. Lin Shu smiled. It wasn't he that he disliked the age of this charming young woman. Mainly, this purity. It was really disgusting, but he couldn't really eat anything he wanted. If he got sick, his good life would be about to begin, so he couldn't ruin his health at this time, otherwise it would be more trouble than gain. After everyone left, only Lin Shu and Fatty Gung were left in the huge box, which seemed extremely deserted. Fatty Gung came up quickly and blinked at Lin Shu. "Brother Chu, you are so awesome. How come you are so rich all of a sudden? You were just pretending when you asked me for money before, right? Are you testing me?" Lin Shu was speechless after hearing Fatty Gung's imaginative speculation. Fatty Gung quickly continued, it's okay, it's a test, hee. I often see this kind of plot in novels and movies. In order to test the character of the people around him, the big guys pretend to be pitiful. How about it, brother Chozi? No, Chozi's father, I will follow you from now on. Lin Shu was very helpless and slapped Fatty Gung on the head. Damn it! You really have a rich imagination. Stop talking nonsense and give me your bank card. Then, after Lin Shu operated for a while, he handed the phone to Fatty Gung. When Fat Gung saw the number displayed on the mobile phone screen, he jumped 3 feet high and almost jumped onto the table. Oh my god! Lin Shu looked at Fatty Gung with contempt, put his arm around his shoulders, and said to him, I'll give you this much first, so you can spend it with confidence. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Spend it however you want. If it's not enough, just tell me. Brother, you've been following me for these years and have suffered a lot. These brothers have seen it all, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. From now on, whatever I eat, you will eat as well. After saying this, Lin Shu patted Fatty Gung on the chest to show intimacy. To be honest, these words were definitely Lin Shu's true feelings. He just transferred 1 million to Fatty Gung in one go. This is my thanks to Fatty Gung for all these years. However, when Fatty Gung heard Lin Shu say this, his eyes immediately turned red, and he hugged Lin Shu in his arms and said, Brother, you misunderstood, I'm not after your money. I don't want this money, you'd better take it. I'm happy to know that you've become rich, but I don't want your money. After hearing what Fatty Gung said, Lin Shu rushed forward without saying anything. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense, take this money, and stop giving me these sensational words. Tonight, you have another very important mission. Take this money, and later, you must get the woman I chose for you. Put an end to your 20 years of solo pregnancy. Lin Shu. I'm telling you again. I am not a virgin. When Fatty Gung heard what Lin Shu said, he immediately acted as if his tail had been stepped on. He stood up like crazy and was ready to fight Lin Shu to the death. The sentimental atmosphere just now was swept away in an instant. Chapter 17: Guo Li's Big Move. After a few minutes of chasing and playing, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shu and Fatty Gung quickly returned to the sofa, sat up, coughed, and straightened their appearance. "Come in." Lin Shu whispered something to the person outside the door. When Guo Li heard Lin Shu's words, she pushed open the door. Behind her were more than 20 girls. Each girl was dressed up beautifully and showed off her proud figure without any hesitation. The miniskirts and dresses showed off her smooth and white legs, which even made people look a little dazzling. When Fatty Gung saw this scene, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. His mouth was so full that he could stuff an entire apple in it. Every time these girls walked into the box, they would enthusiastically wave and wink at the two people sitting on the sofa, which made Fatty Gung so itchy that he wanted to start firing cannonballs at the planes in the sky right then and there. Guo Li looked at Lin Shu with a smile and said, "How about it, handsome guy, are you satisfied with these girls?" Lin Shu wiped the corner of his mouth slightly. These girls were all wearing heavy makeup, and it was hard to tell what their quality was. But it didn't matter. He was a man with a system, and going out was like wearing a perspective goggles. Lin Shu leaned forward slightly and looked at the girls in the row. "Everyone, please introduce yourself briefly." Lin Shu's request was not excessive, at least in this box. He is a man who spends hundreds of thousands in one night. What's wrong with a little request? Not only is it not excessive, these girls also try their best to show themselves and express themselves, striving to be selected by Lin Shu. You know, such a person is willing to spend hundreds of thousands, so the tip is not very considerable? At this time, let alone Lin Shu asking them to introduce themselves, even if Lin Shu asked them to take off all their clothes for inspection, there would probably be many people who would do so on the spot. Then, a row of beautiful girls with sweet voices began to take turns puffing out their chests, stepping forward, and introducing themselves in their sweetest voices. "Hello handsome guy, my name is Tingting, I'm from Shancheng. Handsome guy, my name is Mimi. I will definitely have fun with you." A row of beauties introduced themselves to Lin Shu, and the information in front of Lin Shu kept flashing like a slideshow. Name, Lu Tingting. Appearance, 8.0. Age, 26. Purity, 85. Name, Wang Suihua. Appearance, 8.0. Age, 27. Purity, 95. After a row of 20 or so girls finished introducing themselves, Lin Shu was very disappointed. From a distance, each of these girls had a look score of at least 9, but when it came to the actual system rating, the highest was only around 8.3. There are even several girls who can't receive any prompts from the system at all. This is enough to show how high the artificial technological content is. Combined with the purity of these girls, it's even more difficult to describe. Since Lin Shu came here to spend money, he didn't want to choose a chaste and heroic woman, and he certainly didn't think about the possibility of encountering a woman of full purity that is rare in a century. However, the purity of these women is too low. Cashback ratio is almost always 2.0. Lin Shu shook his head repeatedly in disappointment. Even though he was choosing a concubine for his good brother Fatty Gung, he couldn't. In the end, Lin Shu gritted his teeth and chose a few women with a purity level of around 10. These women were obviously the most beautiful among them. It seemed that Lin Shu had chosen 5 or 6 people. Afterwards, the remaining girls were disappointed inside in disappointment, obviously upset about missing out on such a big shot. Guo Li, who was watching from the side, became more and more frightened the more she watched. This Lin Shu is too amazing. The girls he chose not only have high real looks without makeup, but they are also relatively arrogant girls here. They will never lose their virginity for petty gains. They can be considered relatively simple beauties. Could it be that Lin Shu really has X-ray vision? Then, the girls who stayed behind were very excited and prepared to start interacting closely with Lin Shu. As a result, Lin Shu suddenly waved his hand to stop them. "Listen, all of you, go and accompany my brother, that person. Whoever can make my brother happy will be rewarded handsomely." These 5 or 6 girls were stunned when they heard Lin Shu's words. "Man, you have such high standards and strict requirements for selecting people, but in the end you choose all of them for that fat loser next to you?" The girls were obviously very disappointed. They are not fools either, and of course they can tell at a glance who was the master here between Lin Shu and Fatty Gung. Alas, helpless, I missed a big boss. Although the girls were unhappy inside, they were still very active. They all gathered around Fatty Gung and started all kinds of physical contact. Wow! Brother Chozi, you are so nice, aren't you? You don't want any of these girls? At this time, Fat Gung, who was surrounded by girls and extremely busy, was so moved when he saw that his brother was so lonely. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Fatty Gung and said, I told you before, I brought you here today just to have fun. Lin Shu was about to say something, but was frightened by Fatty Gung's threatening look and quickly swallowed it back. These girls are all entertainment experts. They had a lot of fun playing with Fatty Gung and were good at adjusting the atmosphere. Soon, the huge box became lively. Lin Shu shook his head helplessly, stood up and planned to go out for a walk. At this time, Wooly quickly surrounded him, looked at Lin Shu, and whispered, Handsome guy, what's wrong? Is there no girl you like? Wooly's emotional intelligence is indeed very high. She saw through Lin Shu's true thoughts at a glance and revealed the secret in one sentence. Lin Shu lowered his head slightly and glanced at Guo Li. Why? Could it be that you have some good ones here? Guo Li thought for a moment, then nodded firmly at Lin Shu. Don't worry, brother. Since you have met me today, I will make sure you have a satisfying time and won't let you down. So, go back to the box and wait. I will find it for you right away. I will definitely satisfy you. When Lin Shu heard this, he realized that Guo Li had some hidden treasures. This is also normal. In every business place, people will not take out their most valuable things right away. Usually, they are forced to use big tricks when they encounter very difficult customers. These girls are generally not short of money and have many regular customers. Naturally, they will not accompany just any customer, as this would make them look cheap. That is why they are unwilling to hang out with those average-looking girls. These girls are usually either very arrogant or would rather be alone than be with someone they don't like. Or it is because of special circumstances and I am just working here part-time for a period of time, and when there is an opportunity in the future, I am ready to go ashore. Obviously, Wooly saw that Lin Shu was not satisfied with the quality of the first batch of girls she brought. In order to establish a relationship with a big guy like Lin Shu and to achieve more sales in the future, Wooly did not hesitate and prepared to use her big move. Chapter 018, Elegant Sense of Submission. After Guo Li calmed Lin Shu down, she immediately turned around and started working on her cell phone. Lin Shu thought for a moment. In fact, after looking at the quality of these girls, he thought it would be better to improve his favorability with chain shooting and make some money at the same time. But since Guo Li said so, he felt that he could wait patiently. What if a female guest he liked appeared? So, Lin Shu returned to the luxury box, waiting for Guo Li's news. Guo Li jumped up and down and was busy for a while. 20 minutes later. Guo Li pushed open the door of Lin Shu's box again. This time, the girl following behind her immediately made Fatty Gung's eyes widen. This girl was simply too stunning. This girl looked to be about 170 centimeters tall. She was wearing a long red dress, light makeup, and a pair of high heels. Her long, slightly wavy hair hung down slightly. She had an elegant temperament that would make people have wild thoughts at first sight. Looking at the expressions of Lin Shu and Fatty Gung, Guo Li immediately knew everything. Handsome guy. How about this beauty? Are you satisfied? Guo Li took the initiative to come to Lin Shu and said to him very proudly. Lin Shu swallowed his saliva, raised his head and looked at the beauty in the red dress. Indeed, this woman was absolutely the best of the best. If she showed up at Jiangcheng University, it would definitely cause a lot of disputes, and there would surely be many high-quality men who would fight for her. The beauty gently stroked her flowing hair, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she looked at Lin Shu and said, How about it, handsome guy, do you need me to stay? Cashback target detected, please check details. Name, Winya. Age, 25. Overall appearance, 9.0. Purity, 3. Features, good at singing and dancing, beautiful and generous. Favorability, 20. Cashback ratio, 25 times. She's the one. Lin Shu looked at the beauty and said nothing. He didn't even have time to check her information. He just waved his hand and handed the bank card to Guo Li again. Go and swipe 50,000 yuan. Just treat it as your tip. After hearing this, Guo Li was very excited. She quickly took the bank card from Lin Shu's hand and left the box happily. This was the only time that Lin Shu met a woman with such a high initial favorability. Coupled with her appearance, she was a 9-point beauty. She was definitely the most beautiful woman Lin Shu had ever seen. Lin Shu even felt a little restless inside. Wenya looked at Lin Shu, smiled slightly, sat down beside Lin Shu generously and naturally, and began to pour tea for Lin Shu very naturally. Although the two of them did not have any physical contact, Lin Shu immediately reacted unconsciously just by smelling the fragrance of the beautiful woman. "Handsome, you haven't ordered drinks yet? Do I take care of it, or do you have any requests?" Guo Li was smiling happily at this time. She walked in with a plate of fruit and looked at Lin Shu respectfully. Lin Shu thought for a moment, then gently embraced Wenya in his arms, neither roughly nor awkwardly. Elegant and very natural, without any resistance. "I'll leave it to you to order the drinks for tonight." Lin Shu patted Wenya's shoulder gently and said to her. Wenya smiled and looked at Lin Shu. "Really? So generous? Then I won't be polite." Lin Shu smiled and nodded at Wenya. Wenya immediately looked at Guo Li. "Sisterly, I want." Then, Wenya immediately told Guo Li a lot of names of drinks and beverages. Lin Shu didn't understand anything, but from the names, he knew that they were the most expensive drinks here. They were probably worth a lot of money. After hearing Wenya's words, Guo Li looked at Lin Shu with an inquiring look, which gave Lin Shu enough face. Lin Shu smiled slightly and nodded gently, "Just do as she says." Guo Li was very happy. Obviously, she earned much more money that night than she had imagined. 5 minutes later. As the lighting was adjusted, the light in the room became noticeably dim. Wenya and Lin Shu sat aside, leaning against each other. Although there was some simple physical contact, there were no bold movements. Wenya actually has a good impression of Lin Shu. Because this man is picky. Wenya felt that this man was unusual. In addition, this man spent the most money, wore the cheapest clothes, and enjoyed the most perfect life. All of this made Wenya feel that this man was full of mystery. After the lights dimmed, Lin Shu looked at Wenya's pair of smooth, white legs exposed, and immediately put his hand on them. Wenya made some slight noises at this time, obviously dissatisfied with Lin Shu's slightly direct action. She is different from those ordinary actors who allow others to touch her right from the start. Lin Shu glared at Wenya, somewhat displeased. "Why? You don't like it?" Wenya thought for a moment and smiled. "Of course. But I won't resist. You spent so much money, so you should enjoy your due rights." There seemed to be a hint of sadness in the elegant words, and the expression on his face seemed somewhat pitiful, revealing a hint of helplessness. Lin Shu suddenly let go of Wenya and pulled back his arms around her. "I'm here to consume, not to listen to your stories. I don't like to hear those tragic stories. If you don't want to, please go back." Lin Shu speaks very directly. He didn't give Wenya the slightest bit of face at all. He suddenly became cold and seemed to be ignoring the beauty beside him. He picked up his newly filled wine glass and took a sip. Wenya looked at Lin Shu's sudden change of expression and felt a little overwhelmed and flustered for a moment. This man really doesn't play by the rules. Despite this, Wenya did not hate Lin Shu. On the contrary, she had a different opinion of Lin Shu's straightforward personality. After all, working in a nightclub, she had seen many beasts in human form who said what they meant and pretended to be serious, but she had rarely seen someone as straightforward as Lin Shu. After a long time, the song was about to end. Lin Shu didn't say anything, just drank wine and ate fruit. "Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive my rashness." Wenya had a very intense ideological struggle. If she were her usual self, she would have stood up and left long ago. But for some reason, Wenya had an inexplicable sense of obedience when facing Lin Shu, a young man wearing cheap clothes, as if she could not defy his will at all. In the end, the proud Wenya lowered her head and apologized to Lin Shu. Lin Shu glanced at Wenya and said nothing, still looking cold. Wenya thought for a moment and frowned, as if she had made a particularly big decision. She gently picked up Lin Shu's hand, held it in her hand, gently stroked it for a moment, and then placed it on her smooth and white thigh. Then, she was very well behaved and took the initiative to enter Lin Shu's arms, picked up a piece of fruit with a fork, and fed it into Lin Shu's mouth herself. Chapter 019 A Song. "Brother, come, I'll toast you a glass." Wenya was very well behaved at this time. She took the initiative to pick up the wine glass, clinked it with Lin Shu, and then drank it all in one gulp. Lin Shu gently embraced Wenya in his arms. At this time, Wenya and Lin Shu were still relatively quiet, but on the other hand, Fatty Gung was full of laughter and joy. Fatty Gung had already drunk more than a dozen glasses of foreign wine in just half an hour. His eyes were already a little blurry, and his hands and feet were moving more and more vigorously. Wanya and Lin Chu turned a blind eye to the situation over there. Wanya was very well behaved. She started to actively interact with Lin Chu to liven up the atmosphere. Occasionally, the two of them even had some overly intimate physical contact, and Wanya did not show any disgust at all. Lin Chu was very satisfied with this. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Wanya. Is that right? This is the right behavior. Come on, take out your phone. Wanya seemed to quickly realize what Lin Chu wanted to do. What was more surprising was that Wanya actually shook her head slightly and looked at Lin Chu. No need, I have already made a lot of money from these drinks. In fact, I don't have to rip you off, but I want to make as much money as possible for sisterly. She treats me well. Wanya is telling the truth. Li is indeed very caring towards Wanya. Maybe it's because Wanya has the style and shadow of her youth. Back then, Li was forced to take this path. Seeing that Wanya is going back to her old ways, Li has been doing her best to help whenever she can. She knew Wanya's requirements for guests and would hardly arrange guests for her that she was not satisfied with. In terms of making money, Li also tried her best to let Wanya earn more and get rid of this kind of life as soon as possible. Li even often talked to Wanya and persuaded her not to do this job in the future as much as possible. Wanya is very grateful to Li, who is like an older sister to her. Therefore, every time, even if Wanya earned less, she would try her best to earn commission for Li. After hearing Wanya's words, Lin Chu immediately frowned again and glared at Wanya. I don't like women who resist me. I said, bring your phone over. Wanya looked at Lin Chu's sudden change of expression and was immediately stunned. She bit her lips pitifully and handed the phone to Lin Chu obediently. Lin Chu thought for a moment, and without saying anything, he added Wanya as a friend in a very domineering manner. Transfer, 88,888. Wanya picked up her cell phone, glanced down, and was suddenly surprised. This tip. It's not that Wanya has never seen it. The clients she comes into contact with are all very high-end people, and many of them are wealthy. With her looks, of course she often encounters men who try to use their money to make Wanya fall into their bed. Don't say 88888. There was even a man who told her that he was willing to pay her $300,000 a month to make her his lover. This was definitely a huge temptation for a girl working in a nightclub. Wanya herself was not completely unmoved, but she probably still couldn't accept herself becoming that kind of woman, so she gritted her teeth and refused the money. And Lin Chu. Obviously he didn't ask Wanya to do anything. She didn't make any requests, the money was transferred to her by Lin Chu on his own initiative. Wanya bit her lip and looked up at Lin Chu. Brother, I am not that kind of person. If you are, you may have found the wrong person. Lin Chu looked at Wanya, anxious. Sister, please hurry up and click to receive payment, okay? I'm still waiting to earn your cash back. So, without saying anything, Lin Chu snatched Wanya's phone and helped her click the payment button. I know you're not that kind of person. This money is just a reward for your obedience. Lin Chu said as he handed the phone to Wanya. Cashback successful, amount received, 222-2200. Listening to the system broadcast, it is true that this can make people feel physically and mentally happy. A beauty of Wanya's level is truly a gift from God. He can get more than 2 million in cash back in one go, which instantly makes up for the evening's consumption. Lin Chu also made a fortune from it. Elegant favorability plus 15. After hearing Lin Chu's words, Wanya lowered her head silently, obviously a little moved. She didn't say anything, picked up the wine glass again, looked at Lin Chu and said, "Thank you, I toast you." Lin Chu pressed Wanya down and put the cup aside. I didn't come here to see you drink. Getting yourself drunk won't do me any good. After that, Lin Chu hugged Wanya into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Tell me, what is the maximum limit you can accept?" It was the first time that Wanya heard such a direct question. However, after spending one night in contact with Lin Chu, Wanya felt that these were nothing new. Lin Chu was such a simple and rough person, and he would not beat around the bush at all. Wanya was a little shy and lowered her head with a red face. Under the dazzling flashlights, the way she lowers her head elegantly makes people look even more irresistible. After a few seconds, Wanya raised her head and looked at Lin Chu with her big watery eyes. She then put her arms around Lin Chu's neck and kissed him directly. Lin Chu suddenly felt a sweet sensation, and the emotions that he had been holding back for a long time were instantly released. Now he finally understood why business KTV is so popular in the market. Even so many men are willing to spend several times the price here instead of going directly to This kind of release of joy really makes people feel refreshed. After a long time, the two separated. Wanya looked at Lin Shu and said, "Brother, this is my first time kissing a guest." Lin Shu gently stroked Wanya's hair and nodded slightly. "I believe it." Elegant favorability plus 15. With just 3 simple words, Wanya's favorability towards Lin Shu soared again. Lin Shu then hugged Wanya's slender waist and said, "Please order a song for me." Wanya smiled and nodded. According to Lin Shu's request, Wanya took the initiative to step forward and ordered a song boy for Lin Shu. Let us talk about the past Lin Shu. He is really useless, no money, no looks, no skills, and no athletic ability. The only talent that can be considered outstanding is probably his singing skills. This song, Boy, is Lin Shu's favorite song. Every time he sings this song, Lin Shu can put in 100% of his emotion, as if this song can express his emotions. I once accidentally fell in love with her. In an age without hesitation. I thought I understood, so I loved happily. A pair of hands tightly unable to let go. The persistence and future in my heart. Can't forget your love. But the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you here. It's not like he can give you one. Looking forward to the future. Childish boy. Lin Shu held the microphone in his hand and couldn't help but speak. The beautiful melody and Lin Shu's extraordinary singing skills. The box suddenly became quiet. The climax of the song. Lin Shu yelled at the top of his lungs. Can't forget your love. But the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you here. It's not like he can give you one. Looking forward to the future. Childish boy. Listening to Lin Shu's desperate shouting, everyone in the box couldn't help but start applauding him. Wanya favorability plus 20 cashback ratio plus 5 current ratio, 30 times. Chapter 020 taking Wanya away. The song is over. Lin Shu returned to Wanya. After the roar and singing just now, a trickle of sweat inadvertently flowed down Lin Shu's forehead. Wanya was very proactive. She picked up a tissue and gently wiped Lin Shu's sweat. I can't believe you're a boy with a story. Wanya said this as she couldn't help but say to Lin Shu. Lin Shu picked up the wine glass at this time and rolled his eyes at Wanya. Sometimes, it's okay for a woman to be a little stupid, but being too smart is not a good thing. Wanya listened to Lin Shu's words and smiled, and the relationship between the two improved a lot. Lin Shu thought for a moment, looked at Wanya and said, "Why are you doing this?" Lin Shu, who had just taken the initiative to stop Wanya from telling her story, suddenly took the initiative to ask this question again. Lack of money. Wanya has learned her lesson this time and doesn't dare to say anything more. She simply and concisely summarizes her current situation in 2 words. Lin Shu was very satisfied and nodded. He was indeed too lazy to listen to those tragic life stories. So he looked at Wanya very directly and said, "How much money do you need? I can give it to you and you can be my woman." Wanya looked at Lin Shu in astonishment. For a moment, there was some hope in her eyes, but then her eyes quickly dimmed again. Don't ask. You won't help me. It's a bottomless pit. When Lin Shu heard this, he frowned slightly and was overjoyed in his heart. Bottomless pit is good. Bottomless pit is good. I am just afraid that you will ask for too little money. Bottomless pit? How do you know I won't give it to you? Wanya felt helpless after hearing what Lin Shu said. She shook her head, picked up the wine glass, and drank a sip by herself. My previous boyfriend's family was very rich, but after hearing about my family's situation, he decisively broke up with me. Before, I also met people who claimed to solve my problems, but as soon as they heard about it, they all ran away, huh? There was obvious helplessness in the elegant words. Lin Shu smiled, patted Wanya's shoulder, picked up the phone and waved it at Wanya. Wanya lowered her head, shocked, and looked at Lin Shu with a little astonishment. Just now, Lin Shu directly transferred 1 million to her. Such a large sum of money could not even be transferred in one go, so Lin Shu transferred it all in more than 10 installments. Looking at the screen full of Lin Shu's transfer information, Wanya was a little dumbfounded. She doesn't want to make money with her body, otherwise, she could also make so much money. But for some reason, Lin Shu's handwriting made her feel as if she saw the dawn of hope in the darkness. Who would transfer so much money directly to a woman they meet for the first time? You don't have to tell me the specific reason. You just need to ask me for money. You can ask for as much as you want. You just need to tell me whether you are willing or not. Lin Shu was very decisive and interrupted Wenya's words directly. Wenya looked at Lin Shu, lowered her head, and fell into deep thought. Lin Shu was a little surprised. Wenya's favorability level had reached 70 so far. However, the system still did not prompt Wenya to reach a level of favorability that could be overthrown. This shows that Wenya's bottom line is obviously much higher than that of Zhang Han, Bai Ling, and Lin Miaotong. I really found a treasure. Lin Shu thought so. Wenya hesitated a little and raised her head. But, this money may not be enough for my case. Do you really not need to know the specific situation? Lin Shu shook his head decisively. Don't worry. I don't need to know. When you need money, just tell me at any time. Wenya took a deep breath. The temptation was indeed too great. She thought to herself that even if Lin Shu couldn't keep going like this, he might at least give her a lot of money later on. This money was enough to solve her urgent needs, so if that was the case, it might not be a bad idea. The most important thing is that Wenya, in her heart, still likes Lin Shu. I'm waiting for your answer. Lin Shu urged softly, holding a wineglass in his hand. Wenya bit her lip, raised her head, looked at Lin Shu with fiery eyes, and nodded gently, I will. After hearing this, Lin Shu looked very happy. Just think about it, a top-notch beauty with a score of 9 is about to have sex with him, who wouldn't be excited? The most important thing is that Wenya received all the money. Lin Shu officially became a multi-millionaire. At this time, Lin Shu had only one hope. That is, the harder Wenya's difficulties are to solve, the better, and the longer they are delayed, the better. Although this is a bit evil, Lin Shu still has high expectations for it. As long as Wenya's problem is not solved, it will be just a matter of time before I become the richest man. Lin Shu smiled, hugged Wenya, and the two immediately hugged and kissed passionately. After a long time, the two separated. Lin Shu took Wenya's slender hand, stood up, and led her away. Before leaving, he spoke to all the girls in the box. From today on, Wenya is no longer your colleague. To express my gratitude to you, today, in a while, each of you will receive a big red envelope. As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, the girls present looked at him with envy, jealousy, and happiness. What they envy and are jealous of is why Wenya is so lucky to meet a good person who helps her get ashore. Don't they also have such expectations? Fortunately, Lin Shu promised to give each of them a red envelope. Although not as lucky as Wenya, today was still considered lucky and the girls were all very excited. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. When Lin Shu heard this, his expression immediately changed and he looked at the girls present. You're thanking the wrong person. I gave you the red envelope because of her. When the girls heard this, they were extremely jealous. However, their inner excitement still prevailed at this moment. All the girls immediately stood up and bowed to Wenya. Thank you, Sister Wenya. Sister Wenya, I wish you happiness. Sister Wenya, we will miss you. Listening to what these girls said, of course Lin Shu didn't know how many of them were true and how many were false. He believed that Wenya herself would not believe these nonsense. Before leaving, Lin Shu left a last word, who among you can satisfy Boss Gung tonight? Lin Shu did not continue talking. He knew that with the comprehension ability of the girls present, they should be able to understand what he meant. Sure enough, after Lin Shu said this, the way many girls looked at Fatty Gung changed and became more enthusiastic. Elegant favorability +5. Lin Shu's behavior really moved Wenya. She deeply understood that Lin Shu did all this for her. Next, everything will be easy. After walking out of the box, Lin Shu waved to Guo Li. After all, since he was going to take away someone else's top star, Lin Shu still planned to give Guo Li some reward. Firstly, he could get a large sum of money, and secondly, Lin Shu really felt that Guo Li was a talented person, and he really hoped that Guo Li could help him discover more talents like Wenya in the future. Chapter 021, Develop Guo Li as your downline. In fact, Guo Li did not walk far today. She had been waiting at the door of Lin Shu's private room, awaiting Lin Shu's latest instructions at any time. This time, Guo Li saw Lin Shu walking out of the private room holding Wenya's hand. Wenya looked shy at this moment, her face was a little flushed, she lowered her head and even dared not to look up. Lin Shu gently patted Wenya's little hand and gave her a look, indicating that she should wait on the side. Then, Lin Shu walked up to Guo Li personally. Guo Li was so smart that she understood at the first moment that Lin Shu wanted to talk to her, so she immediately brought Lin Shu and Wenya to her office. Yeme KTV, Guo Li's office is decorated in a very stylish way. It seems that Guo Li will rest here when she has nothing to do. This is normal, after all, Guo Li has no ties in this city. Apart from making money, there is probably nothing else that can interest her. Guo Li personally welcomed Lin Chu to the seat of honor and brewed a pot of good tea for him. Mr. Lin, this is a special hangover tea made here. Generally, after drinking, just 1 cup will make you feel refreshed immediately. Lin Chu smiled, pushed the tea leaves aside, and looked at Guo Li and said straight to the point, Manager Guo, Miss Wenya, I will resign from your company starting today. Do you think there are any procedures that need to be handled? Guo Li was still a little surprised after hearing what Lin Chu said. She could imagine that Lin Chu liked Wenya very much, and might take Wenya out for the night today, and might also give Wenya a considerable sum of money. However, she really couldn't imagine that Lin Chu was actually willing to let Wenya resign. This means that Wenya's status next to Lin Chu is different. This means that Lin Chu intends to treat Wenya as his woman. Wenya is so lucky. Guo Li looked up at her little sister and was very envious. This kind of thing was definitely something that was hard to come by in their line of work. Let's not talk about anything else, just take Guo Li for example. She used to be the top star here, but she had never met a satisfactory man in more than 10 years. Mr. Lin, this is of course a good thing, if you are willing to take my sister away, but she actually still has a contract with our company, and it has not been fulfilled for more than a year. You see, this. Lin Chu listened to Guo Li's words and smiled. Yes, isn't that why I came here to talk to you about this? I have heard about the contract, so I am willing to pay a penalty. When Guo Li heard this, her eyes rolled and she thought for a moment. In fact, it is not uncommon for girls like Wenya to quit their jobs. Some may suddenly not want to work in nightclubs and quit temporarily. For example, the attraction of Yeme KTV to young girls is not worth mentioning. Of course, they will not stop it on the grounds of contract. But Wenya's situation is slightly different. Most of the other girls earn money from performing, which means that when they are unlucky, they may not make any money for several days. But Wenya is different, she has a considerable basic salary. This was also the generous treatment that Guo Li provided to Wenya. In other words, even if Wenya does not work or appear on the stage for a month, the company will still pay her a considerable salary, which can at least ensure that Wenya can live a normal life. In this case, Guo Li felt that it would be a bit of a loss if she let Wenya go so easily. Therefore, according to Guo Li's usual style, she would definitely discuss the cost of the buyout contract with Lin Chu. But today, Guo Li suddenly had other ideas. This Lin Chu is really different. He is totally different from ordinary second-generation rich people and local tyrants. He is really too rich. After a short contact, Guo Li judged that Lin Chu's wealth is immeasurable. It's no wonder that Jiangcheng No. 1 would personally send a car to accompany Lin Chu on the trip. This proves Lin Chu's status. Rich, powerful, and young. Guo Li felt that when it came to Lin Chu, it was not appropriate to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Sometimes, playing the long game to catch the big fish might be a better approach. Thinking of this, Guo Li immediately made up her mind and smiled at Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Wenya is like my own sister. Since you are willing to take Wenya away, then we are friends. There is no such thing as a complicated relationship between friends. It's just a contract. There is no problem. I will handle it myself. Mr. Lin, you can take Wenya away. As soon as Guo Li finished speaking, Lin Chu hadn't said anything yet. Wenya was so moved that she was in tears. She walked up to Guo Li and held her hand emotionally, with tears in her eyes. Guo Li smiled and touched Wenya's face affectionately. Good sister, I wish you happiness. From today on, you will live a good life. Maybe I will have to rely on you in the future. Don't forget me when the time comes. What Guo Li said was true. Wenya is different now. This is called flying up the tree and becoming a phoenix. She became Lin Chu's woman. According to Wenya's conditions, she could naturally get a good position beside Lin Chu. The most important thing is that Wenya would not be jealous. It is normal for a man like Lin Chu to have several women around him. According to Wenya's experience, she would never be jealous of those little women. In this way, Wenya's status in Lin Chu's mind will only become higher and higher. By then, wouldn't Guo Li, who had taken care of Wenya for so long, have any less benefits? Lin Chu was a little shocked when he saw Guo Li and Wenya, who were very close to each other. Guo Li was really smart. She was able to rise to her current status from a hostess. She was really capable. While Lin Shu secretly admired Guo Li, he also took the initiative to step forward and gently patted Wenya's shoulder. Okay, you go out and wait for me first. Manager Guo and I have a few words to say. I will go out to find you right away. Wenya was very sensible after hearing what Lin Shu said. She didn't say much, wiped her tears, nodded obediently, and walked out of the office directly. Only Lin Shu and Guo Li were left in the office. Lin Shu sat there, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Guo Li hurried forward and refilled Lin Shu's cup of tea. Manager Guo, I still want to thank you for what happened today. I may have to trouble you again in the future. As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, Guo Li immediately smiled. This was what she was waiting for. What was trouble? Lin Shu asked Guo Li to do something, so could he let her do it for free? That was all with benefits. Do you think anyone can cause trouble to a top rich kid like Lin Shu? How could Guo Li find it troublesome? She immediately smiled and was very happy. She patted her chest and promised that if Lin Xiao had any problems in the future, he could just ask her. As long as she, Guo Li, could do it, she would go through fire and water for it. After listening to this, Lin Shu smiled softly and said, in that case, I'll trouble Manager Guo to keep an eye out for me in the future. If there is a girl like Wenya who has good conditions, you can call me directly. When Guo Li heard this, she quickly agreed. Sure enough, Lin Shu was a man who likes beautiful women. This is too simple for Guo Li. She can't do anything else. Helping Lin Shu and harvesting a few girls is easy, isn't it? Chapter 022 Elegant Household Affairs. Wenya was standing at the door of the luxurious Yimei at this time, enjoying the evening breeze and watching the endless stream of vehicles coming and going. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. Although her life is still a mess. The difficult household chores, and she became someone else's woman. All these may make Wenya feel a little depressed. Just when she was feeling both melancholy and somewhat relieved, Lin Shu came up from behind, put his arms around her slender waist, and kissed her baby-like face. Wenya looked at Lin Shu. From today on, her only support was the man in front of her. Girls all have a dependent mentality, and she unconsciously rubbed against Lin Shu's arms. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and called Qin Shooting. Hello? Miss Qin. Oh, no, you don't have to come pick me up. Please book me a luxurious presidential suite in your hotel right away. I want to go in and rest. Also, wait for my call tomorrow at noon. Oh, okay, hang up now. Lin Shu simply communicated with Qin Shooting on the other end of the phone. Then, he hugged Wenya, waved to hail a taxi, and headed straight for Jiangcheng No. 1. Half an hour later. Lin Shu and Wenya went through the VIP channel of Jiangcheng No. 1 and directly entered the room that Qin Shooting had prepared for him. In fact, in the taxi, Lin Shu couldn't control himself. Looking at the beauty leaning in his arms and smelling her faint fragrance of a young girl, Lin Shu couldn't stop. As soon as you enter the room, Lin Shu couldn't wait to kiss Wenya. The so-called luxurious presidential suite is almost the same as a two-bedroom, one living room apartment in the city. But the decoration is more luxurious. The two people hugged each other. From the moment they entered the door, to the living room, and then to the bedroom covered with roses, the special scent of rose aromatherapy was everywhere in the room, stimulating the special hormones in young men and women. Soon, the two of them were lying on the bed hugging each other. Wenya favorability plus 15 current favorability, 90, reward the host with 30 attribute points, and obtain the skill, Heavenly Sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, your appearance has increased by 0.2 points. All attributes have increased by 1 point. More than an hour later. Lin Shu leaned against the head of the bed, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Lin Shu still felt quite dreamy in his heart. He was a little bit unbelievable that he really lived a life like a super rich man, and he could freely pursue goddesses like Wenya. Under normal circumstances, this was something he would not even dare to think about. Lin Shu opened his property panel. Name, Lin Shu. Funding, 40 million. Age, 23. Appearance, 7.9. Strength attribute, 6. Agility, 6. IQ attribute, 6. Mental insight, 6. Remaining attribute points, 40. Skill, Heavenly Sound. Equipment, Black Gold Unlimited Funds Card. Lin Shu really saw the lines of numbers in front of him, and then he confirmed that everything he had experienced was not a dream. What surprised Lin Shu even more was that with the full attribute points that the system had just given him, he instantly felt the difference in himself. Apart from anything else, after such an intense amount of exercise, Lin Shu was not tired at all. Not only was he full of energy, he even felt that his whole body was full of strength. When I lowered my head, I saw that my waist and abdomen had bulged into 8 obvious abdominal muscles without me noticing. Lin Shu was somewhat surprised at the changes the system had brought to him, which were so subtle and silent. Lin Shu stood up, walked in front of the mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror, a little surprised. Although his current appearance was still not handsome, the increase of 0.2 in appearance value obviously made his skin better and looked very manly. Lin Shu was a little excited. With the system in hand, the world was mine. As long as I give myself a little more time, I will immediately become the most handsome, richest, and most powerful man in the world. When Lin Shu was feeling smug, Wenya had already walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her white and smooth legs. She walked gently behind Lin Shu, hugging the man in front of her tightly. From the moment the two of them had sex just now, Wenya's heart completely melted. She felt that she had fallen deeply in love with this young man. "I love you," Wenya said softly behind him. Lin Shu looked out the window and said, "You are not my only woman." "I know. I love you, too. I will make you happy." "I know, thank you, I love you." Listening to Wenya's gentle and emotional confession, Lin Shu found it difficult to control himself and hugged Wenya again. The second fierce battle broke out completely. When Lin Shu opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day, and the dazzling sunlight shone on his body. Lin Shu stretched and turned around to find that Wenya was not by his side. Lin Shu walked out of the bedroom, only to find Wenya hiding in the corner of the kitchen, holding a phone. Judging from her expression, she seemed to be calling home. Wenya has just transferred all the 1 million yuan that Lin Shu gave her to her family. Let your mother continue to deal with that troublesome matter. In fact, Wenya's background is not bad. It can even be said that she comes from a scholarly family, which is why she was brought up to be so graceful and charming. However, an accident more than a year ago changed Wenya and her family. While her father was driving, he accidentally hit an old man on the road, causing the old man to be bedridden in the hospital. Who would have thought that this old man was not ordinary, but a relative of a powerful gangster with a powerful background? This made the senior official furious, and he was determined to put Wenya's father in jail at all costs. The situation at Wenya's home suddenly took a tumble. Although it took great efforts to finally save Wenya's father from imprisonment, her family will have to bear the old man's hospital expenses forever, which is a huge bottomless pit. What's even more sad is that the lackeys around the big boss, in order to please the big boss, flatter him, and use their connections to cause Wenya's parents to be laid off and lose their jobs. You know, Wenya actually has a younger brother who is still studying. As a result, the burden of the family fell on Wenya, who was in her early 20s. Wenya had a hard time, crying all day long, and sometimes she really wanted to die. However, for the sake of her parents and her younger brother, Wenya could not do that and had to live on with strength. Chapter 023. Buy a car first. Lin Shu was sitting in the living room at this time, looking at Wenya sighing, and immediately understood that Wenya might be dealing with the household chores she was talking about. Lin Shu picked up the phone without hesitation and called Guo Li. After all, Wenya is his woman now, and he must understand the real situation of his woman. Guo Li was still sleeping soundly on the bed at this time. When she saw the phone call, the first thing she wanted to do was to curse. As a result, when I looked at the caller ID, it was Lin Shu calling. Guo Li didn't dare to delay. She forced herself to wake up without saying a word and quickly answered the phone. "Hello? Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" "Manager Guo, I want to ask you something about the troubles in Wenya's family." "Do you know the details?" "This is like this." Guo Li did not hide anything. Anyway, given Lin Shu and Wenya's relationship, Wenya would tell Lin Shu sooner or later if she didn't tell anyone. Therefore, Guo Li told Lin Shu everything. After Lin Shu hung up the phone, he thought for a moment. This is indeed a troublesome matter, a bottomless pit, especially when the injured person is the boss's relative. It is no wonder that when those men heard about Wenya's experience, they immediately fled, which gave Lin Shu the opportunity to take advantage of her. However, this kind of thing is a big trouble for others, but not for Lin Shu. It's even luckier than winning the lottery. This is not a bottomless pit, but a cash cow. A money tree that can produce unlimited gold coins. Lin Shu thought so and felt a little excited. Although Lin Shu could also think of a way to help Wenya, he immediately rejected this idea. The best way was to let this bottomless pit continue to expand and to make more money. Wenya hung up the phone at home and turned around to find Lin Shu already sitting in the living room. She immediately changed her expression and came to Lin Shu with a smile on her face. "Hubby, you're up. Why didn't you call me?" Lin Shu looked at the well-behaved Wenya and immediately hugged her in his arms, stroking her hair. "Have you given all the money I gave you yesterday to your family?" Wenya was a little embarrassed when she heard Lin Shu ask this. "Husband, this." "Okay. It's okay. I'll transfer some money to you later. Guo Li has already told me about your family situation. It's okay. It's a small matter. No matter how much money you need, just tell me." Listening to Lin Shu's words, Wenya was so moved that she couldn't control herself, and tears welled up in her eyes immediately. All the men she had known before, even the ones she once loved deeply, the ones who had sworn to her that they would treat her well for the rest of their lives, all tried to avoid her after hearing about what had happened to her. On the other hand, Lin Shu. Although she had just known Lin Shu for less than a day. However, Lin Shu was such a responsible person that he did not abandon himself because of the bottomless pit in his family. How could this not move Wenya? Wenya cried and threw herself into Lin Shu's arms, sobbing and saying, "Hubby, I love you so much. I only love you in this life. Thank you for accompanying me." Lin Shu felt helpless. "Actually, sister, it's not because I love you so much, it's just because your family has such a cash cow." But Lin Shu thought so in his heart and didn't say much, and just gently comforted Wenya. Finally, Lin Shu picked up the phone directly. "Transfer, 5 million. Wenya was completely shocked when she received such a transfer. "Is my man a money printing machine? It has only been a short time and I have already transferred 6 million to her. This. No matter how rich a man is, he wouldn't spend money like this. Hubby, I don't need that. You've already given me a lot. That 1 million is enough for a long time. Okay. You don't have to panic. This money is not given to your family. It's pocket money for you. Just take it. When your family needs money, tell me directly. Don't spend this 5 million. Did you hear me? Just use this 5 million to buy something you like." Lin Shu was very domineering and said to Wenya. Lin Shu himself felt that these words were full of the flavor of a domineering president. Sure enough, after hearing what Lin Shu said, Wenya could no longer control herself. She threw herself into Lin Shu's arms and burst into tears. An hour later, Qin Shooting, wearing a professional suit, stood in Lin Shu's room, waiting for Lin Shu's instructions. Lin Shu looked Qin Shooting up and down. "This dress looks unexpectedly different from the cheongsam she wore yesterday." Qin Shooting glared at Lin Shu fiercely. "Boss Lin, what are your instructions? What are your plans for today?" Lin Shu smiled. Just now, when Qin Shooting came to the room and saw Wenya, her favorability towards her inevitably dropped. But Lin Shu didn't care about these at all. "Nothing, I want to go shopping in a while, you can come with me." After listening to Lin Shu's words, Qin Shooting nodded very professionally. She told herself more than once that she must hold it in, and not lose her temper with this man. It was just work, just work. Lin Shu looked at Qin Shooting and said softly, "I don't have many decent clothes. It's too embarrassing to go out wearing this. I need your help. I believe in your vision. In addition, I need a house. Please help me find one in Jiangcheng in the next few days. Price is not a problem." After hearing Lin Shu's order, Qin Shooting nodded. I was also a little surprised. How come this guy suddenly jumped out from between the rocks? Or maybe it's reincarnation. Why is there nothing here? He has no house, no car, and even no decent clothes. It seems like this guy has nothing but money. It's really strange. However, no matter how strange it was, Qin Shooting didn't ask too much. After communicating with Lin Shu, she directly arranged today's itinerary. Before leaving, Lin Shu and Wenya kissed goodbye and said, "Dear, you can just have fun today. I have something else to do." Wenya was also very sensible and nodded obediently. "Don't worry, husband, I will wait for you obediently." Qin Shooting, who was standing aside, looked at Wenya and Lin Shu, and was also forced to eat a lot of dog food. Oh shit. Next time, I'll just get in the car and wait for him. 20 minutes later. Lin Shu and Qin Shooting sat in the luxurious Lincoln No. 1 in Jiangcheng and headed towards the most luxurious shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Wait a moment. While the driver was driving, Lin Shu suddenly stopped him. "Mr. Lin, do you have any other instructions?" Xin Shooting turned around and looked at Lin Shu with a little impatience. Lin Shu did not express dissatisfaction with Xin Shooting's attitude, but just smiled casually and said, "I thought about it and I think it's not good to always borrow your hotel's car. How about this, let's go buy a car first." Xin Shooting was speechless as she listened to Lin Shu's latest instructions. Oh shit. The thinking of rich people is so unpredictable. According to Lin Shu, buying a car is as easy as buying a cabbage. Chapter 024 Encounter with car model Zhang Xiaoxiao. Then our beloved Master Lin. What do you want from your beloved car? Xin Shooting gritted her teeth and looked at the rich young master behind her and said cynically. Lin Shu thought about it for a while. He still knew nothing about cars. In fact, he didn't even have a driver's license. In the past, Lin Shu was busy with the woman he loved deeply. Later, I was busy confessing my love to others every day. With such a busy life, I didn't have time to take a driving test. In fact, for a long time, cars had nothing to do with Lin Shu's life. But now it's different. I don't have to live that kind of loser life anymore. This really caught me off guard. Lin Shu held his chin and thought for a long time, then looked at Xin Shooting and said, "I don't have any requirements for the car. It's fine as long as it's cool and stylish. It must look like the kind that makes others want to beat me up." Joke. As the saying goes, if you don't return home in glory, it's like walking in glory at night. What is Lin Shu's current status? Just now, after transferring 5 million to Wenya, he has become a billionaire. That kind of low-key, face-slapping, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, driving the cheapest car, pretending to be the biggest, this kind of thing can only appear in novels, at least Lin Shu doesn't think so. He felt that now that he had money, he must show off. If you don't even do something as important as pretending to be cool, then what's the point of having money? Therefore, Lin Shu thought about it and had only one requirement for his future car: it should be impressive and look awesome. Xin Shooting almost vomited blood after hearing what Lin Shu said. "Brother, what are your demands? I've never seen anyone like you. The bumpkin." Although she was a little speechless, Xin Shooting's job was Lin Shu's housekeeper and personal secretary, so she still needed to make arrangements for him. If you want to pretend, no, if you want to be conspicuous, a sports car might be better. Ferrari, Bugatti, etc. That's great. Let's buy a sports car. What, Bugatti, I want this one. Let's go buy a Bugatti. Lin Shu was very excited. He clapped his hands and waved his hand, signaling the driver to drive to Bugatti. Xin Shooting and the driver looked at each other, speechless, and could only do as they were told. Why did Lin Shu buy a Bugatti? Although Lin Shu had never come into contact with luxury cars, he had played the parking space grabbing game when he was a child. In that game, the top-ranked luxury car is Bugatti. So, when Lin Shu wants to buy a car, his first choice would of course be the number one, so he would buy Bugatti directly. Thinking that he would soon be able to drive the luxury car that everyone had dreamed of in the game, Lin Shu was still very excited and happy. More than an hour later, Xin Shooting and Lin Shu arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Luxury Car Showroom. "Hey, didn't you say you were going to Bugatti? Why are you coming here?" Lin Shu looked at Xin Shooting beside him with some confusion. Xin Shooting rolled her eyes at Lin Shu and said, "This is the largest luxury car showroom in Jiangcheng. There are staff from various brands inside. I suggest you take a closer look. If you really like Bugatti, it won't be a problem to go to Bugatti to pick it up. Besides, do you think Bugatti cars are cheap? Many of their cars are limited editions, and it takes at least a week to pick them up. Even if you pay now, you can't drive away, so coming here is almost the same as going directly to Bugatti." After listening to Xin Shooting's introduction, Lin Shu nodded and suddenly realized. Really? If you want to show off, you have to have Bugatti. Just listen, I paid the money and it still takes a week to pick up the goods. How cool is that? Yes, Butler Qin, you are really capable at your job. I am very satisfied. Lin Shu said while joking with Xin Shooting with a smile. Xin Shooting rolled her eyes at Lin Shu. Through getting along with Lin Shu, Xin Shooting actually quite likes working under Lin Shu. Although this guy looked annoying, he was not arrogant and could take a joke. He would not care about Xin Shooting's attitude. Therefore, as time went on, Xin Shooting's attitude towards Lin Shu gradually became more and more domineering, and she completely lost the sense of etiquette and restraint she had when they first met. Enter the exhibition hall. Lin Chu's eyes were a little dazzled at first, because what he saw were not those luxury cars that would make people's blood boil at the sight of them. Instead, they are the most exquisite long legs and the most stunning car models with amazing looks. The girls here are all 175 centimeters tall. They all stand in front of luxury cars with warm smiles on their faces, showing off their proud figures to the fullest. Ahem. Mr. Lin, aren't we here to look at the car? Jean Shooting looked at Lin Chu beside her and drooled. She felt a little embarrassed and coughed a few times to remind Lin Chu. When Lin Chu heard this, he straightened up and said in a slightly more serious manner, "Yes, yes. Look at the car, look at the car." Although he said this, Lin Chu's eyes still followed those long legs. Look at the car, look at the car, look at the legs, look at the legs. Just when Lin Chu felt that he had arrived in heaven, a very familiar voice came from behind him. Lin Chu. Why is it you? Lin Chu turned around subconsciously and saw a car babe dressed in golden clothes. This woman was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had just rejected Lin Chu's confession yesterday. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxiao was wearing a golden low-cut tight short-sleeve top, revealing her slender waist without a trace of fat. She was wearing a golden leather skirt and a pair of high-heeled boots on her lower body, showing off her beautiful legs. Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and stared at Lin Chu. Lin Chu. Please stop bothering me. I rejected you yesterday. Zhang Xiaoxiao seems to be here to act as a car model. This is her favorite job. You know, with her good looks, she is a perfect match for these luxury cars. The most important thing is that you can meet countless rich second generations and super noblemen here. Sure enough, in just over an hour, Zhang Xiaoxiao had received at least 20 small notes. In fact, just now, Zhang Xiaoxiao had just had a passionate moment with a rich boy in a bathroom not far away. When she came back here, she found Lin Chu looking around as if he was looking for something. Of course, she never dreamed that Lin Chuning came to buy a car. She subconsciously thought that Lin Chu might be looking for her. He might even be following her and was preparing to make a disgusting confession to her. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately became angry and started hurling bad words at Lin Chu again. I'm telling you. Can you have a clearer understanding of yourself? Look at you, dressed like this, coming here, don't you feel shabby? Don't you feel that you don't fit in this competition? Do you think I would be attracted to a loser like you? Zhang Xiaoxiao cursed at Lin Chu in a row. It immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers around. Lin Chu was speechless. Sister, you think too highly of yourself. In fact, you are just a tool. A tool to help me trigger the system. Chapter 025 The Ultimate Beauty Su Jing. I say, Zhang Xiaoxiao, can you please stop feeling so good about yourself? I've already said this yesterday. Since you don't agree, forget it. How could you think I came to you? Lin Chu was also a little annoyed by what Zhang Xiaoxiao said. He immediately glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao's message. Name, Zhang Xiaoxiao. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.7. Purity, 28. Features, money makes the world go round. Favorability, 50. Cashback ratio, 5 times. Looking at the number 28, Lin Chu was still surprised. Although he has always known that Zhang Xiaoxiao is not only materialistic but also casual. Basically, anyone with money can get it. However, this number of 28 is somewhat exaggerated. You know, Zhang Xiaoxiao is just a junior student like him. At this moment, a woman in a suit came running over and said, Zhang Xiaoxiao. What's wrong with you? How can you yell at the guests here? Then, the woman in the suit turned around and looked Lin Chu up and down. Sir, may I ask who you are? Lin Chu hadn't spoken yet, but Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to speak. Manager Su. This person is my suitor. I have already rejected him, but who would have thought that he followed me here? Manager Su, get this person out quickly. The woman surnamed Su looked like she was the sales manager of Bentley, because there was a golden plate on her suit with the Bentley logo on it. Lin Chu recognized this logo. Manager Su looked at Lin Chu with some confusion and walked over very politely. Excuse me, sir, is this true? If it is really like what our Bentley car model lady said, I can only ask you to leave, because your behavior may have a bad impact on our brand. A cashback target has been detected, please check the goddess's information. Name, Su Jing. Age, 26. Appearance, 9.0. Purity, 2. Characteristics, eloquent, sales elite. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 20 times. Lin Chu took a quick look and thought it was top quality. I didn't expect that Su Jing is actually a top beauty, but she is wearing light makeup and a suit. Compared with those car models who are wearing revealing and hot clothes and heavy makeup, she may be a little low-key. But the system won T-Lie. With this rating, she is already a super beauty at the same level as Wanya, and the cashback ratio is as much as 20 times. Although Su Jing and Lin Chu's tone and attitude when speaking were not very tactful, which made Lin Chu feel a little annoyed, but in order to get the cash back, this woman had to be won over. Look at Su Jing's appearance. As expected, she has regular facial features, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and delicate skin, showing elegance in every aspect. Lin Chu's expression immediately changed, and he looked at Su Jing. Manager Su, you misunderstood. I'm not here to see that self-indulgent woman. I'm here to buy a car. Zhang Xiaoxiao snorted coldly when she heard this. Ha, what a joke. Look carefully, this is a luxury car showroom, not a bicycle showroom. No, can you afford a bicycle? Seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao being so mean, Su Jing immediately turned around and glared at her fiercely. Zhang Xiaoxiao. How do you talk to a potential customer? Even if this person is your classmate, you can't talk like that. You are smearing our brand, do you know that? Su Jing was very strict when she taught Zhang Xiaoxiao a lesson. In fact, the reason why she didn't have a good impression of Lin Chu from the beginning was because of Zhang Xiaoxiao. In her opinion, Zhang Xiaoxiao was a woman who was so materialistic and careless that it was outrageous. Did she think Su Jing didn't know what she had just done in the bathroom? It's because Su Jing hates women like Zhang Xiaoxiao that she has no good feelings towards Lin Chu, who is pursuing such a bad woman. After being scolded by Su Jing, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. She knew that Su Jing was not a woman to be trifled with. Although she is only a sales manager of Bentley, her performance is far ahead in the Bentley sales industry across the country. In fact, Zhang Xiaoxiao has always believed that Su Jing is nothing special and that she must be using her body to improve her performance. In fact, Zhang Xiaoxiao was wrong. Su Jing had never done anything like this before. She has extremely high emotional intelligence and strong social skills. No matter what troubles others encounter, Su Jing can help solve them. Therefore, Su Jing is not just a simple salesperson, but is also well known in Jiangcheng. Of course, when you are famous you are prone to gossip. Although Su Jing is so outstanding, there are many people who slander her behind her back and hurt her badly. However, Su Jing was too lazy to pay attention to these malicious slanders and malicious speculations. She believed that those who were innocent would be innocent, and she would never argue with others. Go back now. If I find out that you leave your post without permission again, you won't be here this afternoon. We'll find someone else. After listening to Su Jing's words, Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head, a little angry, but still nodded helplessly. Since Su Jing was so powerful, Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to offend her easily. She could only glare at Lin Chu helplessly, twisted her hips, returned to her job, and continued to flirt with a group of rich second generations. After Su Jing drove Zhang Xiaoxiao away, she coughed and walked towards Lin Chu. Okay, sir, please leave. Unexpectedly, Su Jing actually wanted to give Lin Chu a way out. She also didn't want to embarrass Lin Chu or embarrass him in public. Although she doesn't like Lin Chu. This is Su Jing's super high emotional intelligence. Who knows? Lin Chu looked at Su Jing and smiled gently. Why should I leave, Miss Su? I told you, I'm here to buy a car. Su Jing was a little annoyed after hearing what Lin Chu said. She looked Lin Chu up and down and was very sure that this man must not have the ability to come to such a luxury car showroom. I have already given him face. Who would have thought that this man would still want to make trouble for himself? Su Jing glared at Lin Chu fiercely, ignored him, and turned away. Hello? Who knew that Lin Chu would not give up, and rushed forward and walked around in front of her. Miss Su, I really came here to buy a car. Why do you treat customers like this? Su Jing was already a little angry at this time. She looked at Lin Chu, took a deep breath, and still had a very professional smile on her face. I say, sir, if you want to buy a car, you can contact the sales. I am here to inspect the work. If you are interested in our Bentley cars, there is our consulting room over there, you can just contact it. Just when Su Jing's impatience with Lin Chu had reached its peak, Qin Shooting came here with a middle-aged man in his 50s. The middle-aged man was also dressed in a suit and looked very handsome. He was wearing all branded clothes and definitely did not look like an ordinary person. However, he followed Qin Shooting here with an anxious look in his eyes. When he saw Lin Chu, he ran to Lin Chu without saying anything and shook Lin Chu's hand enthusiastically. You are Mr. Lin, right? Miss Chin and manager Lu have already told me that you plan to order our Bugatti, right? Sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I am the manager of Bugatti, please call me Kevin. As he spoke, Kevin respectfully handed his business card to Lin Chu. Chapter 026, Huazhong Language. Kevin's respectful attitude immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. Just now, those people were pointing at Lin Chu and whispering, and some even started to laugh at Lin Chu. In particular, the man who had just had sex with Zhang Xiaoxiao in the bathroom, he was filled with pleasure when he saw that the woman he regarded as a plaything could actually be someone else's goddess, and he was mocking Lin Chu with his friends. But who knew that the style of painting would change so quickly? Bugatti's manager, Kevin, actually came to greet Lin Chu in person. What is going on? Su Jing was also a little confused. She looked at Qin shooting, then at Kevin, and finally set her sights on Lin Chu. Could it be that this guy really came here to buy a car? Impossible. It's not scientific. Judging from his appearance and age, this guy is probably just an ordinary college student. How is it possible to come here and buy a car? Could it be that I judge people by their appearance? At this moment, Su Jing's mind was calculating rapidly. Lin Chu took the business card Kevin handed to him with a smile, glanced at Qin shooting, and said to Kevin, Mr. Kevin, please wait a moment. I want to see Miss Su's car first. I will call you later. When Kevin heard this, he frowned and stared at Su Jing. This woman is really amazing. You know, the reason why Kevin was so anxious was because he was worried that Lin Chu would be taken away by sales of other brands. Lu Ming had just told Kevin that Lin Chu's identity. There is energy that reaches the sky. How can such a person be given to other brands? You have to know that once you cooperate with such a person, it is not a one-time deal, but there may be a long-term cooperation in the future. The economic benefits at that time are absolutely indescribable. Kevin thought about it and felt that it was not possible. He absolutely could not lose Lin Chu, this important customer. It's like this. Mr. Lin, it's okay. Since you want to take a look at the Bentley brand first, I'll accompany you. We don't have anything to do over there. Puff. The whole audience was shocked and completely dumbfounded. Who is this young man wearing cheap clothes? It is surprising that a person like Kevin would attach so much importance to it, and even personally accompany him to look at other brands of cars. It seems that they are afraid that the big customer will run away. You know, what brand is Bugatti? How awesome! When will it pursue customers? This can only mean one thing, that Lin Chu is definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a person that even the top executives of Bugatti are afraid of, and he has a huge influence in the world, which is why the Bugatti brand must make him its customer. This is called the celebrity effect. But what kind of person can have such a great influence? Everyone was confused and somewhat at a loss as to what to do. At this time, even if Su Jing was stupid, she understood the situation. How could she, Su Jing, not think of what others could think of? Her heart was already in turmoil. The identity and background of this Lin Chu must be very mysterious and prominent. Just now she thought that Lin Chu was not worthy of coming to this luxury car showroom. Now it seems that maybe it's not Lin Chu who was trying to climb up here, but this place is trying to climb up to Lin Chu. Su Jing reacted quickly, walked over immediately, and looked at Lin Chu with a smile. Mr. Lin. Please follow me, I will show you all the current models of our Bentley. As Su Jing spoke, she quickly moved closer to Lin Chu, looking like Lin Chu's good friend. Lin Chu was also very cooperative and started talking and laughing with Su Jing. This frightened Kevin behind him. Oh my god! This Su Jing is too amazing. In such a short time, she has already established such a relationship with the boss? No wonder, no wonder. This Su Jing is indeed a character. It would be great if we could poach her. Su Jing quickly led Lin Chu to each car and introduced the car's performance, price, discounts, etc. to Lin Chu in detail. It can be said that it was very detailed, just like an encyclopedia. Lin Chu secretly admired Su Jing. This Su Jing was really amazing. Excuse me, sir, do you prefer an SUV, a sedan, or a sports car? Su Jing asked. Lin Chu thought for a moment and said, I plan to buy a Bugatti sports car later. After hearing this, Su Jing was secretly shocked. He was indeed a big shot. Buying a car is like buying a cucumber. Qin shooting was a little surprised at this time, and quickly came up and whispered, aren't you going to buy a Bugatti? Why are you buying two cars at once? Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Qin Shooting and said, "What do you care?" Qin Shooting was speechless. Su Jing reacted quickly and said, "Mr. Lin, if you want to choose a Bugatti sports car, then you can consider our Bentley SUV brand. In this way, you will have two completely different types of cars in your garage. What do you think?" Su Jing's words were indeed flawless. Even Kevin behind him was a little impressed. He neither offended Kevin nor Bugatti, and at the same time gained benefits for himself. What a great achievement! So Kevin immediately echoed, yes, Mr. Lin, I think what Miss Su said makes sense. I think Bentley's SUV is very good and will definitely meet your needs." After hearing this, Lin Shu was also very satisfied with Su Jing's arrangement. After all, he had heard that sports cars were just toys. SUV is the romance of men. So Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Su Jing and Kevin looked at each other, and it was obvious that they were both very excited. Then, Su Jing brought Lin Shu to a royal blue SUV. At this moment, the car model standing there was extremely excited and proud. Because this car model is none other than Jiang Yanyu, the beauty who was ranked first in the art department of Jiangcheng University together with Zhang Xiaoxiao. She and Zhang Xiaoxiao are sworn enemies. It is easy for women to be hostile to each other, especially two beautiful women. In fact, Lin Shu's next confession target is really Jiang Yanyu. Why? Because Jiang Yanyu is actually quite polite and enthusiastic to everyone on weekdays, and he pays great attention to his image. In short, she is not as mean as Zhang Xiaoxiao. Lin Shu was also worried that if he was not careful, just in case, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that Jiang Yanyu would accept Lin Shu's confession, then it would be the end of him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Lin Shu did not confess to Jiang Yanyu, and ranked her as his number 101 confession target. Jiang Yanyu was very proud at this time. Because she saw everything about the conflict between Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lin Shu just now. Originally, she wanted to use this to make fun of Zhang Xiaoxiao, but the subsequent development of events was completely beyond her imagination. I didn't expect that. However, he had no conflicts with Lin Shu. In fact, Jiang Yanyu would nod with a smile when he saw Lin Shu before. This can be said to be a unique advantage, right? Chapter 027 4 Cars, All Wanted. God really favors Jiang Yanyu. Who could have thought that Su Jing would really bring Lin Shu to the car where she was standing? Jiang Yanyu was very enthusiastic and greeted Lin Shu, "Hi. Lin Shu." When Lin Shu saw that it was Hua Jiang Yanyu, he immediately chose to check the information without saying anything. Name, Jiang Yanyu. Age, 23. Appearance, 8.9. Purity, 1. Features, elegant and graceful. Favorability, 35. Cashback ratio, 15 times. Lin Shu was also shocked after reading the information. He never thought that Jiang Yanyu was actually an exquisite goddess with a purity level of only 1. Although Jiang Yanyu is also materialistic, he is not casual. She is still quite arrogant, which is fundamentally different from Zhang Xiaoxiao. She has always adhered to the principle of preferring to have nothing rather than something less than perfect. Even though I might occasionally raise some fish, there would never be anything that crossed the line. So, although Jiang Yanyu also works part-time as a model and so on, she also comes into contact with those top second-generation rich people. However, Jiang Yanyu would never sacrifice himself easily. This made Lin Shu very excited. "Hi. Yanyu-san, I didn't expect to see you here." Lin Shu greeted Jiang Yanyu very enthusiastically, and did not forget to turn around and say to Su Jing and the others, "Classmate Jiang Yanyu, you are the most outstanding girl in our Jiangcheng University, and the beauty of the art department." Su Jing took a look and nodded quickly, yes, we have always believed that Yanyu is very good." Jiang Yanyu could be said to be very proud at this time. Even Su Jing, who usually acts high and mighty, personally praised her, which made her very proud. She puffed out her chest and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao beside her with great pride. This scene made Zhang Xiaoxiao feel very angry. How strange. How could Su Jing value Lin Shu so much? This guy is obviously a loser. He must be a liar. Lin Shu, he must be a liar. Everything will be exposed soon. Jiang Yanyu, I wonder how long you can be so proud. Jiang Yanyu doesn't care how long he can be proud. He can only be proud for 1 minute. At this time, Lin Shu followed Jiang Yanyu and walked around the royal blue SUV. Jiang Yanyu said to Lin Shu in a sweet voice, "Student Lin Shu, this car is so beautiful." Actually, I like it too, but it may be difficult for me to ride in such a luxury car in my lifetime. Lin Shu smiled when he heard it and looked at Jiang Yanyu. How could that be? Yanyu, you are so outstanding. I believe in you. Maybe you will be able to drive a car like this soon. Oh. Lin Shu, stop joking. Jiang Yanyu acted coquettishly while not forgetting to hit Lin Shu. Jiang Yanyu was not this kind of person on weekdays. But today, in order to stimulate Zhang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Yanyu broke through herself and even began to act like a spoiled child. Lin Shu smiled and looked at Jiang Yanyu's outfit, leather boots, beautiful legs, hot and sexy, which made his cock hard. In that case, Mr. Jiang, please quickly introduce me to the details of this car. When Su Jing heard this, she immediately became nervous. Jiang Yanyu and Zhang Xiaoxiao were both guest car models hired temporarily. They didn't understand any of this and were afraid that Jiang Yanyu would say something wrong. However, what she didn't expect was that Jiang Yanyu was not at all flustered and immediately began to introduce Lin Shu in detail. Although her choice of words may not sound as professional as Su Jing's, she can introduce it based on her own feelings. This is like casual chatting between friends. Often such situations can touch other people's hearts more. Sure enough, after listening to it, Lin Shu immediately smiled and nodded. In that case, then I'll buy it. Miss Su, come here quickly, I've bought this car, what procedures do I need? Su Jing was very excited when she heard this. She immediately ran up to him without saying anything. Okay, Mr. Lin, let me introduce this Bentley Bentayga SUV to you. You can add your own configuration according to your needs. Come, take a look at the tablet. You just need to choose the configuration you like. Lin Shu blinked, thought for a moment, and looked at Jiang Yanyu. Classmate Yanyu, can you drive? Jiang Yanyu nodded after hearing this and said, Hey, I already have a driver's license. It's just, I can't afford a car. Lin Shu nodded and said, That's great. You're much better than me. I don't even have a driver's license, and I know nothing about cars. So, please help me choose the configuration of this car. When Jiang Yanyu heard this, he was a little surprised and looked up at Su Jing in confusion. Su Jing really wanted to slap this idiot twice at this time. Can't you hear this? The meaning is very clear. Is this an invitation for you to become the owner of this car? Choosing the configuration you like means that you can drive this car in the future. Su Jing felt a little disappointed with him. Although she hates women who offer themselves for money, it depends on the person. For a top boss like Lin Shu, it really very interesting. Yanyu, don't just stand there. Didn't you hear Master Lin asking you to choose? Then hurry up. Su Jing said this while blinking frantically at Jiang Yanyu. Jiang Yanyu then picked up the tablet nervously and began to select the configuration with trembling fingers. Lin Shu pondered for a moment. This car costs more than 5 million. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. I'm going to buy a Bugatti later. I heard that kind of car costs at least tens of millions. Although I am now a billionaire, but I still feel a little sad. No, you can't just spend money. Still have to make some money. So, Lin Shu looked at Su Jing and said, Manager Su, how many of these cars can be driven away now? Su Jing was a little confused when she heard this. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Of course I plan to buy a few more. This car is so good, I think one is not enough. I plan to buy a few for my friends to drive around. Shock. Petrified. Scary. Brother, do you really think this is cabbage? This is a car. And it's a top luxury car. Are you buying it as a gift to a friend? Are you crazy? Su Jing was a little confused and didn't know how to start. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time. If these are available, there are 4 of them. When Lin Shu heard this, he thought about it. 4, buy one for yourself. 1, yeah, as your own woman, can have one. Qin shooting, as a woman with high cash back, must have one. The remaining 1. At this time, Lin Shu looked directly at Jiang Yanyu, who was choosing the configuration with trembling hands. Great. Manager Su, I want all 4 cars. I'll send you the information right away, and the cars will be registered in the names of these people. Puff. You're crazy. Qin shooting almost spit out the water she had just drunk. She looked at Lin Shu in front of her as if she was looking at a madman. Well, the name of the first car should be Miss Cheen's. Chapter 028 Pie in the Sky. Lin Chu. What on earth are you going to do? Lin Chu had anticipated that Cheen Shooting would have this reaction, so he immediately pulled Cheen Shooting aside and said to her mysteriously, I say, Miss Cheen, listen to me. I have my own difficulties. I cannot have so much property under my name. This is not good anyway. Lin Chu immediately started talking nonsense to Cheen Shooting. That won't work. We are not familiar with each other. Aren't you afraid of me? Okay. I'm not afraid, Miss Cheen, just consider it as doing me a favor. After a heated debate. Finally, under the joint persuasion of Su Jing and Kevin, Cheen Shooting called Lu Ming again. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Then, Lin Chu called Wenya without hesitation. Wenya was relatively less troublesome. After a few simple words of communication, Wenya received a luxury car. Finally, Lin Chu called Jiang Yanyu over as well. Mr. Yanyu, have you chosen your configuration? Jiang Yanyu was a little timid and handed the tablet to Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, I have already chosen it. Take a look. Lin Chu waved his hand and said, okay. I don't need to see it. Do you have your ID card with you? Jiang Yanyu looked at Lin Chu in confusion. This man was simply too crazy. It seemed that anything could happen to him. Jiang Yanyu nodded. Before taking a part-time job, you need to register with your ID card. That's great. Manager Su, let's register the last car under Yanyu's name. Shock. Petrochemical. The atmosphere in the whole place seemed to freeze. Lin Chu is indeed extraordinary. Giving a car as a gift is more casual than giving a business card. Anyway, in the end it's another round of extreme operations and pulling. Lin Chu still said the same thing. In the end, the car was really registered under Jiang Yanyu's name. 4 luxury cars. More than 20 million. Su Jing originally wanted to give Lin Chu a discount, but was rejected by Lin Chu. Finally, Lin Chu looked at his balance happily. After some operation, the assets are approaching 1 billion. Now, let alone buying a Bugatti, even a tank is enough. All the formalities were ready, and Lin Chu threw the keys to Jiang Yanyu and Cheen Shooting respectively. You can drive it for fun first, and return it to me when I need it. Another round of tug-of-war. Cheen Shooting was better off. After all, she knew that Lin Chu didn't have a driver's license and did need to be driven around occasionally. However, Jiang Yanyu was dumbfounded. Although she would occasionally accept some valuable gifts from the fish in her fish tank. But she is very sensible and will never accept gifts that exceed the purchasing power of the Pisces themselves. But she never dreamed that today, a man who was not considered a fish would directly give her a luxury car with top configuration worth about 5 million as soon as they met. And it's the kind that you can't do without. Anyway, the evasion was unsuccessful. Jiang Yanyu took the bus when he came here, and drove a top-of-the-line luxury car when he left. Later, Jiang Yanyu figured it out. Since some things cannot be refused, it is better to treat it as a kind of enjoyment. At this time, Su Jing came to Lin Chu with 4 luxuriously decorated gift boxes. Mr. Lin, look, if you buy our Bentley car, you will get a customized gift from us. This is a mobile phone produced in cooperation with Fruit Mobile, a Bentley customized fruit. Please keep it. Lin Chu took this thing and was really happy. His phone was already in tatters. He was just thinking about buying the latest and most expensive Apple phone. Unexpectedly, Bentley was so considerate and took care of the matter directly. Seeing Lin Chu so happy, Su Jing took out the 5th gift box and handed it to Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, the 4 mobile phones just now are our regular gifts. This one is a customized gift for you. It is specially instructed by our headquarters and can only be given to the most distinguished Bentley customers. Bentley custom model, black and gold, fruit phone. Lin Chu couldn't wait to open the gift box. The phone inside was black and gold, inlaid with diamonds. It looked majestic and much more handsome than the gold-colored phones just now. Lin Chu was overjoyed. In short, Lin Chu was very happy. Cheen Shooting and Jiang Yanyu were also very happy. Of course, Su Jing was also happier. The only one who was unhappy was Zhang Xiaoxiao. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Chu and others here, her eyes were about to spit fire. It was not until the moment Lin Chu picked up the customized black and gold mobile phone in his hand that Zhang Xiaoxiao woke up from her dream. Lin Chu, I'm not pretending. He is really rich. A truly invincible existence. She had to leave behind all her suitors, the fish she raised, and even the rich second-generation man she actively pursued by dozens of blocks. At this moment, those rich second generations who were just preparing to laugh at Lin Chu's joke now had extremely ugly faces, were trembling in their hearts, and their feet were slipping. Brother Wang, this guy seems to be hard to mess with. Nonsense. You don't even need to tell me. Brother Wang, will he blame you, just now? Stop talking nonsense. Don't stay here, run. Run quickly. The second-generation rich man surnamed Wang did not dare to stay for a moment at this moment, for fear that Lin Chu would know something and take revenge on him later. So he slipped away, supported by a few of his cronies, and left the luxury car showroom. Of course, Lin Chu knew nothing about this. Even if he knew, Lin Chu would not compete with this guy at this moment. He didn't have the time for that. Lin Chu stood up, stretched, and looked at Kevin beside him. Mr. Kevin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Chu say this. He just saw Lin Chu spending so much money and was afraid that Lin Chu would spend all the money and forget to buy the Bugatti. However, it seems that Lin Chu has not forgotten that the 20 million is just a small amount of money for Lin Chu. Kevin quickly shook his head and said respectfully, No. Master Lin, what are you talking about? Hey, let's go. I'll take you to Bugatti to have a look. At this moment, Su Jing quickly ran to Jiang Yanyu's side. Yan Yu. Listen, from today on, you are a formal employee of Bentley Group, China Branch, East China Region, with the same salary as me, and a director status. All formalities have been completed, and the contract can be signed immediately. Jiang Yanyu was dumbfounded. What? Have you become a senior executive of Bentley? Zundu Fakidu? Why are there so many good things happening today? So suddenly? What are you still standing there for? Yanyu, hurry up and take off your clothes and change into your own clothes. From today on, we are colleagues of the same level. Your salary is 2 million per year, and you only have one job, which is to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Lin for the Bentley Group. Don't be in a daze here, hurry up and change your clothes. Su Jing looked at Jiang Yanyu, who was stunned, and was so anxious that she pulled Jiang Yanyu into the locker room. While changing clothes, Su Jing was always by the side, afraid that something might go wrong, and kept instructing Jiang Yanyu. Jiang Yanyu was still in a daze at this time. Today she finally understood what it felt like to have a pie fall from the sky and hit her on the head. Originally Jiang Yanyu was a little confused, not knowing what to do, and even felt a little strange. However, the scene that appeared before her immediately made her make up her mind. Chapter 29, Jiang Yanyu fights Zhang Xiaoxiao fiercely. Brother Lin Chu, actually I have always liked you, I am willing to be your girlfriend, let's be together, okay? At this time, when Jiang Yanyu was confused, he suddenly found Zhang Xiaoxiao, the bitch, and blocked Lin Chu's way. How shameless this woman is. She just humiliated Lin Chu. Now, he actually confessed to Lin Chu in public. When Jiang Yanyu saw this, he immediately got angry. Does Su Jing still need to mobilize at this time? Not at all. The girl looked very aggressive. Without saying a word, she changed her clothes, put on a suit jacket, and walked straight towards Lin Chu and the others. Brother Lin Chu. A very sweet voice. Lin Chu and others turned around and saw that Jiang Yanyu had changed into a pure white professional suit. With a sweet smile on her face and a pile of documents in her hands, she walked towards Lin Chu. Brother Lin Chu, I am the account manager of our Bentley company. From today on, I will be responsible for connecting with Brother Lin Chu. If you need anything in the future, you can always tell me. Jiang Yanyu's voice was sweet and sticky. This made Lin Chu a little uncomfortable for a while. Jiang Yanyu immediately stepped forward and stood beside Lin Chu. Brother Lin Chu, let's go. Don't you still want to buy a car? Let's go. I'll go with you to have a look. Brother Lin Chu, you're not going to leave me, are you? Su Jing was overjoyed when she saw Jiang Yanyu's performance. This girl is really smart, she is really self-taught and doesn't need any guidance at all. Su Jing also came up at this time and said to Lin Chu, Mr. Lin, this is our Bentley account manager, who is responsible for connecting with you. I think you can bring her with you when you buy a car. If you need anything, you can communicate with us at any time. After hearing this, Lin Chu nodded lightly without refusing. Jiang Yanyu. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yanyu, and flames seemed to be shooting out of her eyes. You bitch, how dare you seduce my boyfriend? Brother Lin Chu confessed his love to me. Who do you think you are? Jiang Yanyu glared at the hysterical Zhang Xiaoxiao and snorted coldly, Oh? Really? Did you accept Brother Lin Chu's confession? I heard that you rejected Brother Lin Chu in public yesterday and humiliated Brother Lin Chu. And, just now, didn't you complain that Brother Lin Chu's coming here affected your work? When Jiang Yanyu used the word work, he deliberately used an accent to emphasize it. Obviously, Jiang Yanyu also knew what Zhang Xiaoxiao had done when she went to the bathroom just now. After hearing what Jiang Yanyu said, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red and she was extremely angry. Okay. Jiang Yanyu, I really didn't expect you to be such a green tea. You slandered me. What happened between me and Brother Lin Chu? Do you need to interfere? I was just being reserved. That's why I rejected Brother Lin Chu. In fact, I have always liked Brother Lin Chu. It can be said that Zhang Xiaoxiao never thinks before she speaks nonsense. She just speaks out of her mouth as if it were true. Not only that, she quickly came up to Lin Chu, stood beside him, and reached out to hold Lin Chu's arm. Brother Lin Chu, you can understand me, right? I really like you. You must not listen to the words of Jiang Yanyu, that woman. Jiang Yanyu was so angry when she saw Zhang Xiaoxiao like this. She never thought that this woman could be so shameless. This was really beyond Jiang Yanyu's understanding. Looking at the vixen-like appearance of this woman, and the fact that Lin Chu had indeed confessed his love to her. What if Lin Chu really fell into Zhang Xiaoxiao's trap? Lin Chu is his big client. It is Jiang Yanyu's unshirkable job to ensure the property safety of his major clients from being lost. So, Jiang Yanyu couldn't bear it anymore. She originally planned to give you Zhang Xiaoxiao some face, but since you are shameless, I can only. Zhang Xiaoxiao. What were you doing in the bathroom just now? Jiang Yanyu was merciless and exposed Zhang Xiaoxiao's scandal. But this is not a problem at all for Zhang Xiaoxiao. Humph. What can I do in the bathroom? Of course I go to the toilet. Why? Jiang Yanyu, you bitch, don't even think about discrediting me in front of Brother Lin Chu. Jiang Yanyu snorted coldly, Oh really? But why did I see you go to the men's restroom with a man? Do you like going to the men's restroom when you go to the bathroom? And you and that young man surnamed Wang were hugging and kissing each other all the way. You didn't think that others didn't know, did you? There are surveillance cameras here. Jiang Yanyu's words. Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed immediately after hearing this. How could she have imagined that someone would actually see her and the rich second-generation guy named Wang hugging each other and entering the bathroom on the surveillance camera? The most infuriating thing was that Jiang Yanyu knew about this. The two of them are incompatible. How can she know about this scandal at this time? Zhang Xiaoxiao's brain was working rapidly at this time, thinking about countermeasures. But Jiang Yanyu would never give her such an opportunity. Humph. Zhang Xiaoxiao, as a part-time car model for our Bentley Motors, you actually secretly seduced customers. This is simply a smear on our Bentley Motors. Now, as the account manager of Bentley Group, I tell you that you are fired. Go to the finance department, collect your salary for today, and then get out. Jiang Yanyu's brain was really quick, and he immediately made use of the identity he had just obtained. Before, like you, I came here to work part-time as a car model. But it's different now, I'm your leader. In terms of level, I am miles ahead of you. With such an identity, why not use it? Why bother with Zhang Xiaoxiao here? Jiang Yanyu looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was still standing there without moving, and immediately became serious. Security. Security. Where are the security? Get this person out right now. Then, Su Jing nodded secretly to the security guard, and soon several security guards rushed up and grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was dressed as a car model, and drove her out of the auto show center. These security guards also felt lucky today. When will they be able to have physical contact with such a beautiful woman? Make good use of it. Listening to Zhang Xiaoxiao's yelling getting smaller and finally disappearing, Zhang Xiaoxiao smoothed her hair and immediately returned to her previous sweet look and walked in front of Lin Chu. Brother Lin Chu, I'll help you deal with this trouble. Brother Lin Chu, you won't blame me, right? Lin Chu looked at Jiang Yanyu, who was blinking her eyes at this moment, and was secretly amazed in his heart. What a powerful woman. Although Jiang Yanyu looks harmless at ordinary times, she is surprisingly ruthless when she gets really ruthless. She is simply a typical strong woman. Naturally, Lin Chu didn't feel it was a pity to drive Zhang Xiaoxiao away, as that woman's cashback rate was not high. With Jiang Yanyu by his side, he naturally wouldn't feel sorry for Zhang Xiaoxiao. Besides, Lin Chu himself also hates Zhang Xiaoxiao. Who made her humiliate Lin Chu again and again? No matter how good her temper is, Lin Chu still has some temper. How could she completely ignore Zhang Xiaoxiao's ridicule? So, Lin Chu smiled and nodded to Jiang Yanyu. Jiang Yanyu was overjoyed and immediately became very excited. He accompanied Kevin, Qin shooting, and Lin Chu towards the Bugatti exhibition hall. Chapter 030 Racing Girl Loves. As soon as we arrived at the Bugatti showroom, Lin Chu was completely shocked. Compared with the cars parked here, the luxury cars outside are so low-key. The cars here all have extremely cool designs, which are almost what every man can imagine in his dreams. This is simply a man's paradise. Lin Chu looked at the super sports cars and the beautiful car models next to the sports cars. They were cooler and hotter than those outside. Even Jiang Yanyu was a little surprised when he saw these beauties. This dress is so cool. At this time, Kevin waved his hand, and a beautiful woman wearing high heels and almost as tall as Lin Chu walked over. Lin Chu is quite tall. Although he is not handsome, he is 186 centimeters tall. It is conceivable how proud the height of the beauty Kevin called is here. Mr. Lin, this is our Bugatti's baby car. She is also responsible for our Bugatti's customer work, Zhongqin, Miss Zhong. Kevin introduced her to Lin Chu very proudly while pushing Zhongqin, who was obviously a head taller than him, up to him. Kevin thought to himself, Su Jing, you think you can use the beauty trap, but we can't? When it comes to the quality of beauties, can our Bugatti be inferior to your Bentley? Zhongqin walked forward and greeted Lin Chu with a smile. Her perfect height and captivating royal sister voice made Lin Chu eager to check Zhongqin's information immediately. Name, Zhongqin. Age, 27. Appearance, 8.9. Purity, 1. Features, tall and long legs, full of skills, good at racing. Favorability, 20. Cashback ratio, 15 times. Lin Chu looked at Zhongqin. If he just looked at her face, at least Lin Chu thought that Zhongqin was not as good as Qin shooting and Jiang Yanyu beside him, let alone Wenya. Maybe it was her impressive height that added a lot of points to her appearance. But, most importantly, this woman is so pure. Only one, which made Lin Chu doubt this woman's occupation, whether she was a car babe. In any case, this is also a cashback goal. Lin Chu greeted Zhongqin with a smile and shook hands. I wonder which model of our Bugatti you are more interested in, Mr. Lin. Zhongqin was still very professional. Lin Chu shook his head. He looked at all the sports cars in the exhibition hall and was very interested in them. He was even a little dazzled. I really don't know much about it, Miss Zhong, why don't you introduce it to me? Zhongqin nodded. Okay. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Seeing your extraordinary temperament and my understanding of your financial resources, I do have a car to recommend to you. Kevin followed Zhongqin and just acted as a spectator. However, when he looked at the direction Zhongqin was taking Lin Chu, he felt a little surprised. He had already guessed the car model that Zhongqin was going to recommend to Lin Chu, and he was secretly a little nervous. He felt that the car model that Zhongqin recommended seemed too expensive. Lin Chu had just spent more than 20 million yuan. What if? You know, Lin Chu is such a big customer. Such a noble guest. If you show him the most expensive and luxurious models first, he will probably look down on the models with slightly lower configurations. For the sake of face, he would definitely not endure and buy a cheaper car today. This means that if Lin Chu does not have enough budget today, he may give up buying their car. Kevin was also very nervous and blamed Zhongqin for her lack of experience. Soon, Kevin's guess turned out to be correct. Zhongqin brought Lin Chu to the most mysterious location in the Bugatti exhibition hall today. Not everyone can visit here. Only those super prestigious guests can unlock it. And in the center of this mysterious location, there is a very cool orange supercar parked. The shape of this car can only be seen in movies. Just by looking at where the car is parked, you can understand its position in the entire exhibition hall. Zhongqin turned around and saw that Lin Chu's expression showed appreciation and love. No man can resist the temptation of a supercar. Zhongqin smiled slightly, pointed at the supercar in the center, and said to Lin Chu, Mr. Lin, this is our Bugatti, the new car W16 Mistral, which was just released this year and is sold in limited quantities worldwide. It has 4 turbochargers and 1,600 horsepower. It has the most Then, Lin Chu listened to Zhong Qin start introducing this cool orange sports car. Of course, Lin Chu didn't understand anything at all. I just have an inexplicable feeling of awe. As soon as I hear it, I know that this car is very cool and very worthy of my status. Lin Chu circled around the super sports car, his eyes revealing his deep love for it. At this time, Zhong Qing naturally had a trump card. She came to Lin Chu with a smile. The distance between the two was very close. Her body fragrance and unintentional physical contact made Lin Chu feel itchy. Mr. Lin, if you are interested in this car, you can actually drive it for a lap and give it a try. Lin Chu held his chin and thought for a moment. Indeed, although he had never touched a steering wheel in his life, just looking at this car would instantly ignite his dream of becoming a racing driver. Unfortunately, Lin Chu doesn't have a driver's license. But these are not problems. Lin Chu looked at Zhong Qing and said, Ms. Zhong, you must be very good at racing, right? Zhong Qing was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and looked at Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, how did you know? Lin Chu smiled slightly. Of course I guessed. It seems that my guess was correct. Since Miss Zhong is so good at racing, why don't you drive this car and take me to experience it? When Zhong Qing heard this, she took a deep breath. Although Zhong Qing comes from a well-off family, he is very fond of cars. However, she has never touched such an expensive sports car so far. Most of the time, she drives modified cars or sports cars worth millions for fun. Driving this W16 is also her dream. However, now that her dream has become reality, Zhong Qin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You know, if there is a bump or a collision, all her wealth may not be enough to buy a tire for this car. What's the matter, Miss Zhong? You don't want to? Lin Chu looked at Zhong Qin, who had an embarrassed look on her face, and asked immediately. No. It's my honor, but... Mr. Lin, I can only drive this car and take you to experience it on ordinary roads. If we enter the racetrack, I will be nervous. Zhong Qin spoke the truth without hiding anything and directly expressed her concerns. Who knew that when Lin Chu heard this, he immediately became serious and said, What? How can such a cool sports car be used on ordinary roads? No. It must be on the track. Otherwise, I won't buy this car. Kevin heard this at this time. Without saying a word, he hurriedly ran up, picked up the car keys from the side and handed them to Zhong Qin. Zhong Qin, if that's the case, don't refuse. Hurry up and take Mr. Lin for a lap on the track. But... No buts. We all believe in your skills. Lin Chu interrupted Zhong Qin directly. Zhong Qin was helpless, then took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, Okay. In that case, I'll take Mr. Lin for a run. Chapter 031, Billion Dollar Supercar. 15 minutes later. Zhong Qin specially changed into a more professional racing suit. Even without her high heels, Zhong Qin's height was still very impressive, about half a head taller than everyone present except Lin Chu. At this time, Lin Chu had been waiting in the co-pilot seat for a long time. Zhong Qin gently caressed the W16, which is the dream car of almost all car lovers. She was as gentle as caressing her boyfriend. Although it can be seen that Zhong Qin seemed very nervous, the excitement and the nervousness can be seen from her constantly rising and falling chest. The passenger seat of this sports car is very spacious and comfortable. It even allows Lin Chu, who is 186 centimeters tall, to cross his legs. Zhong Qin glanced at Lin Chu. Although this man had an ordinary appearance, his temperament was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that all rich people had this special temperament. Zhong Qin thought about it for a while, and finally focused all her attention on driving. She took a deep breath and her expression changed immediately, from a charming lady to a wild girl in an instant. With a step on the accelerator, the W16 parked on the starting line instantly accelerated. With a pleasant roar, the orange sports car turned into an orange afterimage. After just a few seconds, it arrived at the first bend. Zhong Qing's operation was very professional and smooth. He had already prepared for the turn. He gently twisted the steering wheel, and the orange afterimage drifted directly into the first corner. The Bugatti test track could not stop Zhong Qing's driving skills and the outstanding performance of the W16. It took less than 2 minutes at most, and with perfect driving, the vehicle stopped steadily at the finish line. Zhong Qin seemed to be still unsatisfied with the less than 2 minutes of driving. She sat in the driver's seat and kept stroking this top-of-the-line luxury supercar, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. Okay. I'll buy this car. Lin Shu said this surprisingly calmly. This sentence scared Zhongqin to death. So simple? Mr. Lin, you haven't asked about the price of this car yet. Zhongqin quickly reminded Lin Shu at this time that although selling this top luxury car was her job, she didn't want Lin Shu to rush into buying such an expensive sports car. Lin Shu smiled slightly and handed his black gold bank card directly to Zhongqin. It's okay, just swipe the card. After saying this, Lin Shu turned around and got out of the car in an unusually casual manner. Zhongqin held the black and gold bank card in her hand. The moment she saw the bank card, Zhongqin was dumbfounded. She also recognized this top-level black gold bank card that represented the supreme status. Looking at this bank card that could prove his supreme noble status worldwide, Zhongqin was a little dazed for a moment. He immediately picked up his mobile phone, took several photos in a row, and sent them to his father. In fact, Zhongqin's family has also encountered considerable financial difficulties recently. The overall environment is not good. Amid the mask crisis, I'm afraid no one in the country will have an easy business. Zhongqin's family is no exception. Because the business they had previously run was too big, Zhongqin's father was somewhat unable to cope with the sudden mask crisis. Although the virus has dissipated now, Zhongqin's family has also fallen into poverty. Faced with the crisis, Zhongqin's father had no choice but to let his daughter marry the eldest son of the Zhao family, the richest man in Jiangcheng, hoping to alleviate the crisis with the Zhao family's funds. But the eldest son of the Zhao family is named Zhao Yukai. Such a tacky name does not prevent him from becoming the biggest playboy in Jiangcheng. The women who have slept with him could form a reinforced battalion. The key issue is that Zhao Yukai not only has a bad lifestyle. He is extremely ugly, looking like a fat pig, with a face full of flesh, arrogant and domineering. He is notorious in Jiangcheng. Zhongqin naturally didn't want to marry such a man. However, some things are simply unavoidable. Zhongqin also understood her father's difficulties, so she could only compromise. However, when Zhongqin saw Lin Shu take out his bank card, her mind was instantly opened. If he had a choice, Lin Shu would be far ahead of Zhao Yukai. The most important thing is that Lin Shu doesn't seem to be short of money at all. Perhaps, the crisis of their Zhong family is not worth mentioning at all in Lin Shu's view. Zhongqin's thoughts became more active. She would give everything if she could avoid marrying Zhao Yukai. After she sent this black gold bank card to her father. In less than a minute, Zhongqin's father called. Hello? Qiner, this card, where did you get it from? Zhongqin's father spoke very quickly. Father, this is a client I met today. He gave it to me. Zhongqin looked at Lin Shu, who was chatting with Qin shooting outside the window, and told the truth. Zhongqin's father took a deep breath and said, Do you know what this card means? I just looked at the number of this card. There are only 7 people in the world who have a more distinguished number than him. Zhongqin thought for a moment, and her heart, which had been in despair and stagnant, suddenly became lively. Father, maybe I can solve the financial problem for our family. Can I not marry Zhao Yukai? As soon as Zhongqin finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. About half a minute later, Zhongqin's father took a deep breath. Which father would be willing to let his daughter marry a bastard like Zhao Yukai? But what else can we do if we don't do this? Are you waiting for your family to be broken up? Zhongqin's father thought about it again and again, and said to Zhongqin on the other end of the phone in a low voice, I can only buy you 3 days. Okay. Zhongqin hung up the phone, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Although this hope is very slim, for Zhongqin, it is already the dawn of light in the desert, and she must seize it. She got out of the car silently. Kevin had heard the news that Lin Shu was going to buy this super sports car, and he ran towards Zhongqin excitedly. Zhongqin, you are amazing. He bought it. He is going to buy it. Seeing that Zhongqin didn't seem very happy, Kevin was a little surprised. Zhongqin, what's wrong with you? He has agreed to buy this sports car. Do you know what this means? Why don't you look happy at all? Zhongqin took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and forced a smile at Kevin. Okay. No, I was thinking about something else just now. Lin Shu was very happy to swipe the card this time. This top-notch supercar. There are only 3 such cars in the country, including the one used for exhibition in Jiangcheng. Lin Shu was not particularly satisfied with the color of the car, and the car had been test-driven by many people. Therefore, Lin Chu immediately decided to pay a deposit of 10 million and asked Kevin to contact the headquarters immediately to ship the luxury supercar over according to Lin Chu's requirements. Kevin had no objection to this and was very excited. He couldn't wait to sign the contract with Lin Chu. This super sports car cost a total of 84 million, and Lin Chu maxed out all the configurations. At this price, a super sports car is already worth nearly 100 million yuan. Chapter 032 Zhong Qin apologizes to Qin shooting. Custom Bugatti supercar. Kevin immediately brought over a large box of gifts, which looked extremely noble. How could Kevin lose to Su Jing? First, a super sports car model worth 460,000. Secondly, a custom-made Bugatti leather jacket, even the zipper is made of platinum. Next, a super motorcycle worth 700,000 yuan for transportation. And a bottle of valuable red wine worth 400,000 yuan. In short, any one of these gifts would allow Lin Chu to show off. Lin Chu was also very satisfied with this. He signed the order with Kevin very happily. It was said that the super sports car would arrive in about a week. Lin Chu nodded. Anyway, he had no shortage of transportation tools. Besides, he didn't even have a driver's license, so he couldn't satisfy his desire to drive a super sports car. Therefore, Lin Chu was quite satisfied with this arrangement. As for the driver's license issue, Lin Chu didn't need to worry about it at all. After he raised the issue, Su Jing and Kevin both said that this was not a problem and they would take care of it. An hour later. With the warm farewell of Su Jing and Kevin, Lin Chu walked out of the luxury car showroom with Qin shooting and Zhang Yanyu. Several people were talking and laughing, and Zhang Yanyu could be said to have gained a lot this time. Not only did he find a job with an annual salary of 1 million, he also got the right to drive a top luxury car, Bentley. How could she not be excited? Therefore, she greeted Su Jing directly and expressed that she would leave and return to school with Lin Chu. Su Jing didn't dare to stop her and nodded quickly, agreeing to Zhang Yanyu's request. Lin Chu also waved his hand, indicating that Jiangcheng No. 1's extended Lincoln should go back first. It was a bit uncomfortable to always ride in other people's cars. Therefore, Lin Chu went out and sat directly in Qin shooting's car. Qin shooting glanced at Lin Chu. At this time, Lin Chu had completely refreshed her cognition. This guy is so rich. He spent over 100 million yuan on a single trip to the auto show. I say, Mr. Lin, how much money do you have? Qin shooting looked at Lin Chu and couldn't help but ask this question. Lin Chu thought for a moment, not knowing how to answer this question, so he chose to avoid the question and closed his eyes slightly. Okay, now we can go buy clothes. Seeing that her boss didn't say anything, Qin shooting stuck out her tongue and drove to the mall. As soon as they left the auto show, their Bentley was blocked by a red sports car. It seemed that this sports car was waiting for Lin Chu and his friends. Jiang Yanyu frowned. What's going on? Could it be that brother Lin Chu is too rich? Someone is robbing him? Lin Chu rolled his eyes at Jiang Yanyu and said, You really have a good imagination. You can think of robbing people in a sports car. Lin Chu gave Qin shooting a look, and Qin shooting immediately understood and got out of the car to ask. A few minutes later, Qin shooting knocked on Lin Chu's car window. Mr. Lin, it's Miss Zhong from before. She told me that she wanted to treat you to dinner and chat with you about something. When Lin Chu heard this, he opened his eyes and saw that it was the 1.8-meter tall long-legged beauty. What did that woman mean? Was she conquered by her own money? Not like it. Whether it was the purity or the favorability of the woman, Lin Chu felt that this woman might not be such a casual person. So what was the reason? Lin Chu was a little puzzled. However, Lin Chu is no longer the loser she used to be. What's wrong with you being a beauty? What's wrong with you having long legs? Just because you are so arrogant and don't get out of the car, blocking my way, I can't give you a good face. Therefore, Lin Chu's face darkened, and he said to Qin shooting, Go tell her that I'm not free today, and ask her to make an appointment another day. Qin shooting's favorability plus 10. Jiang Yanyu's favorability plus 10. As soon as Lin Chu said this, he heard 2 prompts from the system. Hey! I never thought that being cool and aloof could have such a miraculous effect. However, Zhong Qin couldn't sit still after hearing what Qin shooting said. She looked embarrassed and anxious. At the same time, she also felt a little humiliated. What is your identity? With my looks and family background, when will any man reject me? How about Mr. Zhao, the richest man in Jiangcheng? He still relied on his family's power to beg me to marry him. Who are you, Lin Chu? How dare you reject me? But being angry is one thing. Zhong Qin did not dare to lose her temper at this time. After all, she only had 3 days. No matter how much she wanted to throw a tantrum or how angry she was, time did not allow it. Perhaps, the only person who could rescue her from the clutches of the devil now was Lin Chu. So, she took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Qin Shooting, "But, Miss Qin, I really have something important to discuss with Mr. Lin. Since Mr. Lin is not available today, can I ask Mr. Lin about tomorrow at noon?" At this time, Lin Chu took the initiative to get out of the car. Before Qin Shooting could speak, Lin Chu came to her side and looked at Zhong Qin, who was sitting in the red sports car with an anxious look on her face. "Ms. Zhong, you're going too far. Miss Qin is not a messenger. If you have anything to say, just tell me yourself." Lin Chu's tone was very cold and his attitude was very gloomy. Qin Shooting's favorability plus 20. At this moment, Qin Shooting was so touched and happy. The nature of her job meant that she was often called upon by others, especially those guests of status. They all seemed to think that they were the chosen ones and were not polite at all when they ordered her around. This was her job and she had gotten used to it after so long. But Lin Chu was different. Although Lin Chu is rich, Lin Chu keeps me by his side, to put it bluntly, just as a housekeeper and secretary. But Lin Chu never ordered Qin Shooting around, and he always looked kind and amiable. This made Qin Shooting seem to have forgotten her own identity. Who is Zhong Qin? People like this are always arrogant in their daily lives, and they may not even pay attention to Qin Shooting. But now, don't you still have to beg me obediently? Qin Shooting was very proud at this time. She inadvertently got closer to Lin Chu and her chest straightened a lot. Zhong Qin was depressed at this time, not only depressed, but even a little angry. "You don't really think I'm a car geek, do you? It's just my hobby. You actually scolded me like this for a receptionist like Qin Shooting? Growing up, no one dared to scold me like this." Zhong Qin was very angry and her face turned red. But Lin Chu didn't indulge her at all. "Since Miss Zhong has nothing to say, then we will leave. Please, Miss Zhong, move the car out of the way and don't block our way." After Lin Chu finished speaking, he pulled Qin Shooting's arm and prepared to leave without saying a word. Zhong Qin became anxious. Although she was very angry about Lin Chu's attitude, there was nothing she could do. This was what happened when she had to bow her head and beg for help. "Wait a moment." Zhong Qin was very anxious at this time. She quickly opened the car door and ran to Lin Chu. She looked at Qin Shooting and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Miss Qin. It was my fault just now." Qin Shooting was dumbfounded when she saw Zhong Qin, who was a head taller than her. Not only in terms of height, but also in terms of status, Zhong Qin is more than a head taller than Qin Shooting? But what about this kind of woman, this kind of proud woman? She actually, obediently bowed and apologized in front of me. Qin Shooting always bows to others to apologize. When has she ever experienced someone bowing to her to apologize? At this moment, Qin Shooting felt so happy. Chapter 033 Lin Miaotong's School Beauty Girlfriend. Qin Shooting was very embarrassed at this time and didn't know what to say. Lin Chu directly expressed her opinion at this time. "Okay, it's okay, Miss Zhong, just say whatever you want to say, we have other things to do later." Zhong Qin took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chu in front of her respectfully. "Mr. Lin, since you have other things to do today, can I invite you to have lunch with me tomorrow at noon?" Lin Chu thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it later." After saying that, Lin Chu directly pulled Qin Shooting over, and this time Qin Shooting did not resist having physical contact with Lin Chu. "Mr. Lin." Seeing Lin Chu was about to leave, Zhong Qin quickly followed him with her long legs. "Mr. Lin, that's not convenient. Leave your contact information and I'll ask you tomorrow at noon." Lin Chu thought for a moment and said, "Don't you have Miss Qin's contact information? Just contact her. Miss Qin is my housekeeper." After saying that, Lin Chu took Qin Shooting back to the Bentley without stopping. Not to mention, Lin Chu had been rejected by women before, but he never expected that rejecting a woman would feel so good. Is this the enviable status of a wealthy man? This feeling is so great. It seems I need to experience it a few more times in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair to myself for the 100 confessions I have made? After rejecting Zhong Qin, Lin Chu and the two girls drove a luxury car all the way to the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Jiangqing City. This mall basically sells luxury goods. Even the cheapest casual sports brand costs at least 1 month's salary for an ordinary working class person. Chen Shooting was in a very good mood at this time, and no longer felt that accompanying Lin Shu shopping was a torture. She began to introduce various brands to Lin Shu very patiently. Lin Shu, let me tell you, the common luxury goods we see, such as La Mama, Chanel, and Hermes, etc., are all. It turns out that women are naturally good at learning these things. Although Chen Shooting was definitely not a top socialite, she was very knowledgeable about these luxury brands. She introduced them in a clear and eloquent manner, which made Lin Shu dizzy. All right. Stop talking. I think we should just leave it like this. Shu Ting, you take Yin Yu to buy me some clothes. I'll wait for you guys in the cafe over there. It sounds really troublesome. How can this be possible? As soon as Lin Shuyi said this, Zhang Yanyu and Chen Shooting immediately spoke in unison with determined expressions. Do you know, brother Lin Shu, that if you want to buy these top luxury goods clothes, many of them are tailor-made and require you to go there in person? Zhang Yanyu was serious at this time and immediately rejected Lin Shu's proposal. Helplessly, Lin Shu could only let the two young ladies do whatever they wanted. He was dragged by the two beauties to the floor dedicated to men's clothing, where they spent several hours shopping. Lin Shu almost collapsed several times during this period. Although these clothes were indeed nice looking, Zhang Yanyu and Chen Shooting were too troublesome. They treated him like a clothes rack, constantly ordering him to try them on. His soles were almost worn out. Seeing this situation, Lin Shu was a little puzzled. Are girls born to love shopping? They were clearly buying clothes for Lin Shu, so why were these two so excited? They seemed more enthusiastic than when they were buying clothes for themselves. Originally, Lin Shu planned to buy some luxury goods for the two girls to make money. However, looking at the attitudes of the two girls, Lin Shu really didn't dare to do so, for fear that he would break his legs by accompanying these girls shopping. Therefore, after Lin Shu bought a large bag of clothes, he decisively stopped the shopping spree. Okay, Shu Ting, go back and rest first. I'll book a presidential suite for you. You can rest in it if you have nothing to do. Wait for my order at any time. I'll say hello to your manager. Lin Shu was indeed very considerate towards Chen Shooting. Although it sounds like an order, which girl would not be willing to be ordered like this? Of course Chen Shooting didn't hesitate and nodded. Okay, Yenyu, you drive your car, I have to go back to school. I can't skip classes every day. Lin Shu lowered his head and checked the time with the $1 million watch he had just bought. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. I didn't receive any call from Fatty Gung the whole day. I guess he must have had a great night. With nothing else to do, Lin Shu decided to go back to school. If one does not return home in splendor, it is like walking in splendor at night. I have been transformed completely, so how can I not go back to school and show off? After hearing this, Zhang Yanyu nodded happily. In this case, Lin Shu's time from now on would completely belong to her. At this time, Lin Shu had changed his clothes and looked really handsome. At least he is much more handsome than the flies that surround her all day long. Although Zhang Yanyu is not the kind of gold digger who goes after the rich second generation, it depends on the level of the other party. Lin Shu's level is enough to make all of Zhang Yanyu's principals go to hell. At this moment, if Lin Shu is willing, Zhang Yanyu will definitely tell him, I do. Right now. In Jiangcheng No. 1 Hotel, Lin Miaotong was upset and kept pacing back and forth in the luxurious presidential suite. After she hinted to Lin Shu yesterday, she waited for the whole night. In the end, Lin Shu not only did not come back, not even a message was sent to her. This made her a little angry for a moment, but this anger was immediately dispelled by the anxiety that followed. Where did Lin Shu go? Why doesn't he come back? Doesn't he like me? Impossible. He treated me to such an expensive meal and booked me such a nice room for me, how could he not like me? But maybe he has been snatched away by someone else? At this time, after a day of torment, Lin Miaotong was able to write a dream of the Red Chamber. She was extremely upset. But her cell phone kept ringing. Since she posted on WeChat Moments yesterday, more than 100 people have greeted her in one day, and at this moment, there are 99 plus unread messages. Except for those suitors whom she found extremely annoying. There were also many girls who had a good relationship with Lin Miaotong and came to gossip, and it was difficult for Lin Miaotong to respond to all these messages at once. However, when she was upset, Lin Miaotong also wanted to find someone to talk to. In the end, she chose her only best friend. The campus belle of Jiangqing Normal University, the super beauty Qi Bingbing. Lin Miaotong's appearance is not bad either, with a score of 8.5, which makes her the focus of attention wherever she goes on the street. However, in front of her best friend, she immediately pales in comparison. The two grew up together. It is conceivable how painful it must be for Lin Miaotong to compete for attention with a beautiful woman all day long. But despite this, the two are still inseparable. Lin Miaotong still regards Qi Bingbing as her best friend and will talk to her bestie whenever she has any troubles. An hour later, Qi Bingbing came to the luxurious presidential suite where Lin Miaotong lived. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. It was like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, visiting everywhere. She had completely lost the awareness and cultivation of a beauty and had become a complete bumpkin. Lin Miaotong was quite happy when she saw her dazzling best friend like this. From childhood to adulthood, she has never done anything better than Qi Bingbing. She is not as good at studying as others, she is not as good looking as others, and she is inferior to Qi Bingbing in every aspect. But, today is different, you Qi Bingbing actually admire me, and it is so refreshing to see you like this. Chapter 034 Taking the Initiative to Attack Lin Miaotong. Miaotong. You are not kidding me, are you? Are you telling the truth? After hearing the story about Lin Shu, Qi Bingbing stared at Lin Miaotong in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Haven't you seen my circle of friends? Besides, a room that costs nearly 6 figures for one night, do you think I can afford it? Lin Miaotong rolled her eyes at her best friend and complained secretly. That's true. Qi Bingbing nodded. Then, she suddenly raised her head, her clear eyes fixed on Lin Miaotong in front of her. If that's the case, Miaotong, I think you really need to take the initiative. When Lin Miaotong heard Qi Bingbing say this, she immediately got a little upset. You have to be proactive. Am I not proactive enough? Last night, I said that. How can you let me take the initiative? You can't just let me throw myself into your arms. Qi Bingbing looked at the somewhat shy Lin Miaotong and immediately pretended to be very experienced. What's that? Throwing yourself into his arms is nothing. If you don't take the initiative, how can you hold on to such an outstanding man? You know the current situation in society. There are so many little sluts in your school. If they knew about this man, what do you think they would do? How come you don't have a sense of crisis at all? Good quality men are a scarce resource in this world, let alone such a good quality and rich man. They are so scarce. Qi Bingbing looked at her best friend and advised her with some regret. When Lin Miaotong heard this, she immediately felt that this seemed to be the truth and nodded silently. But, Bingbing, what should I do now that you said that? Qi Bingbing thought for a moment and said to Lin Miaotong, of course you should take the initiative to find him. How can you wait for him to come to you? With his status, he has so many things to deal with every day. How can he have the time to take the initiative to find you? Lin Miaotong frowned when she heard this. But, if I take the initiative to look for him, will he misunderstand me? I heard that men should not be spoiled too much. Wouldn't it make me look too cheap? Qi Bingbing slapped himself on the forehead immediately after hearing what Lin Miaotong said, and said speechlessly, Miaotong, are you stupid? That's for ordinary men, you can't be too proactive, you should be reserved, but facing such scarce high-quality resources, if you don't take the initiative, you won't have any chance. After hearing what Qi Bingbing said, Lin Miaotong suddenly felt enlightened, as if she was indeed not proactive enough. So, Lin Miaotong thought for a moment, and without saying anything, she jumped up from the sofa and said, okay. Bingbing. Thank you so much. I also think what you said is right. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to take the initiative. Then Bingbing, I won't accompany you today. Let's make an appointment another day. Before Qi Bingbing could say anything, Lin Miaotong had already picked up her bag and reached the door of the room. This guy didn't even bother to turn his head. When Qi Bingbing wanted to stop her, Lin Miaotong had already rushed out of the room. Damn it! You value women over friends and you're destroying bridges. If I had known this, I wouldn't have advised you. At this time, Qi Bingbing was the only one left in the huge room. She looked at Lin Miaotong's back, cursed secretly a few words, and sighed, wondering why there was no such high-quality man around her. But, is the man that Lin Miaotong was talking about really so outstanding? Qi Bingbing pondered for a moment, and felt a strong curiosity about Lin Shu, whom she had never met. Never mind. In order to prevent my best friend from being cheated, I'd better go and take a look and investigate it myself. Chi Bingbing thought of this and found a reason for herself. Sure enough, a woman's curiosity is impossible to overcome. Thinking of this, Chi Bingbing decisively picked up her bag, left Jiangcheng number 1, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Jiangcheng University. At this time, in the luxurious box of Jiangcheng University Internet Cafe, Lin Shu looked at Fatty Gung, who looked pale and exhausted, and couldn't help wanting to laugh. "Hey Fatty, you looked very busy last night. I think you should take care of your health. Don't overindulge yourself." Fatty Gung didn't have the energy to fight Lin Shu at this time. He collapsed on the sofa as if he was exhausted. He gave Lin Shu a big eye roll. At this time, Jiang Yanyu ran in with a large basket of drinks in her hands. "Brother Lin Shu, I bought everything you asked for according to your instructions. Look, drinks, beer, food, and the things you asked me to buy just now. Here you go." Jiang Yanyu looked a little shy as she spoke. Lin Shu smiled, pointed at Fatty Gung, and said to Jiang Yanyu, "Give it to him. Give it to him. Give all these things to him. Fatty Gung, come here quickly, these are all very nutritious, you should eat them quickly." Fatty Gung glared at Lin Shu fiercely, then looked shyly at Jiang Yanyu who was standing beside him. "There are more than 100 question marks above my head. How come Jiang Yanyu, the famous beauty from the Department of Arts at Jiangcheng University, is following Lin Shu? Didn't Lin Shu leave with that beautiful girl yesterday? How come someone else has replaced her after such a short time?" Fatty Gung was full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask more, for fear of saying something wrong and ruining Lin Shu's good fortune. At this moment, Lin Shu's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Lin Miaotong's call. Lin Shu slapped his forehead, he had long forgotten about this little beauty. Yesterday he was only focused on experiencing life with Wen Ye and didn't think of telling this little girl. Lin Shu picked up the phone, thought for a moment, and decided to just ignore it. "Anyway, there is no shortage of women around me now. Want me to be a humble bootlicker like before? No way. Hey. Miaotong, yesterday I was. It's okay. Brother Lin Shu, where are you now? I'll come find you, okay? My bestie is here to hang out with me, how about we have dinner together?" Sure enough, rich men don't need to apologize. As soon as Lin Shu picked up the phone, before he had time to explain, Lin Miaotong's lively and cute voice came from the other end, and it seemed that she was not angry at all about Lin Shu's behavior yesterday. Lin Shu hesitated a bit, and after thinking for a moment, he told Lin Miaotong his current location. Lin Miaotong was very happy and quickly hung up the phone. Before hanging up, she did not forget to smack her lips at the other end of the phone. After Lin Shu hung up the phone, he looked at Jiang Yanyu behind him. "I said, you should go back to school first. Congratulations on getting a new job today. I will contact you after a while." When Jiang Yanyu saw that Lin Shu wanted to chase her away after answering a phone call, she immediately felt nervous. Jiang Yanyu is not a little girl, her mentality is quite mature. She naturally understood that for a high-quality man like Lin Shu, it was impossible for him to revolve around her like ordinary flies, and it was even more impossible for him to have only one woman by his side and be faithful to her. This was never a moral model required of an excellent man. However, Jiang Yanyu was still a little nervous. The woman on the other end of the phone, does she have a very high status in Lin Shu's mind? Why did Lin Shu let herself leave as soon as he received her call? Chapter 035 Fatty Gung's Secret Crush. Although Jiang Yanyu had 10,000 questions in her heart, 100 of them did not want to leave. But Lin Shu kept his word and his attitude was very firm. Jiang Yanyu naturally understood that with a man like Lin Shu, you absolutely cannot act like a little woman and throw tantrums, otherwise, you will be the only one who suffers. So, in the end, Jiang Yanyu was very considerate and bought a big bag of food and drinks for Lin Shu, and left reluctantly. After Jiang Yanyu left, Fatty Gung suddenly seemed to be in high spirits. He sat up straight and looked at Lin Shu. "Brother Chu, are you so awesome now? You can summon the beauty of Jiang University and dismiss her at will without any complaints. You are too awesome. Look at her state just now, she was aggrieved like a young wife, how could you bear to drive her away? I said. Such an excellent girl, if you don't want her, give her to me. It's really like dying of drought or drowning." Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Fatty Gung and said, "There was more than one woman around you last night." Fatty Gung thought for a moment and said to Lin Shu, "That feeling is different. Those were just casual affairs without any emotion. I hope to have love now." Lin Shu looked at Fatty Gung with an innocent face and shook his head silently. You are so naive. In such a materialistic world, you actually talk about love? This thing is the most expensive luxury in the world today, and not just anyone is worthy of owning it. However, although Lin Shu felt that Fatty Gung's idea was very naive, he still agreed to his brother's request. Well, in that case, just go and pursue your love. Anyway, you have plenty of money now. There is no love you can't pursue. By the way, don't you have a driver's license? As he spoke, Lin Shu took out the key to the Bentley from his Hermes trouser pocket and handed it directly to Fatty Gung. You can drive this car first. I don't need a driver anyway. When Fatty Gung saw the car key that Lin Shu handed to him, with the B logo with 2 wings on it, he certainly understood the value of this thing. However, Fatty Gung shook his head firmly and pushed the car keys back to Lin Shu. Brother Chuzi, you don't understand me at all. Holding these things will hinder my search for true love. It will blind my eyes. Fatty Gung spoke in a serious manner, making Lin Shu want to punch him twice. Brother, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You are so fat and plump, weighing at least 220 or 230 kilograms. You have no money, no looks, why would a girl want to fall in love with you? It's really funny. Fatty Gung was very serious at this time. Seeing Lin Shu ignoring him, he scratched his head awkwardly and said to Lin Shu, Brother Chu, actually, I already have a target. I just don't know how to start. How about you give me some advice? Lin Shu looked at the shy Fatty Gung and was immediately surprised. What? You have a goal? When did you have a goal? Why have I never heard you talk about it before? Without saying anything, Fatty Gung punched Lin Shu and said, You bastard. You don't care about your brothers at all. You are busy confessing to this person and that person all day long, how can you care about me? Lin Shu thought about it for a moment and felt that this was the case, so he took a sip of the coke in his hand and said, Well, then tell me, who is your target? When Fatty Gung talked about this topic, he immediately showed a very happy expression, with an anti-smile on his face, looking at Lin Shu and saying, Actually, it's Wang Qian from our class. Puff. When Lin Shu heard the name, the coke in his mouth almost sprayed directly onto the computer screen. It's not because Wang Qian is ugly. To be honest, this girl is pretty good looking. Although not as good looking as Bai Ling and Lin Miaodong, and certainly not as good looking as Jiang Yan Yuenya and Zhong Qin, she is still pretty good. But the problem is that this woman's reputation is even worse than Zhang Xiaoxiao's. Damn it! What do you mean? Fatty Gung saw Lin Shu like this and punched him hard without saying a word. No. It's nothing, Fatty Gung, but this classmate Wang Qian has a bad reputation. Isn't it said that she? Bullshit. Those are all rumors. You even believe them? When Fatty Gung saw that Lin Shu was about to tell the campus legend about Wang Qian, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot and veins bulged, as if he was ready to fight Lin Shu to the death at any time. Seeing Fatty Gung like this, Lin Shu was a little scared and quickly took a few steps back. Yes, if you say it's a rumor, then it's a rumor, but how do you know it's a rumor? Fatty Gung glanced at Lin Shu with pride and said, I have been chatting with her for several months. How could I not know her? She lives in the dormitory every day. It is not like the rumors say that she stays out all day and all night. So, seeing is believing. Lin Shu was shocked by this. I didn't expect that Fatty Gung is such a reserved guy. He has been chatting with that for several months. The question is, brother, have you ever heard the saying, there is no wind without waves? Do you think that this woman who is busy chatting with you all day long can add so many campus legends for no reason? I really admire your brain circuit. But the problem is that although Lin Shu thought so, he didn't dare to say it. At this moment, Fatty Gung's eyes were as sharp as torches, staring at Lin Shu intently. How could Lin Shu dare to offend him? In that case, since you like her, I can only support you. Then I advise you to take advantage of today and ask her out so that we can have dinner together. When Fatty Gung heard this, he immediately showed a very excited expression. Really? Brother Chuzi. To be honest, that's exactly what I was thinking. You happen to be with Lin Miaodong, and I was worried that if I asked her out alone, she might not agree. It will be easier with so many people. Brother Chuzi, thank you. If I succeed, I will definitely give you a big hug in the future, and you will definitely be my best man then. After hearing the naive Fatty Gung's thoughts, Lin Shu was speechless. You are such a cute guy. Then, Fatty Gung picked up his cell phone, ran out of the box, and started calling Wang Qian frantically. Lin Shu was a bit bored, so he could only start playing games by himself with his new black and gold customized Apple phone. It must be said that this phone was easy to use. No matter how Lin Shu operated it, there was no lag at all, and the phone didn't even show any signs of heating up. As expected, the only disadvantage of expensive things is that they are expensive. But this Fatty Gung, this phone call took at least half an hour. Lin Shu even thought several times that this guy had been kidnapped and just wouldn't come back. I am speechless. Finally, when Lin Shu's patience was about to run out, Fatty Gung returned to the internet cafe's private room with an anti-smile and a happy face. Brother Chu, I'm so tired. Our classmate Wang Qian is a very traditional girl. I spent a lot of effort to call her out to eat with us. He. When Lin Shu heard Fatty Gung say the word tradition, he almost vomited blood and died suddenly. However, looking at the happy Fatty Gung at this moment, Lin Shu still held back and smiled at Fatty Gung helplessly. Chapter 036 Wang Qian's nickname. Just when Fatty Gung was looking at his phone with a sweet smile on his face, Lin Miaotong and her school beauty best friend Shi Bingbing walked in. Today, Lin Miaotong, as soon as she entered the internet cafe's private room, immediately caught everyone's attention. Lin Miaotong, who usually dresses pure and lively, completely changed her style today. The hot low-cut vest on her upper body highlights her curvy and slim figure. The lower body is even more amazing, a pair of denim hot pants, matched with over-the-knee white socks, and the beautiful legs floating in the air, giving people the feeling of having legs that last for years. More importantly, Lin Miaotong, who usually only wears light makeup, deliberately put on a very sexy smoky makeup today. It was completely different from the previous style and instantly attracted Lin Shu's attention. More importantly, the beauty behind Lin Miaotong is even more eye-catching. Although she is wearing slim-fitting white trousers, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a hat on her head, she still can't hide her superb beauty and impressive figure. Lin Miaotong was very enthusiastic. She immediately ran to Lin Shu and hugged Lin Shu's arm. Brother Lin Shu, how about my outfit today? Do you like it? As the two people got closer, the faint scent of Lin Miaotong's perfume and her proud figure immediately made Lin Shu a little confused, as if he was being controlled, and he nodded woodenly after a long while. Although Shi Bingbing was far away at this time, she looked Lin Shu up and down and immediately came to a conclusion. Lin Miaotong was not lying, this must be a top wealthy man. He was wearing the latest luxury summer suit from Hermes, worth more than 10W. The watch on his wrist was worth at least 7 figures. Most importantly, the phone in his hand, although it was a fruit, was definitely the kind that no one else had seen. The color scheme is black and gold, and the body is inlaid with diamonds everywhere, making it sparkle. The Big B logo engraved on the back of the phone immediately reveals the origin of this phone. Shi Bingbing watched and was silently shocked. Her best friend Lin Miaotong was so lucky. The man she met was completely beyond her imagination. In other words, richer than she thought. Shi Bingbing was also very calm at this time. She quickly took 2 steps forward and greeted Lin Shu. Hi. Handsome guy, I heard Miaotong mention you. My name is Shi Bingbing, and I'm Miaotong's best friend. You have to treat our Miaotong well. Ding. Cashback target detected, please check the goddess's information. Name, Shi Bingbing. Age, 23. Appearance, 9.0. Purity, 1. Characteristics, a master of psychology. Accurate judgment. Favorability, 15. Cashback ratio, 25 times. When Lin Shu saw Shi Bingbing's information, he nodded secretly. He didn't expect that this super beauty was also a master of psychology and a representative of wise women. Lin Shu was also very generous. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shi Bingbing, which was just a simple greeting. At this time, Fatty Gung ran over nervously and said to Lin Shu, Brother Chuzi, I have a date with classmate Wang Qian today, and I really need to trouble you with something. What? Wang Qian? That's the one. Lin Miaotong was shocked when she heard about Fatty Gung's date target. This Wang Qian was famous, even more famous among girls than boys. Lin Miaotong had certainly heard of her. Just as she was about to speak to Fatty Gung, Lin Shu immediately gave her a look. Ahem. Rumors, just rumors. Lin Miaotong looked at Lin Shu and Fatty Gung, and couldn't help but said, but. Alright. Don't say but. Lin Shu was afraid that Lin Miaotong would make Fatty Gung angry. This kid had finally met his true love, and he would definitely not be able to listen to anything at this time. It was better not to discourage him. Then, Lin Chu looked at Fatty Gung and said, "It's okay, Fatty. If you need my help, just ask me." "What's the matter? Not enough money?" Fatty Gung immediately shook his head and said, "No. That's not the case. This is exactly what I want to say, Brother Chuzi. I don't want these material possessions to affect my relationship with Wang Qian, so I hope that in a while, you won't show off that you have money, and we can go on a date like before." "What?" Lin Chu was a little confused after hearing this. "Brother, aren't you just trying to endure the hardship? Why, do you really want to challenge human nature? Do you know that human nature cannot stand the test?" But Fatty Gung still had a face full of longing. "I've said it before. What I want is true love. If Wang Qian knew about our situation, I'm afraid it would affect her judgment. Besides, you're giving people too much pressure now." After hearing what Fatty Gung said, Lin Chu was speechless. "But, Fatty Gung, do you want to reconsider it? There's nothing wrong with you pursuing true love, but this goal, I think." Lin Miaotong looked at Fatty Gung at this time and couldn't help but remind him. Then, Fatty Gung's expression immediately began to change, and the hand that was squeezing Lin Chu's arm became stronger and stronger. Okay. I promise you. Miaotong, don't say anything more." Lin Chu was afraid that Fatty Gung would be stimulated by something and break his arm with one force, so he nodded quickly and agreed to his request. When Fatty Gung saw Lin Chu agreed, he immediately smiled and said, He, that's great. In that case, Brother Chuzi, quickly change your clothes and dress like an ordinary student." Lin Chu was helpless, very helpless. Lin Miaotong was speechless, absolutely speechless. Qi Bingbing sighed, and sighed again and again. 20 minutes later, Lin Chu changed into a set of cheap goods. While changing his clothes, he was thinking, what kind of suffering have I endured? I have finally gotten rid of this image. Because this guy Fatty Gung has gone back to his old ways. After walking out of the bathroom, Lin Chu stuffed his watch, cell phone, car keys, in short, everything that could prove his noble status into Lin Miaotong's handbag. "Miaotong, you should just keep these in mind for now." Lin Miaotong looked at Lin Chu, and while Fatty Gung was not around, she immediately spoke impatiently, "Brother Lin Chu, is the woman he wants to pursue really the Wang Qian in your class?" Lin Chu nodded helplessly, who knows how they hooked up. Lin Miaotong took a breath and said to Lin Chu, "But, Brother Lin Chu, that woman is really a bad woman, and her nickname is Xiaoji. Do you know that this is spread in our girls' dormitory? It is said that she can clearly mark the price." Lin Chu was also shocked when he heard Lin Miaotong say that, and quickly asked, "What did you say? These are all rumors, right? But Fatty Gung told me that the woman has always lived in the dormitory and never stayed out all night." Lin Miaotong quickly pulled Lin Chu aside and said, "Really? Brother Lin Chu, could I lie to you? I saw all this with my own eyes. She often brings men into the girls' dormitory. I've seen her several times." After hearing what Lin Miaotong said, Lin Chu took a deep breath. This is too horrible. Chapter 037 Wang Qian also wants to bring friends. Then what should we do, Brother Lin Chu, should we still let them date? Lin Miaotong looked at Lin Chu and quickly asked for his opinion. Lin Chu shook his head helplessly. What can we do? Things have come to this point. Can we still stop it? Besides, Fatty Gung won't believe what you said. Qi Bingbing spoke silently at the side at this time. That's right, Miaotong, I think your friend seems to be in deep trouble and won't believe you at all. No matter what you say now, I'm afraid it will have no effect and may even backfire. Lin Miaotong was still a little worried after hearing what the two people she trusted most said. She looked doubtfully at Fatty Gung, who was waiting eagerly for his beloved woman at the school gate. But, if this goes on, Fatty Gung will be sad. Lin Chu and Qi Bingbing looked at each other at this time, feeling helpless. Sure enough, Wang Qian gave Fatty Gung a warning right from the start. The original appointment time was 7:30. Before 7 o'clock, Fatty Gung rushed into the barber shop, got his hair done, and went back to the dormitory to change his clothes. At around 7:10, Fatty Gung was already standing at the campus gate, waiting for his beloved woman at any time. But, it was not until 8:30. There was no sign of Wang Qian. Lin Chu was a little impatient. He walked up with Lin Miaotong and looked at Fatty Gung. Fatty, it's been an hour. Is she coming or not? We are starving to death. Fatty Gung also looked at it anxiously and said, "But she will definitely come. Brother Chuzi, please wait a little longer. How about this, you take Lin Miaotong and her friends to have a cup of milk tea first. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Please." Fatty Gung looked aggrieved, clasped his hands together, and prayed non-stop. Lin Shu didn't dare to say anything, and could only sigh helplessly. "Then why don't you give her a call?" Fatty Gung shook his head firmly. "How can this be possible? Brother Chuzi, this will make people think we are rushing her. I'd better just stand here and wait. It's normal for a girl to go out slowly." Lin Shu felt helpless when he heard Fatty Gung say this. Isn't this a patient with advanced stage of love brain disease? Okay, then you just keep waiting. I'll go take them out for a cup of coffee. Lin Shu was too lazy to pay attention to this stupid brother, so he walked to Lin Miaotong reluctantly. At this time, Lin Miaotong was almost withered. "Let's go, I'll treat you to a cup of coffee." Lin Shu had no choice but to take the two beauties into the coffee shop. Another half hour passed. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The young lovers who had gone out to eat had returned to the campus hand in hand. However, there was still no news from Fatty Gung's dream lover. Just when Lin Shu could no longer bear it and was about to rush forward. Finally, Wang Qian appeared. As soon as Fatty Gung saw Wang Qian, he immediately waved enthusiastically, fearing that the other party couldn't see him, and his 200 kilograms body almost jumped up. Lin Shu sighed helplessly. Finally he came. Wang Qian was wearing a simple outfit today, and it didn't look like she had just been dressed. It was obvious that she was not in the dormitory just now, and it was unknown where she appeared from. But Fatty Gung didn't have any doubts at all, and pulled Wang Qian, who was wearing black stockings, towards Lin Shu and the others. "Hey, brother Chuzi, classmate Wang Qian is here, let's go and have dinner." Lin Shu looked at Wang Qian, and Wang Qian looked at Lin Shu. Both of them looked at him with disgust. "But, it's too late today. I don't want to go too far to eat. Let's just eat nearby," Wang Qian said at this time. When Lin Shu heard her words, he wanted to rush up and slap her twice on the spot. "Nonsense, can't it be too late? But why is it so late? Don't you have any idea?" However, for Fatty Gung's sake, Lin Shu did not get angry, but just quietly looked up Wang Qian's information. Name, Wang Qian. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.2. Purity, 63. Features. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 2 times. As expected, the data was quite explosive. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Wang Qian and without saying anything more, he planned to walk ahead with Lin Miaotong and others. Fat Gung came up immediately, asking Wang Qian about her well-being, acting like a dog licking her, and kept telling Wang Qian that he wanted to treat her to a big meal. While Wang Qian was chatting with Fatty Gung, she looked at Lin Miaotong and Lin Shu in front of her. I secretly wondered, what's wrong with Lin Miaotong? Is she crazy? How did she fall in love with Lin Shu? Lin Miaotong was very enthusiastic towards Lin Shu along the way, constantly holding her arm and asking about her well-being. This immediately formed a sharp contrast with Fatty Gung and Wang Qian. 10 minutes later. At Wang Qian's repeated request, everyone came to a small restaurant near the school. Wang Qian said to Fatty Gung in a nice way, "We are all students, there is no need to spend so much money." Fatty Gung was very happy about this, and felt that he had truly found a good girl who was not materialistic or money-worshipping. Of course, only Wang Qian herself knows the specific situation. When they arrived at the restaurant's private room, Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong sat at the innermost seat, with Qi Bingbing sitting next to Lin Miaotong. Fatty Gung and Wang Qian sat opposite each other. Although Wang Qian said that she wanted to help Fatty Gung save money, she was not polite at all when ordering food. Basically, we ordered the most expensive dishes in this restaurant. We kept ordering until the waiter at the restaurant couldn't stand it anymore and reminded us that 4 people might not be able to eat so much. But Fatty Gung still looked very happy and seemed to be enjoying himself. The order is complete. Wang Qian said something on the spot that left Lin Shu and others speechless. Gung Xing, I just happened to have a friend who also made an appointment to have dinner with me today. Can I ask him to come and eat with us later? As soon as she said this, Lin Miaotong couldn't help herself. She looked at Wang Qian and said, "Hey, Wang Qian, are you going too far?" Seeing that Lin Miaotong was getting angry, Lin Shu quickly reached out to stop her. As for Wang Qian, she glared at Lin Miaotong fiercely. Then he turned around, his expression changed at the speed of light, and looked at Fatty Gung, Gung Xing. Since your friend is in trouble, forget it. I'll leave first. We'll meet again another day. Having said that, Wang Qian picked up her handbag and was about to leave without saying a word. How could Fatty Gun let her leave? He immediately looked very anxious, stood up to stop Wang Qian, and begged and pleaded for a long time. Oh my, classmate Wang Qian, please don't leave. Since you have friends, let's eat together. It will be more lively when there are more people. I like having more people around. Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong looked at Fatty Gung, who had a servile look on his face, and they were helpless and shook their heads repeatedly. After a while, Fatty Gung finally managed to coax this living ancestor into submission. Wang Qian sat in her seat again, gave Lin Miaotong a demonstrative look, folded her arms, and looked very proud. Fatty Gung also felt a little embarrassed and smiled slyly, hoping that Lin Miaotong would not get angry. If it were any other time, Lin Miaotong would have stood up and left. But today, for Lin Shu, Lin Miaotong still endured it. Looking at Wang Qian, who looked like she deserved a beating, she was so angry that her face turned red. Chapter 038, Second Scene. After a while, a very greasy man pushed open the door and walked into Lin Shu and his friend's private room. This guy had a 3:7 hairstyle, wore branded clothes, and held a leather bag in his hand. He looked like a country bumpkin. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked very arrogant. As soon as she entered the private room, Wang Qian immediately stood up and said, "Lu Kai, you're here." The man named Lu Kai looked Lin Shu and the others up and down, very arrogantly, shaking one of his legs, looking like he deserved a beating. "Shanshan, what good food can you find near your school? Didn't I say I'd take you to eat something good?" Having said that, Lu Kai pulled out a stool and sat down rudely, then put his briefcase on the table. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but the car key in the briefcase accidentally slipped out, and the Audi logo on it was extremely conspicuous. Wang Qian noticed Lu Kai's car keys at a glance and looked at him with admiration. "Lu Kai, I didn't expect you to buy a new car again?" Lu Kai stroked his hair arrogantly and nodded. "Hey, this is nothing, not worth mentioning, just an Audi A6, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Lin Shu looked at this guy and really wanted to beat him up. Lin Miaotong and Qi Bingbing also looked at Lu Kai with displeasure. At this time, Lu Kai immediately noticed Qi Bingbing and Lin Miaotong. One of them was naturally beautiful, and the other was well dressed. Both of them looked at least several blocks ahead of Wang Qian. The guy immediately put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up, and looked at the two beauties in a greasy way. "Oh. I really didn't notice that there are beauties today. Hello, my name is Lu Kai." As he said that, the guy stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Qi Bingbing. Because of the seating arrangement, Qi Bingbing happened to sit next to Lu Kai. Qi Bingbing stood up without saying anything, ignoring Lu Kai, and looked at Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, can I sit next to you? I want to change seats." Lin Shu glanced at Lu Kai sideways and nodded. When Lu Kai saw that Qi Bingbing and Lin Miaotong didn't give him any face at all, he immediately showed an unhappy expression. Fortunately, Wang Qian came forward at this time and quickly pulled Lu Kai to sit down. The two people's behavior seemed very intimate, which made Fatty Gung beside them feel a little embarrassed. Lu Kai glared at Lin Shu fiercely. Lin Shu simply ignored it. After about half an hour, the table was filled with sumptuous food. Fatty Gung looked at Wang Qian with a smile and said, "Shanshan, since your friend is here, take a look and see if the dishes we ordered are enough. Do you want to order more?" Wang Qian looked at Fatty Gung very coldly at this time and said, "Gung Xing, I think you shouldn't address me too intimately. Just call me classmate Wang Qian." Fatty Gung felt a little embarrassed when Wang Qian scolded him coldly, and his expression was very speechless. At this time, Lu Kai snorted coldly, glanced at Fatty Gung with great complacency, then took out a cosmetic with exquisite packaging from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Qian. "Shanshan, here, long time no see, this is just a gift from me to you." Lu Kai seemed to be demonstrating to Fatty Gung by specifically calling Wang Qian like this. But Wang Qian didn't care about refusing at this moment. Her eyes were full of light and she quickly picked up the cosmetics Lu Kai brought. "Wow! Lu Kai, isn't this thing expensive? It looks like it costs more than 1,000 yuan, right?" Lu Kai was very proud and waved his hand. "More than 1,000? I don't know. It's just small money. I don't care. I just went there and swiped my card to buy it. Who cares about the price?" Hearing Lu Kai's pretentious words, Lin Miaotong really wanted to go up and slap him twice. Fatty Gung was very embarrassed at this time and kept touching his head. Only Lin Shu didn't care at all. He picked up the chopsticks and ate heartily, as if the people around him didn't exist. While eating, he did not forget to pick up food for the beauties on his left and right, Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing. Lin Miaotong's favorability plus 10 ding. Lin Miaotong's favorability has reached 90. 10 attribute points awarded. Shi Bingbing's favorability plus 10. While picking up the food, Lin Chu heard the system prompt. Shi Bingbing immediately showed a somewhat happy expression. Lu Kai was very angry. You stinky loser, how could you have the honor to take 2 such beautiful women to dinner? The most important thing is, there are 2 of them. 2. Are you as rich as I am? Are you as successful as I am? Do you have a more handsome hairstyle than I do? Lu Kai was furious. He couldn't believe that his pretense had no effect at all on Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing. He was so angry that he could only focus his attention on Wang Qian. Sometimes he would pick up food for Wang Qian, sometimes he would make more intimate gestures, and sometimes he would even put his arm around her shoulders. Fatty Gung saw all these actions and looked embarrassed. It goes without saying that Fatty Gung must be feeling heartbroken at this moment. Lin Chu looked at Fatty Gung like this and didn't say anything. He hoped that Fatty Gung could recognize the true face of Wang Qian through this incident and stop being stubborn. In this way, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Eat a meal. Fatty Gung didn't even take a few bites of the food. He just sat there in a daze. In the end, it was Fatty Gung who got up and paid the bill. This guy named Lu Kai pretended to be awesome for a long time, but in the end he pretended to be dead when it was time to pay the bill. When Fatty Gung was paying the bill, he had actually given up and was planning to just give up on Wang Qian. As a result, at this time, Wang Qian took the initiative to approach, secretly came to Fatty Gung, and said to him very gently, Gung Xing, don't get me wrong, Lu Kai and I are not that kind of relationship, he is just my childhood friend, we grew up together. Fatty Gung, who had already given up hope, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope after hearing Wang Qian's explanation. He immediately smiled and looked at Wang Qian, Qian. Wang Qian, I didn't misunderstand you. I believe you. 2 minutes later. Lin Chu, who originally thought that the farce of Fatty Gung's pursuit of true love was over, was speechless when he saw Fatty Gung walking into the private room with a happy face again. You are such a NC. Lin Miaotong also looked confused. She looked at Lin Chu, as if asking Lin Chu what had happened. Lin Chu sighed helplessly. At this time, Lu Kai stood up and the time of pretending to be dead was over. I say, since we have all met for a while, it would be a bit boring to just have a meal and then leave. How about this, we go to the next one together, and I'll take everyone out for a drink. Upon hearing this, Fatty Gung could tell that he didn't want to go. But Wang Qian stood up immediately and said, Great. Gung Xing, can we go together? Lin Chu and Lin Miaotong looked at each other, and it was obvious that the 3 of them didn't want to go. Fatty Gung, it's getting late today. Lin Chu kept winking at Fatty Gung, signaling him to stop being stupid. However, Fatty Gung didn't understand Lin Chu's meaning at all. He finally nodded and said, Okay, in this case, let's go play together, brother Chozi. How about we? Looking at Fatty Gung's pleading face, Lin Chu felt helpless and sighed. He was really a little angry. Forget it, Fatty Gung, if you want to go, just go by yourself. We won't go. Lin Chu originally thought that as soon as he said this, Fatty Gung would realize what he meant. However, Fatty Gung had obviously fallen completely into the gentle trap. When he heard that Lin Chu was not going, he actually nodded and said, Okay, in that case, brother Chozi, it's getting late. You can send Miaotong and the others back, and I'll go by myself. Chapter 039 Taking 3 girls to the bar. Come on, brother. Don't be so disappointing. Meeting is fate. What else do you want to do back to school so early? When Lu Kai heard that Lin Chu was going to leave with the 2 beauties, he immediately became unhappy. You know, his main targets are Shi Bingbing and Lin Miaotong. As for Wang Qian, there's no need to go to the bar. Just go to home indirectly. If Shi Bingbing and Lin Miaotong didn't go, why would he go to such great lengths to take Fatty Gung and Wang Qian to the bar to drink? Isn't that crazy? So Lu Kai quickly stepped forward to retain him. Wang Qian obviously also wanted to show off at the bar, so she kept trying to seduce Fatty Gung. At this time, Fatty Gung looked embarrassed. On the one hand, he really wanted to stay with his goddess for a while longer, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Chu, as Lin Chu obviously didn't want to go. Didn't this cause the entire atmosphere to freeze? At this time, Lu Kai took out his trump card. Brother, you don't want to drink, is it because you are short of money? Don't worry, I will pay for all the expenses tonight, brothers, just go and drink. Lu Kai's words were too damaging to a young man in his 20s who was still in adolescence. Especially since Lin Shu was accompanied by two such beautiful girls. He felt that once he made this move, it would be a sure kill. Who wants to be shy in front of a beautiful woman? If I say I have no money at this time, won't beautiful women laugh at me? Who knows, it is obvious that Lu Kai cannot grasp Lin Shu's pulse. Lin Shu smiled at Lu Kai calmly and said, "Brother, you know what, I just don't want to join you in the fun because I have no money and am short of money." When Lu Kai heard Lin Shu being so happy, he suddenly didn't know how to respond. The most important thing is that made Lu Kai very angry. Lin Shu said such embarrassing words, but apart from Wang Qian who looked at him with a slightly contemptuous look, the expressions of the two top girls beside him did not change at all, and they did not feel embarrassed at all. This Grandmaster. Girls nowadays are so snobbish and materialistic, but this guy is so powerful that he can seduce two top beauties without spending any money. It's really true that Lu Kai wanted to kneel down and become his disciple on the spot. Lin Miaotong was not angry at all. Without saying anything, she pulled Lin Shu up and said, "Let's go, brother Lin Shu, we won't go to the bar to drink. Let's go back early, okay?" After finishing speaking, Shi Bingbing also stood up very happily and said, "Okay, I think it's getting late. Let's go back." This froze Lu Kai. What should they do? The two girls want to follow this loser back. But he had already said that he wanted to drink, and words once spoken were like water spilled. Could he take them back? Helplessly, Lu Kai could only bid farewell to Lin Shu and the other two in resentment. Before leaving, Lin Shu looked at Fatty Gung, walked up to him and whispered, "Fatty, I think there's something wrong with the relationship between Wang Qian and Lu Kai. Be careful. Don't fall into their trap when you go to the bar." Fatty Gung was very touched and patted Lin Shu on the shoulder. "Brother, I'm really sorry for you today. Some other day I will definitely treat you to a good meal and make amends for you." Seeing that Fatty Gung was being a little pretentious, Lin Shu patted him on the chest without saying anything, and then without saying anything else, he just watched the three of them get into the Audi and drive away. Watching Fatty Gung leave, Lin Shu sighed helplessly. Brother Lin Shu, Lu Kai is obviously not a good guy. And Wang Qian is obviously a mistress. How can you let Fatty Gung go with them? Aren't you afraid that Fatty Gung will suffer a loss? Lin Shu heard that Lin Miaotong was obviously talking behind her words, so he looked at her and asked, "What do you want?" Lin Miaotong smiled and blinked, "Why don't we just follow them and go together? If Fatty Gung gets hurt, we can still help him." Lin Shu thought about it and it was indeed a good idea. He was also worried that Fatty Gung would be fooled, so he nodded, called Xin Shooting without saying a word, and asked her to drive over to pick him up immediately. Half an hour later, Lin Shu and his group sat in a luxury car. Xin Shooting seemed to have washed up and was ready to rest, which made Lin Shu feel a little embarrassed. Xin Shooting ignored Lin Shu and looked at him for a few seconds. "Mr. Lin, you bought so many clothes today, why did you?" When Lin Shu heard this, he immediately sighed helplessly, "Alas, this matter is really a long story." Then, Xin Shooting didn't ask any more questions, stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. At this time, Lin Shu glanced at Shi Bingbing and said, "Student Shi Bingbing, it's getting late. Do you want us to send you back to your school to rest?" At this time, Lin Miaotong also blinked and looked at Shi Bingbing. Obviously Lin Miaotong hoped that Shi Bingbing would return to school earlier and not cause her any trouble. But Shi Bingbing, for some reason, looked at her watch and revealed a helpless expression, "But it might be too late to go back now. Our dormitory will be locked and I may not be able to get in." After hearing what Shi Bingbing said, Lin Shu didn't say anything else, but just smiled and nodded, indicating that if it really didn't work, then they could just come with us, and we would book a room for them after it was over. Lin Miaotong was a little unhappy, but didn't say much. Shi Bingbing didn't know why, but instinctively wanted to go to the bar with Lin Shu. She naturally knew what her best friend meant and hoped that she would leave quickly and not be a third wheel. But Shi Bingbing somehow found this reason and refused to return to school early. Half an hour later, according to the location sent by Fatty Gung, Lin Shu's Bentley stopped in front of a medium-sized bar in Jiangqing City. Xin Shooting parked the car, fiddled with her hair, looked at Lin Shu, and asked for Lin Shu's orders. "Shu Ting, go back and rest first. We can get a taxi later." Xin Shooting looked at the time. She should have felt lucky to be able to leave work early. However, Xin Shooting seemed to be a completely different person today. She shook her head and said, "No, I'd better go in with you. What if we can't get a taxi when we come out later? I can take you back directly later." After hearing what Qin Shooting said, Lin Miaotong was extremely unhappy. It seems like the whole world is against her today. One light bulb wasn't enough, there were two. But the reasons given by both of them seemed reasonable and justifiable. Even if she was unhappy, she couldn't say anything. She could only sulk and get off the car alone. Lin Shu, accompanied by three super beauties with perfect figures and looks, swaggered into the bar where Fatty Gung and the others were. Immediately, a marketing staff came up to greet us warmly. "Brothers, what's up? Have you booked a table today?" Lin Shu looked at the marketing man in front of him, who was at most in his 20s, with a childish face. He took out a wad of banknotes and stuffed them into his hand, whispering a few words into his ear. It was the first time for this young man to receive so many tips. He was so excited that he nodded repeatedly at Lin Shu and the others. His attitude became respectful, as if he was welcoming an elder. He led Lin Shu and the others into the bar. Chapter 040. Hello, Mr. Gung. After entering the bar, under Lin Shu's arrangement, the marketing staff took Lin Shu and others to a relatively hidden corner box with a very good view. The location was relatively higher than the scattered seats, and every corner of the bar could be clearly seen. At this time, the nightlife has already started in the bar. Dynamic music, hot dancing, many beautiful young girls hugging each other and dancing to their heart's content on the dance floor. The gorgeous flashlights flickered, shining on people's faces. The young men and women here are venting their stress wantonly, and the scene is quite lively. Although Lin Shu was once just a loser, he had still been to the bar. It's just that Lin Shu used to just come here to have a wild party. Just don't order any drinks or reserve a table, just come in and dance on the dance floor. Today is different from the past. Lin Shu can also sit in the box and experience the atmosphere of the bar. The marketing manager approached Lin Shu respectfully and said, "Brother, what should we drink tonight? Beer or foreign wine?" "This is it, the Supreme Dragon Set, 98,888. Lin Shu took the tablet from the marketing staff and said casually, "Go straight to the most expensive one." Now Lin Shu no longer has to count the money in his pocket, so he can enjoy himself to the fullest. It seems that the bar Lu Kai chose is not very high-end, and the consumption is relatively cheap. There is no such thrill of spending a lot of money in a nightclub. Therefore, Lin Shu did not say anything and clicked on the most expensive set meal on the tablet more than 10 times. "Thank you, big brother. Big brother, you are my second parent. Ha 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 ha." The marketing staff looked at Lin Shu's spending and wanted to kowtow to him right there. This was just a relatively small nightclub. Where had they seen such a scene before? Lin Shu moved his fingers and immediately 19 sets of Supreme Dragon were sold, and tens of thousands of dollars were spent immediately. Among the girls present, Qin Shooting was naturally accustomed to Lin Shu's rich behavior. She was mentally prepared and would find it abnormal if Lin Shu did not spend like this. But Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Lin Shu spend nearly 2 million with just a flick of his finger. "This is too rich. This is 2 million. Then, a few minutes later, the DJ at the scene immediately started shouting, "Oh, oh, oh." The owner of the Supreme VIP 888 box clicked the Supreme Dragon Set 19 times in a row. Where are the cheers from the audience? Led by the DJ, the whole audience burst into cheers. Lin Shu was a little confused. "What does it have to do with you that I spent 2 million? Why do you look more excited than me?" Later, Lin Shu found out that as long as he ordered a set of Supreme Dragon Set, everyone present could get a cocktail. With 19 sets of Supreme Dragon Sets given out at once, some guests who came here only to order some beer could basically get their fill. No wonder, no wonder. After a while, a dozen hot bikini beauties, holding light signs in their hands and carrying baskets of well-equipped drinks, came to Lin Shu's box. These beauties all seemed to be the beauties from the bar atmosphere group. They looked at Lin Shu, who was sitting in the center of the box, and flirted with him madly, fearing that Lin Shu would not notice them. Not only that, there were also beautiful women who kept running to Lin Shu's box to toast Lin Shu with wine, completely ignoring the 3 girls that Lin Shu brought with him. However, Lin Shu's attitude towards these girls was still quite cold. The data of these girls are all quite explosive. Lin Shu could only shake his head silently and basically sent away all the girls who came here at once. Right now, in the booth where Fatty Gung was sitting. Fatty Gung was not used to this kind of occasion. As soon as Lu Kai came here, he immediately attracted a table full of girls. Several of Lu Kai's friends also came here. Almost every one of them was hugged by girls on both sides. Even Lu Kai, with his left arm around Wang Qian, and his right arm around a hot bikini beauty. This made Fatty Gung very unhappy. Wang Qian hardly paid any attention to Fatty Gung and continued drinking and rolling dice with Lu Kai's friends. Fatty Gung was sitting there alone, looking very lonely. At this time, Lu Kai and others began to force Fatty Gung to drink alcohol crazily. Their games are getting more and more extreme. Fatty Gung clearly saw that Lu Kai's dirty hand was touching his goddess thigh and moving continuously. Fatty Gung had suffered a lot today, and with the influence of alcohol, he naturally got drunk when he saw this scene. He stood up angrily, picked up a wine bottle, and smashed it hard on the corner of the table. Crackling! The sound of the wine bottle breaking was instantly drowned out by the noisy bar. It attracted almost no attention from anyone except their own table. Soon, Lu Kai and others pressed Fatty Gung onto the sofa. Boy, what are you going to do? Are you going to fight me to death, right? At this time, Lu Kai hugged Wang Qian and looked at Fatty Gung triumphantly, very arrogantly. Fatty Gung's eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Kai's hand gradually move towards his goddess chest. He began to struggle frantically. Ha 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 ha. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Look, your goddess will never reject me. Don't you think so, baby? As Lu Kai spoke, he did not forget to look at Wang Qian teasingly. At this time, Wang Qian glanced at the extremely embarrassed Fatty Gung lying on the sofa, rolled her eyes at him, and then, without saying a word, kissed Lu Kai on the face. Obviously, this was Wang Qian's answer to Lu Kai's question with action. When Fat Gung saw this scene, he felt hopeless and closed his eyes slightly, his face full of loneliness and despair. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, I never thought there would be an idiot like you in this world. You have nothing, but you still want to pick up girls? I think you are crazy. Lu Kai was even more rampant at this time. He put one foot on the table and mocked Fatty Gung to his heart's content. Wang Qian naturally would not let Lu Kai down. She stuck her whole body to Lu Kai and danced passionately. The scene was very chaotic. This scene was of course seen by Lin Shu and others in the box. Lin Shu had already thought of this situation. He waved his hand gently, motioning the marketing guy to come over, and whispered a few words into his ear again. As for Fatty Gung, he had become the laughingstock of the entire booth. Lu Kai and his friends laughed at Fatty Gung wantonly, using very unpleasant words. Wang Qian also echoed them, following them and constantly mocking Fatty Gung. Fatty Gung struggled to break free from the crowd, looked at Wang Qian with despair, then shook his head helplessly and smiled. I was alone, planning to leave, and felt extremely lonely. At this moment, the spotlights were on Fatty Gung. The bar manager, accompanied by a group of hot bikini beauties and a large group of bodyguards in suits, came over. After seeing Fatty Gung, the bar manager, Manager Wang, bowed personally. Master Gung. Hello, Mr. Gung. After Manager Wang greeted them, the bikini girls behind him and the bodyguards in suits all lowered their heads and shouted at the top of their lungs to greet Fatty Gung. This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Fatty Gung. Lu Kai, his cronies, and Wang Qian were all dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in confusion. Chapter 041 going straight to Lin Miaotong's room. Not to mention that Lu Kai and the others were a little overwhelmed at this moment. Even Fatty Gung himself didn't know what was going on. At this time, Manager Wang walked over respectfully. Mr. Gung, why didn't you tell us that you came to spend money here today? Are these all your friends, Mr. Gung? Manager Wang said as he scanned Lu Kai and others with his eagle-like eyes. Just think about it, a bar manager is not an ordinary person. Manager Wang was a gangster, with a murderous aura, which frightened Lu Kai and others half to death. Fatty Gung was still confused at this time and didn't know how to answer. At this time, Manager Wang stepped forward and said, You guys. Are you bullying our Master Gung? I'm telling you, you're dead. After saying this, Manager Wang gave a look to the bodyguards behind him. Immediately, those bodyguards in suits and leather shoes rushed forward and all appeared behind Lu Kai and others. No, no, no. Manager Wang, we are Gung, Mr. Gung's friends. Seeing this, Lu Kai was so scared that he trembled all over. He kept explaining, fearing that Manager Wang's men would take action. Manager Wang snorted coldly, Is that so? Lu Kai nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes, yes. Manager Wang, we are really Mr. Gung's friends. Just now, we were drunk and just played a few jokes with Mr. Gung. At this time, Manager Wang turned his head and looked at Fatty Gung. Fatty Gung stood there at a loss and nodded woodenly. Manager Wang then glanced at Lu Kai and the others and said, "So that's how it is. If that's the case, then you should accompany our Master Gung well. Let me tell you, if our Master Gung is unhappy, you will die without knowing how. Did you hear me?" Lu Kai and the others looked at Fatty Gung at this time, their faces paler than each other, and they nodded rapidly. "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Manager Wang, we got it. Mr. Gung, let's continue. After Manager Wang scolded Lu Kai and the others, he walked over to Fatty Gung and pretended to whisper a few words to him with a smile. Fatty Gung actually didn't hear what Manager Wang said. Without saying anything, Manager Wang took the microphone and shouted to the audience, "Tonight, our Master Gung will pay for all the expenses. Everyone, cheer for me as much as you can." Then, the whole audience was boiling. Fatty Gung stared blankly at the beauties in the audience, who were rushing towards him in waves like a hurricane. His clothes were almost torn by the breasts of those beauties. At this time, Lu Kai and others crowded over, each with an extremely flattering smile on their face, especially Lu Kai, who held a wineglass in his hand and handed it to Fatty Gung. "Master Gung. We are blind and don't recognize you, Master Gung, please let us go." At this time, Fatty Gung squinted his eyes, glanced at Lu Kai and the others, took a deep breath, and said very calmly, "Get lost, I don't want to see you again." At this time, Lu Kai turned his gaze to Wang Chen beside him. Wang Chen was trembling at this time, and hurriedly walked up to him, and said to Fatty Gung with a very charming look and a pitiful voice, "Mr. Gung, just now I just drank too much, can you please forgive me?" Fatty Gung gave Wang Chen a cold look. He is not a fool, he just keeps deceiving himself. Roll. Fatty Gung only said one word. Wang Chen was still a little unwilling and wanted to continue pleading with Fatty Gung. This time, Fatty Gung flew into a rage and slapped her in the face, making her dizzy. "Get out! I told you to get out! Don't you understand?" Seeing Fatty Gung getting angry, Lu Kai and the others did not dare to hesitate. Without saying anything, they pulled Wang Chen up and said, Okay, Master Gung, let's get out. We'll get out right now." Then, Lu Kai and others dragged Wang Chen and fled the bar in a hurry. Right now. In Lin Chu's box. Manager Wang walked up to Lin Chu with a glass of wine in his hand and a smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, my name is Wang Jinlong. If you have any problems in the future, just let me know at any time." Ha. Wang Jinlong seemed very generous. He picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp with Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled at Wang Jinlong, stretched out his hand and shook his hand. "Manager Wang, thank you very much for this matter. Please keep this money." Then, Lin Chu randomly typed a line of numbers on his mobile phone, which turned out to be about 7 digits. When Wang Jinlong looked at the line of numbers, he immediately smiled and was very happy. He hugged Lin Chu warmly. "Mr. Lin, what do you want to do today? Our bar will fully cooperate." Lin Chu smiled and looked at Fatty Gung, who was waving his body wildly, with beauties surrounding him. Lin Chu was very satisfied. It seemed that it would take time to heal the inner scars of this guy. "No need, Manager Wang, this Fatty Gung is my brother, please take good care of him for me. If he gets drunk, just get him a room nearby." Then, Lin Chu shook his head, and left the box with a group of beauties, smiling. Those 19 Supreme Dragon sets were all still placed on the table. This money was not worth mentioning to Lin Chu at this moment. After walking out of the bar, Lin Miaotong shouted that it was so exciting, and she kept jumping up and down, "Brother Lin Chu! It was so exciting! You don't know how embarrassed Wang Qian and Lu Kai were just now." Lin Chu smiled and nodded, but said nothing. The group returned to the Bentley. "Boss Lin, where are we going next?" Lin Chu closed his eyes slightly, as if he was very melancholy, and uttered 4 words faintly, "Zhangcheng number 1. Qin Shooting nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and the Bentley sped away. To be honest, the scene just now had a huge impact not only on Fatty Gung, but also on Lin Chu. Sometimes, this is what it means to be rich and powerful. In this society, it seems that true love does not exist, and even the strongest relationships cannot withstand the impact and temptation of money. In fact, Lin Chu had figured out these things a long time ago. However, after seeing what happened tonight, he was still greatly shocked. Fortunately, I was lucky. I activated the system and became a billionaire. If I were not so rich, what kind of life would I be living now? Qin Shooting, Zhong Qin, Wenya, Lin Miaodong, and even Qi Bingbing, would these beauties look at him straight in the eye? It was impossible. I can only be like Fatty Gung, the object of ridicule and mockery by others. Thinking of this, Lin Shu smiled indifferently. Fortunately, God has been good to me. At least he can turn over and be the master for once. Arrive! While he was lost in thought, time passed quickly. Qin Shooting had already parked the car at the gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 VIP Special Channel. As long as Lin Shu stepped into the elevator, he could reach the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor at any time. At this time, Lin Miaodong came up and held Lin Shu's arm with great strength, as if she was afraid that Lin Shu would leave. This time, Lin Shu did not refuse. He calmly held Lin Miaodong's hand, took the elevator normally, and went straight to Lin Miaodong's presidential suite. Chapter 042, Elegant Activation of All Skins. On the way back to the room in the elevator with Lin Shu, Lin Miaodong's heart was beating fast. This is still quite tense. Although Lin Miaodong was not a virgin girl, she was still a little nervous facing a man like Lin Shu who was full of oppression. The shy girl's face was as red as an apple. Lin Shu smiled and said nothing. He naturally took Lin Miaodong's hand and walked into the room. Qi Bingbing behind him was a little at a loss and embarrassed, but Lin Shu had already booked a room for her next door. Qi Bingbing greeted Lin Miaodong at the door of the room and returned to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Qi Bingbing put her ear to the door, as if she wanted to hear something. 20 minutes later. Lin Miaodong and Lin Shu snuggled on the sofa. Although Lin Miaodong pretended to watch a movie, she was already impatient in her heart. She naturally placed her long, beautiful legs wrapped in white silk stockings on Lin Shu. Lin Shu naturally had a physiological reaction as well. Miaodong, I have something to tell you. Lin Shu looked at the shy Lin Miaodong and spoke suddenly. Lin Miaodong lowered her head shyly. Brother Lin Shu, at this point, I'm willing to do whatever you say. Lin Shu saw Lin Miaodong's expression and realized that she had obviously misunderstood his meaning. He coughed and said seriously, Miaodong, I think you may have misunderstood my meaning. What I want to tell you is, maybe I am not just a girlfriend. As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, Lin Miaodong was stunned on the spot, as if she had experienced a bolt from the blue. Brother Lin Shu, what are you talking about? Lin Miaodong was shocked at this time, and her expression was very unnatural. Lin Shu sighed and looked out the window. Actually, I will tell every one of my girlfriends about this. Because of my own reasons, I may not have just one girlfriend. Lin Miaodong looked at Lin Shu stupidly, tears sliding down her eyes unnaturally. But, Brother Lin Shu, why is this? Don't say anything more, Miaodong. I can tell you that I have already lost faith in love. No one can change this. I want to be myself. I can't have only you as my girlfriend. In fact, I already have other girlfriends. If you can accept it, I will treat you well. Of course, if you can't accept it, then I won't embarrass you. At this time, Lin Shu held his chin with both hands, looked out the window, made the coolest pose, and said the most heartless words. Lin Miaodong looked at Lin Shu stupidly, feeling a little overwhelmed. To be honest, she might be able to guess that Lin Shu had another woman, and the most she could accept was to turn a blind eye. But, why did you tell me? I could have pretended I knew nothing. Lin Miaodong was heartbroken at this point, and it was obviously difficult for her to accept all this. Looking at Lin Miaodong, who was crying like rain, Lin Shu sighed, this is impossible. I won't hide these things from you, Miaodong, I like you too, but you can't change my life. You can't change my mind. Think about it carefully. After Lin Shu finished saying this, he glanced at Lin Miaodong, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and staggered out of Lin Miaodong's room. This is the advantage of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Lin Shu didn't have to worry about where to go. He whistled, and a few minutes later, he appeared at the door of Wenya's room. At this time, Wenya was tasting red wine alone. This was the first time in Wenya's life that she missed a man so much. She looked at the door, eagerly waiting, but did not dare to call him. Wenya did not feel that this humble waiting was torture at all, but instead felt that it was a kind of happy distress. Perhaps the elegant prayer moved God. At the door of her room, there was the sound of a card swiping. Wenya was a little bit incredulous. She quickly stood up and looked at the gate with excitement. Sure enough, the man pushed open the door and walked in. Wenya immediately pounced on Lin Shu and threw herself into his arms. Hubby! I miss you so much. Wenya looked up at Lin Shu lovingly. Lin Shu was a little touched. It seemed that Wenya had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Shu smiled and pinched Wenya's face. He picked her up lazily, put her gently on the sofa, and kept caressing the woman beside him. More than an hour later, Wenya snuggled in Lin Shu's arms, her face full of happiness. "Hubby, I love you so much," Wenya muttered to herself as she drew circles on Lin Shu's chest with her fingers. Lin Shu smiled and took Wenya into his arms. "What did you do today? Did you go shopping?" Having said that, Wenya nodded excitedly, jumped up quickly, her whole body naked, revealing her spring scenery to the whole room, and excitedly took out a large bag of clothes from the room. "Honey, look, these are the clothes I bought for you today. I think you will look very handsome in them." As Wenya spoke, she happily showed Lin Shu how to try on the clothes and nodded continuously, seeming to be very satisfied with her taste. Lin Shu looked at the bed full of clothes and felt very happy. "Baby, next time you go shopping, you don't have to buy so many clothes for me. Buy more for yourself." When Wenya mentioned this, her face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Hee hubby, actually, I bought it for myself too, but I'm a little embarrassed to say it." Seeing Wenya like this, Lin Shu seemed to understand something immediately. He gently patted Wenya's hips and said, "Come on, baby, I want to see it. Hurry up and change it so I can appreciate it." Wenya shyly hit Lin Shu and said, "You're so annoying, I just..." "It's okay. I am the god of war." Lin Shu was very excited at this time, and various scenes appeared in front of him. 5 minutes later. The picture is too beautiful to describe in detail. In short, those top quality skins that make people unable to stop have everything. Seeing this, Lin Shu was itching to get it. When Wenya changed her third skin, Lin Shu couldn't help but pounce on her. A night of fierce fighting. The next day, Lin Shu did not sleep in. Instead, he got up before 7 o'clock. He looked at Wenya, who was sleeping soundly beside him due to overwork. He smiled slightly and kissed her face gently. Then, Lin Shu changed his clothes and started to wander around the VIP space on the top floor of Jiangcheng No. 1 alone. At this time, most people haven't gotten up yet, so the top floor of Jiangcheng No. 1 is empty. Lin Shu feels a little bored and wonders whether he should go back to school. At this moment, he heard a sound coming from the gym next door. Chapter 043. Can I attend the class for free? Lin Shu saw that the lights in the gym on the top floor were dimly on, as if someone came to work out early in the morning. This still made Lin Shu a little curious, so he patiently leaned his head in and took a look. It doesn't matter if you look at it. Just happened to see a very explosive scene, which ignited Lin Shu's passion for fighting early in the morning. At this time, Qi Bingbing was wearing a tight sportswear, revealing a large area of white skin covered with sweat, and was doing hip exercises. Although Lin Shu had already discovered Qi Bingbing's impressive figure yesterday. However, this outfit today makes her figure look even more prominent, and is just as elegant as before. Especially that perky butt, it can definitely hold a wine glass without falling down. At this time, Qi Bingbing, who was concentrating on exercising, heard a noise, raised her head, frowned slightly and looked towards the door. She happened to see Lin Shu at the door, and immediately Qi Bingbing's face turned slightly red. Mr. Lin, why are you up so early?" Lin Shu smiled, walked into the gym without saying a word, and sat down on the yoga mat around Qi Bingbing. "Student Bingbing, you are so self-disciplined. You get up so early to exercise. It turns out that beauties are made through training." Qi Bingbing picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off her body. She smiled and explained, "No, that's not the case. I just couldn't sleep. I chatted with Miaotong until the early morning last night." When Lin Shu heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that it was him who caused the other person's insomnia. "Hey, sorry, classmate Bingbing, I have troubled you." Qi Bingbing didn't seem to have any opinion about Lin Shu. She was quite calm and smiled at him. "Nothing. She and I are best friends." "Then, did Miaotong tell you the reason?" Qi Bingbing nodded, still looking calm, and walked to another piece of fitness equipment. "Mr. Lin, can you come over and help me? I want to train this, and I can't do it alone." Of course Lin Shu would be more than happy to help such a beauty to exercise. Immediately, Lin Shu came to Qi Bingbing and helped her with fitness. During this time, looking at Qi Bingbing's plump figure, fair skin, and sexy facial features, this man's morning was the most difficult to get through. "Student Bingbing, what do you think about this matter?" Qi Bingbing concentrated on training, took a deep breath, and said calmly, I don't think it's a big deal. For someone like Lin Xiao, even if you don't say it, Niaotou might be mentally prepared, but you are too real, maybe she can't accept it. Lin Shu nodded, and then asked, what would you do if this happened to classmate Bingbing? Qi Bingbing put down the fitness equipment in her hand and thought for a moment, maybe. I will accept it. Although this answer was very simple, it made Lin Shu suddenly feel that Qi Bingbing was a good woman, at least she told the truth. At this time, Qi Bingbing stood up and did a few simple stretching exercises. Okay. Master Lin, I have completed my training mission for today. Lin Shu nodded slightly, raised his head and looked at the top beauty in front of him, then classmate Bingbing, do you have any plans later? Qi Bingbing thought for a while and said, I want to go back to school. I have classes this morning. Lin Shu nodded immediately. Okay. Bingbing, can you drive? I'll take you there. By the way, I'll take you to your school this morning. I've heard that your normal college is beautiful, beautiful. When Qi Bingbing heard Lin Shu say this, she laughed and covered her mouth. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lin. But, Mr. Lin, can't you drive? Lin Shu shook his head. I really don't know how to do this. But you know how to do it, don't you? That's not a big problem. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Shu took Qi Bingbing directly to the underground parking lot, shaking his car keys in his hand. Yesterday, Lin Shu asked Su Jing to deliver his Bentley Bentayga here. Lin Shu smiled and sat directly on the passenger seat, while Qi Bingbing sat in the driver's seat, taking deep breaths. I say, classmate Bingbing, are you so ceremonial when driving? How is that possible? Master Lin, your car is so expensive, how stressful it would be for me to drive it. My driving skills are not very good either, so I have to be mentally prepared. As we said, if there are any scratches, don't blame me. When Lin Shu heard this, he smiled, took out his mobile phone and started playing with it in the passenger seat. It was obvious that he didn't care at all about Qi Bingbing's driving. Qi Bingbing calmed down for more than a minute before she prepared herself mentally and began to operate this top-of-the-line Bentley Bentayga worth about 5 million yuan according to the usual procedures. This burgundy car is quite good-looking, especially in the eyes of girls. Because Qi Bingbing's school is in a university town in the suburbs of Jiangcheng City, the car was getting farther and farther away from the city center. As soon as they arrived near the university town, the Bentayga driven by Qi Bingbing immediately became everyone's focus. It attracted many people to stop and watch. Just imagine, a top-notch beauty driving a luxury car worth more than 5 million yuan on the road. What kind of picture is it? Of course Qi Bingbing also felt a little proud inside, as all girls have a little vanity. Therefore, Qi Bingbing gently rolled down the window a little, fearing that others would not know that she was driving the car. When Lin Shu saw Qi Bingbing's little trick, he didn't say anything, just smiled lightly and continued playing the game. As expected, he didn't feel carsick at all when playing the game in the luxury car. It felt like he was playing the game on the sofa in the dormitory. It's not even 8:30 in the morning. Qi Bingbing and Lin Shu arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng Normal University. Sure enough, there were many beauties near Jiangcheng Normal University, and the school gate was full of beautiful girls in uniforms. Lin Shu couldn't take his eyes off them and looked around. Okay. Stop looking. I'm the school belle. I'm the most beautiful girl in this school. You can't find anyone prettier than me. At this moment, Qi Bingbing no longer had that aloof look. She looked at Lin Shu with a smile and said half-jokingly. Lin Shu smiled and touched his head awkwardly. Indeed, Bingbing's appearance is definitely like this. Qi Bingbing was also very happy after hearing Lin Shu's words. She chuckled and then took Lin Shu for a stroll in her campus, introducing her school to Lin Shu everywhere. Lin Shu was not interested in the construction of the school at all, he was only interested in the beauties here. Time passed quickly, and it was almost time for class. Qi Bingbing looked at her watch and said, Sorry, Lin Shu, I have class and need to go to class first. What are you going to do? At this time, Lin Shu looked at the beauties rushing to the teaching building, feeling a little unsatisfied. Hey, classmate Bingbing, can I go to your school's class? Chapter 044 Zhongfeng? Stroke. What? Mr. Lin, you still want to attend the class? But, there are almost no male students in our class. You will be very conspicuous if you go. When Lin Shu heard this, he thought, what's the big deal? After confessing 100 times, his skin has become thicker than a city wall. What's there to be afraid of if he attracts onlookers? So, Lin Shu shook his head nonchalantly and said, "It's okay. Classmate Bingbing, I'll go to class with you. I'm bored anyway. By the way, don't call me young Master Lin anymore. Just call me Lin Shu." "Okay. Lin Shu. If you're bored, I'll secretly open the back door for you and let you leave." Having said that, Shi Bingbing did not refuse, and actually took Lin Shu to her own teaching building. Along the way, Lin Shu and Shi Bingbing attracted too much attention. Everyone on the road would stare at the two of them for a long time. Lin Shu was a little puzzled. "Is there a pattern on my face? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Shi Bingbing later explained to him, "This is normal. I haven't appeared on the same screen with a boy for a long time." Lin Shu suddenly realized what was going on. However, Shi Bingbing's data is indeed like this. Although she is very beautiful, her purity is only 1 so far, which is still a relatively high data. Just look at the situation in this school and you will know that there are almost no men here. Basically, it was very rare to find a man among 100 people. He had a nerdy look, wore thick glasses, and looked as scary as he could be. Lin Shu felt as if he had come to the land of women and couldn't help but feel a little envious. If only he could go to school here, wouldn't he become a rare species then? But if that were really the case, I might not be able to activate the system and become the top rich man I am today. By the way, I spent 10 million yesterday and bought a supercar worth nearly 100 million. I have indeed spent too much money recently and have been too decadent. I should find a chance to make some money. It's best to find a goal today. If it really doesn't work, Shi Bingbing will have to be the tool." Why didn't Lin Shu set his first target directly on Shi Bingbing, who had extremely high looks and perfect statistics? That's of course because of Lin Miaotong. Although Lin Shu's mind is relatively open, he is still a little worried about this kind of thing. It would be bad if he ruined the relationship between her best friend. Therefore, Lin Shu was still wondering if he could find a target. Just like that, Lin Shu accompanied Shi Bingbing and entered a lecture hall together. It looked like it could accommodate at least several classes taking classes together. This way, the probability of Lin Shu being discovered would be much smaller. "Hey! Bingbing, what's up? Have you found a boyfriend? What about our Master Zhong?" After entering the classroom, it was obvious that more people knew Shi Bingbing. Immediately, a smiling girl came over and joked with Shi Bingbing. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship, otherwise they wouldn't make such a joke. Shi Bingbing immediately said seriously, "Yen Yen. Don't talk nonsense. This is my friend, Lin Shu. He is a student at Jiangcheng University. He just came to our school to do some work and to attend a class with me." Watching Shi Bingbing's explanation, the woman named Yen Yen immediately showed an expression that said, "I understand. Of course. Hello, handsome guy, I'm Bingbing's friend." Lin Shu smiled and politely greeted the beautiful lady named Yen Yen. He felt no emotion at all. It was impossible for a woman who couldn't even activate the system to attract Lin Shu's attention. But, "Bingbing, aren't you really afraid that Master Zhong will get angry?" "He is." "Okay. Yen Yen, sit down and get ready for class?" Shi Bingbing said coldly. Obviously, Shi Bingbing was not particularly fond of this young Master Zhong. Lin Shu was too lazy to ask, as it had nothing to do with him. However, Lin Shu's idea was obviously wrong. After a boring hour, Lin Shu just felt bored and stood up to leave, but was stopped by a man who was about 1.9 meters tall. The man looked ferocious. Lin Shu was considered tall and sturdy in the south, but he was still a head shorter than the man. The man was very angry and stared at Lin Shu with angry eyes. His muscles all over his body looked quite scary. Lin Shu took a look at the man in front of him and was about to take a detour to leave, but unexpectedly, the man actually blocked Lin Shu's way. "Zhong Feng. What are you doing?" At this time, Shi Bingbing happened to come in from outside, saw the scene, and yelled at the big guy without saying a word. "Stroke? It looks a bit like it." Lin Shu couldn't help but laughed while covering his mouth when he heard the man's name was so funny. This made the man named Zhong Feng even more angry. He looked at Lin Shu with his eyes wide open, blocked Shi Bingbing's way, and then forced Lin Shu into a corner. "You little brat. Do you know that Shi Bingbing is the woman I like? I advise you to get out of here right now if you know what's best for you." Lin Shu looked at the man and immediately showed displeasure. "What did you say? Are you kidding? This place is not yours. I will leave if you tell me to? Lin Shu had planned to leave, but after hearing what the man said, he immediately changed his mind. Without saying a word, he pushed Zhong Feng away and continued to sit in the same seat, crossing his legs and looking very proud. Zhong Feng was so angry that his hair was about to explode. You brat! I think you are looking for death. As he said that, Zhong Feng was about to rush towards Lin Shu. At this time, two men quickly appeared and stopped Zhong Feng. Mr. Zhong, calm down, don't be impulsive, it's time for class now. Zhong Feng looked at Lin Shu with gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat someone. Lin Shu was leisurely and contented, not caring at all. Shi Bingbing stood up at this time and came to Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng, how many times have I told you that I don't like you? Can you please stop harassing me? When Zhong Feng saw Shi Bingbing, his expression changed immediately and he looked like a dog touting her. Bingbing! Bingbing! Didn't you say you would give me time to prove my love for you? I love you, I really do, please believe me. Listening to Zhong Feng's words, Lin Shu laughed in his heart. Brother, isn't it obvious that he is just trying to fool you and catch your fish? How come you can't hear that? And he is so serious. Shi Bingbing took a deep breath and looked at the onlookers. She was also a little angry. Okay, Zhong Feng, I'm officially notifying you now. Get out of here right now. I'm not interested in you. After hearing what Shi Bingbing said, Zhong Feng felt as if struck by lightning, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and he felt like an eggplant hit by frost. Why? Why? Is it because of this man? Zhong Feng pointed at Lin Shu, his face full of disbelief. Why don't you need to know? Anyway, I'm not interested in you. Please leave quickly. Shi Bingbing was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhong Feng. Logically speaking, Zhong Feng comes from a good family and looks pretty good. However, he was too childish and Shi Bingbing had no interest in him at all. Chapter 045 Don't Leave After School. Boy, didn't you hear me? Your goddess told you to get out of here right away. Lin Shu was sitting there at this time and said to Zhong Feng very provocatively. This completely angered Zhong Feng. He was not a thoughtful person to begin with, and was directly angry after being provoked by Lin Shu. He roared, pushed Shi Bingbing away, and rushed towards Lin Shu like a bull. Lin Shu was also shocked when he saw the man's posture. In a hurry, he quickly used his skill points to add 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility. Lin Shu has been saving these attribute points and dared not use them. But the situation is urgent now, and Lin Shu can't help but consider it. As a result, when these 10 attribute points were added, Lin Shu suddenly felt like a different person. Zhong Feng's sprint seemed like slow motion in his eyes. He stood there calmly, waiting for the moment when Zhong Feng came to his side and gently grabbed his wrist. Ha! Bang! The whole classroom was silent and everyone was stunned. Zhong Feng is over 1.9 meters tall, plays basketball, weighs nearly 200 kilograms, and is full of muscles. This man, who was over 1.80 meters tall, looked gentle and had a thin build, threw him over his shoulder and threw him heavily to the ground. Lin Shu took a deep breath and said, "Oh my god, this is too strong." How could he know what 5 attribute points meant? This is equivalent to doubling the strength and agility of an ordinary person. No wonder he could knock Zhong Feng down directly. Zhong Feng fell to the ground, his whole body ached, and most importantly, his face was burning with pain. It wasn't because Lin Shu hit him, but he felt embarrassed, his whole body was stinging, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Master Zhong. After several seconds, Zhong Feng's 2 younger brothers finally reacted. They rushed over and helped Zhong Feng up. Lin Shu clapped his hands, looked at Zhong Feng with bloodshot eyes, and smiled contemptuously. Okay, I'll teach you a lesson. I advise you to get out of here quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. This guy Zhong Feng is a rough guy. He didn't think about it at all. Seeing Lin Shu being so arrogant, he rushed up and fought with him without saying a word. Fortunately, his 2 younger brothers stopped him and kept persuading him. Mr. Zhong, class is about to start. Let's go first and talk after class. The 2 younger brothers pushed and shoved Zhong Feng out of the classroom. Before leaving, Zhong Feng pointed at Lin Shu and threatened him not to leave after school. Lin Shu smiled. This Zhong Feng was really interesting. It was like they were fighting like elementary school students and they didn't even want to leave after school. Are you funny? Lin Shu sat in his seat calmly, composed. Qi Bingbing's best friend Yan Yan was dumbfounded just now, looking at Lin Shu as if he were a devil. Qi Bingbing ran over at this time and sat next to Lin Shu, looking anxious. Lin Shu, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble, you should leave quickly and don't bother with Zhong Feng. Lin Shu originally wanted to leave, but now, he really didn't want to leave. So, he waved his hand proudly and said, no. Today, I will really accompany you to class. Qi Bingbing looked anxious. Naturally, she couldn't do anything to Lin Shu, so she could only sit next to Lin Shu with an uneasy look on her face. Don't worry. Classmate Bingbing, you should study hard. Lin Shu was calm and even took time to comfort Qi Bingbing. At this time, the girl named Yan Yan pushed Qi Bingbing and asked softly, Hey, Bingbing, where did you find this boyfriend? Why is he like a god of war? Look at how ferocious Zhong Feng is, but he was easily defeated. This guy must be a master, right? Qi Bingbing rolled her eyes at her best friend and said, say less. Read less martial arts novels. Another boring hour. Lin Shu really couldn't bear it any longer. Even if he wanted to tease Zhong Feng, he couldn't hold on any longer. This class was simply a torture. No, classmate Bingbing, I have to go back to school. Your classes are too boring. Lin Shu stood up, stretched calmly and prepared to leave. At this time Qi Bingbing rushed up and stopped Lin Shu. No! Lin Shu, you can't leave. Zhong Feng will definitely be waiting for you outside. Lin Shu snorted with disdain, I'm not afraid of that stroke guy. In broad daylight, how can he stop me? Qi Bingbing looked anxious and hurried to stay beside Lin Shu. Lin Shu, no, if you want to go, I'll go with you. I'll feel relieved when I send you to the car. If that Zhong Feng stops you, I'll protect you. Lin Shu lowered his head, glanced at the proud Qi Bingbing, and smiled, you protect me? Seeing Lin Shu joking, Qi Bingbing shyly hit him and said, it's already this hour, and you still have the mind to joke. Lin Shu raised his hands helplessly and surrendered, okay, you protect me, then you must protect me well. Having said that, Lin Shu took Qi Bingbing and the female classmate named Yan Yan with him, and planned to leave the school while chatting and laughing. At this time, at the school gate, Zhong Feng gathered a large group of people, blocking the gate with their eyes wide open, staring at the campus, fearing that Lin Shu would run away. At this moment, a red sports car came roaring. I saw a woman who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, wearing sunglasses, very chic, beautiful and cool, opening the car door and walking towards the campus. This woman was none other than Zhong Qin. She came here just in time to deliver something to her younger brother, Zhong Feng. But as soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw a large group of people gathered there, led by his younger brother. Zhong Qin took off his sunglasses and a very angry expression appeared on his face. Zhong Feng! Come here! Zhong Qin shouted loudly. Zhong Feng was so frightened that he trembled all over. When he turned around, he happened to see his sister, Zhong Qin, standing there. Damn it! What a bad luck! Zhong Feng cursed inwardly and waved his hand, signaling his younger brothers to disperse first. Then, with a smile on her face, she quickly ran to Zhong Qin and said, Sister, how come you have time to come and see me today? Zhong Qin glanced at Zhong Feng coldly and said, Zhong Feng, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight again? Zhong Feng quickly shook his head like a rattle. No, sister, no, I'm not planning on fighting. I don't know if it was such a coincidence, but at this moment, I heard a younger brother shouting, Master Zhong, that guy is out, and your goddess is with him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Feng was like a powder keg that was ignited. He turned around angrily and saw that Lin Shu and Qi Bingbing were walking together, talking and laughing. Zhong Feng suddenly became angry and forgot that his sister was still by his side. He waved his hand. Damn it! Come on, I'm going to teach that brat a lesson today. As they spoke, a large group of people rushed towards Lin Shu from all directions. Seeing this, Qi Bingbing stopped in front of Lin Shu without saying a word. What are you doing? Zhong Feng rushed forward at this time, glaring at Lin Shu behind Qi Bingbing. Bingbing, get out of the way. If I don't teach this bra a lesson today, I won't be named Zhong. Then, seeing Qi Bingbing didn't move, Zhong Feng became even more angry. Without saying a word, he pointed at Lin Shu and said, Boy, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Stand out. Chapter 046 Legs Play Years. Lin Shu really didn't expect that Zhong Feng could really gather a large group of people to surround him like a primary school student. But Lin Shu was not afraid at all. The people that Zhong Feng called, except himself, were basically a mob, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Shu gently walked around Qi Bingbing and smiled at Zhong Feng with great contempt and disdain. Seeing this scene, Zhong Feng became completely enraged. He let out a roar and was ready to rush up and fight Lin Shu to the death. At this time, Zhong Qin, who was far away, became more and more frightened the more she looked. At first, she even doubted her own eyes, but now she finally saw clearly that this man was none other than the big boss she was planning to curry favor with. Lin Shu. Zhong Qin was completely panicked at this time. She had only one thought, to rush forward and stop her troublemaking brother. Thinking of this, Zhong Qin took 2 steps at a time and rushed forward, standing between the two of them. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. After seeing Lin Shu, Zhong Qin was very respectful. He walked forward and bowed slightly to Lin Shu. Mr. Lin. Lin Shu took a look and said, "Huh? Long-legged beauty." He immediately smiled and said, "I say, Miss Zhong, why is it you?" Zhong Qin was a little embarrassed. She looked back at Zhong Feng and roughly pulled him over. "Mr. Lin, this is my brother, do you have some misunderstanding?" As Zhong Qin spoke, she glared at Zhong Feng fiercely. At this time, Zhong Feng was also confused and looked at his sister. "Me? Shut up." Zhong Qin turned her head and shouted, interrupting Zhong Feng's words. "This guy Zhong Feng is fearless except for his sister Zhong Qin." After being yelled at by his sister, Zhong Feng really lowered his head obediently. Zhong Qin glared at Zhong Feng fiercely and said, "Tell me. How did you offend young Master Lin? Do you know who young Master Lin is?" Listening to Zhong Qin's reprimand, Lin Shu hurriedly stepped forward and said, No, Miss Zhong, you misunderstood. We don't have any conflicts. It was just a little joke." Zhong Qin looked at Lin Shu, somewhat confused. At this time, Lin Shu took the initiative to take a step forward and put his arm around Zhong Feng's neck. Zhong Feng subconsciously wanted to resist, but Lin Shu's hands were like 2 iron clamps. He could not move at all and could only glare at Lin Shu viciously. "Right, Master Zhong, we are just joking, right?" Lin Shu showed a very gentle smile at this time, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. Zhong Feng endured the pain and almost bit his teeth. But the situation was forced, his sister was eyeing him covetously, and this Lin Shu was a traitor. "Yes. Sister. We were just joking." Zhong Feng gritted his teeth and spoke to Zhong Qin word by word. Lin Shu smiled and then let go of Zhong Feng. "Look, isn't this all right? These are all your friends. Why don't you let them go and have dinner?" Zhong Feng glared at Lin Shu, then walked forward reluctantly and waved his hand, "You all go away and have your meals." Zhong Qin looked at her brother with half belief and half doubt. She knew her brother so well, how could she not know what had just happened here? However, since Lin Shu gave her a way out, Zhong Qin could not say much and could only look at Lin Shu with gratitude. "All right. Zhong Feng, go back to class. I have something to discuss with Master Lin." Zhong Qin gave Zhong Feng some instructions and quickly sent this disappointing brother away. Zhong Feng didn't want to stay even a second longer at this moment. It was unacceptable for him to embarrass himself like this in front of his goddess. So, as soon as Zhong Qin opened his mouth, Zhong Feng immediately left in a panic like a gust of wind. At this time, the only people left were Lin Shu, Qi Bingbing, Zhong Qin, and Qi Bingbing's classmate. Qi Bingbing looked at Lin Shu at this time, and she had a new understanding of Lin Shu's identity. She didn't expect that Zhong Feng, who was usually arrogant and domineering, would be so respectful to Lin Shu by his sister. This means that Lin Shu is greater than Zhong Qin and greater than Zhong Feng. If this is done the other way around, Lin Shu would be far ahead of Zhong Feng. Qi Bingbing's favorability plus 10. Seeing the scene, Qi Bingbing couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Lin Shu. Zhong Qin looked at the girls behind Lin Shu at this time and said, "Mr. Lin, who are these?" Lin Shu quickly pulled Qi Bingbing over and said, "Ms. Zhong, this is my good friend, Qi Bingbing, and that is her classmate." Zhong Qin looked at Qi Bingbing, scanned her up and down, sized her up for a long time, and nodded. "Bingbing, hello. I heard my brother mention you. I am Zhong Qin, Zhong Feng's sister." Zhong Qin was still quite polite and went up to shake hands with Qi Bingbing. Zhong Qin exuded a sense of oppression that made Qi Bingbing a little nervous. She didn't know why. Was it because she rejected her brother, or because of Lin Shu who was standing next to her? Qi Bingbing didn't know. Lin Shu introduced the two to each other at this time. Zhongqin quickly spoke up at this time. Mr. Lin, isn't this a coincidence? Yesterday I invited you to lunch, and today we just happened to meet. This is fate, otherwise, we? Lin Shu looked at Zhongqin, the top long-legged beauty, and felt a little fond of her. He turned around and glanced at Qi Bingbing. Oh. I won't go, classmate Lin Shu. I happen to have classes in the afternoon. You and Miss Zhong can go to eat. For some reason, Qi Bingbing and Zhongqin felt a little uncomfortable standing together, so they took the initiative to reject Lin Shu's invitation. Okay then. In that case, Miss Zhong, let's go. Seeing this, Lin Shu was unwilling to say more. In his mind, Zhongqin is at least more worthy of dating than Qi Bingbing. After all, Qi Bingbing is Lin Miaotong's best friend. It is not advisable to attack rashly when you are not sure about the enemy's intentions. Qi Bingbing and her classmates turned around and left. The female classmate named Yan Yan immediately looked at Qi Bingbing nervously. Bingbing. What's wrong with you? How can you let your boyfriend eat alone with a woman? This is too dangerous. Qi Bingbing rolled her eyes at Yan Yan and said, I've told you before, Lin Shu and I are just ordinary friends. Yan Yan looked like she understood everything. Come on, you think I can't see it? You must like him. I was wondering why you usually look down on all the young masters, but it turns out that there is such a top-notch one around you. By the way, what is your identity, classmate Lin Shu? How did you know each other? Why are you even afraid of Master Zhong's sister? Qi Bingbing felt confused after listening to Yan Yan's string of gossip. How could she answer this? She couldn't say that Lin Shu was the man her best friend liked. So, Qi Bingbing could only roll her eyes at Yan Yan, keep her mouth shut, and choose to remain silent. On the other side, Lin Shu got into Zhongqin's red sports car. Inadvertently, Lin Shu caught a glimpse of the eye-catching black stockings on Zhongqin's long legs. With a height of 1.8 meters, his legs must be. Legs play Yira. Chapter 047 I'm only interested in you. Along the way, Lin Shu stared at Zhongqin's beautiful legs and black stockings, his eyes unable to move away. This made Zhongqin feel a little uncomfortable and her face was burning. She never expected that she would have to ask a man of the same age as her brother for help, which still dealt a heavy blow to her self-esteem. Mr. Lin, could you please stop staring at me? I feel uncomfortable all over. Zhongqin looked a little unnatural as she spoke to Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled and looked at Zhongqin. He didn't expect that this beautiful girl could be shy sometimes. She was quite cute. It's nice, I love it. Now that you said that, I won't watch it anymore. Lin Shu made a joke jokingly, then turned his head to the side and looked out the window with his eyes wide open. This scene made Zhongqin laugh. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so easygoing. Lin Shu still stared out the window and nodded emphatically, of course. I am an easygoing person. Half an hour later. Zhongqin brought Lin Shu to a private restaurant. The privacy here is good and the environment is also very good. Although Gaoshan Lu Shui does not have the magnificent style of Jiangchang No. 1, it also has its own unique flavor. Zhongqin politely invited Lin Shu into the box, and the two of them sat down as host and guest, and the scene was a bit awkward. Although Zhongqin was born into a wealthy family, this was the first time she had to ask someone to do something for her, and she had never discussed business with anyone in a formal manner. For a moment, she didn't know how to start. The two of them just sat there awkwardly. Lin Shu drank cup of tea after cup. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him hesitant to speak and looking very embarrassed, Lin Shu finally spoke first. Miss Zhong, you insisted on treating me to a meal, so you must have something to say. Zhongqin was relieved when she saw Lin Shu start talking. It was really hard for her to start talking. She pursed her lips and nodded silently, her face flushed and she looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin. I want to ask you for a favor. My family's business is in trouble now, and I hope you can help us inject capital. We will give you a satisfactory rate of return and discount 10 to 20% of my family's shares as collateral. Zhongqin told Lin Shu about her family's difficulties. Lin Shu frowned, but was overjoyed inwardly. So pretty. Isn't this just sending money to yourself again? Although Lin Shu was secretly delighted in his heart, he remained calm on the surface, and calmly filled his teacup with tea. Ms. Zhong, we have never met before and have known each other for less than 48 hours. Why do you think I will help you? Lin Shu picked up the tea and said to Zhongqin in a very stylish manner. This. Mr. Lin, Lin Shu's question left Zhong Qin speechless and she didn't know how to answer. If Zhong Qin hadn't been forced into a corner by the Zhao family, she wouldn't have asked for help from Lin Shu, whom she met for the first time. But at this time, she really had no other choice. She had to try her best. Among the people she knew, the only one who had the strength to fight against the Zhao family and had sufficient funds was Lin Shu. Forget it, I won't ask you that. Miss Zhong, you have to know that doing business requires returns. I invest in your family, tell me, what benefits can I get? When Zhong Qin heard this, her eyes moved, and she looked at Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, as long as you are willing to help our family out of the difficulties. Our family is willing to give you 10 to 20% of the shares. Our family is engaged in tourism real estate development projects. As long as there is capital injection, after the mask incident is over, we will definitely be able to come back to life and move towards glory. In addition, you will not suffer any loss at that time. In addition, Mr. Lin, if you are willing, our family has a large flat in the center of Jiangcheng. It is worth a lot of money, and all of this can be given to you. Then, Zhong Qin began to talk incessantly, describing the problems her own business encountered and the returns on her investment in Lin Shu. Lin Shu listened for a long time, but in fact he didn't care about it at all. Okay. Miss Zhong, you don't have to say anything. If this business is really as good as you said, then why did you find me? There should be a long queue of people willing to invest in your family. Also, you can also apply for a bank loan, right? After hearing Lin Shu's words, Zhong Qin looked embarrassed, lowered her head and bit her lip. Lin Shu was indeed not easy to deal with. This is normal. How can a man who can afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of yuan be an ordinary person? After thinking for a long time, Zhong Qin sighed and said to Lin Shu, Mr. Lin, actually, the reason why I asked you for help is because I have something unspeakable. After much deliberation, Zhong Qin decided to give it a try and see if she could save her life. It turned out that in order to marry the beautiful Zhong Qin to their son Zhao Yukai, the Zhao family had already sent a message to the entire Jiangcheng. Those companies that originally wanted to make a fortune through investment, because they were afraid of the power of the Zhao family, could only stand by and watch, not daring to participate. It is also because of this that the Zhao family has a hold on the Zhong family. As long as the Zhao family doesn't invest, no one in Jiangcheng dares to invest in the Zhong family. In this way, Zhong Qin is almost like meat on the chopping board of Zhao Yukai, unable to escape. Even though Zhao Yukai spent his days in debauchery and had many wives and concubines around him. However, whenever he thought of Zhong Qin's proud figure and enchanting legs, he couldn't stop himself and often imagined the women around him as Zhong Qin to vent his feelings. It is obvious that Zhao Yukai is determined to get Zhong Qin and will never allow anyone to intercept her halfway. After Zhong Qin said this, there was a hint of humiliation on her face. She sighed, with some hatred and dissatisfaction. She picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, as if she was drinking wine. Mr. Lin, this is what happened. After hearing what Zhong Qin said, Lin Shu finally understood. No wonder such a beautiful woman like Zhong Qin was so impatient. It turned out that it was because she was forced into marriage. The most important thing was that the arrogant Zhong Qin was forced into marriage by a dandy young man. Lin Shu thought for a moment, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ms. Zhong, don't be sad. There will always be a way out. I tell you the truth, I can invest in your company. Besides, I am not afraid of the Zhao family. After hearing what Lin Shu said, Zhong Qin's gloomy eyes immediately lit up. She raised her head abruptly and stared at Lin Shu with an extremely excited expression on her face. Mr. Lin. Are you serious? Are you willing to help us? Just tell us what conditions you have. We will try our best to meet them. Seeing Zhong Qin so excited, Lin Shu smiled calmly. Ms. Zhong, please don't get excited. To be honest, I am not interested in your family's industries, nor those so-called shares. And you? Lin Shu suddenly raised his head at this time and stared at Zhong Qin in front of him. Of course I am only interested in you. Chapter 48, Yours or Mine. When Zhong Qin heard these words, she immediately wilted and bit her lips, feeling deeply shocked. Mr. Lin, I'm not that kind of person. If I wanted to, why would I look for you? Lin Shu smiled and looked at Zhong Qin. Ms. Zhong, I think you misunderstood. I didn't say I wanted to marry you. I meant to let you be my lover. When Lin Shu said this, Zhong Qin was struck by lightning. She felt so humiliated that she even had the urge to stand up and slap Lin Shu in the face. Mr. Lin. I feel that you are insulting me. Zhong Qin was obviously a little angry. No matter what the Zhao family said, they still married Zhong Qin openly. Although Zhong Qin might be unhappy in her married life, it was still a decent marriage after all, and the two families were considered to be well matched. But Lin Chu was so good that he actually let Zhong Qin, a proud young lady, be his lover. How could Zhong Qin not be angry? Lin Chu smiled at this time, looking at Zhong Qin with an indifferent attitude. Ms. Zhong, I don't care. If you don't want to, forget it, but I must make it clear. As long as you are willing to be my lover, I will treat you well. I can invest in your family affairs in one lump sum without asking for any return. You can have as much money as you want. To put it bluntly, the Zhao family wants to invest in you not just because of you, but they may also want to slowly erode your family's business. I think you should understand this. Moreover, if you become my lover, I will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. We can also hide this relationship. I can let you do whatever you want. I advise you to think about it carefully. Lin Chu's words made Zhong Qin, who had already wanted to stand up and leave, sit down silently. Yes, Lin Chu is right. The Zhao family not only values her as a person, but also their family's property. Besides, although the Zhao family said it was an investment, it was actually a long-term process and it was impossible to solve the problem in one go. Zhong Qin is not a fool, and her father is even less of a fool. However, at this point, there is no other way to go. Zhong Qin's family can only accept all the conditions offered by the Zhao family. But Zhong Qin still felt a little uncomfortable with being someone else's lover. Lin Chu saw that Zhong Qin was somewhat relaxed and knew that he couldn't go too far, so he immediately continued, Miss Zhong, if you are worried or dissatisfied, we can agree on a time. I won't tie you down for life. As soon as the time is up, I will give you freedom immediately. How about that? After hearing what Lin Chu said, Zhong Qin immediately had a change of heart. If that's the case, then it's not completely unacceptable to me. At least Lin Chu seems to be kindler and more capable than Zhao Yukai. Just treat it as a relationship, and it's okay to break up when the time comes. Zhong Qin was obviously a little relieved. She raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, if you have any conditions, just tell me. Lin Chu thought for a moment and said, there are no other conditions. As long as you are willing, you have to get along with me as my girlfriend. Of course, during this period, you are not allowed to date anyone else, let alone have sex with others. If you are worried, we can sign a contract. As long as the time is up, I will give you freedom immediately. When Zhong Qin heard Lin Chu's words, she was obviously very shaken. She really wanted to agree. In fact, sometimes being a lover is much better than being a wife. At least Lin Chu is not bound to Zhong Qin for life, she only needs to be his girlfriend for a period of time. This is actually acceptable to Zhong Qin. But Zhong Qin still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Lin Chu's words were really harsh. Be a lover? This made Zhong Qin feel a little humiliated. Her hands were shaking as she kept raising the teacup and pouring cup after cup of tea into her stomach. When Lin Chu saw this scene, he knew that she already had the answer in her heart. So, he immediately added fuel to the fire. Ms. Zhong, time is limited, please think about it quickly. I'll give you 5 minutes. No need. Master Lin. I can agree to your conditions, but you have to promise me that you will not abuse or torture me. I can only be your lover. After Zhong Qin said this, her face flushed and she still felt very humiliated inside. Lin Chu smiled and said, who do you think I am? I don't have the habit of sharing my women. Zhong Qin nodded silently and drank another glass of water. Also, before sunset today, I want to see at least half of the funds my family needs to invest. This is not worth mentioning to Lin Chu. Ha ha ha. I told you, this amount of money is nothing to me. Don't even mention half of it. I can just give you the whole amount. Just tell me how much money you need. Zhong Qin gritted her teeth. She was afraid that if she said too much in one breath, Lin Chu would hesitate. 300 million. For the time being, if my family has 300 million, we will definitely be able to turn the crisis into safety. When Lin Chu heard this, he picked up his phone without hesitation and operated it. Such a large transaction may take some time, at most 2 hours, for 300 million yuan to reach your account. Lin Chu put down his phone, feeling very happy. Zhong Qin looked at Lin Chu, her heart filled with shock. What? You've already transferred? Lin Chu smiled and said, I am the most straightforward person. Don't worry, if you need anything related to the contract, you can always ask your lawyer to contact me. Zhong Qin was somewhat shocked. Sure enough, Lin Shu is more powerful than the Zhao family. 300 million. Although this amount of money is nothing to the Zhao family, they can still afford it. However, he would definitely not be as quick as Lin Shu and transfer the money instantly. For a family like the Zhao family, most of their funds are assets, and they don't have as much cash as they think. Even for the Zhao family, it would take a long time to raise 300 million in cash. On the other hand, Lin Shu seemed to downplay it, as if 300 million was really not worth mentioning to him. Cash is king. Lin Shu has such a huge cash chain, doesn't this speak for itself? Zhong Qin nodded silently. Mr. Lin, there is no need for a contract. I trust you. Zhong Qin still didn't want to treat this as a transaction. She wanted to deceive herself as much as possible and think that it was just a love affair. Therefore, she was unwilling to write such a humiliating thing in black and white in the contract. Lin Shu smiled and said, in that case, Miss Zhong, should we find a place and wait for the money to arrive? Looking at Lin Shu's eyes, Zhong Qin blushed all of a sudden. She couldn't think of it so quickly, but she should have. Zhong Qin is not Lin Miaotong. She is much more decisive than those ordinary college students. Okay, where to go? Lin Shu thought for a moment and said, let's go to your territory. This way you can be more relaxed. Chapter 49, Subjugating Zhong Qin. Zhong Qin listened to Lin Shu's words and silently gritted her teeth. She had already made the decision. She might as well make it quick. Okay, Mr. Lin, then come with me. Then, Zhong Qin stood up. At this moment, it seemed as if she had just experienced a dream. She could never have imagined that one day she would become someone else's lover. Lin Shu was very happy at this time. He took a step forward and hugged Zhong Qin's slender waist. The sudden physical contact still made Zhong Qin's body tremble slightly, but she didn't say anything. She let Lin Shu hug her, and the two of them left the private kitchen together. Back in the car, Lin Shu put his hand on Zhong Qin's beautiful black silk legs without saying a word. Zhong Qin closed her eyes and prepared herself mentally. Let's go. Zhong Qin did not let Lin Shu move his hands away. The pair of warm hands still made Zhong Qin feel a little uncomfortable and gave her goosebumps all over. However, at this time, Zhong Qin actually felt a little excited in her heart. Half an hour later, Lin Shu followed Zhong Qin to a mansion in the suburbs of the city. This is a large flat, with an area of at least 200 square meters. It is very clean and filled with fragrance. Zhong Qin took off her high heels and put on slippers. Come in. This was the first time that Zhong Qin brought a man to her residence. She has always been a woman who attaches great importance to her private life. Even when she had a boyfriend before, she never brought him here. Lin Shu was not polite and acted very naturally. He sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Zhong Qin made him a cup of coffee and respectfully pushed it in front of him. Lin Shu was not in a hurry. He picked up the coffee and sipped it slowly. The two of them chatted casually. Zhong Qin favorability plus 20. Zhong Qin saw that Lin Shu did not force himself on her as soon as he entered the room, nor did he treat her roughly. Instead, she began to like Lin Shu. Although this man spoke directly, he was still quite a gentleman. Lin Shu inexplicably received a notification that Zhong Qin's favorability had increased. I felt a little secretly happy. Once we got down to business, our relationship would definitely be further along. Bite. At this time, the text message alert from Zhong Qin's mobile phone broke the silent atmosphere. Zhong Qin picked up the phone hastily, and her pupils changed immediately when she took a look. Dear XXXX bank customer, you just received a large transfer of 500 million yuan to your savings card number 9987. Zhong Qin looked at the string of numbers and raised her head to look at Lin Shu in shock. Mr. Lin. How, is it 500 million? Lin Shu smiled and said, it's okay. The extra ones are for you. If you don't have enough, you don't have to come back to me. The procedures are troublesome. Just keep them for now. Zhong Qin was deeply moved after hearing what Lin Shu said. Look at the Zhao family. The Zhong family only dared to ask them for tens of millions, and they were always hesitant and put forward so many conditions. On the other hand, Lin Shu only asked for 300 million, but the other party directly transferred 500 million in one go. Why is that? Isn't it because they care about you? After all, that was 200 million renminbi. If Lin Chu was just playing with Zhong Qin, why would he take out so much money? Zhong Qin only realized now that Lin Chu was a man who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Zhong Qin favorability plus 10. Sure enough, no matter what level of beauty, even a rich girl will be knocked down by numbers. At this moment, Zhong Qin's eyes began to flicker. Thank you, Lin, husband. Zhong Qin's attitude immediately became somewhat coy, and she looked as if she was at the mercy of others, which made people seem simply unable to stop. Lin Chu was already extremely impulsive at this time. However, he still did not move. Instead, he looked at Zhong Qin and said, "Now, give the money to your family quickly. Don't let them continue to worry." Zhong Qin nodded silently, very obediently, picked up her cell phone, found her father's number, and her attitude was a little cold. "I got the money. 500 million. You will receive it in a moment. My friend is investing in us. He wants 25% of our company's shares. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back." Zhong Qin exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. Although Lin Chu said that he was not interested in the Zhong family's shares. But Zhong Qin still felt a little sorry for Lin Chu at this moment. Who wouldn't care about so much money? Moved, Zhong Qin inadvertently stood on Lin Chu's side and asked her father for shares. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Qin raised her head and gave Lin Chu a very seductive smile. She stood up slightly, walked to Lin Chu's side, and sat directly on Lin Chu's body. Zhong Qin stood up, took Lin Chu's hand and walked into her bedroom. Zhong Qin favorability plus 20. Zhong Qin favorability plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the bonus skill, elite level driving skills, all attributes plus 1, appearance attribute plus 0.2. Lin Chu not only gained a skill, but also gained improvements in all attributes and further changes in appearance. This skill is very useful to Lin Chu. Although he does not have a driver's license yet, driving skills are very important to him. He cannot always give instructions to Jiang Yanyu in Qin shooting, which would be inconvenient. More importantly, this time, when Lin Chu looked in the mirror, his appearance had changed significantly. Sometimes the improvement in appearance, 0.2 each time, may not seem obvious, but Lin Chu's classmates may be surprised when they see Lin Chu tomorrow. His appearance improved by 0.4, not to mention his dressing style. In short, Lin Chu at this moment seemed like a completely different person. This made Lin Chu a little excited. Zhong Qin's cooperation degree is still very high. In fact, Zhong Qin is much more mature than any other girl Lin Chu has met so far. She is the one who knows best what to do and when, and she will not be willful or act like a spoiled child at the wrong time. Therefore, once Zhong Qin makes a decision, she will not hesitate. This made Lin Chu very comfortable. The relationship between the two people is also heating up rapidly. They lingered until night fell. Lin Chu rested his head on Zhong Qin's long legs and looked at the ceiling with a satisfied look on his face. "Honey, you're so awesome. I'm so tired." Zhong Qin looked at Lin Chu at this time, her face full of love. She gently stroked Lin Chu's head and massaged him very sensibly. Lin Chu smiled and gently touched the pair of long legs. What made Lin Chu happy was not only the relationship between Zhong Qin and himself, but also the high degree of cooperation. The most important thing was that Lin Chu had made more than 10 billion through the transfer just now. This is already the richest among the rich. The most amazing thing is that Lin Chu's money is all real cash. Lin Chu felt that he had worked very hard and he needed to reward himself and spend some money, otherwise, he would never be able to spend all the money. Chapter 050 Qin Shooting's Thoughts. After finishing all this, Lin Chu sat on the edge of the bed, thinking wildly. Zhong Qin was still a little shy and her face was still rosy. "Lin, husband, are you free tomorrow? You have to show up at my house no matter what." After listening to Zhong Qin's words, Lin Chu thought for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. Anyway, the money has been given to you. I said, I am not interested in your family shares." After hearing Lin Chu's refusal, Zhong Qin lowered her head silently without saying anything. She still felt a little sad when she heard that Lin Chu was unwilling to go home with her. Lin Chu's position in her mind is completely different at this moment. Tell the truth. When the family encountered a crisis, almost no one around Zhong Qin, including her family members, parents, and friends, stood on her side and considered her. At this time, only Lin Chu stood on her side. After all, Lin Chu saved her. However, any girl with a very proud self-esteem would feel disappointed with her family after experiencing such a thing, and Zhong Qin was no exception. So, at this moment, her heart naturally leaned towards Lin Chu. However, Lin Chu did not go home with her, and she once again felt like she had to fight alone. More importantly, she seemed to understand in an instant her position in Lin Chu's heart. Maybe it really was just a lover. Lin Chu saw that the beauty on the bed looked a little sad, and he felt a little guilty. I don't mean to not go home with you. If you can get those shares, you can put them in your own name first. I really don't need them. No matter what, don't count those shares on me. Lin Chu looked at Zhong Qin and gave her many warnings. After all, if one were to exchange one's investment for shares, the system would most likely identify this as not a simple consumption but a more complex investment. That would not be worth it. Lin Chu has just entered the ranks of billionaires. It would be bad if the system felt that you had violated any rules and took back the cash back. Zhong Qin looked at Lin Chu, who was so determined, her eyes flickered a little. But? There's no but. You should just put it under your own name. This way you will have a greater say in your family. Isn't that right? After Lin Chu said this, he stood up and walked into the bathroom, leaving Zhong Qin lying there in a mess. Lin Chu's words made Zhong Qin think a lot. Indeed, we cannot control our own destiny. She used to think that since they were all family, she never thought about what she could get. Even though she tried very hard. But through this incident she understood a lot. Lin Chu allowed her to have a say in his family, and this action made her very moved. Lin Chu spent 500 million for this. Without asking for anything in return? How could Zhong Qin not be moved by this? At this moment, she was already in tears. I secretly swore in my heart that from now on, Lin Chu was the only person I could trust, and I would serve Lin Chu wholeheartedly. Ding! Zhong Qin's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 90. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully conquered Zhong Qin and received the reward, 20 attribute points. Lin Chu, who was taking a shower at this time, suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Then, the naked Zhong Qin gently pushed open the bathroom door and walked in obediently. Hubby, can I serve you? A few hours later, Lin Chu left Zhong Qin's house alone. After several consecutive battles, Zhong Qin was exhausted and of course needed a good rest. Lin Chu waited at the door for a while, and soon Qin Shooting drove over in her Bentley. Lin Chu got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Say, Shooting, how are you doing with the house I asked you to look at before? When Qin Shooting heard Lin Chu suddenly ask this, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Why did Lin Chu suddenly want to buy a house? It was because he didn't want to live in a hotel all day. Although Jiangcheng No. 1 is luxurious and has great service, it is not your own house after all, and it is inconvenient to always live there. But if Lin Chu bought a new house, then he was destined to leave Jiangcheng No. 1. In that case, would Lin Chu's identity as housekeeper come to an end? Originally, Qin Shooting wanted to finish this job as soon as possible so that she could study abroad and fulfill her dream. However, for some reason, after spending some time with Lin Chu, Qin Shooting actually felt reluctant to leave Lin Chu. Seeing Qin Shooting distracted, Lin Chu frowned and said, Shooting, what's wrong with you? Listening to Lin Chu's concerned greetings, Qin Shooting was a little dazed. No, nothing. Mr. Lin, I have asked around for you. So far, among all the villa areas in Jiangcheng City, I think the most worthwhile one to buy is Mantang Villa. Not only is the location outstanding, but the quality of the houses and the reputation are also among the best in Jiangcheng. Lin Chu thought about it for a while and said, okay, in that case, Shooting, you should decide as soon as possible. Money is not a problem. I will transfer the money you need directly. Lin Chu didn't think of taking advantage of the system's cashback opportunity when buying a house. After all, he is now a billionaire, so there is no need to be stingy. Save when you can and spend when you can. Qin Shooting listened to Lin Chu's order, nodded silently, and said nothing. By the way, Shooting, let me ask you, are you willing to stay by my side forever? Qin Shooting was feeling sad when she suddenly heard Lin Chu ask this. She immediately trembled all over. Mr. Lin, do you still need me by your side? Qin Shooting turned to look at Lin Chu, her eyes flickering. Lin Chu smiled and said, of course. I think you are a very good assistant, and I want to keep you by my side forever. This way I will feel at ease, and most importantly, I trust you more. Of course, Lin Chu had his considerations for keeping Qin Shooting by his side. Through this incident with Zhong Qin, Lin Chu also discovered it. Since I spend money lavishly and squander it so much, naturally I have to buy some properties. Obviously, these industries cannot all be registered under one's own name, otherwise there will be suspicion of exploiting the system. Thinking about it this way, Lin Chu felt that he needed someone he trusted to help him accomplish these things. Chain shooting is a good candidate. Moreover, if he needed it, he could always make money from chain shooting, which was naturally a good thing. Chain shooting's favorability plus 5 ding. Chain shooting's favorability has reached 90, reaching the minimum favorability for capture. Please capture her as soon as possible. Reward attribute points, 20 points. Chain shooting looked at Lin Chu and felt a little shaken for a moment. Her dream was to study abroad. Her thoughts had never changed all along, but for some reason, at this moment, she was extremely shaken. If I agree to Lin Chu, I may not be able to study abroad. If I refuse Lin Chu and continue to pursue my dream, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Chapter 051 Going to Driving School. Forget it, it seems like you are a little confused, so let's talk about it later. No. Actually, Mr. Lin, you may not know that I have always dreamed of studying abroad. The reason why I accepted this mission is because the company promised me that after this job is over, I will be able to study abroad. After hearing Chain Shooting's explanation, Lin Chu immediately turned his head with a gleam in his eyes. Study abroad? What a money-burning project. Great. Shu Ting, why didn't you tell me your idea earlier? Seeing Lin Chu so excited, Chain Shooting was a little confused and didn't know why the other party was suddenly so excited. Since you want to study abroad, you should ask me for help. Why do you want to look for your company? How about this, you first promise me to be my assistant. When you need to go abroad, I will handle all the necessary procedures for you. Just think of it as me investing in the talents around me. This is simply great. Lin Chu was inexplicably excited and wanted to applaud Chain Shooting's dream. But, Mr. Lin, when I go abroad to study, it will take at least 2 years. In this case, won't you be left alone? Lin Chu waved his hand and said, "What's that?" It doesn't matter. I'll find someone else when the time comes. Anyway, your studying abroad is a great thing for me. When you come back after completing your studies, you will be able to help me a lot. When Chain Shooting heard what Lin Chu said, she felt a little apologetic but was still happy. Mr. Lin, are you really willing to keep me by your side and be your assistant? Of course. When have I ever lied to anyone? How about this, you go to Jiangcheng number 1 and resign immediately. From now on, you will be my assistant. As for the salary, I will give you 10 times your previous salary. Also, go and complete all the procedures you need to study abroad as soon as possible. Just tell me how much it costs. Lin Chu was very excited and quickly started to make arrangements. This surprised Chain Shooting. You are too fast. How can you be so quick? But this is Lin Chu's character. He finally got the chance to make money, so how could he miss it easily? Without saying a word, he picked up the phone and called Lu Ming, the manager of Jiangcheng number 1. Lu Ming naturally had no objection to Lin Chu's request. Lin Chu is the number 1 customer of Jiangcheng, and Chain Shooting is just a front desk receptionist of Jiangcheng. In order to make Lin Chu happy, Lu Ming was of course willing to bear this insignificant loss. What's more, Lin Chu didn't explain anything and directly transferred a sum of money to Jiangcheng number 1 as the buyout fee to restore Chain Shooting's freedom. In fact, even if Lin Chu didn't spend the money, Lu Ming wouldn't dare to stop him. However, Lin Chu would not miss any opportunity to make money. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Seeing Lin Chu doing so much for her, Chain Shooting was inexplicably moved and happy. Okay, Shu Ting, from today on, you will be my full-time assistant. By the way, you should finalize the matter of the house as soon as possible. It would be best if you can bring Wanya, who is staying in the presidential suite, with you so that you can choose together. Lin Chu gave a few simple instructions, and the Bentley had already stopped in front of the gate of Jiangcheng University. Lin Chu was very happy. He got out of the car and headed straight to the internet cafe. Chain Shooting looked at Lin Chu's back as he left, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. She felt that her life was exceptionally wonderful. For the first time, she even thought that being the woman beside Lin Chu was truly a blessing. Although this guy seems to be a little fickle and has more women around him. But I just don't know if anyone has this idea. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Lin Shu trusts me so much, I must complete the work he assigns me. Qin Shooting shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She stepped on the accelerator and went to find Wenya according to Lin Shu's identity. The two of them planned to go and see the villa in Mantang Villa together. On Lin Shu's side, he came to the internet cafe alone. Fatty Gung still cannot be contacted today. I guess you had another pleasant night yesterday. I just don't know if this kid can really come out of this shadow. Lin Shu came to the internet cafe and played games for a while out of boredom. Then the door of the private room that was specially customized for him was pushed open. Zhang Yanyu was wearing a professional uniform and a refreshing perfume. Her legs were wrapped in Balenciaga stockings with letters and she was wearing a pair of high heels, looking very gorgeous. Mr. Lin. After Zhang Yanyu came in, she greeted Lin Shu very enthusiastically, and then brought all kinds of snacks and drinks to Lin Shu at once. Classmate Yanyu, how did you know I was here? Lin Shu blinked, a little confused. Zhang Yanyu brought Lin Shu a variety of snacks and drinks while smiling mysteriously at Lin Shu, secret. Lin Shu looked at the naughty beauty and laughed. Most likely she bribed the owner of the internet cafe. That guy is a profit-seeking person. No matter what, Zhang Yanyu is quite thoughtful and can be considered quite smart. Lin Shu didn't say anything and enjoyed the service from the school beauty. Zhang Yanyu not only provides emotional value to Lin Shu, but also gives her massages from time to time. It's so considerate. Just when Lin Shu was enjoying himself, Zhang Yanyu's phone rang. Zhang Yanyu picked up the phone and had a brief conversation. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Shu excitedly. Mr. Lin. Good news, we have solved your driver's license problem for you. Lin Shu looked up and just remembered this incident. Just now, I already possess top-notch driving skills. But even though I have the skills, I cannot drive without a license. I am a very law-abiding citizen. Really? Solved? Zhang Yanyu smiled and said, of course it's solved. Mr. Lin, there's a driving school near our school. We can leave now. Everything is a VIP special channel opened for you. You can get your driver's license in a week at most. That's great. What are we waiting for, Yanyu? Hurry up, let's go and take a look. Lin Shu stood up and turned off the computer without saying a word. He took Zhang Yanyu with him, left the internet cafe, and went straight to the driving school near the school. Driving schools near universities have always been more profitable. Everywhere are students who have just been admitted to university. As long as you have some connections in school and someone helps promote it, it will definitely be packed with people every day. After all, Zhangchang University has tens of thousands of students. Lin Shu had actually thought about it before, whether he should take the opportunity to enroll in a driving school after entering college and get a driver's license as soon as possible. However, on the one hand, Lin Shu was obsessed with his original love at that time, and on the other hand, his wallet was empty. Even the registration fee of several thousand yuan made Lin Shu feel that he could not afford it. As a result, time was delayed until this time. Chapter 052, The Bet with Zhang Yanyu. Lin Shuyi came to the driving school. Immediately, he saw a middle-aged man with a greasy face standing there waiting for him. As soon as he saw Lin Shu, the man immediately came up to greet him warmly, nodding and bowing, as humble as he could be. Boss Lin. Boss Lin, my name is Yuan Tang, and I'm the owner of this driving school. Ha ha ha, welcome. Boss Su has already informed me, and everything will be arranged for Boss Lin as soon as possible. Lin Shu simply shook hands with the fat boss named Yuan Tang and said, Boss Yuan, when is the earliest possible time for the exam? Yuan Tang was stunned by Lin Shu's question and blinked his eyes. Boss Lin, if you need it, we can arrange it for you anytime. But, don't you need to practice with the coach? Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. That's totally unnecessary. I can drive. And I drive pretty well. You just need to arrange a test for me as soon as possible. Yuan Tang looked at Lin Shu and nodded, but... Mr. Lin, the earliest we can arrange for you to take the test for Subject 1 is tomorrow morning. Do you want to wait a while? When Lin Shu heard what Yuan Tang said, he immediately said seriously, I can take the exam today. Mr. Yuan, please arrange it for me as soon as possible. It's still early now. Yuan Tang looked at Lin Shu, feeling a little embarrassed. But, Mr. Lin, all the exams for the first subject are scheduled in the morning. This makes me feel a little embarrassed. When Lin Shu saw Yuan Tang's expression, he immediately understood everything. Ahem. Mr. Yuan, as long as you get this done, you will definitely get some benefits. When Yuan Tang heard this, he immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. Ha, Mr. Lin, since you said so yourself, what's the benefit? Since you are anxious, please wait, I will make a call. Lin Chu's mouth corners slightly raised. Sure enough, this is how society is. Money makes the world go round. As long as you have money and status, there is nothing you can't do. Yuan Tang took his phone, hit aside, chattered for a while, and immediately returned to Lin Chu with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, I have solved this matter for you. I can take you to the exam in 10 minutes. It's just, do you need to look at the questions? You know, the current subject one is not as difficult as before. Lin Chu smiled slightly, shook his head, took out 100,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Yuan Tang. Mr. Yuan, you don't have to worry about these things. You lead the way immediately. When Yuan Tang saw the money in Lin Chu's hand, his eyes lit up. This guy is definitely a rich man. Yuan Tang had never seen such a rich man before. He immediately took the money from Lin Chu's hand and nodded, yes, yes, yes. Mr. Lin, please follow me. I will leave immediately and take you to the exam. Then, Yuan Tang jumped into his car like a penguin. Lin Chu naturally wouldn't ride in his car. Although the BMW X5 this guy was driving could barely be considered a luxury car. However, compared with Lin Chu's Bentley Bentayga, it pales in comparison. Taking another car, Lin Chu coughed. So, Lin Chu sat in Zhang Yenyu's car and followed Yuan Tang in front of him all the way to the examination room for Subject 1. Arrived at the examination room, Yuan Tang had a few brief exchanges with the other party's staff. Lin Chu clearly saw this guy stuffing money into the other party's pocket. Then, the other party immediately smiled and led Lin Chu and others to an examination room. Lin Chu was the only one in the entire examination room. Yuan Tang stepped forward and whispered to Lin Chu, Mr. Lin, everything has been arranged for you. However, this is a formal exam after all, so I may not be able to help you much. You can only do the questions by yourself. But don't worry, you can finish the exam anytime this afternoon. It doesn't matter if you take the exam a few more times. After hearing what Yuan Tang said, Lin Chu rolled his eyes at him without saying anything and said, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring me a book on Subject 1. Let me take a look. When Yuan Tang heard this, he was immediately speechless. Just now you were bragging as if you were invincible, but it turns out you haven't even opened the book. We're doomed now if this guy spends the whole afternoon here. Wouldn't I have to stay with you all the time? More importantly, if Lin Chu fails to pass Subject 1 again and again, the consequences will be disastrous if he gets angry. After Lin Chu said this, everyone looked worried. But for Lin Chu, these are all a piece of cake. His IQ attribute is now as high as 12. More than twice that of a normal human. Basically, I can remember everything I see. My comprehension ability has reached the master level. Therefore, in Lin Chu's opinion, the test for Subject 1 is at most at the kindergarten level. Sure enough, Lin Chu, who had a clear mind, flipped through the book casually, which took no more than 3 minutes at most. He just threw the book aside and said, okay. Let's arrange the exam. Zhang Yenyu looked at Lin Chu at this time and frowned. She wasn't worried about how much time she and Lin Chu would spend here today. She was eager to spend more time with Lin Chu. However, she was worried that if Lin Chu took the exam in one go and failed, it would take a heavy toll on Lin Chu's self-confidence. So, Zhang Yenyu quickly stepped forward and gently reminded Lin Chu, Boss Lin, although this Subject 1 is not very difficult, it is still not easy. When I took the exam, I took it twice. Can you do it in such a short time? Do you want to go and have another look? Zhang Yenyu is indeed very emotionally intelligent. Her words were quite sophisticated. Not only persuaded Lin Chu. Most importantly, she gave Lin Chu a way out. Even if Lin Chu insists on taking the exam, what if he fails? That proves that this exam is quite difficult. It is definitely not because you, Mr. Lin, have a low IQ. After all, Zhang Yenyu has taken the exam twice before. However, although Zhang Yenyu had thought so carefully, she was still worrying too much. Lin Chu smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Yenyu. Student Yenyu, believe it or not, I can get full marks in the exam. If I get one question wrong, it will be considered a failure. When Zhang Yenyu heard Lin Chu say this, she naturally felt that he was bragging. Mr. Lin, this. Okay. It seems that you don't believe me, Yenyu. How about we make a bet? If I can pass the exam in one try and get full marks, you will promise me a condition, okay? When Jiang Yanyu heard what Lin Shu said, her face immediately turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Mr. Lin. You, stop joking. Lin Shu smiled and said, I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. Do you dare to accept this bet? Jiang Yanyu pondered for a moment. She naturally didn't think that Lin Shu could pass the exam with full marks just by flipping through the book for a few minutes. Even if Lin Shu is smart, it's impossible. Even if Lin Shu is really a genius and passes the exam. I agreed to his request, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Although Jiang Yanyu is not willing to give herself up easily for money, but it also depends on who the other party is. Lin Shu is simply too rich. If he could really. That's not necessarily a bad thing. At least, because of Lin Shu, he now has a stable job with a very high salary. More money, less work, closer to home. Such a man will not suffer any loss even if he is with Lin Shu and there is no result in the future. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Yanyu nodded and said, okay. Mr. Lin, I accept your bet. Chapter 053 The Chubby Goddess Learning to Drive. With the bet he made with Jiang Yanyu, Lin Shu swaggered into the examination room with a confident smile. Lin Shu's test results can be monitored anytime and anywhere and can be seen clearly by Jiang Yanyu and others. Lin Shu sat next to the computer with a calm face, and did not forget to turn around and smile at the monitor. It seemed to be reminding Jiang Yanyu not to forget our bet. Thinking of the bet they had just made, Jiang Yanyu looked at the crowd around him, his face turned red, and he quickly lowered his head. Soon, Lin Shu gently held the mouse and began answering the questions. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Everyone in the monitoring room was completely dumbfounded at this moment. This guy is a monster. Lin Shu sat at the computer. With just a quick glance, he could instantly choose the answer. Even before everyone else finished reading the question, Lin Shu had already turned to the next page. 100 questions. Less than 3 minutes had passed. Lin Shu has completed half of it. This guy, is this really taking the first test? The staff in charge was completely shocked. He looked at Lin Shu under the surveillance camera with disbelief. How is his accuracy rate so far? Yuan Tang was a little surprised and looked back at the staff in disbelief. This speed is not even as fast as Lin Shuming's answer. All correct. I didn't get a single question wrong. It's horrible. The staff were a little shocked when they saw the system display. Before they could react, Lin Shu had already walked out of the examination room with a calm expression. 5 minutes. Lin Shu completed 100 questions with a 100% accuracy rate. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood there without moving. What are you doing? Have I passed the Subject 1 exam? Lin Shu asked with a smile, looking at a group of stunned staff members. Yes. Mr. Lin, I have to say, you are really a genius. Yuan Tang was somewhat convinced at this time. This Lin Shu is indeed not just a rich young man or a dandy boy. At least his learning ability and IQ are not to be underestimated. Sure enough, there is a gap between the second generation of rich people and the children of wealthy families. When Lin Shu heard this, he smiled, walked forward, and whispered in Jiang Yanyu's ear, "Don't forget we have a bet." 10 minutes later. Lin Shu had already sat in the passenger seat of Jiang Yanyu's car, following Yuan Tang, and planned to return to the examination room near the school to start the second subject test directly. On the way, Jiang Yanyu lowered her head, looking shy. Hey, Yanyu, you lost the bet to me. So, are you going to accept the defeat? Jiang Yanyu's face flushed even more when Lin Shu asked her this. She nodded shyly, of course I have to accept the defeat. Master Lin, what do you want? Lin Shu smiled mysteriously at Jiang Yanyu. Yanyu, I see your stockings today, they are pretty good. I want you to change your stockings every day starting tomorrow. You see, there are all kinds of stockings on Douyin, pearlescent, white, and fishnet stockings. Wow, they are really good. Starting tomorrow, I'll trouble you, Jiang Yanyu. As Lin Shu spoke, he kept grinning at Jiang Yanyu who was driving. Jiang Yanyu was embarrassed after hearing such a perverted request. What? All these? You want me to wear them all? But, I don't have some of these types. Lin Shu pursed his lips and smiled complacently. What's there to be afraid of? Today we get our driver's licenses, I'll take you to the mall. If you don't have any of these items, I'll just buy them for you. How about it, classmate Yenyu? You're not at a disadvantage, after all, you've earned so many stockings. After hearing what Lin Shu said, Jiang Yenyu rolled her eyes at him shyly. No need, Mr. Lin, I can find a way myself, so I don't need to bother you to buy it for me personally. Jiang Yenyu thought, it's not embarrassing enough for her, she will follow Lin Shu to the mall and buy these stockings. It's embarrassing in itself, and what's more terrifying is that she doesn't know what Lin Shu will suddenly do. When that time comes, I might as well just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Shu looked at Jiang Yenyu and was very satisfied. That's great. Yenyu, starting tomorrow, you must make time to wear different kinds of stockings and come to see me. This is the agreement between us. Jiang Yenyu's voice was like a mosquito. Soon, Lin Shu, Jiang Yenyu, Yuan Tong, and his group came to the examination site for Subject 2. At Lin Shu's repeated request, Lin Shu was not given a single exam this time. Coincidentally, Lin Shu was taking the exam with the candidate in front of him. However, under Yuan Tang's arrangement, Lin Shu was given the opportunity to jump the queue and take the exam next. The candidates who were preparing for the exam here at this time saw Lin Shu walking around in a swagger, with beautiful women around him and a driving school owner who followed his orders. They immediately realized that this guy must have a very strong background. Therefore, no one raised any objection to Lin Shu cutting in line. Lin Shu came to the examination preparation area. Because of the special relationship, Lin Shu strolled directly to the examination site. I don't know if it's really such a coincidence. The person who took the exam before Lin Shu happened to be an extremely beautiful woman. As soon as Lin Shu arrived here, he set his eyes on this beauty, so he came here in person. Why this beauty attracts so much attention? Because this beauty is a standard slightly plump goddess. She is the kind of woman who is very voluptuous, looks somewhat cute, and has a very sexy figure. Sure enough, a woman doesn't necessarily have to be skinny to be sexy. A beauty like the one in front of him can also attract Lin Shu's attention. This beautiful woman looked very nervous. She kept taking deep breaths, and her chest rose and fell constantly, which made Lin Shu's eyes go straight. Don't be nervous, beautiful lady. It's just a matter of going up and driving the car in. At this time, Guo Ting was extremely nervous, as this was her third time taking the second subject test. For some reason, it seemed as if she had no natural talent for driving. She had to fail the test twice for a simple subject too, which almost made her a laughingstock among her classmates. However, when Lin Shu, who was standing beside her with his arms around his chest and looking like he was watching a fun event, said this suddenly, Guo Ting became even more nervous. I'm really nervous. Guo Ting didn't know what Lin Shu was doing and thought he was an invigilator, so she lowered her head and said with a blushing face. Lin Shu smiled. Guo Ting was wearing a pair of tight jeans today. Her plump figure and fleshy thighs made Lin Shu feel very sexy. The main reason is that this beauty is so cute that Lin Shu really wants to help her. In that case, my lady, why don't you let me take the exam first? You can prepare yourself mentally. After Lin Shu said this, if he was just an ordinary candidate, he would have been scolded a long time ago. Who do you think you are? Whoever you decide will take the exam first? But Lin Shu is not an ordinary person. He had already made arrangements long ago, and everyone knew that this man was not ordinary. This is the person that even the senior executives of Bugatti China and Bentley's absolute top performers have to try their best to curry favor with. Can it be an ordinary person? No one dared to offend Lin Shu and everyone stood by with a smile on their face. But when Guo Ting heard this, she looked at Lin Shu with a complicated look. It turns out that you are just here to take the exam. I thought you were the examiner. However, Guo Ting still felt that Lin Shu's suggestion was a good one. She was actually a little nervous. She was afraid that if she went up in her current state, she would most likely die. So, the girl nodded very cutely and said, okay, if it's okay. If they agree, you can take the exam first. Chapter 054 Taking Guo Ting through the back door. Lin Shu smiled and immediately gave a look to Yuan Tang beside him. Yuan Tang immediately understood what he meant, and without saying a word, he ran up and started communicating with others. Lin Shu looked at the beautiful woman with a nervous face while calmly checking her information. Name, Guo Ting. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.0. Purity, 0. Features, slightly plump goddess, XX holy body. Favorability, 0. Cashback ratio, 35. When Lin Shu saw Guiting's information, his eyes widened. Good job. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. This slightly plump goddess is actually 1 in a million, a virgin solo. This is so precious. No wonder even the system directly offers such a high cashback ratio. It would be unjust if we don't take her down. Therefore, Lin Shu became even more excited, and quickly ran up to Guiting and whispered, Hey, beauty, in a moment, watch me take the test. If you need help, I can help you and I will definitely help you pass. Guiting raised her head and looked at Lin Shu, a little confused. How can you help me pass? Can you do it for me? Lin Shu smiled and said, Then you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I can do it. Don't be nervous. Anyway, I will definitely help you pass. Guiting looked at Lin Shu doubtfully. At this moment, the examiner called out Lin Shu's name. Lin Shu calmly picked up his ID card, went through the formalities, and got into the car directly. The little girl Guiting really stared at Lin Shu's operation intently. After Lin Shu got in the car, he looked calm, relaxed, smiling, fastened his seatbelt, and as soon as the start message sounded, Lin Shu's car started almost immediately. 2 seconds later, Lin Shu's car was parked perfectly within the neatly drawn lines. The whole process was extremely smooth without any drag. Wow! So amazing! Guiting couldn't help but exclaim as she watched Lin Shu's operation. Passed the test. For the first item, Lin Shu won without a doubt. The second item, again, a few seconds. Passed the test. The third item, again, is the fastest time. Passed the test. Just a few minutes later, Lin Shu calmly returned to Guiting. Wow! My classmate, you are so amazing. Guiting looked at Lin Shu with admiration. Little stars were popping out of her eyes. Lin Shu smiled proudly. How is it, you are not nervous anymore? I don't have time to be nervous, but how can I be as smooth as you? Guiting lowered her head, a little discouraged. Lin Shu looked around and coughed. It's easy. You just need to remember to close your eyes and turn the steering wheel. After Lin Shu finished speaking, Guiting looked surprised and looked up at Lin Shu. This. How can this be possible? Lin Shu smiled and looked at Guiting. What's wrong with that? Let me ask you, if you open your eyes and drive, do you have the confidence to get through? Guiting sighed and shook her head. That's all right. Why don't you give it a try? After listening to Lin Shu's words, Guiting thought for a while and nodded heavily. Okay? Then I will trust you once. If possible, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Then, Guiting got in the car. She was still very nervous at this time, and even her hands holding the steering wheel were shaking a little. She looked at the line behind her and although she was full of doubts, she decided to give it a try. She followed what the man said and gave it a try. So, Guiting simply closed her eyes and followed the operating procedures that Lin Shu had just told her, operating slowly as if she was reciting a text. Passed the test. When Guiting completed all the operations, she heard the system prompt. She opened her eyes in surprise and saw that it actually worked. Although it was not as smooth and tight as Lin Shu's just now, it was a success anyway. Guiting's favorability plus 10. When Lin Shu heard that Guiting's favorability rating had increased, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Soon, Guiting came to Lin Shu skipping and jumping, with a look of surprise on her face. Wow! Handsome guy, you are really amazing. I followed your method exactly and actually passed the exam. Lin Shu looked at Guiting with a smile and said, You just promised me that you would treat me to a meal. Guiting looked at Lin Shu and patted her chest. That's not difficult. Just tonight. Lin Shu smiled and said, Okay. But, don't you want to take the next exam? Why not just finish it in one go? When Guiting heard this, she touched her head and said, How can this be possible? Lin Shu smiled slightly and with a look, called Yuan Tung over again. Mr. Yuan, this classmate Guiting is my good friend. I'll take her with me to take the remaining subjects 3 and 4 later. When Yuan Tung heard what Lin Shu said, he immediately looked embarrassed and said, This. 300,000. Seeing Yuan Tung like this, Lin Shu calmly said a few words. When Yuan Tung heard this, he immediately raised his head, a little bit unable to believe his ears. This. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Lin Shu patted Yuan Tang's shoulder and said, Okay, let's go. Yuan Tang looked at Lin Shu in disbelief, and nodded quickly, smiling extremely brightly, like a flower. but it was the ugliest kind. Guoting followed Lin Shu in confusion and asked in a low voice, "Student, what did you say to the boss just now?" Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. "Nothing, nothing. Didn't I tell you that I would give you a backdoor and let you take the test for subject 3 directly?" Guoting was a little bit unbelievable. "What? This is also possible? But, classmate, I haven't practiced subject 3 yet." Lin Shu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter." Then, Lin Shu took Guoting and Jiang Yanyu and walked calmly towards his luxury car. "Wow! What a beautiful car! Classmate, is this your car? This car, is it very expensive? Does it cost 1 million? Guoting's eyes widened immediately when she saw Jiang Yanyu's Bentley Bentayga. Lin Shu smiled and glanced at Jiang Yanyu. "No, this is her car." 1 million? You're too polite, 5 million. When Guoting heard this, her mouth opened in shock. She had never seen, let alone ridden in, a $5 million car. What's so good about this car? Is it encrusted with diamonds? Lin Shu looked at Guoting, who was in a daze, and quickly walked up to her with a smile. "Okay. Stop being in a daze, hurry up and get in the car, we are going to take the exam. Yanyu, I want to sit in the back and talk to this classmate about subject 3. Jiang Yanyu looked at Guoting and Lin Shu with a somewhat unhappy expression. This Guoting? Where did she come from? A naive look. Lin Shu seemed to like her very much. Just now, Lin Shu spent 300,000 yuan for this woman. But this girl has a really good figure. Not to mention the men, even the woman Jiang Yanyu liked her a little after seeing her. Chapter 055, the time has come to attack Jiang Yanyu. On the way to another examination room, Lin Shu kept teaching Guoting driving skills. Although Guoting nodded repeatedly, she basically didn't understand a word. Forget it, it's not important. Anyway, subject 3 is not a big problem. I'll find a way for you later. Seeing Guoting's expression, Lin Shu immediately understood that if he wanted to help her pass the exam, he had to use some black technology. By the way, classmate Guoting, are you a student of Jiangqing University? How come I have never seen you before? Guoting looked at Lin Shu and shook her head. No, that's not it, Lin Shu. I'm a student at a nearby medical university. Because my good friend is from this school, I signed up for a driving school here. When Lin Shu heard this, he immediately became alert. Good friend? Is he your boyfriend? Guoting immediately shook her head. No. No, my mother doesn't allow me to have a romantic relationship while working. She's my girlfriend, very pretty, Lin Shu. I'll introduce you to each other someday. After hearing this, Lin Shu felt relieved. He nodded and remained silent. 20 minutes later. Came to the examination site for subject 3. Yuan Tang had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as Lin Shu and the others arrived, he immediately came forward to greet them respectfully. Ms. Gua, Mr. Lin, now that you are here, everything has been arranged, hee. Guoting looked at the respectful Yuan Tang and glanced at Lin Shu with some curiosity. She knew that it must be because of Lin Shu's identity that Yuan Tang spoke to her so politely. Thinking about the coach who had scolded her like a fool before, everyone around her now looked at them with unusual respect. This shows that the classmate Lin Shu that I met today has an extraordinary identity. Guoting's favorability +5. Girls are indeed vain. Because of Lin Shu, her own status suddenly became higher. Guoting unconsciously continued to like Lin Shu more. When Lin Shu saw Yuan Tang, he put his arm around his shoulders and took him aside. Mr. Yuan, you have to help me with this matter. It's like this. Then, Lin Shu whispered a few words in Yuan Tang's ear. When Yuan Tang heard this, his eyes widened immediately. Boss Lin. This. Without saying anything, Lin Shu picked up his phone and transferred some money to him. When Yuan Tang heard the message on his mobile phone, he stared at the screen in disbelief and rubbed his eyes hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 digits, no decimal point in the middle. This. Isn't this crazy? Lin Shu casually transferred 1 million to Yuan Tang. Ding. Cashback successful, received 35 million. When Lin Shu heard this, he realized that this also met the cashback requirements, which made him very happy. Yuan Tang still couldn't believe it, mainly. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Do you really want this woman to pass the exam today? Can't you just wait a bit? Of course not. Lin Shu is eager to pick up girls, and he can also earn cash back. Yuan Tang pondered for a moment, looked at the naive Guo Ting at the moment, and nodded secretly. It seems that this woman holds a very high position in Mr. Lin's mind and must not be offended easily. Money makes the world go round. With such huge income, everything is easy. In short, after some operation, Lin Shu and Guo Ting successfully passed the third subject exam. Guo Ting was still dumbfounded at this time. She could never have imagined that she was the fastest progressor among her classmates. However, at this time she had already overtaken others and was on the road to take the fourth subject test. Sure enough, appearance is the primary productive force. Relying on her extremely high looks, Guo Ting completed this feat of overtaking on a curve. Her favorability towards Lin Shu also successfully reached 50. On the way, Lin Shu looked at Guo Ting and said, "Guo Ting, I really can't help you with subject 4. Why don't you take advantage of the time and read a book in the car?" Guo Ting smiled and shook her head, revealing a very confident smile. "Hey, no need, Lin Shu, you have helped me a lot. I don't need your help for subject 4. I have already figured it out." Although Guo Ting was not able to operate the car properly, but the theory is still first rate. She is good at studying. Therefore, I was able to be admitted to the best medical university in the country. Subject 4 was too easy for her. Really? Both of them passed the fourth subject exam very smoothly. Lin Shu still looked like a genius and scored 100 points in less than 5 minutes. Guo Ting also scored 95 points. All in all, the two of them performed relatively smoothly. Boss Lin, you are truly a genius. This is the first time I have seen someone as amazing as you. I really admire you. Before leaving, Yuan Tang did not forget to flatter Lin Shu for the last time. Such a person, with unimaginable wealth, was completely beyond his understanding. If you have such a person in your friend list, you can brag about him to others in the future. Lin Shu ignored Yuan Tang's boasting and finally gave him a bribe. Then, he left with the two girls. On the way, Guo Ting was so excited that she showed off crazily to her best friends. At first, her best friend thought Guo Ting was joking with her until she saw Guo Ting sent her a message. "Wow! Guo Ting! How did you do it? Didn't you say you were going to take the driving test today? How come you suddenly?" Guo Ting was very proud and quickly said 2 words mysteriously to her best friend. "Secret! Classmate Guo Ting, you promised me that you would treat me to dinner today. What do you think? Do you keep your word?" Lin Shu looked at Guo Ting, who was excited, and quickly thought about continuing to develop the relationship with this girl. "Of course. Classmate Lin Shu, you helped me so much today, how can I go back on my word? Today, I will spend some money to treat you to the most delicious hot pot I have ever eaten." As soon as Guo Ting mentioned food, her whole face was filled with happiness. If it weren't for her love for food, Guo Ting might not have become such a plump beauty. Jiang Yanyu was driving and felt very unhappy. Ever since Guo Ting appeared, Lin Shu seemed to have treated her as completely transparent. "Yanyu, let's go eat together." Lin Shu may have noticed that the school beauty was a little unhappy, and quickly tried to make amends. Jiang Yanyu nodded and said nothing. Although she was unhappy, she was not stupid. First of all, Lin Shu is not her boyfriend. Secondly, even if Lin Shu and she really have something in the future, she couldn't tie down someone of Lin Shu's status with her own strength. It is impossible that Lin Shu has only one woman. Almost all the women around Lin Shu understand this truth. Jiang Yanyu naturally understood. Since Lin Shu gave her face, she still had to continue. So, of course, she did not refuse Lin Shu's invitation. Instead, she was very enthusiastic and discussed food with Guo Ting. Lin Shu was happy. Sure enough, Jiang Yanyu is a smart person. Such a woman can be considered. He should capture her as soon as possible. After all, Jiang Yanyu has a hot body, attractive looks, and is so smart. I ask, which man can resist the temptation of such a goddess? Chapter 056 Guo Ting's roommate. Amidst laughter and joy, Lin Shu and his group arrived near Jiangcheng Medical University. Jiangcheng Medical University is indeed a prestigious university in Jiangcheng. There are many commercial streets and snack streets nearby. The road is full of long white legs. This magnificent scene could obviously not be seen at Jiangcheng University where Lin Shu was. After many twists and turns, Lin Chu and others finally arrived at the fatty hotpot city that Guoting mentioned. This place really lives up to its reputation. As soon as you arrive at the door of the hot pot restaurant, you can smell the aroma wafting from the hot pot city, which instantly increases your appetite. However, that's why fatty hot pot city has long been packed with people. Lin Chu's forehead was filled with black lines. Ever since he became a wealthy man, he had never suffered such an injustice when eating. The hotel waiter directly handed Lin Chu and others a piece of paper for queuing. The number 17 was clearly written on it. Lin Chu was helpless. But looking at the extremely excited Guoting, Lin Chu still didn't have the courage to ask to change places. After all, this is still my main goal that I need to conquer in the near future. Have no choice. Lin Chu and others could only sit at the door in queue. At this moment, a woman with heavy makeup and fancy clothes waved at Guoting with great excitement. Lin Chu looked sideways and found that Guoting showed a flash of disgust when she saw this woman. Guoting! Why is it you? This glamorously dressed woman ran up to her in a seemingly intimate manner and took Guoting's hand. Jingjing, I wanted to come here to eat, but I didn't expect there would be so many people today. Facing the enthusiasm of the girl named Jingjing, Guoting obviously did not respond particularly enthusiastically, and was even a little indifferent and embarrassed. But this did not stop the enthusiasm of this girl named Jingjing. Is that so? Ting, it's okay. My boyfriend and I are inviting our roommates to dinner. Since you're here, let's eat together. Hee, what a coincidence. The girl named Jingjing said this while pulling Guoting towards her seat without any explanation. Guoting's face was full of embarrassment. Jingjing. No need. I have other friends. Before Guoting could refuse, Jingjing had already pulled Guoting to her table. Lin Chu and Jiang Yanyu looked at each other and had no choice but to follow her. At this time, there were 3 people at the table, including the girl named Jingjing, and a man dressed in a sleek manner. Why do you say this man is so shiny? Because of the hair gel on his head, it sparkled in the sunlight and looked very eye-catching. The other 2 girls present showed a hint of embarrassment when they saw Guoting. Obviously, they were in the same dormitory. However, when they had dinner together today, no one contacted Guoting. This actually explains the problem. Guoting greeted the 3 girls somewhat awkwardly. The girl named Jingjing has enthusiastically called the waiter to add a stool. Suddenly the scene seemed a little crowded. Lin Chu felt a little helpless and glanced at Guoting. Guoting sighed. It was obvious that this girl was not very good at saying no. She had no choice but to agree and sit down with Lin Chu and the others. Ting. Jingjing's boyfriend invited us to dinner today, and you weren't here. We thought you were going to learn how to drive, so we came together. We didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that we ran into you. Guoting sat down, and another chubby girl, who looked relatively friendly, explained to Guoting somewhat awkwardly. Yes. Ting, I was just telling you not to bother you, but I didn't expect you to come here to eat too. What a coincidence. Looking at Guoting quietly, she seemed particularly enthusiastic. However, Lin Chu didn't know why, but when he looked at this girl, he always felt that she was full of drama. Apparently Jiang Yanyu felt the same way. She looked at Jingjing with disgust in her eyes. Hi. Handsome guy, are you Jingjing's boyfriend? I'm her roommate and good friend. My name is Li Jing. Name, Li Jing. Age, 20. Appearance, 8.3. Purity, 9. Characteristics, sowing discord and stirring up trouble. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 2 times. Lin Chu looked the woman up and down and looked at her information. Sure enough, it was almost the same as his judgment. Seeing that she has such a low favorability towards Lin Chu, she can still be so enthusiastic. It is enough to see how fake this woman is. Lin Chu smiled slightly, did not shake hands with the woman, but just said his name lightly. Guoting's favorability plus 10. When Guoting saw that Lin Chu was so cold towards Li Jing, she immediately felt more favorable towards Lin Chu. Li Jing can be said to be the only girl that Guoting particularly dislikes since childhood. Originally, the relationship between Guoting and Li Jing was pretty good at the beginning. But later, Li Jing gradually discovered that Guoting's amazing beauty was simply an eye-catcher in the crowd. She gradually developed a dislike for Guoting. What followed was that he led his other roommates to isolate Guoting. If it were just this, Guoting would still be able to accept it, and it would not rise to such a level of disgust. The problem is that Li Jing, who originally had a chaotic private life, began to openly hang out with several boys as soon as she entered university and often stayed out all night. Such a woman actually turned the tables. It is said everywhere that Guo Ting is a casual girl, secretly spreading rumors behind her back to slander Guo Ting's reputation. This made Guo Ting very angry. You know, Guo Ting is actually a very traditional girl who cares about what others think. It was because of Li Jing's rumors that she became the focus of discussion in the class. Guo Ting also became more and more introverted and rarely interacted with people in her class. This led to Guo Ting choosing to enroll in a driving school near Jiangcheng University, which was far away from her school. As expected, there are a lot of gossips among girls. At this time, Lin Chu didn't know the relationship between the two. It can be seen that Guo Ting is not very interested in Li Jing. So, naturally, he became very cold towards Li Jing. At this time, Li Jing's shiny boyfriend spoke proudly. "Hello, classmate Lin Chu. I'm Li Jing's boyfriend. My name is Wang Yang." Lin Chu watched Wang Yang reach out to him, revealing the golden watch on his wrist. Lin Chu smiled and simply ignored his greeting. "Ting Ting, I think it's a bit crowded here, otherwise, let's wait for other seats." When Guo Ting heard Lin Chu speak out her thoughts, she nodded immediately and prepared to stand up. "Okay. Classmate Lin Chu. Quietly, my friend and I won't disturb you. You guys can have dinner together." When Li Jing heard Guo Ting say this, her expression immediately changed and she spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh. Well, since Ting Ting is dating another man today, we won't bother her." When Guo Ting heard Li Jing's sarcastic tone, her face immediately turned a little ugly. When Lin Chu saw his sweetheart being treated so unfairly, he immediately became angry. "Today, I really have to get this back for Guo Ting." Chapter 057 Direct Acquisition of Hot Pot City. Li Jing saw Guo Ting's expression change, but she didn't stop talking and continued with the yin-yang talk. "Oh, what a pity. After we started school, we finally had a chance to eat together. It seems that Ting Ting still thinks handsome guys are more important than us. Well, forget it, let's eat, come on." Guo Ting felt very aggrieved at this time and was about to explain. Lin Chu took a step forward and stood in front of Guo Ting. "Ha, I just said that I just think it's a little crowded here. Since you are so enthusiastic and want to eat with us, that's no problem." After Lin Chu opened his mouth, everyone at the table raised their heads and looked at Lin Chu, somewhat confused. Lin Chu took out his fruit phone that could show his identity from his pocket. Unfortunately, Guo Ting's roommates, including Li Jing, were all inexperienced and had no idea what this customized fruit phone meant. "I guess he's still pondering it. This guy's iPhone has an ugly screen protector." Lin Chu didn't care. He picked up the phone and called Qin Shooting directly. "Hello? Shu Ting, I'm Lin Chu. I want to buy a hot pot restaurant called Fatty Hot Pot Restaurant, which is located near Jiangcheng Medical University. Contact me immediately. Price is not a problem." Lin Chu hung up the phone. Everyone present looked at Lin Chu as if he were a fool. There were even a few people whispering and covering their mouths with their hands while laughing. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Chu is just a man who only knows how to pretend. Are you still buying this place? Are you kidding me? Do you know that the land price here is extremely high? Do you know how good the business here is? Earning tens of millions a year is not a problem at all. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say such outrageous things?" Even Guo Ting thought Lin Chu was joking. She knew that Lin Chu was rich. However, she would never have thought that Lin Chu would actually buy this hot pot restaurant directly. As mentioned before, this place is very beautiful both in terms of geographical location and the long flowing water. The price to acquire this place is simply sky high. "Oh my goodness, I never thought that our Ting Ting's friends are so capable." Li Jing looked at Lin Chu and said sarcastically at this time. "Ha ha ha ha. Yeah. I didn't expect your roommate boyfriend, Jingjing, to be so talented. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. His ability to tell jokes is simply amazing." At this time, Li Jing and Wang Yang, in unison, kept talking to Lin Chu in a yin-yang way. "Student Lin Chu, forget it, let's go and don't tell them." Guo Ting was still very kind. Seeing Lin Chu being ridiculed by his roommate, she stood on Lin Chu's side, glared at his roommate coldly, stood up and was about to pull Lin Chu away. Just at this moment, I saw an extremely fat man, weighing at least 200 pounds, running down very nervously. After looking around, he saw Lin Chu and immediately ran over in fear and trepidation. With his fat body, running just a few steps was enough to make him out of breath. "Mr. Lin, are you Mr. Lin?" When Lin Chu saw the fat man, he finally understood why this place was called Fatty Hotpot City. Lin Chu sneered at everyone present. Seeing Lin Chu standing there, the fat boy immediately brought a stool to Lin Chu and said, Mr. Lin, please sit down. I'm the boss here, just call me Fatty." Lin Chu glanced at Fatty, then calmly sat on the stool, crossed his legs, and folded his arms. At this moment, everyone noticed the watch on Lin Chu's wrist, which was inlaid with diamonds and jadeite. "Mr. Lin, your assistant just called me. Is what you said true?" There was a gleam in the fat boy's eyes. What made him so moved and excited was obviously that Qin's shooting offered a price that he could not even imagine. Lin Chu smiled and nodded, "Of course it's true. Do you think I'm joking?" "Fatty, from today on, I will buy this hot pot restaurant of yours and give it to my friend, Miss Guoting. From today on, she is the boss here. In addition to paying you the acquisition fee, I will also pay you 5 million management fees every year. You assist her in managing this place well." When Fatty heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. Sure enough, when pie falls from the sky, the big ones will come. Today was really a huge piece of pie that hit him right in the stomach. 5 million in management fees per year. This is almost as much as his annual profit. The most important thing is that Lin Chu just offered the purchase price. This made him so excited that he could hardly control himself. Think about how hard I have worked over the years. Leaving my hometown and coming to Jiangcheng, I finally settled down and started my own business. He originally thought that his life was over. Who would have known? Who would have thought? Today, because of Lin Chu, he has directly embarked on a more glorious path. The purchase fee offered by Lin Chu alone would be enough for him to spend in several lifetimes. Not to mention the 5 million management fees he has to pay every year. At this time, Fatty even began to doubt his ears. This guy rubbed his ears hard and looked at Lin Chu in disbelief. "Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? Why? You don't agree?" Lin Chu frowned, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and when he looked back, he almost frightened Fatty to his knees. No. How could it be? Master Lin, I just didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I agree. Master Lin, I agree. After hearing this, Lin Chu nodded and said, "That's good. Here you go. Go ahead and swipe your card." After saying that, Lin Chu directly handed his bank card to Fatty. Fatty took the black gold bank card from Lin Chu's hand, his hand still shaking slightly. Mr. Lin, do you mean to say? The full amount? Pay it all at once? Lin Chu glared, "Of course. When do I buy things and when do I expire?" Yes. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You are my boss. From now on, I will obey your orders." Lin Chu stood up at this time and glared again. "I told you, your boss is Ms. Guoting, not me. From today on, she is your boss." At this time, Fatty quickly nodded, walked towards Guoting, and bowed deeply with his fat body. "Boss, what are your top instructions?" Guoting was stunned. She still couldn't believe that Lin Chu was not joking but was serious. The most horrifying thing was that Lin Chu not only bought this hot pot restaurant, but actually gave it to her directly. The girl blinked her big watery eyes, looking at a loss. "Okay. Go swipe your card now. Also, today, Ms. Gui is having dinner with her roommates. This place is too messy. Ms. Gui is very dissatisfied. Hurry up and clear the place. Each table of guests will be charged 1,000 yuan. I'll pay for it." Fatty heard what Lin Chu said. He nodded quickly to show his agreement. Yes. Mr. Lin, okay, I'll do it right away. Chapter 058, Men and Women Standing at the School Gate. Half an hour later. Under everyone's incredulous gaze. Inside Fatty Hotpot City. Only Li Jing and her table of guests were left. And Lin Chu and others who were treated like stars by Fatty and all the waiters. At this moment, the embarrassment on Wang Yang's face had overflowed the screen, and his entire face was red and hot. He has achieved some success in Jiangcheng thanks to his outstanding work ability. It was not easy to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng. I have a car, a house, and spare money. It is precisely because of his young age that he has achieved such success. It also made Wang Yang develop the habit of carrying things wherever he went. Why is he with Li Jing? It's entirely because of Li Jing's identity as a college student. If a man doesn't date two college students once he's successful, he's not really considered a man. Therefore, he often showed off in front of Li Jing's friends and classmates. Today I happened to see Li Jing's prettiest roommate, and naturally I wanted to show off. I didn't expect that. Today, I will try to show off, but it will hit a wall. This is like kicking the reinforced concrete. Who exactly is this Lin Chu? At this time, Lin Chu and Li Jing in their group. They were warmly received by Fatty and everyone sat around a large table. 100 or 200 staff members from the entire hot pot restaurant gathered around them, waiting for orders at any time. Lin Chu was naturally invited to take the seat of honor. Guo Ting and Zhang Yanyu were on his right and left. At this time, both girls had some pride on their faces. Lin Chu really made them proud. At this point, Guo Ting actually doesn't believe it. Since Lin Chu is so generous, Hot Pot City will really give it to her. She just thought that Lin Chu said it casually to help her save face. Naturally, there was no time to feel nervous. Little did he know that with Lin Chu's previous operation, even the cash back had already been credited to his account. Another huge income of several hundred million. Not to mention, Qin's shooting is really rude when it comes to spending money. Just looking at the cash back, Lin Chu was dumbfounded by the prices at this hot pot restaurant. No wonder this fat boy is so attentive. This price is simply impossible to refuse. Lin Chu smiled slightly at this time and raised the glass of Mao Tai. Everyone, I heard that you are all Tingting's roommates. I would like to offer you a toast. I hope you can get along well in the future. I am Lin Chu, Tingting's distant cousin. Lin Chu originally wanted to climb up the pole directly and treat Guo Ting as his girlfriend. I'm really a bit worried. After all, Guo Ting's favorability is only 70 so far. And there was no prompt from the system that I could dedicate myself. It's better to be safe. This is a maternal solo, and a top-quality solo, so you must be careful. When everyone heard that Lin Chu was actually Guo Ting's distant cousin, they were shocked. They were so shocked that they dared not speak. Guo Ting is really a secretive person. She has such a strong cousin, yet she keeps a low profile at school all day long. Under these humiliations, it's unimaginable. Among them, Guo Ting's two roommates immediately switched sides. Before that, they surrounded Li Jing. It's just to get some small benefits in daily life. This is how I see it today. What advantage can I get by following Li Jing? It turns out that the real boss is Guo Ting, who has always been isolated by them. I really was on the wrong side before. At this moment, the two girls were regretting their decision deeply. However, it is never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. The two girls quickly raised their glasses enthusiastically and looked at Lin Chu with little stars twinkling in their eyes. Okay. Mr. Lin. Don't worry, Tingting will be left to us to take care of her from now on. You can rest assured. While talking, the two roommates did not forget to quickly put some food into Guo Ting's bowl. Seeing this, Lin Chu smiled with satisfaction, then I feel relieved. Guo Ting looked at Lin Chu at this time, her face full of gratitude. For most people, this meal was quite enjoyable. Of course, the ones who were unhappy were mainly Li Jing and Wang Yang. Especially Wang Yang. Looking at these roommates who are fence-sitters, they turned against me at the last minute. What's more, even her boyfriend kept trying to curry favor with Lin Chu. This made her so angry that she was fuming. As expected. None of the men are reliable and good. What made her most angry was everyone came to the parking lot. Lin Chu's Bentley Bentayga was parked right next to Wang Yang's Audi A4. Such a comparison is a world of difference. She suddenly felt that Wang Yang in her hand was no longer attractive. To turn the tide, I must find a man better than Lin Chu. But does such a man really exist? Think about it. Li Jing suddenly wasn't so unhappy anymore. Because she knew a top wealthy man. That's Lin Chu. Although Lin Chu is Guo Ting's cousin. However, it seems that Lin Chu is definitely not a good person. Zhang Yanyu beside him didn't look like his girlfriend. It's very likely a mistress. That's easy, since Lin Chu's private life is not so decent. It means every woman has a chance. Isn't this a real benefit? In this case, Li Jing, must also take advantage of this bonus. Therefore, when Li Jing thought of this, her attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. He was extremely enthusiastic towards Guoting. Instead, he treated Wang Yang very coldly. I had promised Wang Yang that I would go to the hotel with him tonight to have a fight. This was completely forgotten at once. He squeezed into Lin Chu's car very enthusiastically. She kept secretly winking at Lin Chu, showing off her beautiful legs exposed to the air. Lin Chu knew very well what Li Jing had done. However, he really looked down on women like Li Jing. Not to mention her annoying personality, let us just talk about her statistics. It's also quite explosive. Pick her up? It would be better to eat the hungry Zhang Xiaoxiao. Therefore, Lin Chu completely turned a blind eye to Li Jing's seduction. However, Lin Chu did not further help Guoting to retaliate against Li Jing and Wang Yang. No need. A lion will not pay any attention to a wild dog barking at him. Just help Guoting regain her face. Today was quite fruitful. Not only did I accidentally meet a stunning beauty, it also raised the favorability to 70. Don't be impatient. When Lin Chu's top luxury car stopped at the gate of Jiangcheng Medical University, it immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. This also made Guoting's roommates feel proud. Even if it was only once, he finally became the focus of the crowd thanks to Guoting and Lin Chu. They wish time would stay at this moment forever. Jingjing, you guys go back first, Lin Chu and I have a few more words to say. After hearing what Guoting said, Li Jing and others did not dare to have any opinions and quickly expressed their cooperation. 3 minutes later, Guoting and Lin Chu, standing at the gate of Jiangcheng Medical University. Guoting seemed a little embarrassed, with her two pink little hands twirling together, looking very shy and cute. Lin Chu, brother, thank you for helping me so much today. After holding it in for more than 10 minutes, Guoting finally spoke. Her voice was so sweet and pleasant that Lin Chu's heart couldn't help but flutter. Lin Chu smiled and pinched Guoting's little face very gently. Such an intimate action did not cause Guoting to feel disgusted, which made Lin Chu very happy. It's okay, Ting Ting, we are friends. He. I'm very happy to meet you. Chapter 059 Brother Lin Chu, you look particularly handsome today. Guoting blinked and looked at Lin Chu. Hey, brother Lin Chu, you can come and play with me often in the future. At this moment, Guoting was already looking forward to meeting Lin Chu again. Of course, Lin Chu was more than happy to do so. Jiangcheng Medical University is full of beautiful girls. Today Lin Chu finally saw it. Across the school gate, the figures flashing by were more beautiful than the last. By the way, brother Lin Chu, you bought Fatty Hotpot City, can I go there to eat any time? At this time, Guoting did not forget to expose her nature as a foodie. She blinked her eyes and stared at Lin Chu with anticipation. Lin Chu smiled at this time. What do you mean mine? It's yours. Didn't I already say that you are the boss there, and the hot pot restaurant was purchased with your identity information? When Guoting heard this, she was shocked. Brother Lin Chu, what did you say? How can this be possible? Lin Chu had long guessed that Guoting would have this reaction. He looked at Guoting mysteriously and said, Ting Ting, you don't know, actually. I can't have too many businesses, it will easily attract attention. The people around me are also noticed by my competitors, so I have to resort to this last resort and put the Hot Pot City under your name. This way, you can manage the hot pot restaurant normally, and as the boss there, no one will notice me. After listening to Lin Chu's explanation, Guoting naively believed it. But, this is too valuable. Brother Lin Chu, I am afraid. Alright. Ting Ting, no need to say more, I believe you. At this time, Lin Chu took the initiative to touch Guoting's little head and said, don't worry, there will be no problem. Just operate it normally according to the previous operation method of Fatty. After saying this, Lin Chu ran away without saying anything else. Anyway, there is no need to rush. Playing hard to get is the true nature of a man. Guoting watched Lin Chu leave. I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She has never been in love. However, looking at Lin Chu, she couldn't help but be moved. It looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Chu got into the car, and Zhang Yenyu's charming eyes kept blinking as she stared at Lin Chu. Lin Chu's strength today once again shocked Zhang Yenyu. This is simply beyond words. Such a man must be caught tightly. Therefore, Jiang Yanyu has made up his mind. Tonight, I must capture Lin Chu and tie him tightly to my side. Lin Chu, brother, where are we going now? Jiang Yanyu asked Lin Chu in a very sugary and very sharp voice. Lin Chu glanced at Jiang Yanyu and immediately understood what she was thinking. Lin Chu had already made complete plans during the day. Strategy guide for Jiang Yanyu. Therefore, Lin Chu took the initiative to stretch out his hand and touch Jiang Yanyu's beautiful black silk legs. Of course I'll listen to you. I live in Jiangcheng number 1 every day, and today I really want to change my taste. Lin Chu's words have a lot of meaning. Jiang Yanyu needs to experience it himself. Hated brother Lin Chu, take your hands away, you're affecting other people's driving. Although Jiang Yanyu said this, she didn't have any intention of avoiding him. She even moved her beautiful legs closer to Lin Chu so that it would be more convenient for Lin Chu to touch them. Lin Chu smiled and said, hee, I have no place to put my hands, so I'll just put them here. Jiang Yanyu pouted her lips and threw a coquettish look at Lin Chu. Half an hour later, Jiang Yanyu brought Lin Chu to the house he rented. Because Jiang Yanyu often went out to work part-time before. In addition, I have now become an employee of Bentley. It's a bit inconvenient to always live in the dormitory. Therefore, Jiang Yanyu had already rented a house nearby. This place looks to be only about 50 or 60 square meters. But it is very clean. The house is filled with small pendants that are full of girlish charm. It seems that Jiang Yanyu is still a beautiful girl with a girlish heart. Jiang Yanyu shyly flicked a strand of hair and looked at Lin Chu. Brother Lin Chu, please sit for a while. I'll go make you some tea. Lin Chu hugged Jiang Yanyu into his arms. Her soft body fell into Lin Chu's arms, and her watery and charming big eyes blinked at Lin Chu. Lin Chu was very excited. I don't drink tea. Then, Lin Chu kissed her directly. Jiang Yanyu's beautiful legs were directly hooked around Lin Chu. It seems that Jiang Yanyu has practiced yoga on a daily basis and her body is very flexible. It is not much inferior to the glockenspiel. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward. Your appearance attribute has increased by 0.2 points, and all attributes have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Jiang Yanyu's favorability has reached 90, and 20 attribute points are awarded. A night of passion. Early the next morning, Jiang Yanyu got up very early. Among Lin Chu's current women, she may be the most sensible one. She was very clear that she was by Lin Chu's side. She must do everything well to be able to stay with this top male god for a long time. Therefore, she dragged her tired body, got up early in the morning, and prepared a hearty breakfast for Lin Chu. Lin Chu had already noticed this movement, and when Jiang Yanyu left the bedroom, a smile appeared on his face. Really? This is the happiness that belongs exclusively to the super rich. If it were a few years ago, a top goddess like Jiang Yanyu, Lin Chu didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention that she would offer herself up to make breakfast for him the next morning. This is simply imperial treatment. Lin Chu opened his eyes and felt unusually clear-headed, without any sense of fatigue. Perhaps this was the result of attribute enhancement. At this moment, Lin Chu opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chu. Funding, 12.59 billion. Age, 23. Appearance, 8.3. Strength attribute, 18. Agility, 18. IQ attribute, 8. Mental insight, 8. Remaining attribute points, 60. Skills, heavily sound, car god possession. Equipment, black gold unlimited funds card. Lin Chu stood up. The recent improvement in attributes and the unlimited rolling of funds had made Lin Chu lose interest in the slightest. It won't cause any ripples in his heart. However, Lin Chu thinks that this appearance attribute is still worth noting. So far, this is the only attribute that cannot be increased with skill points. However, as he continued to conquer the goddess, the current appearance score has reached a high score of 8.3. Although he can't be called a super handsome guy, his appearance is enough to attract people's attention in a crowd. Sure enough, sitting at the dining table, Jiang Yanyu stared at Lin Chu and blinked involuntarily. Brother Lin Chu, I think you look particularly handsome today. Chapter 60 Lin Chu teaches you how to flirt with girls. While listening to Jiang Yanyu's charming words, Lin Chu lowered his hand and touched her white and tender legs. Don't forget. You lost the bet to me yesterday. Jiang Yanyu was suddenly attacked by Lin Shu, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust in her heart. She waved her hand shyly and hit Lin Shu. Hate. Jiang Yanyu said this, but still gave Lin Shu a light kiss on the face. Then she turned and went back to the bedroom. While enjoying a delicious breakfast, Lin Shu was thinking about today's schedule. Ever since he became a super rich man, he has countless girls to date every day. Even Guo Ting, who had just separated from him yesterday, couldn't wait to contact Lin Shu. Originally, Lin Shu was planning to go on a date with Guo Ting. After all, this perfect beauty must be eaten quickly. Otherwise, if she wasn't careful during this period and the crystal was stolen by someone else, Lin Shu would have no place to cry. But at this moment, Lin Shu's phone suddenly rang. When Lin Shu took a look, it turned out to be Qi Bingbing. Hello? Lin Shu, are you busy today? As soon as Lin Shu picked up the phone, he heard Qi Bingbing's pleasant voice. Lin Shu thought about it for a moment and immediately guessed the purpose of Qi Bingbing's call. It must be Lin Miaotong who was with her. Sure enough, after Lin Shu's response, Qi Bingbing immediately spoke. Lin Shu, Miaotong, and I don't have classes today, so we want to go shopping. If you're free, how about? Lin Shu didn't think much about it and just dealt with it. Qi Bingbing was very happy, and she herself couldn't even tell whether she was happy for Lin Miaotong or because she could see Lin Shu again. Recently, Lin Miaotong was very conflicted and spent the entire day with Qi Bingbing. It was nothing more than talking about Lin Shu. In fact, Qi Bingbing knew in her heart that Lin Miaotong had already made her own decision. Therefore, Qi Bingbing did not attack Lin Miaotong. Following her words, Lin Shu is indeed a good man. Not only is he rich, but he is also very responsible. Although he might be a little unfaithful, he probably won't let Lin Miaotong suffer any loss. Besides, there is no cat in this world that doesn't steal food. Men, all the same. Could it be that Lin Miaotong does not choose to accept Lin Shu? Choose to find a so-called honest person at random? Can it guarantee that he will never cheat on his wife for the rest of his life? Obviously it cannot be guaranteed. Instead of this, you might as well be nicer to yourself. Just choose Lin Shu. At least Lin Shu is a genuine person who won't deceive with false lies. Of course, Lin Shu also disdains to use lies to disguise a character. Given his situation, there are many women willing to devote themselves to him. Qi Bingbing's words immediately confirmed Lin Miaotong's idea. She felt that Qi Bingbing was right. However, she was still a little embarrassed to contact Lin Shu actively. Only then did I think of asking Qi Bingbing for help. As an esports girl, Lin Miaotong is still a little naive. I don't understand the principle of preventing fire, theft, and best friends. Of course, Qi Bingbing did not tell Lin Miaotong that she went to class with Lin Shu. I also encountered the Zhongfeng incident. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu thought about it and told Guo Ting that he might have some business matters today and could not go to school to accompany her. At this time, Guo Ting, who was staring at the mobile phone screen in the dormitory, saw Lin Shu's message. Immediately, a look of great disappointment appeared on his face. Ting Ting. This is the fruit we bought. It's very fresh. Come over and have a taste. At this time, several of Guo Ting's roommates bought fresh fruits to show their courtesy to Guo Ting. This is the treatment that Guo Ting never had before. And all of this was obviously directed at Lin Shu. Yao Yao, you guys eat, I don't want to eat. Guo Ting was obviously unable to forget the harm these people had caused her. Faced with the enthusiasm of my roommates, I was rather cold for a while. Let us talk about Lin Shu. Jiang Yanyu, who was in the room, naturally heard what Lin Shu said on the phone just now. Understand that Lin Shu may not be able to accompany her today. Although she felt a little disappointed in her heart. However, as soon as he walked out of his room, Jiang Yanyu naturally adjusted himself to the best state. Brother Lin Shu. When Lin Shu heard Jiang Yanyu calling him, he turned around and his eyes widened. The girl put on some light makeup early in the morning and wore a pair of black over-the-knee stockings on her legs. It's just so sexy. Jiang Yanyu saw Lin Shu's reaction and immediately took a model step, approached Lin Shu, and sat on his lap. Brother, this is what I promised you yesterday. Are you satisfied with my skin? As Jiang Yanyu spoke, she gently touched Lin Shu's lips with her fingers. It's so tempting. Lin Shu was burning with desire early in the morning. He picked up Jiang Yanyu horizontally, with fire in his eyes. It's not enough. Keep going. After saying this, Lin Chu directly sealed Jiang Yenyu's lips. You little girl, you dare to tease me like this so early in the morning. Wait and see how I will deal with you. A passionate morning. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Chu drove Jiang Yenyu's car towards the normal college. Anyway, he is now a man with a driver's license. In a week, the driver's license will be mailed to him. Besides, there was no traffic police on the road who would stop him in the luxury car he was driving. Lin Miaotong dressed up specially today. This esports girl is not suitable for the sexy style. Therefore, she deliberately played to her strengths and avoided her weaknesses, wearing a JK student uniform and putting on makeup that matched her skin. And Shi Bingbing still didn't dress up in any special way. In fact, she really wanted to dress sexily so that Lin Chu would remember her. But Lin Chu is the man that her best friend likes after all. Shi Bingbing just couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Therefore, Shi Bingbing deliberately dressed very normally, still wearing a pair of white wide-leg trousers. Even so, Shi Bingbing's charm cannot be blocked. Two people stand together. In 20 minutes, 4 or 5 groups of men came over to chat with her. Weekend. There are often people who consider themselves successful and look at the luxury cars they think are great. Arriving at the university gate, ready to pick up girls. The combination of Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing immediately became the #1 target of these men. Ahem, these two ladies, I wonder if I can get a number to climb to your hearts. At this time, a man who looked to be around 30 years old came up to the two girls in a very greasy way. Looking at this greasy man, Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing immediately felt nauseous. At this moment, behind the greasy man, there was a man who patted him gently on the shoulder. Hey, man, your way of picking up girls is a bit outdated, isn't it? Lin Chu looked at the young man and spoke in a very arrogant manner. The greasy man was about to retort, but Lin Chu walked up to him without saying a word. Two beauties, can I invite you to my house? I can make tea. When the greasy man heard Lin Chu say this, he immediately wanted to curse. Man, you have the nerve to say that to me? But what shocked him was, Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing covered their mouths and smiled, then nodded happily. Okay. Little brother. Let's go. Then, two beauties came forward, took Lin Chu's arms enthusiastically, one on the left and one on the right, and walked away. The greasy man was dumbfounded. In this world? Why? Is that man more handsome than me? How could it be so simple? Is it really that there is something wrong with my method? Thinking of this, the greasy man immediately stepped forward and found another target. Beautiful lady, can I invite you to my house and have a seat? I can make tea. Get lost. Where did this greasy guy come from? It's so unfair. Chapter 061 Gao Sijing's Dilemma. The two beauties looked at the greasy man behind them and felt humiliated. She was smiling charmingly in Lin Chu's car. Especially Lin Miaotong, who was laughing so hard that her breasts were accidentally exposed to Lin Chu. Lin Chu swallowed. Fortunately, I had a fight with Jiang Yenyu this morning. The three of them just sat in the luxury car, singing, and headed straight for Qianda Plaza. Lin Miaotong saw that Lin Chu didn't care about what happened last time. She also put those problems behind her and didn't feel embarrassed at all. After the two got off the car, they naturally held hands. This made Shi Bingbing behind him feel a little embarrassed. I feel like I am just an invincible light bulb now. Lin Chu noticed that Shi Bingbing's expression was a little unnatural and very generous. Hey, Bingbing, come here, I'll give you this half of my arm. When Shi Bingbing heard what Lin Chu said, she immediately blushed. But Lin Miaotong beside Lin Chu didn't seem to have any objection. She also became bolder and walked straight forward and took hold of Lin Chu's arm. This scene immediately stunned all the men and women entering and leaving the mall. What's going on? Is this the happiness of the rich? Lin Chu, holding two top-notch girls on each side, began to attract attention in the mall. The three people immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. However, the three of them didn't seem to care at all and were still talking and laughing. When Lin Chu went shopping in the mall, he naturally went straight to the most expensive luxury goods floor. Outside the La Mama counter, a beautiful woman was staring absent-mindedly at a brand-new Mama bag displayed in the counter. It's so beautiful, and it matches my temperament so well. Excuse me, miss, are you interested in this bag? It's our new product this season. Seeing a beautiful woman at the door who was interested in their brand, the shopping guide at the La Mama counter immediately came out to greet her enthusiastically. Oh, no, I'm just looking around. As soon as the beauty saw the shopping guide, she immediately shook her head in panic to refuse, then left dejectedly, a little further away from the mama counter, but her eyes were still fixed on the bag. Damn it! What a bad luck! Who is this person? He looks like he's dressed richly, but I didn't expect he's actually poor. The shopping guide looked at the beautiful woman's embarrassed appearance and felt secretly unhappy. Of course, the beauty also noticed the mockery in the salesperson's eyes. She sighed secretly, feeling helpless. At this moment, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. She turned around subconsciously, as if she was afraid that her embarrassment would be seen by acquaintances. As a result, what comes into view is a man dressed gorgeously in designer clothes, with two super beauties on his left and right, walked towards her, talking and laughing. Most importantly, she knew that man. Lin Chu. Just a short while ago, she had arrogantly rejected Lin Chu's confession. At that time, she thought that a loser like Lin Chu was not worthy of her at all. But who could have thought? Bad luck happened. After rejecting Lin Chu, she turned around and fell into the arms of a rich second-generation man. Who would have thought? The other party turned out to be a swindler who pretended to be a rich second generation and defrauded people of their money and sex. Not only did he cheat her of her body, but he also made her take out a large loan. Therefore, Gao Xijing was not only penniless at this time, but also in debt. In desperation, Gao Xijing eventually embarked on the path of using loans to pay off loans. For a female college student like her who is extremely beautiful, some informal lenders are willing to lend her money by waiving banknotes. Of course, that was just a trap set for her in advance. Gao Xijing soon fell into this deeper trap. Over a period of time, Gao Xijing borrowed a lot of money, so she not only failed to repay the loan in the first place. Instead, he began to spend recklessly and buy luxury goods to ease the pain in his heart. As a result, she is now penniless again and burdened with a debt that is suffocating her. This caused her great inner torment, and in the end, she chose to disappear. He hid in the small house he rented, feeling anxious all day long. I don't know why I ended up in the mall today. It's okay to be looked down upon by the women who guide you on TuneOS brand shopping. Even more unfortunate was that he accidentally ran into Lin Chu. At this time, Gao Xijing could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that Lin Chu would not see her predicament just now. Ha? Gao Xijing? Why is it you? In fact, Lin Chu had no intention of going up to greet this woman. But who knew that Lin Miaotong would actually take the initiative to talk to Gao Xijing? This made Gao Xijing a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and glanced at them. Miaotong, what a coincidence. I'm here, waiting for a friend. Lin Miaotong walked up with a smile on her face. Why, are you waiting for your handsome boyfriend? He. Lin Miaotong naturally knew that Lin Chu had once confessed his love to Gao Xijing. The reason why she deliberately emphasized it. It was just to let Lin Chu know that Gao Xijing already had a boyfriend. But this is tantamount to rubbing salt into Gao Xijing's wounds. She nodded in a panic. Yes, Miaotong, you guys are going shopping in the mall, right? Then I have to leave. After saying this, Gao Xijing felt a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and planned to leave in a very embarrassed manner. I really don't know if it's such a coincidence. Gao Xijing's bad luck today is not over yet. Just when she was about to slip away, she actually ran into someone who made her feel even more unlucky. It was her creditor, Hype. This black guy is an informal local lender who relies on high interest rates. Making huge profits while playing with female college students at will, isn't life wonderful? Gao Xijing. Don't run. When the man saw Gao Xijing, his face changed instantly. He stretched out his finger and pointed, not even bothering to pay attention to the college student he had just hooked up with. He rushed forward and grabbed Gao Xijing. Hype's face was full of anger and surprise. That's right, he never dreamed that he would meet the beautiful girl Gao Xijing on the road today. Gao Xijing. You are so brave, you actually dared to play hide and seek with me. Hype grabbed Gao Xijing and a strange smile appeared on his face. Gao Xijing was completely panicked at this time. I didn't even check the almanac before going out today. In fact, she had been hiding for a long time, fearing that she would be found by these creditors. However, unfortunately, today she couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to go out for a walk, but she ran into her creditor face to face. Gao Xijing looked at Hype in panic. Boss, hey, listen to me. I'm not missing, my phone broke recently. I was just about to contact you. Gao Xijing explained to Hype in panic. Hype sneered and looked at Gao Xijing, who was dressed gorgeously. Oh? Really? I see you are wearing luxury goods, so you must be rich. Come on, pay me back quickly. Gao Xijing looked at Hype in panic, her face turning pale. But, Mr. He, our deadline is not yet today. Can we give us a few days of grace? Hype looked at Gao Xijing and sneered. Huh, grace? Gao Xijing, do you think I don't know that you have many overdue loans? If I let you go today, will I still be able to find you? Don't dream, pay me back quickly, otherwise, I will take you to your school today and ask your teachers and parents to deal with the problem for me. Hype naturally refused to give in. At the beginning, he chose to lend money to Gao Xijing. To put it bluntly, he was attracted by Gao Xijing's appearance. He was thinking that one day, when Gao Xijing was left with no alternative but to do whatever she wanted, he would take action and taste the tenderness of this young female college student. Chapter 062 Lin Shu is going to take action? No. Mr. He, please don't. I don't have any money on me right now. Give me 1 day. In 1 day, I will definitely be able to pay you back. When Gao Xijing heard that the incident was going to be reported to school, she became completely panicked. Although for Gao Xijing at this time, it was only a matter of time before her situation became known to everyone. But Gao Xijing still wanted to delay this time as much as possible. Especially today. She had to encounter such a thing in front of Lin Shu, the man she once looked down upon. This is almost the same as stripping her naked and parading her through the streets. He Pai was very proud at this time. He looked at the flustered Gao Xijing, her proud figure and beautiful facial features, and immediately felt his heart surging. There's nothing for you to do now. Go back first. I still have things to deal with today. Hype turned his head and took a look at the female college student he brought with him. He immediately felt that she was mediocre in appearance and sent her away. When the other party heard what He Pai said, an expression of great relief flashed across his face, and he quickly left. At this time, Hype clasped his arms and stared at Gao Xijing. Gao Xijing, no matter what, you must pay me back today. Since you don't have money, ask your classmates. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I will definitely take you to school. Hype looked at Gao Xijing and said to her. Gao Xijing was extremely flustered at this time. Even though she looked down on Lin Shu. There is no other way at this time, in order to prevent his ugly deeds from becoming known to everyone. Even called his parents over. Helplessly, she lowered her head and endured the humiliation in her heart. He walked forward and looked at Lin Miaotong and Lin Shu with a pale face. Miaotong, Lin Shu, can you lend me some money? I will pay you back soon. When Gao Xijing spoke, she didn't dare to look up or meet the eyes of the two men. Lin Miaotong looked at Gao Xijing with 1,000 questions in her mind. Before she opened her mouth, the dark-skinned guy over there spoke. I advise you not to trust your classmate. She is already deeply in debt and has no ability to repay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to this extent. Hype raised the corners of his mouth, looking very proud. He didn't want Lin Miaotong and Lin Shu to ruin his plan. Especially Lin Shu. That guy looks quite rich. What if he gets carried away and really pays Gao Xijing back? Today I will. Then how should he bear the economic losses? Naturally, the dark-skinned man wasn't worried at all. Gao Xijing is such a beautiful woman. As long as she is in one's hands, wouldn't she be a cash cow? After hearing what Hype said, Lin Miaotong frowned and looked at Gao Xijing. But, Xijing, how much money do you need? Gao Xijing raised her head and glanced at Lin Miaotong, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Miaotong, just 10,000 will do. Gao Xijing herself felt that her demands were excessive. For an ordinary student, especially a college student, the first thing he asks for is 10,000. But, at this point, she had no other choice. Who said that? You clearly owe me 90,000. He Pai rushed up without saying a word. But, Mr. He, I clearly only lent you 50,000. What's more, we are paying in installments. Isn't my first installment payment 10,000? When Gao Xijing heard the number of 90,000, she was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Hype smiled smugly. What? 50,000? Are you kidding me? Gao Xijing, the contract we signed is clearly for 80,000. Don't you have to pay interest on your loan? As for the installment payment, I'm sorry, according to our investigation, you are a high-risk customer and you must repay the full amount now. Hype looked at Gao Xijing proudly. No matter what, he would force Gao Xijing into a desperate situation today. Many times, she would not choose to sell herself out unless she was forced into a desperate situation. When Lin Niaotong heard the number 90,000, she took a deep breath. So much? Xijing, but I don't have that much at all. Big brother, can we discuss it and give you some first, okay? Hype glanced at Lin Niaotong and shook his head. No. It must be 90,000 today, not a penny less. At this time, Gao Xijing listened to the conversation between Lin Niaotong and He Pai, closed her eyes, and fell into complete despair. At this time, Hype came up and pretended to take Gao Xijing away. Let's go. Since you can't repay the loan, I will take you to the school and contact your parents to handle the loan. No. Hype brother. I don't want this, please, let me go, as long as you don't let my family know, I can agree to everything you ask for. When Gao Xijing said this, she didn't dare to look at Lin Niaotong and others. We are not fools, so she naturally knows what it means to her to say this. But what could she do? If she doesn't. It's not just embarrassing in front of Lin Niaotong and Lin Shu. But everyone in the school knows about it. She knows how these borrowers torture college students. Writing notes, spraying words with paint, spreading rumors everywhere, and even bombarding with text messages. Whenever she thought of these consequences at night, she would be immediately frightened awake, wrap herself up in a ball, and dare not fall asleep. Hype was waiting for Gao Xijing to say this. After hearing this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Oh? Is that so? In that case, perhaps, this matter can still be saved. He Pai walked up with a smile, and hugged Gao Xijing in front of Lin Shu and others. Gao Xijing's body trembled, obviously feeling a little unnatural. However, she was helpless and dared not resist at all. When He Pai saw Gao Xijing's look, his heart was already burning with desire. He couldn't bear it for even a second, so he pulled Gao Xijing and prepared to swallow this super little beauty whole. He has dark skin and white teeth when he smiles, which makes him look very cunning. Gao Xijing was very helpless. He sighed, lowered his head, and spoke to Lin Niaotong in a slightly pleading tone. Niaotong, thank you, for today, but, please, don't tell anyone. At this time, Gao Xijing had completely given up her dignity in front of Lin Niaotong. Then, she raised her head and glanced at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, please, just pretend that you know nothing today. Looking at Gao Xijing's pitiful appearance, Lin Shu also felt a little reluctant. Although this woman once arrogantly rejected his confession. But, if she hadn't refused, or if she had softened her heart at that time, maybe Lin Shu would not be able to activate the system, let alone have his current life. Lin Shu also felt a little sad. I looked at the information of the beautiful woman in front of me. Name, Gao Xijing. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.8. Purity, 3. Features, excellent acting skills and good at performing. Favorability, 0. Cashback ratio, 15. Lin Shu shook his head silently, never mind. Fortunately, this woman has skills. Through previous experience, Lin Shu has understood that as long as he captures a skilled woman, he can acquire her skills. That's not bad. Although Lin Shu has no use for this acting skill. But something is better than nothing. More importantly, her purity doesn't seem so hopeless. Please save it. Anyway, there is no harm to me, only benefits. Chapter 063 The Tortured Gao Xijing. After Lin Shu finished saying this, Gao Xijing stared at Lin Shu in shock. His mouth was slightly open, as if he was petrified. She never thought of asking Lin Shu for help. Not to mention that she thought that Lin Shu might not even pay attention to her because of her arrogant attitude towards her. Even if Lin Shu was willing. Gao Xijing knew Lin Shu's situation very well. How could he possibly come up with that much money? If Lin Shu was someone who could easily come up with so much money, Gao Xijing would not have rejected his pursuit so resolutely at that time. However, Lin Shu didn't seem to be joking. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Shu, a little flustered. Lin Shu. Lin Shu ignored Gao Xijing and walked straight to He Pai and looked at him. Only then did Hype react. He looked Lin Shu up and down, and said to him in a slightly threatening tone, "Brother, let me advise you that this woman's affairs are more than just tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sure you want to wade into this muddy water?" When Hype spoke, his tone was very unfriendly. In his eyes, Gao Sijing was already a sure thing. Who could have thought that at this moment someone would suddenly appear and snatch his delicious food away? In particular, this man is accompanied by two extremely beautiful women, neither of whom is less beautiful than Gao Sijing. Lin Shu simply ignored Hei Pai's threat. "You don't need to worry about this. I'll give you the money." Hype took a deep breath and looked a little angry. He stared at Lin Shu for a long time, then smiled and said, "Brother, it seems that you have to meddle in other people's business today." Lin Shu was not afraid of the threat from the black man. He calmly took out his mobile phone and shook it towards him, meaning to urge the black man to take out his mobile phone to collect the payment. Hei Pai gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Shu viciously. "Dude, just wait." After saying that, Hype had no choice but to take out his phone and said, 100,000. "What? Isn't it 90,000? Mr. Hei, besides, I didn't lend you that much money." When Gao Sijing heard Hype, he realized that this was a standard price hike. The price was just mentioned at 90,000, but in a short while, it increased to 10,000. Gao Sijing was a little uneasy. Maybe she was worried that Lin Shu would think she was troublesome and give up helping her. Besides, she really didn't want Lin Shu, who came to help, to suffer any loss. So Gao Sijing stood up and confronted Hei Pai. "Stop talking nonsense. Who told you to disappear? It's clearly written in the contract. You disappeared for no apparent reason, and we spent so much manpower and material resources to find you. Of course, you have to bear the cost yourself." Hei Pai looked unreasonable and was as arrogant as he could be. He was sure that Gao Sijing would not dare to make a big deal out of it. That's why he dared to ask for such a high price so blatantly. At this time, Lin Shu looked at the man fiercely and sneered. "Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. Come, I'll give you the money." After saying this, Lin Shu was very happy and directly transferred the 100,000 yuan to Hei Pai without any hesitation. This made Gao Sijing even more shocked. "Lin Shu, how come he suddenly became so powerful? This is 100,000. He didn't even blink and directly passed it to Hei Pai?" Hype took the money. Looking at Lin Shu and Gao Sijing, he gave them a thumbs up. "Great. Gao Sijing, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful friend around you. You are lucky today, but I don't know if you can be so lucky every day. Hee hee." Hype received a huge sum of 100,000 yuan. Although he lost the delicious food he had bought, he was not in a bad mood. However, before leaving, he said something meaningful to Gao Sijing. Gao Sijing was shocked when Hei Pai said this. Obviously, what Hype said was true. What Gao Sijing will have to face in the future is far more than just 100,000 yuan. After driving Hype away, Lin Shu came back calmly, as if he didn't see Gao Sijing at all, and walked to Lin Miaotong. "Okay, Miaotong, let's go, let's continue shopping in the mall. Gao Sijing's favorability plus 20. Lin Shu. Thank you so much for today. I will definitely find a way to return the money to you as soon as possible." Gao Sijing didn't even dare to look up and meet Lin Shu's eyes, her entire face flushed red. She would never have dreamed that there would be a man who stood up for her at the critical moment. It turned out to be Lin Shu. All those arrogant and slightly insulting words she had said to Lin Shu suddenly flashed before Gao Sijing's eyes like slides. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, it was the person she once despised the most who came forward to help her. At this moment, she only felt her face burning hot, and she couldn't raise her head to face Lin Shu's gaze. Lin Shu looked at Gao Sijing like this and smiled calmly. "Do you want to go shopping with us?" "No. No. Lin Shu, you guys, play together, I'm leaving first." Gao Sijing was a little flustered when she refused, and it was obvious how nervous and uncomfortable she was when she was with Lin Shu. Then, she nodded at Lin Shu, turned around, and fled away from Lin Shu. Ji Bingbing frowned as she watched Gao Sijing fleeing. She walked up to Lin Shu and said, "Lin Shu, this girl is really not good. You helped her so much, but she didn't show any appreciation. It looks like your 100,000 yuan is going to go down the drain." Ji Bingbing didn't know the story between Lin Shu and Gao Sijing, and she obviously came up to speak up for Lin Shu. At this time, Lin Miaotong snorted coldly, "Humph, she is just embarrassed. Brother Lin Shu confessed to her before. This woman not only rejected brother Lin Shu, but also spoke in a very unpleasant way. What? After hearing Lin Miaotong's explanation, Shi Bingbing looked at Lin Shu in surprise. Shi Bingbing's favorability plus 15. Shi Bingbing didn't expect that Lin Shu was such a magnanimous and humble person. This is totally repaying evil with kindness. When Lin Shu received the system's notification, he felt secretly delighted, thinking that his help today was not in vain. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. That's all in the past. Let's go, Bingbing, Miaotong, let's continue shopping. On the other side, Gao Xijing returned to the small house she rented. She couldn't calm down for a long time. After this period of torture, her originally fair skin was full of haggardness. She kept scratching her hair. Lin Shu came out to help her today, and she didn't know how to respond. What made her even more upset was, now, although Lin Shu has helped her solve the debt of 100,000 yuan. However, she still faces an incalculable amount of debt, which is making her feel a little suffocated. What's more, her scandal was exposed by Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong today. Can they really keep a secret for themselves? These messy things made Gao Xijing upset. She picked up the phone in front of her with trembling hands and stared at the screen in confusion. During this period, Gao Xijing didn't dare to look at her mobile phone at all. There are text messages demanding payment and threatening WeChat messages everywhere. Whenever she saw this information, she would feel extremely frightened. After thinking for a long time, she removed Lin Shu's contact information from the blacklist. Gao Xijing, Lin Shu, thank you so much today. I'm sorry for what happened before. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back the money. Chapter 64 I am Shi Bingbing's boyfriend. At this time, Lin Shu was having a big meal with Lin Miaotong and Shi Bingbing. The two little beauties happily kept stuffing the delicious food into their mouths. Lin Shu's phone vibrated. He took a look and a smile appeared on his lips. As for Gao Xijing, she has been pacing back and forth in the room since she sent this message to Lin Shu. Ding dong. The notification tone of the mobile phone. Gao Xijing couldn't wait to pick up the phone and take a look. Lin Shu only responded with 2 simple letters. This made Gao Xijing feel relieved. Gao Xijing's favorability plus 20. Gao Xijing was afraid that Lin Shu would chase her and ask her questions. Those scars from the past were memories that Gao Xijing didn't want to mention at all. Seeing Lin Shu just gave a simple reply. Not only did he not expose her scars, he also did not make any excessive demands on her because of the huge sum of 100,000 yuan. He didn't even urge her to pay back the money, which made Gao Xijing's favorability towards Lin Shu suddenly increase. This man. Quite graceful indeed. Gao Xijing thought so in his heart. As for Lin Shu, although he was not fully aware of Gao Xijing's situation, he knew in his heart that this beautiful woman would have a lot of trouble in the future. Just look at He Pai's attitude when he left today. That guy will definitely not let Gao Xijing go easily. If that's the case, this woman might already be in his pocket. Protect your woman and don't fall into other people's traps. The most important thing is not to lose your virginity again, otherwise, Lin Shu will really dislike you. Lin Shu regarding data. Before meeting him, there were some experiences that Lin Shu had never cared much about. Just don't take it too far. But after getting to know him, Lin Shu was very determined. No matter which woman is around him, Lin Shu will give her a verbal reminder in bed. As long as he finds out that someone has any intention of betraying him, Lin Shu will kick him out without hesitation. For Lin Shu, who has a system, this matter is not difficult at all. Lin Shu thought about it again and again, then took out his cell phone and called Zhang Yanyu. Hey brother Lin Shu, do you miss me? I went shopping today and bought a lot of stockings. Listening to Zhang Yanyu's coquettish voice, Lin Shu felt itchy in his heart. However, Lin Shu calmed himself down when he looked at the two beauties in front of him. Okay, Yanyu, I have something to do. Please help me with it. It's like this. After listening to what Lin Shu said, Zhang Yanyu complained to Lin Shu with a hint of resentment. Bad brother, you ignored me all day. I called you and finally got your call, but I didn't expect it was about another woman. Hate you. Listening to Zhang Yanyu's coquettish speech, Lin Shu smiled. Okay, stop messing around. I'll make it up to you. Hurry up and help me investigate. After saying that, Lin Shu hung up the phone. Zhang Yanyu listened to the busy tone on the phone, pouted and complained a few words, but her body was still very honest. She immediately stood up and prepared to go out to help Lin Shu investigate Gao Xijing's situation. On Lin Shu's side, after dinner, the two beautiful girls came with bags of luxury goods in their hands, and threw them all into Lin Shu's trunk as if they were moving house. At this time, Lin Miaotong blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Shu with a charming look. Brother Lin Shu, thank you so much for today. I want to chat with Brother Lin Shu, okay? Lin Miaotong stared at Lin Shu, the charm in her eyes almost overflowing the screen. Lin Shu smiled and looked back at Qi Bingbing. Qi Bingbing immediately realized something and said reluctantly, "Oh, Lin Shu, I have classes tomorrow, please take me back to school." Qi Bingbing's inner struggles and thoughts. Lin Shu knew it very well. After all, at this moment, a favorability rating of 75 was written above Qi Bingbing's head. Qi Bingbing was forced to watch the man she loved and discuss life with her best friend, and she couldn't stop him. She had to take the initiative to create conditions for the other party. Of course, she was in great pain. But there is no way. Who made Lin Shu Lin Miaotong's man? At this time, Qi Bingbing even felt a little resentful as to why Lin Miaotong introduced Lin Shu to her. Little girl, don't you know the principle of preventing fire, theft, and best friends? Lin Miaotong didn't know what Qi Bingbing was thinking at this time. She looked at Qi Bingbing with a little gratitude and was very excited. Then, along the way, Lin Shu blatantly and constantly groped Lin Miaotong's white, tender and delicate legs. Qi Bingbing could only turn her head away and look out the window, trying not to see it. This was the second time Qi Bingbing saw Lin Shu go on a date with another woman. Last time, it was Zhong Qin, this time, it was her best friend Lin Miaotong. Qi Bingbing hated her own cowardice. When we arrived at the gate of the normal university, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Shu glanced at the gate and said, "Miaotong, wait for me in the car. I'll take Bingbing back to the dormitory." Qi Bingbing did not refuse Lin Shu's words. Perhaps there was a selfish element in her heart. Lin Miaotong naturally couldn't make any suggestions, so she nodded and stared at Lin Shu with an impatient look. "Brother Lin Shu, be careful on the way, hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Lin Shu nodded, then got out of the car and took the bags from Qi Bingbing without saying a word. Qi Bingbing did not refuse. She lowered her head silently and followed Lin Shu. Here at the normal university, the school gate is quite a distance away from Qi Bingbing's dormitory. Lin Shu and Qi Bingbing shuttled around the campus. Qi Bingbing felt a little embarrassed and just kept walking forward with her head down. At this moment, something she didn't expect happened. Lin Shu actually reached out and pulled up her little hand. The moment her little hand touched Lin Shu, Qi Bingbing suddenly felt as if her whole body was electrocuted. "You?" Qi Bingbing looked at Lin Shu with surprise. "It's not safe here. It's dark. It's safer this way." Lin Shu talked nonsense and took Qi Bingbing's hand behind him very domineeringly, like a boyfriend, and led her to the dormitory. Qi Bingbing's face had turned completely red at this time, and her heart was beating very fast. She didn't refuse, but just looked around in panic, as if she was afraid of being seen by Lin Miaotong. "Wow! Bingbing! You're back!" Just when the two of them were in a good mood, Qi Bingbing's classmate from last time suddenly showed up. She looked at Qi Bingbing and Lin Shu with a sly smile on her face. "Oh, Bingbing, look at you, you still don't admit it, and you keep arguing with me, saying that this handsome guy is not your boyfriend. This is not true. TSK. You. Qi Bingbing looked at her best friend and subconsciously wanted to explain. "That's right, Bingbing just agreed to my pursuit today." Unexpectedly, Lin Shu took a step forward and spoke for Qi Bingbing. "What?" Qi Bingbing quickly raised her head and stared at Lin Shu in shock. She wanted to say something but held it back. "Okay, Bingbing, since you've met your classmates, you can go back together. I won't see you off. Good night." After saying that, Lin Shu didn't say anything else and kissed Qi Bingbing's already red face. This made Qi Bingbing even more flustered, and she shyly pushed Lin Shu. "Oh, okay, go back quickly." Qi Bingbing's favorability plus 10 current favorability, 85. The minimum capture standard has been reached, please capture her as soon as possible. Chapter 065, Strategy for Lin Miaotong. "Wow! Bingbing! I didn't notice last time, but your handsome boyfriend is quite handsome." After Lin Shu left, Qi Bingbing's roommate could no longer control his gossipy mood and came up to her like a piece of taffy, gossiping about Qi Bingbing. "All right. Stop talking." Qi Bingbing was a little shy at this time. She took a big step and was about to shake off her roommate. "But, how could it be? Why would he send you back? It's so late, shouldn't you go out to stay?" I remember that your menstrual period is not during these days. When Shi Bingbing heard her roommate continue gossiping, she became even more shy. She stomped her feet hard and gave her a fierce look. Lin Shu was in a very good mood after teasing Shi Bingbing just now. Looking at Shi Bingbing's shy expression, Lin Shu felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. How should I put it? Maybe there is a kind of excitement of having an affair? In short, Lin Shu returned to the car with a happy face and a smile on his face. Ha! Brother Lin Shu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so happy? Did something good happen to you? Lin Miaotong asked curiously when she saw Lin Shu like this in the car. Ahem, no, I am finally able to spend some time alone with you. I am happier now. Lin Shu's mouth seemed to be filled with honey at this moment, and he smiled happily at Lin Miaotong. After hearing this, Lin Miaotong's face became even happier. Without doubting Lin Shu at all, he pounced on him recklessly and slapped Lin Shu on the face. Smelling the fragrance of the girl, Lin Shu found it difficult to remain calm. Half an hour later. Lin Shu has brought Lin Miaotong to the downstairs of building number 1 in Jiangchang. Coincidentally, Lin Shu saw Wenya's car. She and Qin Shooting seemed to be getting along quite well. The two of them held hands, carrying large and small bags of things, and entered Jiangchang number 1 in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled, pulled Lin Miaotong up, and went straight to her room through the VIP channel. After entering the room, Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong quickly became entangled with each other. Lin Miaotong pushed Lin Shu away at this time, and said shyly, Brother Lin Shu, can you go take a shower first? I have prepared a surprise for you. Lin Shu looked at Lin Miaotong and swallowed hard. Okay. Then I'll go take a shower first. Then, Lin Shu quickly took off all his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. At this time, Lin Miaotong took out her handbag and took out a neatly folded black suit from it. She looked at the set of skin in her hands somewhat shyly. Meow, I'm so shy. I've never worn it before, and I don't know if Brother Lin Shu will like it. Lin Miaotong was conflicted. Soon, Lin Shu rushed out of the bathroom. Lin Miaotong's face was full of shyness at this time. She covered her body tightly with the quilt and buried her head. When Lin Shu saw this scene, his desire surged. Hey, Miaotong, now, let me see the surprise you have for me. Lin Shu stared at Lin Miaotong, who didn't dare to look up at this time, with a sly smile on his face, and smiled evilly. Lin Miaotong rolled her eyes at Lin Shu and said, You're so annoying. Brother Lin Shu, if you want to know something, why don't you just come and lift the quilt and you'll know it? Lin Shu squinted his eyes and smiled. I'm too lazy to guess. As he spoke, Lin Shu gently hugged Lin Miaotong. This kind of tenderness and warmth made Lin Miaotong feel warm in her heart. Brother Lin Shu, I love you. Lin Miaotong looked at Lin Shu in front of her with seductive eyes. I don't know why, but Lin Miaotong has found Lin Shu, who originally didn't look outstanding in appearance, to be more and more pleasing to the eye recently. She thought that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Perhaps because she loved the man in front of her so much, even his unremarkable appearance became an advantage. Little did people know that Lin Shu's appearance had actually changed. Lin Shu smiled at Lin Miaotong and sealed her cherry lips with his mouth again. This time, the system prompt sounded, and in addition to giving Lin Shu attribute points, it did not continue to increase Lin Shu's appearance. This made Lin Shu somewhat disappointed. It turns out that improving one's appearance is also a big project. Although according to Lin Shu's current situation, he doesn't need to worry about his appearance at all, but people are greedy. Lin Shu also enjoyed his appearance becoming more perfect and handsome bit by bit. However, looking at the shy beautiful girl under him, Lin Shu could not care less. The sound of splashing water represents the end of everything. At least it was a temporary end. Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong snuggled together in the bathroom. Very sweet. After the two of them took a shower together, Lin Shu held Lin Miaotong on the bed. At this time, Lin Miaotong still had a smile on her face that was somewhat happy and somewhat tired. Brother Lin Shu, you are really great. Lin Miaotong's praise definitely came from the heart. As Lin Shu's body continued to grow stronger, his fighting ability naturally became stronger and stronger. He was as strong as steel and indestructible. Lin Shu gently embraced Lin Miaotong in his arms and stroked her hair tenderly. Miaotong, in the near future, why don't you take a look around our school and buy a house? When Lin Miaotong heard this, she looked up in shock and said, What? Brother Lin Shu, you want to buy a house? Lin Shu scratched her little nose, smiled and said to her, I'm not going to buy it, I'm going to buy you a house. When Lin Miaodong heard what Lin Shu said, she immediately pouted a little aggrieved. Brother Lin Shu, I like you, not because I want you to buy me a house. I buy things for you because I really like you. Do you understand? Lin Shu looked at Lin Miaodong like this, smiled and pinched her cheeks. Of course I know. But, we can't always date in the hotel. Well, you don't have to say more about this matter, just go and pick a suitable one. Lin Miaodong looked at Lin Shu, her face full of emotion. She wants to have a house of her own? How could this not make Lin Miaodong excited? She rushed up passionately, hugged Lin Shu, and kissed him hard. Lin Shu would definitely not be cowardly in the face of provocation. Raise your gun and fight. In the end, Lin Miaodong was defeated again. Lin Shu insisted that Lin Miaodong buy a house, not just because of the cashback issue. The main reason is that she feels it is not good to stay in a hotel all day. Wanya has also been looking for a house recently. The two of them actually live in the same hotel, so they see each other every day. If they meet one day, it won't have any impact, but it will be somewhat embarrassing. Anyway, he is not short of money now, and he can even make money by buying houses. Lin Shu naturally wants to buy a house for all his women. I am a cunning man who has 3 boroughs, and I hang around different women all day long. Isn't it nice to experience different environments and decorations? Chapter 066 Heading to Vine Villa. Happy times always pass quickly. As the morning sun shone on Lin Shu's face, Lin Shu opened his eyes at around 7 or 8 o'clock as usual. At this time, Lin Miaodong was still sleeping soundly in his arms, and her snoring could be heard from time to time. Lin Shu smiled and tiptoed away from the bed. Took a shower and stretched. It is absolutely impossible for Lin Shu to stay with the same woman for more than 2 days. What would other girls think? Counting the days, Lin Shu had not been with Wenya for a long time. Therefore, Lin Shu got up early and asked Jiancheng No. 1 to customize a rich and luxurious breakfast. He personally brought these things to Wenya's room. Wenya got up very early and was exercising there to improve her body's coordination and flexibility. Unexpectedly, there would be such a surprise this morning. Lin Shu, whom she had been thinking about, appeared in front of her. Wow! Hubby! You're here! Wenya was very excited. She hurried forward, threw herself into Lin Shu's arms, and gave Lin Shu a passionate kiss. Then, she very considerately asked Lin Shu to sit on the sofa, and the two of them snuggled together and talked about love. At this moment, something unpleasant happened. Qin Shooting walked out of the bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes, wearing a pink pajamas and yawning. Hey Yair, why do you get up so early every day? Aren't you sleepy? Qin Shooting slumped down on the sofa beside her as she spoke. Her white and tender thighs and proud breasts were somewhat exposed because she got up early in the morning. Ahem. Seeing this, Wenya quickly coughed to remind her good friend not to let Lin Shu enjoy the beautiful scenery anymore. Qin Shooting then opened her eyes and saw Wenya snuggling in Lin Shu's arms. Oh my god! Qin Shooting suddenly felt like her tail was stepped on. She screamed, jumped 3 feet high, and ran back to her room to change clothes without saying a word. Wenya and Lin Shu looked at this scene and smiled at each other. 10 minutes later. Qin Shooting changed her clothes and came to the restaurant with a blushing face and glanced at the two of them. I told you I don't want to live here with you, look at me. Wenya smiled and pulled Qin Shooting to sit down. Oh. Okay, nothing happened, right? Hurry up, this is the breakfast that Lin Shu brought personally, eat more. Qin Shooting looked at Lin Shu strangely when she heard this. When did you become so diligent? Lin Shu put down his knife and fork, coughed, and looked at Qin Shooting. I say, do you still have any concept of superiors and subordinates? How can you talk to your boss like this? TSK. You're being nice for no reason. Qin Shooting showed a very disdainful look and rolled her eyes at Lin Shu, and the three of them began to eat breakfast in harmony. As soon as breakfast was finished, Wenya excitedly pulled Lin Shu into the living room. Hubby. You don't know, we've been looking at a lot of houses recently. Those houses are so big. The decorations are also very luxurious. They're simply too expensive. After hearing Wenya's words, Lin Shu looked at the beauty in his arms with a doting face. Don't worry, money is not a problem, as long as you are satisfied. Wenya smiled and nodded. She was very good at providing emotional value to Lin Shu. She quickly stepped forward and kissed Lin Shu. Hey, honey, we have already roughly selected a few sets. I plan to take you to have a look. It's better for you to make the final decision on which set to choose. Lin Chu thought for a moment. Since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go out and take a look with the two beauties. So he nodded and said, "Okay. Honey, pack up, we'll be leaving soon." When Qin Shooting and Wenya heard this, they were both happy. They immediately went to their respective dressing rooms and started dressing up. This was definitely a torment for Lin Chu. Time for girls to put on makeup. For boys, at least 2 games are needed as a minimum. Lin Chu felt a little helpless, thinking to himself that in the future, his house must have a room dedicated to playing games, so that he wouldn't be too bored while his woman was putting on makeup. Sure enough, Lin Chu took out his mobile phone and finished several games. The two beauties were still busy in the dressing room. One could only hear the sound of bottles and jars colliding in the room, but could not see any movement from them. Finally, when Lin Chu was about to give up, the two beauties walked out of the room arm in arm with smiles on their faces. As soon as Lin Chu saw the two of them, he immediately felt that all the waiting was worth it. To put it simply, the outfits the two of them were wearing today can be described in 4 words: pure and sexy. Wenya was wearing a black long dress, looking dignified and elegant. Qin Shooting wore a red long dress, looking passionate and charming. The two of them held hands and looked at Lin Chu's expression, and immediately a smug look appeared on their faces. After all, a woman spends so much time putting on makeup, and when she sees her beloved man is satisfied, the sense of accomplishment is indescribable. Lin Chu walked forward, pulled Wenya into his arms, and kissed her on the face. "Oh. That's so annoying. Honey, you'll ruin my makeup." Wenya shyly hit Lin Chu on the chest. Qin Shooting couldn't bear to watch the couple flirting with each other, and she felt a little sad inside. "Okay, you guys just stay here for a while, I'll go drive." Watching Qin Shooting leave, Wenya smiled and hit Lin Chu. "How annoying. There are people around and you are acting like a hooligan." Lin Chu hugged Wenya tightly. Looking at Wenya's appearance, Lin Chu wanted to strip her naked and kill her right there. In the end, he was defeated by Wenya's resistance. The two held hands and got into the car together. Qin Shooting drove straight to the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng, Mantang Villa. Lin Chu had heard of this place before, but of course, that was all he had heard of. Villas of this level had only appeared frequently in Lin Chu's dreams in his life. The geographical location here is that it is located on the bank of the river in Jiangcheng City, halfway up the Green Mountain. The scenery is beautiful and the view is pleasant. People who live here can stretch themselves in their own yard every morning and enjoy the sunrise. During the day, you can always see the greatest beauty of Jiangcheng, the beautiful lake, through the window. In short, the beautiful scenery of Jiangcheng is all in the vines. This sentence has long been circulating on the internet. This time, Lin Chu came here in person and found that it was indeed worthy of its reputation. The scattered single-family villas here are all like royal palaces, magnificent and splendid. Along the way, Qin Shooting kept introducing the villa here to Lin Chu. Lin Chu got out of the car, feeling the river breeze and looking at the beautiful scenery. There were also green trees nearby. The environment was extremely healing. At this time, a man in a suit and tie hurried over. "Ms. Qin." "Ms. Wen, hello." Then, the man in the suit noticed Lin Chu and immediately stepped forward enthusiastically, groveling and greeting him with a smile on his face. "This must be Mr. Lin. I've heard of your great name for a long time." Lin Chu simply shook hands with the man in the suit and said hello. Chapter 67, The Girl from the Fairy Tale. This is the situation at Ivy Hill. The single-family villa at the foot of the mountain covers an area of about 500 square meters. The price is basically starting from 100 million yuan. Overall, the scenery here is quite good and all kinds of facilities are available. The villas that Wenya and Qin Shooting had looked at before were basically all in this area. But Lin Chu shook his head as soon as he saw it, seeming a little dissatisfied. "Manager Wang, I heard that the villas on the mountain will have a larger area. Is that true?" When Manager Wang heard Lin Chu's question, his eyes lit up. He nodded quickly. "Mr. Lin, of course. The villas on the mountainside are all the signature villas of our Mantang Villa. Each villa has a strong sense of territory. The distance between each villa is farther and the area is larger. To put it politely, they are called villas, but in fact, they are almost the same as manors." When Lin Chu heard this, he immediately showed a somewhat satisfied smile. "In that case, let's take a look at the villa upstairs." Wenya followed Lin Chu at this time, hugging Lin Chu's arm tightly. It felt so dreamy. She had always taken the initiative to help Lin Chu save money. Therefore, when looking at villas, try to choose those with relatively high cost performance. However, those villas on the hillside were too lethal to her. To put it simply, living there is no different from living in a paradise on Earth. Not to mention the construction of the villa above, there are also issues such as decoration. Just talking about the environment, the villa above is located between mountains and water, close to the mountains and water, and has a good geographical location and height. It can almost overlook the entire Jiangcheng. Even the air is much fresher than that of ordinary villas. What is even more amazing is that all the villas above are connected to springs. You can soak in hot springs without leaving your home. You can drink the healthiest spring water without leaving your home. These are things that ordinary villas cannot have at all. However, despite having such high-quality resources, its price is prohibitive for most people. The average price is between 400–600 million yuan. This was an astronomical figure for Wanya. She could not even imagine that she could live in such a house. However, when Lin Chu arrived, he did not even visit the villa at the foot of the mountain. Instead, he waved his hand and headed for the most expensive location. Could it be that I could really live in a villa like this? At this point, even the most materialistic and money-worshipping woman would probably feel shortness of breath and be extremely excited when faced with the temptation of such a luxurious house. This is what elegance is like. In this way, Lin Chu directed Qin shooting to drive, and the manager named Wang in front led the way. The scenery here is indeed very beautiful, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Along the way, everyone opened the car windows, felt the mountain breeze, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. They really felt relaxed and happy. Finally, a majestic and dignified building came into view in front of everyone. This place is just like the castle depicted in fairy tales, full of aura and romance. It's as if there really are princesses and princes living inside. Mr. Lin, Miss Wan, Miss Qin, welcome to the fairy tale castle. At this time, Manager Wang opened his arms as if introducing a perfect work of art. Even Lin Chu could read from his face how satisfied he was with the villa he was about to introduce. Manager Wang took a deep breath and gently opened the door of the villa. Mr. Lin, in my opinion, this villa is definitely your first choice. Not only is the scenery here beautiful, but the entire design and construction process was also completed by the top architects and designers in Europe. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, every tree, was carefully crafted and built in accordance with the conception of a fairy tale. After half a year of design and discussion, and another 3 years of work, we invited the best teams at home and abroad to form a design and construction team to build this villa. I believe you will like it. As soon as she opened the door, Wanya couldn't help but exclaim at the garden inside the villa. The scene in front of me seems like entering a fairy tale world. There are bright flowers everywhere and butterflies flying all over the sky, flying freely among the flowers. Every plant and tree in the garden was indeed designed and constructed with great care, just as Manager Wang had said. The colorful gardens complement each other and are sure to make you linger. Wanya couldn't control her inner excitement and held Lin Chu's arm a little harder. Lin Chu naturally understood what she meant. He nodded gently at her, and then called Manager Wang to his side. Manager Wang. How much is this villa? I'll buy it. Manager Wan was a little slow to react after hearing what Lin Chu said. Lin, Master Lin, are you saying that you have made up your mind? However, you have not entered the villa yet. This is just the garden of the villa. Lin Chu smiled and nodded. I believe that if the external structure is so perfect, the interior must be no bad either. Not bad, Manager Wang, I am very satisfied. How much is it? I will buy this villa. When Manager Wang heard this, he nodded and bowed immediately, as happy as a lucky cat. Oh! Master Lin, you are such a straightforward person, ha ha ha. The price of this villa is 678 million. When Lin Chu heard this, he thought, well, this price is quite auspicious, 678. Close to 700 million. Lin Chu looked around and nodded. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, in the garden, a girl in a white dress with a pink bow looks like a real princess. The appearance of this girl was really too stunning. Her temperament really matches this villa perfectly. It was as if this villa was tailor-made for her. Even Lin Chu couldn't help but look this beautiful girl up and down. This beauty's appearance was simply sky-high. Among all the girls Lin Chu had ever seen, she was definitely number one. When the girl saw Lin Shu and others, she frowned at first, and then she walked towards Lin Shu and others with some displeasure.
Manager Wang.
I've told you several times.
Don't bring anyone here casually.
The girl spoke in a very impolite tone, and it seemed that she didn't give Manager Wang any face at all, as if she was the owner of the place. Manager Wang coughed and walked towards the girl very respectfully. Ms. Yin, this is Mr. Lin, a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. Moreover, he has just decided to buy this villa. When the girl heard this, she immediately frowned and looked at Lin Shu in disbelief.
You want to buy our villa?
Lin Shu looked at the woman and immediately opened her information.
Name, Yin Tong Tong. Age, 20. Appearance, 9.2.
Purity, 0. Characteristics, versatile and imaginative. Favorability, 0. Cashback ratio, 50. After reading the information of this girl, Lin Shu couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is too incredible."
Yin Tong Tong favorability 20.
Just when Lin Shu was somewhat surprised at his good luck today and met such a gorgeous girl, the system's prompt sounded at an inopportune time, and Lin Shu was a little confused.
The girl in front of him looked at Lin Shu, frowning and looking unhappy.
Chapter 68 Purchase of Fairy Tale Town.
Yin Tong Tong walked up to Lin Shu and asked, "Do you really want to buy my villa?"
Lin Shu looked at Yin Tong Tong with confusion, then at Manager Wang.
What? Your villa? Manager Wang was a little embarrassed.
He adjusted his glasses with his hand, not knowing how to explain.
Of course it's mine.
This villa was built completely for me. Yin Tong Tong had already spoken before Manager Wang, looking at Lin Shu with great pride and strong hostility in her eyes. It is indeed as Yin Tong Tong said, the temperament of this villa is a perfect match for her. If the world's top painter draws a picture of this villa, then if the girl is missing from the painting, people will definitely feel that something is missing.
This is entirely due to the girl's amazing beauty.
Her facial features were as perfect as if they were carved out, and her skin was white and delicate as a baby's.
This girl seemed to be emitting a kind of light all over her body.
Such a perfect girl, it is indeed as she said, this villa is very consistent with her temperament.
Manager Wan was a little embarrassed at this time.
He quickly stepped forward and came to Yin Tong Tong and said, "Ms. Yin, President Yin has already said that this villa can be sold.
Didn't she promise you that she would build you a villa that would satisfy you better in Shanghai?"
When Yin Tong Tong heard this, she pouted her lips immediately, looking unhappy, and glared at Manager Wang coldly. "Humph, Manager Wang, you have no right to speak here.
I said, this villa is not allowed to be sold.
Especially, it is not allowed to be sold to him." Yin Tong Tong stretched out his finger and pointed at Lin Shu. Lin Shu was suddenly speechless.
"I was looking for you and I didn't want to provoke you." This made Manager Wang look very embarrassed and awkward. It was obvious that he didn't dare to offend either of the two people in front of him.
At this moment, a super luxurious extended customized Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped at the door of the villa. Yin Tong Tong immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Manager Wang. "Okay?
Manager Wang, you actually dare to file a complaint." Manager Wang showed a very aggrieved expression on his face.
Before he could explain, Yin Tong Tong turned around and ran away. Before leaving, she glared at Lin Shu fiercely and said something cruel.
"Hey! I'm telling you! Don't buy my villa. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it."
After saying this, Yin Tong Tong ran away desperately. Soon, a man in a suit and tie walked out of the Rolls-Royce. His facial features looked very sharp and his whole body exuded a decisive temperament.
He walked quickly to Lin Shu. "Hello, you want to buy this villa, right?"
Lin Shu looked at the man and nodded. The man was very polite when he spoke, but he was also neither humble nor arrogant.
"Sir, how about we go in and have a slow chat?"
Lin Shu thought for a moment and looked at the man.
"Sir, is this villa yours?"
The man looked at Lin Shu and smiled, revealing an ambiguous smile.
"It's like this, I'm the deputy general manager of Mantang Villa, my name is Yin Xingyang. In a sense, all the villas here belong to us."
Lin Shu listened to his words and nodded lightly. It turned out that the boss had arrived.
"So, who was that girl just now?" Yin Xingyang looked at Lin Shu and sighed helplessly. "She is my sister.
I once promised that I would not sell this villa to anyone else but leave it to her. So, she stays here all day, causing trouble for you, sir."
Lin Shu smiled calmly. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Although I like this villa more, but since your sister likes it so much, I think you, as her brother, should keep your promise." Lin Shu had already noticed In Tongtong in the corner. This little girl, who was unaware of the situation, was hiding in the garden, listening to the conversation between Lin Shu and Yin Xingyang with her ears perked up. Seeing this, Lin Shu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued. To be honest, I think this villa really matches your sister's temperament. I think that apart from your sister, it would be difficult for anyone to manage this villa. Although I like this villa a little, a gentleman should not take away someone else's love. I think you should leave this villa to your sister. Lin Shu's voice became louder and louder, and in the end, he was almost shouting, for fear that Yin Tongtong might not be able to hear him because of the distance. Yin Tongtong's favorability plus 20. Sure enough, Lin Shu's efforts were not in vain. Yin Tongtong, who was hiding in the corner, heard Lin Shu's words clearly. She couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Lin Shu. It turned out that this man was not the one who was determined to take her villa away. At this time, Yin Xingyang sighed helplessly. To be frank, I don't want to make Tongtong sad, but, sir, I also have a hard time. Seeing that Lin Shu did not answer, Yin Xingyang said to Lin Shu helplessly, recently, we are in urgent need of funds, so we have no choice but to raise funds. Sir, I can't tell you more. Anyway, if you want to buy this villa, I will make the decision and sell it to you today. If you don't want to buy it, I won't say much. I will let manager Wang take you to see other things here. Lin Shu thought about it, and most importantly, he observed Yin Tongtong, who was hiding in the flowers at this time. Ever since Lin Shu has been constantly pursuing goddesses, his 5 senses have become extremely sharp. Otherwise, how could he see Yin Tongtong, who was hiding at a glance? Yin Tongtong was still a little conflicted after hearing what his brother said. To be honest, her own brother was facing difficulties so far, and it was impossible for someone as smart as her to not know about it. However, she really couldn't bear to lose this villa that she loved so much. Therefore, she herself is now caught in a dilemma. Lin Shu smiled and said to Yin Xingyang, Boss Yin, if that's the case, I can buy this villa. However, if you like it, you can continue to play here. If one day, Boss Yin's funds are in good shape, you can take this villa back at any time. How about it? Yin Xingyang, who was originally a little depressed at this time, immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Shu, with a deep gratitude and disbelief in his eyes. Sir, is what you said true? Lin Shu smiled and looked at Yin Xingyang. Of course it's true. To put it bluntly, the reason why I want to buy this place is because I like the artistic conception of this villa. However, if my other sister doesn't play here, I feel that this fairy tale garden is like missing something. Therefore, I can buy this villa, but Mr. Yin, just assume that I am only buying the right to live in this villa, and as for the right to use the garden, it is better to give it to my sister. Yin Xingyang was a little excited after hearing what Lin Shu said. Sir, you really helped me a lot. If this is really possible, I, Yin Xingyang, will definitely repay you in the future. Sir, don't worry, I will do my sister's work myself. You just need to be willing to buy this villa. Yin Tongtong's favorability plus 20. After listening to the conversation between Lin Shu and his brother, it was hard for Yin Tongtong not to have a better impression of Lin Shu. Listen to what Lin Shu meant. It was as if he bought this villa and liked this villa entirely because of her existence. After all, Yin Tongtong is just a girl, and her mind is not that meticulous. After hearing what Lin Shu said, she was naturally a little proud, and it was very normal for her favorability to increase. Lin Shu listened to the system's prompt, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, pretending to stretch casually, and looked at Yin Tongtong in the flowers. He thought secretly in his heart. Yin Tongtong, this perfect girl, don't even think about escaping from my palm, I will have fun with you. Chapter 069 Sports Car arrives. When Yin Xingyang heard that Lin Shu decided to buy the villa, he breathed a sigh of relief. His attitude towards Lin Shu also became better and better. As a young man from a wealthy family, Yin Xingyang actually showed a cynical smile at this moment, just like a young man who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. He kept joking and telling jokes to Lin Shu. Then, under the personal guidance of Yin Xingyang, Lin Shu and others entered this super luxurious villa. The villa is different from the garden in that it is not filled with fairy tale elements. The interior decoration is magnificent and looks very elegant. It is magnificent and has a great sense of design beauty. Yin Xingyang looked at Lin Shu's expression and knew that he was very satisfied with this villa. Brother Lin Shu. To be honest, if I wasn't really short of funds, I would never be willing to sell this villa. In addition to my younger sister, my elder sister also likes this place very much. Yin Xingyang's introduction highlighted his pride and love for the entire villa. It can be seen that this villa must really be a property that their family values very much. Lin Shu paid very happily. He directly rejected Yin Xingyang's offer to give him a discount and chose to pay in full. Nearly 700 million. Lin Shu didn't even blink and paid directly. This still surprised Yin Xingyang a little. Lin Shu's financial resources really opened his eyes. As the top young master in Jiangcheng, he is familiar with almost all the famous young masters in Jiangcheng. But I have never heard of Lin Shu before. But today, Lin Shu's work was obviously not ordinary, and it instantly caught Yin Xingyang's attention. Brother Lin Shu, you are really rich. I wonder, what project did you rely on to make your fortune? Lin Shu glanced at Yin Xingyang and smiled mysteriously. To be honest, I'm still a college student. Apart from picking up girls, I don't have much to do on weekdays. Lin Shu's words happened to be heard by Qin Shooting, who happened to be passing by, and she rolled her eyes at him. However, Lin Shu simply ignored Qin Shooting's contempt. It may be hard to believe that Lin Shu is telling the truth. Not only is his daily job to pick up girls, but his source of income also comes entirely from picking up girls. After hearing what Lin Shu said, Yin Xingyang was surprised, and felt that he might have asked too many questions, so he quickly apologized jokingly. Lin Shu smiled and didn't care. At this time, Yin Xingyang saw Wen Ye and Qin Shooting were excitedly visiting the villa and had no time to pay attention to them. So, Yin Xingyang lowered his head mysteriously and said to Lin Shu, Brother Lin Shu, you are so young and promising, and I see that you are a playful person. How about I treat you tonight and we go out to have some fun together? First of all, I want to thank Brother Lin Shu for being so generous. Secondly, I can also introduce some friends to you. After all, we are all in Jiangcheng. More friends mean more opportunities. Lin Shu glanced at Yin Xingyang and pondered for a moment. Anyway, I don't have any plans for tonight. It would be better to go out and have some fun with this noble young man. So Lin Shu nodded happily. Yin Xingyang seemed very happy to see that Lin Shu agreed to his request. He exchanged a few words with Lin Shu very happily, and then left early, making the excuse that he had something to do. After Yin Xingyang left, this villa officially belongs to Lin Shu. He walked on the gorgeous floor and looked at the maze-like house, feeling very satisfied. At this time, Wen Ye was already tidying up the master bedroom in the villa. The master bedroom here is much larger than the presidential suite at Jiangcheng No. 1. Not only does it have a completely open-air balcony, it also comes with a private swimming pool and observation deck. Standing in the bedroom, just by looking down, Lin Shu would have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of the entire Jiangcheng. Lin Shu quietly approached from behind and immediately hugged Wen Ye's slender waist. Wen Ye was very gentle. She rubbed her body against Lin Shu like a little kitten. She was sexy, well-behaved and likable in every way. Hubby. Thank you. Wen Ye looked at Lin Shu lovingly and spoke to him affectionately. Lin Shu smiled and kissed Wen Ye on the face. Don't say that. I said I would make you happy. Wen Ye turned around, raised her head, and looked at Lin Shu with love in her eyes. Lin Shu was so aroused that he couldn't control himself, so he kissed her without saying a word. Just as the two were about to undress and have a passionate moment in this luxurious bedroom, Lin Shu's phone rang at a very inopportune time. This made Lin Shu a little angry, and he subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone. As a result, Wen Ye stopped Lin Shu directly. No. Husband, don't delay your business. Having said that, Wen Ye directly answered Lin Shu's call, and then immediately handed the phone to Lin Shu's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A relatively unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Shu frowned. Who are you? Mr. Lin. You forgot, it's me. I'm Kevin from Bugatti. When Lin Shu heard this, he immediately understood. Oh. It's you. Mr. Kevin, what's up? Is my car back? Yes. Mr. Lin, your car has just arrived at our store. You can come and drive it away at any time. I have to say that although I have worked at Bugatti for such a long time, this customized sports car of yours is really an eye-opener for me. It is so cool. Listening to Kevin's sincere praise on the other end of the phone, Lin Shu also became impatient. In that case, then just send it to me. Lin Shu was also a little anxious and wanted to drive his super sports car out for a good ride. I didn't have a driver's license. But once he got his driver's license, Lin Shu's interest in driving a supercar could not be extinguished at all. Mr. Lin, this is a little difficult. On the other end of the phone, Kevin heard Lin Shu's request and hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. Lin Shu was a little impatient and frowned. What's the problem with this? Are you afraid that I won't pay you the remaining balance? No. Master Lin, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean that. It's just, this sports car is too luxurious. No one in our store can drive it. They don't have the courage to drive such a long distance. Lin Shu thought about it and agreed. If it were him in the past, and someone asked him to drive $1 billion supercar, even for the shortest distance, I'm afraid Lin Shu wouldn't dare to try it easily. So, Lin Shu nodded and smiled. Okay. In that case, you wait. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu looked at Wanya with some apology. Wanya smiled gently at Lin Shu, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Lin Shu's lips. It's okay, husband, you go and do your work first. We have a long way to go. Seeing that Wanya was so sensible, Lin Shu felt a little embarrassed to take Qin shooting with him. After all, it's such a big villa, and although all kinds of things are ready, there is still a lot of work to do, so it's better to let Qin shooting help Wanya. So, Lin Shu left the villa alone, intending to bear the grievance for a while, and took a taxi to Bugatti. Chapter 70, Driving a Sports Car and Taking Guoting Out for Fun. An hour later. Lin Shu appeared in the Bugatti alone. Kevin and a group of employees stood at the door, with a red carpet under their feet. As soon as Lin Shu arrived, everyone began to applaud, welcoming the distinguished guest. Kevin smiled and signaled his men to set off firecrackers. 2 rows of long-legged beauty car models, holding flowers in their hands and smiling, the scene was even more lively than a wedding. Mr. Lin, this is a ceremony specially held for you by our Bugatti. Kevin smiled and gently handed the car keys to Lin Shu. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Shu was invited into the exhibition hall. At this time, there was only one car parked in the exhibition hall, surrounded by beauties, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Shu. There are big billboards and LED lights around the cool black and gold supercar. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Shu. Becoming a distinguished Bugatti W16 owner and a lifetime Bugatti member. Then, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner in a neat suit came forward and greeted Lin Shu warmly. After careful questioning, it turned out that this guy was the top leader of Bugatti Asia Pacific. Mr. Lin Shu. And I how? I'm Robert. Nice to meet you. This guy named Robert shook hands with Lin Shu very respectfully and opened the car door for Lin Shu himself. After taking various photos and signing autographs, Lin Shu happily paid the remaining balance, smiled, and put on the custom-made sunglasses that were specially made for the Bugatti sports car. He gave everyone a charming smile, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away in the sports car. Robert looked at Lin Shu stupidly, turned around and asked, Kevin, didn't you say that this gentleman doesn't have a driver's license? Kevin was also a little dumbfounded when he saw Lin Shu's driving skills. He nodded blankly. This cool sports car attracted enough attention for Lin Shu on the street. Wherever he went, everyone would look at him with respect. There were even 2 young and beautiful women driving sports cars on the road, who were winking at Lin Shu while waiting for the traffic lights. Of course, Lin Shu simply ignored the gazes of these people and just responded with a polite smile. Half an hour later, a super sports car made a stunning appearance at the gate of Zhengcheng Medical University. It makes the eyes of countless people who come here trying to pick up girls pale in comparison. When can I drive a car like this? After Lin Shu arrived at the school gate, he waited for Guoting and her roommates to appear with a smile on his face. At this time, a super beautiful girl on campus directly opened Lin Shu's car door and sat in it very naturally. Hello, handsome guy. Lin Shu turned around and glanced at the beauty. Name, passerby. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.6. Purity, 95. Features. Lin Shu looked at the data and smiled at the beauty. My lady, look at my car, there is no Red Bull. When the beauty heard this, she smiled shyly and went over to undress Lin Shu. Of course, Lin Shu directly rejected it. Oh, handsome guy, I don't have any requirements, as long as you can, give it to me, it's fine. Looking at the beautiful woman who was winking at him, Lin Shu really couldn't bring himself to do it. He shook his head indifferently. Excuse me, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. The beauty was stunned on the spot. As a result, just at this time Guoting and her roommates walked out of the school gate. Lin Shu got out of the car directly and waved to Guoting. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Shu with great resentment, somewhat unconvinced, and insisted on stuffing a note into Lin Shu's hand. Wow! Ting ting. Your cousin's car is so cool. At this moment, Li Jing was the most excited that day, her eyes were almost wide open. In front of Gui Ting, Lin Shu crumpled up the ball of paper and threw it into the trash can. Very qualified to say. Gui Ting looked at Lin Shu's sports car and was a little excited, with her eyes flickering. Wow, Lin Shu, is this your car? It's so beautiful. Lin Shu smiled at Gui Ting. This was exactly the effect he wanted. At this time, people coming and going at the school gate were all staring at this place. Boys are envious and women are jealous. Why does this supercar owner belong to Gui Ting? Gui Ting looked at her roommates behind her and said to Lin Shu apologetically, Lin Shu, I'm really sorry, I. Looking at the incoherent Gui Ting, Lin Shu immediately understood everything. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of Gui Ting. Lin Shu didn't object to this. After all, Gui Ting was a rare virgin solo, so he still needed someone to help him collect intelligence. If the information was stolen by someone, there would be no reason to complain. So, Lin Shu was very generous and greeted Gui Ting's roommates behind her. Since everyone is here today, I'll invite you all to sing together. Wow! That's great! Brother Lin Shu. We all love going to KTV. Lin Shu suggested. Li Jing agreed immediately, fearing that she would not be able to show herself. Of course, Gui Ting showed some disgust on her face about this, but she didn't say anything. Lin Shu smiled and said, but my car can't accommodate so many of you. How about this? You can take a taxi. I'll tell you the destination later and I'll reimburse you. Li Jing and her friends looked at this top-of-the-line supercar with some reluctance. Who wouldn't want to sit in a car like this, take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments, which would surely shock everyone? Unfortunately, the owner of this car is Lin Shu and the passenger seat is Gui Ting, so they have no chance. Lin Shu, I'm so sorry. I've made you spend a lot of money by bringing so many roommates with me. It's okay, I'll let them split the bill. Gui Ting, sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked apologetic and kept apologizing and explaining to Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled brightly and possessed himself directly. Gui Ting turned her head away subconsciously, thinking that Lin Shu was going to kiss her. However, Lin Shu just picked up the seatbelt from her side and fastened it for him. Obviously, Gui Ting's reaction was a bit extreme. She was extremely flustered at this time. Looking at Lin Shu, he wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to start. Just now, Lin Shu's body was pressed against hers. At that moment, Gui Ting's heart beat faster and almost jumped out. Looking at Gui Ting's shy face, Lin Shu laughed. He liked Gui Ting's cute look. At this moment, Gui Ting looked like a green apple, making people salivate. However, her youthful look is hard to break. It is precisely because of this that Lin Shu has been patient and not in a hurry to conquer this extremely beautiful woman. Gui Ting looked at Lin Shu, who kept staring at her, and turned her head away shyly. Sit tight. We're leaving. Lin Shu gave a reminder, and then, accompanied by the cool roar of the W-16, the entire car body turned into a black and gold lightning, cutting through the air, attracting everyone's attention again. Chapter 71 Sing a Song. Lin Shu drove the sports car straight towards Yimei. Although it is a bit inappropriate to go to Yimei with a group of beauties. But anyway, I would go directly to Lin Shu's exclusive box. After some thought, Lin Shu decided that the environment there was the best. In addition, Lin Shu had previously arranged for Guoli to find beautiful women for him. Recently, Guoli has sent Lin Shu a lot of information about beautiful women, but Lin Shu is not very satisfied. But at least Guoli tried her best. Therefore, Lin Shu felt it necessary to give her some rewards. Originally, Yimei KTV was closed in the afternoon. However, when Guoli heard that the person coming was Lin Shu, there were no rules. Special matters should be handled specially. Open directly in the afternoon. Although Lin Shu specifically emphasized that he did not need a beautiful woman to accompany him. But just in case, Guoli still called a group of beautiful women to help her, fearing any accidents. This is called prevention. Guoli was waiting at the entrance of the KTV early. She was still a little shocked until Lin Shu's luxury sports car appeared. Although she knew that Lin Shu was rich, this sports car was something she had never seen before. Looking at the sign, she quickly searched it on Baidu. Bugatti. Lin Shu is not the only one in the world who has played QQ parking. Obviously Guoli also knew what the sports car with this logo meant, and she immediately became more attentive to Lin Shu. Hello, sister. I'm Lin Shu's friend. Guo Ting looked at Guo Li at this time. She naively thought that she was Lin Chu's friend, so she greeted her very well and enthusiastically. When Guo Li saw it, she reacted quickly and chatted enthusiastically with the beautiful girl. Only then did she understand. No wonder Lin Chu, the beauty she had recommended to her before, looked down on her. Look at what beauties they brought with them. At this moment, Fatty Gung also appeared in front of Lin Chu. Lin Chu hasn't seen this guy since he suffered a blow last time. However, when we met again this time, this guy seemed to be a completely different person. With dyed red hair, a floral shirt and a big gold chain, he looks like a total gangster. Lin Chu was a little speechless. Fat Gung, what's wrong with you? Why are you dressed like this? Fatty Gung hugged Lin Chu and changed his usual image. Hey, brother, you don't know, I have completely figured it out. Screw the bullshit, love. From today on, I want to live a happy life. Lin Chu was speechless, and Guo Ting looked at Fatty Gung with a strange look. Lin Chu quickly introduced Fatty Gung. Okay, Ting Ting, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Fatty Gung. Guo Ting looked at Fatty Gung and was still very well behaved, which made Fatty Gung stunned. The four of them chatted for a long time at the door. Finally, Li Jing and her friends took a taxi and appeared in front of everyone. Okay. Now that everyone is here, come in with me. Then, Lin Chu waved his hand, and everyone followed him into the legendary YMAKTV. It was not until they walked in here that Guo Ting and her roommates knew what luxury meant. The lighting, decorations, and sound effects here are simply amazing. No wonder this place is the leader in Jiangcheng's business field. This was not enough. When everyone arrived at Lin Chu's private box, they were stunned with surprise. Wow! Handsome Lin, is this really a KTV? Why does it look like a presidential suite to me? Lin Chu looked at the surprised Li Jing, smiled and said nothing. He naturally took Guo Ting to sit in the center. At this time, Guo Li waved her hand, and soon, all kinds of wine, drinks, and melon seeds and peanuts were brought up. Mr. Lin, take a look at these. Are you satisfied with them? Lin Chu looked at Guo Ting, who was standing beside him. Ting Ting, can you drink? When Guo Ting heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, I can't drink. When I drink, my face turns red. Lin Chu nodded and said, then tell the sister what kind of beverage you like. At this time, before Guo Ting could speak, Li Jing at the side spoke up, handsome Lin, Ting Ting likes to drink AD calcium milk the most. In the dormitory, she holds it all day long and won't let go. When Guo Ting heard this, she blushed and said, oh. Jingjing, don't say that. I just. Lin Chu smiled, interrupted Guo Ting, and glanced at Guo Li, who immediately understood, yes, Mr. Lin, I understand. I'll go buy it for Miss Guo right away. Then, Lin Chu glanced at Fatty Gung and said, do you need someone to accompany you? When Fatty Gung heard this, he quickly coughed and righteously retorted, no. This really surprised Lin Chu. However, as the atmosphere gradually heated up, Fatty Gung soon became friends with Guo Ting's roommates. They rolled dice and drank together, and it looked very lively. This made Guo Ting seem a little out of place. She hardly participated at all and just chatted with Lin Chu intermittently. Ting Ting. Come on, I'll sing a song for you. At this time, Lin Chu waved his hand and picked up the microphone. I have the skill called Nature's Sound. If you have a skill, you must use it. You can't just rely on basic attacks. Guo Ting looked at Lin Chu expectantly. Really? Lin Chu, do you sing well? I really like to listen to Eason Chan songs, but I am tone deaf. When Lin Chu heard this, he smiled confidently, you know what, his songs are what I am best at. Lin Chu walked to the song request desk and casually requested a song called Exaggerated. This song is what Lin Chu often sang in KTV before he became a wealthy man. This song is one of my favorites during my life as a loser. Every word in the lyrics seems to fully express the helplessness and unwillingness of being a loser. Therefore, this song was easy for Lin Chu. Plus the blessing of skills. As soon as Lin Chu opened his mouth, the whole audience was instantly intoxicated. Lin Chu's standard Cantonese pronunciation made Guo Ting and her roommates somewhat intoxicated. Guo Ting's favorability +5. Guo Ting's favorability +5. Li Jing's favorability +10. Li Jing's favorability +10. In an instant, there was a wave of favorability increase. Even after Lin Chu finished singing the song, everyone was still not satisfied. Especially Guo Ting, her eyes were wide open when she looked at Lin Shu. Wow, brother Lin Shu, you are really awesome. At this moment, Wu Ting had become a fangirl of Lin Shu. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Shu, in addition to the previous shyness, now contained a bit of admiration. Lin Shu smiled and said, "Ting Ting, come on, let's sing a song together. I remember he has a song that is a duet between a man and a woman." When Wu Ting heard this, she immediately waved her hands shyly. No. Brother Lin Shu, I'm really tone deaf, my singing is terrible, I'm embarrassed to sing. Ting Ting, don't spoil the fun. Since we are in KTV, everyone wants to sing, who cares whether you sing well or not? Really? Wu Ting's roommate played the role of an assistant at this time. He pushed and persuaded Wu Ting and Lin Shu to sing a song no matter what. Chapter 72 Wu Ting's Compensation. Wu Ting is so beautiful, who cares whether she sings well or not? The so-called beauty is justice. Besides, although Wu Ting is not good at it, it is definitely not bad. Only she looked a little cute while singing. Songs sung by a man and a woman duet originally have a sweet taste. In addition, Wu Ting's favorability towards Lin Shu has reached 85, which has completely reached the level of love. Therefore, although Wu Ting was a little shy, however, she no longer resisted some small physical contact from Lin Shu. Even when Lin Shu inadvertently held her little hand while singing, she didn't mind at all. Still a little shy and a little excited, Lin Shu held the pair of soft and tender little hands in his hands, and his heart was certainly unsettled. The song is over. Everyone present, except Li Jing, was applauding the two. Only Li Jing was somewhat unhappy. She has always regarded Lin Shu as her potential target. Seeing this sweet scene between the two, she naturally felt unwilling to be outdone. Brother Lin Shu, come on, I also want to sing a duet with you. You won't mind, right? Li Jing couldn't sit still at this time. She stood up quickly and took the initiative to invite Lin Shu to sing at the song request stage. Wu Ting frowned and looked at Li Jing's behavior, feeling very unhappy. Aren't you blatantly trying to steal my man? Wu Ting couldn't help but hold Lin Shu's hand with much more force. Lin Shu certainly understood what Wu Ting meant, so he smiled coldly at Li Jing and said, "Sorry, I'm a little tired and don't want to sing." Li Jingwan never expected that he would be rejected and felt a little unhappy. Fatty Gung immediately stood up to help. Come on, want to sing? I'll do it. If Lin Shu is tired, let him rest. Fatty Gung snatched the microphone from Lin Shu's hand. Although Li Jing was a little embarrassed, she adjusted herself quickly and immediately started laughing and joking with Fatty Gung. At this time, Lin Shu obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. The only thing in his eyes was the green apple. Wu Ting. Ting Ting, come and have some fruit. At this time, Lin Shu took the initiative to use a fork to pick up the fruit from the fruit plate for Wu Ting and feed it into her mouth. Wu Ting took a look and opened her mouth obediently without resisting. Wu Ting is a foodie herself. Once she eats something delicious, she immediately smiles happily. Seeing this, Lin Shu kissed her rosy and cute face. Baji. Wu Ting's eyes suddenly widened and she looked back at Lin Shu, looking very cute. Lin Shu was naturally shameless, he looked at Wu Ting and smiled. Wu Ting lowered her head shyly, with her hands clasped together nervously. At this time, Lin Shu took a step further, stretched out his arms and hugged her in his arms. Ting Ting, I like you. As Lin Shu whispered in her ear, Wu Ting suddenly felt confused, her heart was pounding, her whole body felt like she was getting an electric shock, and her hormones seemed to be out of control. This is the first time I have had this feeling in my life. Brother Lin Shu, Wu Ting was too shy to look up. What's wrong, Ting Ting, do you like me? Lin Shu stared at Wu Ting, his eyes full of affection. Wu Ting looked at Lin Shu and became more embarrassed. She nodded shyly, I like you, brother Lin Shu. Then, after hearing these words, Lin Shu hugged Wu Ting in his arms. The feeling of their skin sticking together made Lin Shu feel extremely comfortable. Lin Shu looked at Wu Ting and immediately hugged her and started kissing her. Wu Ting's tongue was obviously a little clumsy. It seemed that this girl was not only a virgin solo, but had never even kissed before. Despite this, Wu Ting still tried her best to cooperate with Lin Shu. Wu Ting's favorability +5, congratulations to the host, Wu Ting's favorability has reached 90, and 20 attribute points are awarded. Wu Ting's favorability +5, congratulations to the host, Wu Ting's favorability has reached 95, meeting the minimum requirements for the strategy. Please attack as soon as possible. After the passionate kiss, Lin Shu looked at Guoting affectionately. When the two were kissing, Lin Shu could already feel Guoting's body temperature rising. Isn't this the best opportunity to capture her? Plus, the system has already given a hint. Lin Shu took her tender little hand and prepared to take her away. No, brother Lin Shu, they are all here, I'm shy. Unexpectedly, the shy Guoting directly rejected Lin Shu's invitation and pulled Lin Shu back. Ting, it's okay, let's go. Lin Shu was already burning with desire at this time, how could he control himself? He looked at Guoting and said. Who knew that Guoting was extremely determined and shook her head. No, anyway, not today, another day, I can be alone with you. Looking at Guoting like this, Lin Shu couldn't force it either. After all, this will give people the feeling of a pervert. Well, okay. Lin Shu was a little helpless, even though he didn't eat the green apple today. But this is already in the bag and there is no way it can fly away. So Lin Shu was not in a hurry at this moment. However, I didn't expect Guoting to speak again. No. Brother Lin Shu, you can't hug me. I feel uncomfortable. Guoting looked at Lin Shu at this time, her face flushed and she was very shy. Lin Shu was shocked. Judging from the girl's reaction, her physiological reaction must have been very intense. This needs to be controlled? Lin Shu was speechless. Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Lin Shu, but I really feel uncomfortable. Don't hug me. Let's just hold hands, okay? Guoting blinked her big eyes and stared at Lin Shu, making Lin Shu even more out of control. Just like that, under Guoting's attack of acting coquettishly and cutely. Finally, the two of them interlocked their fingers and held them tightly. The afternoon passed quickly. At around 6 o'clock, Lin Shu's phone rang. It was Mr. Yin, who had an appointment with him today. Although Lin Shu really wanted to eat Guoting. However, today Guoting was unwilling to stay out all night. In desperation, Lin Shu could only let everyone go. Li Jing and others were obviously still a little unsatisfied. Guoting secretly ran to Lin Shu, looked at Lin Shu, smiled sweetly, stood on tiptoes, hugged Lin Shu's neck, and kissed him passionately. Brother Lin Shu, I'm really sorry for today. I know you're feeling very uncomfortable. Thank you for accommodating me. I love you. Guoting looked at Lin Shu and confessed her feelings very affectionately. Lin Shu suddenly felt that it was all worth it. Anyway, this green apple will be eaten sooner or later. So, Lin Shu pretended to be carefree, looked at Guoting, and gently pinched her little face. Don't worry, Ting, I won't make it difficult for you to do something you don't want to do. After Lin Shu said this, Guoting was extremely moved and they kissed each other passionately again. The two kissed passionately for a long time, and Lin Shu almost lost control and killed the girl on the spot. 5 minutes later, the two of them held hands and came to the entrance of YMAKTV. Fatty Gung and others had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 73, Getting to Know Jiangchang's Rich Circle. Lin Shu took Guoting to the door, and both of them were reluctant to leave. At this time, Fatty Gung ran over with a mysterious look on his face and looked at Lin Shu. Brother Chuzi, I have something else to do later. Lin Shu was a little puzzled. What's the matter? Didn't we agree to go out with me tonight? Fatty Gung looked apologetic and shook his finger with a smile. No, Brother Chuzi, you guys are all rich young men tonight, I won't go to join in the fun. I won't feel comfortable even if I go. Then, Fatty Gung said bye-bye to Lin Shu regardless of everything. Then he ran away like a rabbit without looking back. This made Lin Shu speechless. Guoting glanced at Fatty Gung and said, Brother Lin Shu, why do I always feel something is strange, but I can't tell what it is? Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Fatty Gung's fleeing figure and sighed, Okay, Ting, let's go. I'll take you back to school. Then, with Guo Li's warm farewell, Lin Shu got into his supercar. Before leaving, Lin Shu called Guo Li to the car window, rolled down the window, and said to her, Manager Guo, I'm sorry to bother you today, but you still need to pay more attention to the things I arranged for you before. When Lin Shu spoke, his attitude was a little cold. This scared Guo Li. I was even trembling all over. Lin Shu, this is a naked reminder. He dislikes that all the women he recommends to him are ugly. Guoting didn't dare to lose such a big client like Lin Shu, so she nodded repeatedly, apologized quickly, and said that she would do her best in the future. Lin Shu liked her attitude and didn't bother to explain at all. That's good. Lin Shu was very satisfied and gave her a generous tip directly. What made Lin Shuyi unhappy was that he didn't expect that this tip was also counted as part of his spending for Guoting and he received a cash rebate. This made Lin Shu feel a little regretful. It's true that my move just now was a little small. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Shu didn't say anything. He took Guoting and rushed all the way to send Guoting back to Jiangcheng Medical University. Before leaving, Guoting looked at Lin Shu affectionately, and the two of them were at the school gate again, rolled up the car windows, and kissed goodbye. Lin Shu was also upset by Guoting for the entire afternoon. Looks like I need to let off some steam tonight. With Yin Xingyang, see if you can meet some beautiful women in the nightclub. So, Lin Shu thought of this, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away towards the place where Yin Xingyang had agreed to meet. At this time, in front of a bar in Jiangcheng, there are rich second generations, young masters, and various models. Yin Xingyang brought a group of rich second generation friends here, waiting for Lin Shu's arrival. I say, Master Yin, who on earth is this person today that you take him so seriously? At this time, Yin Xingyang's bald rich second generation friend hugged the top model beside him and asked curiously. Lu Fan, you should pay attention. My friend has strong financial resources and a mysterious background. I have been investigating for a whole day but have not found anything. This is enough to show how powerful his background is. Yin Xingyang took this very seriously and glared at the bald man fiercely. Apparently, among Yin Xingyang's friends, Lu Fan was the one who was more likely to cause trouble. Lu Fan looked at Yin Xingyang and nodded helplessly. Okay, I will definitely arrange everything that your young Master Yin ordered. You can rest assured. While everyone was chatting, then I heard the roar of the W16 coming from afar. These young masters are all the ones who spend their days eating, drinking, and having fun. There are also many fans of sports cars. Among them, a rich second-generation young man immediately closed his eyes and listened to the roar in the distance with a look of enjoyment. Bugatti. W16. I definitely heard it right. I never thought that Jiangcheng actually has this car. Hey, JD, are you serious? There's no need to be so professional, right? Yin Xingyang and others looked at this thin and stout rich second generation with surprise. JD rolled his eyes at everyone and said, just wait. I'll let you know in a moment. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, Lin Shu appeared in front of everyone driving his super sports car. JD looked at everyone with a proud look on his face, and patted his chest fiercely. Did you see that? How can I say it? This is called professionalism. Lu Fan on the side looked at JD and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. You are really awesome. Yin Xingyang saw who was coming and immediately became serious. He went to greet him personally. Mr. Lin. You're here. Lin Shu looked at the large group of rich second generations gathered here. As expected, these people are worthy of representing the top class of Jiangcheng. They are all dressed gorgeously and have various types of sports cars behind them. Yin Xingyang quickly called all his brothers over. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you to this. Mr. Lin. Hello. My name is JD, nicknamed JD, I've heard a lot about you. At this time, before Yin Xingyang had the chance to introduce himself, JD pushed through the crowd and came to Lin Shu's side. Car Emperor, this kid has been interested in cars since he was young. He really lives up to the name his parents gave him. At this time, Lu Fan said sinisterly from the side. Yin Xingyang smiled and said, this is my friend, Lu Fan. His family is mainly engaged in. Then, Yin Xingyang began to introduce his friends behind him to Lin Shu one by one. Lin Shu also nodded and shook hands in greeting. In general, everyone was very respectful, and Lin Shu also felt quite relaxed, as these people did not have the arrogance of those rich second generations. However, even if they are arrogant, they dare not show it in front of Lin Shu. This big boss drives a Bugatti and spends hundreds of millions of dollars. Plus Lin Shu's appearance at this time. Although not handsome, but he is definitely very majestic, and his whole outfit can really highlight his temperament. There was nothing out of place about him appearing among this group of people. Soon, the group entered the bar, chatting and laughing. Mr. Lin, this bar is owned by my brother, Wang Heng. At that time, he invested over 100 million yuan. It is one of the best in Jiangcheng and even in China. How is it? Lin Shu entered the bar and nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, The quality of the beauties here and the people coming and going are simply incomparable to those in ordinary small bars. The prices here are extremely expensive, and I'm afraid most people can't afford it. Yin Xingyang brought Lin Shu and his party, and under the guidance of Wang Hong, they went directly to the box with the best view. Overlooking the entire bar, the environment and atmosphere are top-notch. At this time, Che Di came over and looked at Lin Shu. "Mr. Lin, your sports car is really nice." He. "But, you know what? I have something even more awesome." "Shady. What are you doing? Are you doing business with young Master Lin?" Yin Xingyang frowned and looked at Che Di, very displeased. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu smiled and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. "Brother Che Di, are you serious? I have a friend who really likes sports cars. If you have an awesome one, don't worry, I will buy it no matter how much it costs." When Che Di heard this, he immediately became excited. He was extremely excited, and he started to introduce Lin Shu. He kept talking non-stop, and no one could interrupt him. Chapter 74, Encounter with Zhongqin. Che Di looked at Lin Shu and quickly took out his cell phone. The pictures scrolled by one. These sports cars were indeed something Lin Shu had never heard of or seen before. However, in terms of the heart-thrilling index, it is definitely not as good as the W16 that I currently own. It can be seen that Lin Shu might look a little disappointed. Che Di quickly said, "Brother Lin Shu, don't be anxious. These are just some regular stuff." Then he directly opened an encrypted file in his mobile phone. He looked at Lin Shu mysteriously and said, "The treasures in here are the real things. They are all my dreams." Che Di opened this encrypted photo album. The first photo made Lin Shu's eyes widen. The picture shows a sports car that looks very cool. Not only is its shape handsome, but even the patterns on the body of the car make people feel very delicate. The most eye-catching thing is that this sports car is pink. Although the color sounds very strange, the appearance of the entire car, combined with the pink exterior and pattern, complements each other and is very cool. Seeing that Lin Shu was fascinated by what was being said, Che Di smiled with great satisfaction. This sports car is a custom Ferrari model, exclusively for female owners. I heard that the cost of this car is hundreds of millions of US dollars. That's not the best part. Even the sound of the car's engine sounds like a girl's laughter. It's gentle and moving. The main point is the contrast. The more Lin Shu listened to the introduction, the more satisfied he became. He nodded directly and said, "Brother Che Di, can you help me get this car?" "Don't worry, the price is not a problem." When Che Di heard what Lin Shu said, he immediately understood what he meant. He looked at Lin Shu and grinned, "Hey, brother, are you going to give this to a woman?" Lin Shu was not embarrassed and nodded calmly. "Brother Che Di, as long as you can get this car, I am willing to pay you 100 million Chinese yuan as a reward for your hard work. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Che Di took a breath of cold air, but he quickly calmed down. "Brother Lin Shu, you are going off topic. I am Che Di, and a gentleman loves money, but I get it in a proper way. I just want to earn my commission. We are all friends, and I don't want any benefits from you." Then, Che Di patted his chest and told Lin Shu not to worry, he would be able to get the car in a week at most. This made Lin Shu very satisfied. At this time, Yin Xingyang and others had already started to have fun and filled their wine glasses. A group of handsome second-generation rich men hugged various long-legged models with stunning looks and began to twist their bodies to their heart's content. "Brother Lin Shu, how come you got together with Che Di as soon as you got here? What's so good about those cars? Look at our cars." At this time, Lu Fan seemed to have drunk a lot. He was holding a beautiful woman in his arms and kept teasing Lin Shu. The beautiful woman in his arms didn't mind at all, and even hit him with a smile. Such a scene made Lin Shu realize once again the happiness of these rich people. Everyone was dancing enthusiastically, and each of them was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Lin Shu was naturally no exception. Especially under Yin Xingyang's instructions, how could Wang Hong dare to neglect it easily? He even specially found several local Jiangcheng internet celebrities with millions of fans to come and accompany him in person. Those female internet celebrities who usually act high and mighty were all with Lin Shu at this time, being held in Lin Shu's arms and constantly seducing Lin Shu. This scene needs no words. The excitement lasted for about half an hour. Under the guidance of Yin Xingyang, Lin Shu came to the observation deck of the box, hugging two internet celebrities with millions of fans on his left and right. Prepare to enjoy the European and American super show that Wang Hung paid a high price for.
At this moment, someone suddenly pointed downstairs and said, "Look, that jerk is here again."
Yin Xingyang and the others all looked in the direction of the rich second generation's finger.
I saw an ugly guy with a fat face. He looked to be in his early 20s, but he was very ostentatious. I wish I could bring 20 or 30 friends with me, walk into the bar with a proud look, waving my arms. Everyone started to make fun of this guy, and it was obvious that they didn't like him very much.
Especially Wang Hang. This kid is always causing trouble. Sooner or later he will offend a big shot.
Yin Xingyang looked back at Wang Hung and said, "Wang Hung, he raped your staff member here last time.
Why did you let him go so easily and allow him to come here?"
Wang Hung sighed and spread his hands.
He's rich. What else could it be?
Master Yin, you're the only one among us who can fight him. Yin Xingyang sighed, very unhappy, picked up the wineglass and drank it all.
Lin Shu looked at the man and asked, "Who is this guy? Why do you hate him so much?"
Yin Xingyang looked at the man with great disdain and said coldly, "Zhao Yukai, the eldest son of the richest man in Zhangcheng." After hearing this, Lin Shu nodded silently. At this moment, Lin Shu suddenly stood up. At this time, Zhong Qin walked into the bar alone with an angry look on her face, looking around as if she was looking for something. It was not until Zhong Qin's eyes locked on Zhao Yukai, who was dancing passionately with a beautiful woman, that she rushed over angrily. Soon, Lin Shu clearly saw that the two seemed to have an argument. At this time, Zhao Yukai looked at Zhong Qin with a frenzy on his face, and he wanted his nose to stand up.
"Zhong Qin, don't you want to marry me? Why did you come to me?"
Zhong Qin glared at Zhao Yukai fiercely. "Zhao Yukai,
what do you, the Zhao family, want to do?
Why did you poach our people?
Why did you deliberately make trouble for us?"
When Zhao Yukai heard this, he pushed away the beauties on both sides of him.
"What did you say? Zhong Qin, you have to provide evidence when you speak. We poached your people, that's normal market competition. As for making trouble for you, don't spit blood at us. You."
Zhong Qin pointed at Zhao Yukai angrily. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yukai rushed over without any hesitation and strangled Zhong Qin's neck. "I say, you slutty vixen, I have been a big man and no one has dared to reject me.
Do you know how embarrassing it is for you to make me lose face? Are you looking for death? I advise you to climb onto my bed obediently. I may be able to let you go."
Zhao Yukai kept exerting force with one arm, and Zhong Qin gradually began to have difficulty breathing. Zhao Yukai had an arrogant look on his face, and had no intention of showing any sympathy to her at all.
At this moment,
Zhao Yukai suddenly felt as if there was a huge monster behind him, lifting his fat body up. He subconsciously let go, and Zhong Qin staggered and almost fell to the ground. He coughed violently several times.
You, who are you? Let me down right now. Security. Security. What are you doing?
Zhao Yutsai's body was pulled up by Lin Shu from behind, and his legs were still struggling desperately. When Zhong Qin looked up and saw Lin Shu, she was stunned for a moment. At this time, Yin Xingyang, Wang Hung and others came over and said, "Mr. Lin."
"Mr. Lin, what happened?"
Seeing everyone in a panic, Zhao Yukai quickly shouted, "Wang Hung, hurry up and let this guy let me go, otherwise, you can stop running your crappy bar."
Chapter 75, Zhao Yutsai's Threat.
At this time, Wang Hung looked at Lin Shu and Zhao Yukai in confusion, feeling a little overwhelmed. At this time, Lin Shu exerted force and slammed Zhao Yutsai's body heavily to the ground. Then, he exerted a little force on his hands, and Zhao Yutsai's fat body was suddenly pressed down. The whole person half knelt on the ground, constantly wailing in pain.
"How dare you threaten my woman? Are you looking for death?"
At this time, Lin Shu subdued Zhao Yukai fiercely and spoke to him viciously.
"Your woman?"
At this moment, not only Zhao Yukai was confused, but everyone present was confused.
Even Yin Xingyang looked at Zhong Qin in surprise.
Lin Shu didn't waste any words and continued to exert force with his hands.
Zhao Yutsai's painful wail spread throughout the bar.
At this moment, the music and dancing in the bar stopped. Everyone came to watch and see this farce.
I was wrong. Let me go first." Zhao Yutsai's expression became more and more painful.
With so many people watching, he felt a little embarrassed. He frantically admitted his mistakes, hoping that Lin Shu could forgive him.
"Apologize,"
Lin Shu ordered coldly.
I was wrong. I'm sorry. Zhao Yukai felt extremely humiliated at this moment, but he couldn't stand the pain in his body, and yelled at Lin Shu viciously. Lin Shu didn't care and showed no sign of letting go. He directly brought him in front of Zhong Qin. Apologize. Zhao Yukai glanced at Zhong Qin, then looked back and saw Lin Shu's appearance clearly. Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? Ouch. Before Zhao Yukai could finish his harsh words, he was severely suppressed by Lin Shu again. His bones seemed to fall apart in an instant and he was in severe pain. Yes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zhong Qin, hurry up and ask him to let me go. Zhao Yukai kept yelling and even shed a few tears. Zhong Qin glanced at Lin Shu and said, Lin Shu, don't be like this. When Lin Shu heard Zhong Qin say this, he loosened his grip and let Zhao Yukai go. Zhao Yukai stretched his body, found Wang Hong, hid behind him, pointed his finger and said, Wang Hong. You just allowed this kid to be so arrogant in your territory. Wang Hong looked at Lin Shu with some embarrassment and stood there at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, Yin Xingyang came out. Mr. Lin, you are my guest. His words still carry a lot of weight. Everyone can also see that the energy in Zhao Youcai's family is probably much better than that of other people present. However, although he is the richest man, Zhao Yukai may not be able to suppress Yin Xingyang. That's why Yin Xingyang dared to stand up publicly and speak for Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked at Zhao Yukai and smiled. I'm telling you, if you dare to bully my woman again, I will definitely break your arm. I mean what I say. When Zhao Yukai heard this and saw Lin Shu's ferocious look, he subconsciously took a step back. Zhong Qin ran over with a wronged look on her face and snuggled up to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, Okay. You don't have to say anything. Leave the rest to me. 10 minutes later. In Yin Xingyang's box. Lin Shu and Zhong Qin sat on one side, and Zhao Yukai sat on the other. Obviously, Yin Xingyang didn't want the matter to get out of hand, so he calmed the two down and brought them here to talk. Lin Shu gently stroked the marks on Zhong Qin's neck. Zhong Qin's skin was very delicate, and Zhao Yukai left an obvious bloody mark on it. Looking at Lin Shu's angry expression, Zhong Qin suddenly felt that she had someone to rely on, and a sense of happiness arose spontaneously. Zhao Yukai looked at Lin Shu and his eyes rolled. I know that I may not get any advantage today. It is obvious that Yin Xingyang is on Lin Shu's side. Besides, the person who can make Yin Xingyang so fearful is obviously not a small figure. Although Zhao Yukai is domineering, he is not a fool. He didn't dare to be too arrogant and domineering. Mr. Zhao, how about it? Did you hear clearly what my wife said just now? Lin Shu asked the reason at this time and said coldly to Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai was very arrogant. Coming here, with so many people protecting him, he didn't believe that Lin Shu would dare to do anything to him. Therefore, he stretched his neck and said, I say, Mr. Lin, this is all normal business competition. As for the malicious slander she mentioned, that is absolutely not the case. You can beat me to death, I didn't do it. After hearing this, Lin Shu sneered and looked at Zhao Yukai. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Not bad, very good. So that means you are unwilling to accept my wife's plan? Zhao Yukai became even more arrogant at this time, slamming the table and saying, Mr. Lin. I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. I just don't accept it, what can you do to me? After Lin Shu heard this, there was silence for a few seconds and no one spoke. Then, Lin Shu suddenly stood up and began to applaud Zhao Yukai. Good. Good job, Mr. Zhao, you must not regret it. Zhao Yukai laughed when he heard it. Regret? Are you kidding me? Ask around, who in Jiangcheng can make me, Zhao Yukai, regret it? Lin Shu smiled and sat next to Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai was so frightened that he quickly moved around, looking like a jerk. Lin Shu smiled and opened a bottle of red wine. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. If you don't accept it, then get out. Lin Shu's words fell. Everyone was a little confused. Zhao Yukai sat on the sofa in a daze, not moving for a long time. What? I told you to leave, but you don't want to leave? Want to have a few drinks with me? At this time, Lin Shu gave Zhao Yukai a cold look and showed off his muscles. Zhao Yukai was startled and quickly stood up and jogged all the way, stumbling a bit in the middle. Only when they retreated to the door did Zhao Yukai dare to point at Lin Shu and curse, Lin and Zhong Qin, just wait for me. One day, I will make you kneel down and beg me. After saying this, Zhao Yukai turned around and ran like a rabbit, not daring to stop at all. Zhong Qin watched Zhao Yukai run away, feeling anxious, and stood up all of a sudden. No. Lin Shu, I must let him. Lin Shu didn't wait for Zhong Qin to finish speaking, and pulled her into his arms. Okay. Don't worry, I'll help you with it. Zhong Qin looked at Lin Shu and frowned slightly. At this moment, her heart was still very warm, especially in Lin Shu's arms, which gave her a warm feeling. At this time, Yin Xingyang took the initiative to come over. Mr. Lin and Miss Zhong, Zhao Yukai is not the kind of guy who will give up easily. You should be careful. His family is very wealthy. I am worried. Before Yin Xingyang finished speaking, Lin Shu raised his glass, drank a toast with Yin Xingyang, and then drank it all in one gulp. Don't worry, Master Yin, I will deal with him. But, Master Yin, thank you so much today. I will remember your kindness, my brother. When Yin Xingyang heard this, he patted Lin Shu on the shoulder and said, Mr. Lin, you are too far away when you say these words. I have been unhappy with that guy for a long time. Chapter 76. The Zhong family goes into trouble. For the next period of time, Zhong Qin stayed close to Lin Shu, with great tenderness and affection. Her favorability also soared, reaching 99 from the moment Lin Shu appeared. Although Lin Shu told her that they were just lovers. However, when he was in danger just now, Lin Shu still stepped forward domineeringly and was not afraid to offend a powerful enemy for him. She even publicly told Zhao Yukai that she was his wife. This feeling makes the love at this moment feel doubly happy. She seemed to have finally found a shoulder to lean on. Honey, thank you for today. At this moment, in the noisy atmosphere of the bar, Zhong Qin looked at Lin Shu and said to him affectionately. Lin Shu smiled and scratched her little nose. What are you talking about? You are my woman. When Zhong Qin heard this, she felt a warm current in her heart. She immediately buried her head in Lin Shu's arms and kept rubbing against him. Lin Shu was so aroused by her that he whispered in her ear, then, you should repay me in a good way. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Zhong Qin raised her head, looked at Lin Shu, her eyes were as charming as silk, and she hummed shyly, I am yours, no matter what you want, I will listen to you. When saying this, Zhong Qin's voice was so soft that Lin Shu felt as if his bones were melting. He couldn't bear it any longer. I failed to eat Wenya early this morning. In the afternoon, Guo Ting teased me again. At night, I encountered such a seductive bell and harp again. How can I tolerate this? Lin Shu picked up Zhong Qin directly, and Zhong Qin shyly hugged his neck and buried her head in his arms. Everyone, I have something else to do today, so I'll leave first. Lin Shu greeted Yin Xingyang directly, and everyone looked as if they understood. Everyone knew what Lin Shu was going to do. They all looked at Lin Shu with a smirk on their faces. Brother Che, remember what we agreed on. Che Di was busy flirting with the girls at this time. When he heard Lin Shu calling him, he quickly made an okay gesture to Lin Shu. Lin Shu carried Zhong Qin all the way to the super sports car that he had just picked up today. Zhong Qin's two beautiful legs were swinging restlessly in the air, which was already unbearable. Wow! Honey, your car is back. Lin Shu gently put Zhong Qin down and said, yes, by the way, I bought you a gift. You will see it in a week at most. You will definitely be satisfied. Zhong Qin looked at Lin Shu shyly and said, hee, I don't want it. As long as I have you, it's enough. Lin Shu smiled slightly, took the initiative to open the door of the cab, and let Zhong Qin get in. I've been drinking, so I'll leave this car to you. When Zhong Qin heard this, she smiled triumphantly. She was just waiting for this and quickly got into the car. Lin Shu sat in the passenger seat. His hands were of course not idle along the way. He kept groping Zhong Qin's beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. They went all the way to Zhong Qin's home, where they kissed passionately as they got on the elevator and entered the house. Zhong Qin has been suppressing her emotions for too long recently. She always thought that with money, the problems at home would naturally be solved. However, what she didn't expect was that things were far from being that simple. Zhao Yukai began to maliciously poach people with high salaries, and specifically wanted to poach people from her Zhong family. That's not all. In the tourist attraction developed by Zhong Qin's family, Zhao Yukai also started paying high prices to have people maliciously cause trouble and post all kinds of negative reviews online. For a time, negative news was overwhelming. Zhong Qin's family's losses increased instantly. This once again made her face accusations from her uncles. Recently, some people have even urged her to go to Zhao Youcai's house to apologize. But who is Zhao Yukai? If they were asked to come and apologize, would these people not have any idea of what would happen? Zhong Qin felt that she was completely abandoned by everyone. I feel extremely depressed every day. Finally, today she can vent all her distress. Therefore, Zhong Qin was unusually enthusiastic and proactive today. He kissed Lin Chu madly, and his pair of long legs over 1 meter long kept seducing Lin Chu. The two people vented their anger crazily. Zhong Qin felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The two of them stayed up all night, and until dawn, they hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. It felt like not long after, Lin Chu was awakened by Zhong Qin's phone call. Zhong Qin picked up the phone, looked apologetic, gently stroked Lin Chu's face, stood up and prepared to answer the call. Who knew that Lin Chu would pull her into bed and say, "Just take it here"? Zhong Qin nodded and answered the phone. Soon, Zhong Qin's expression became extremely flustered. No, it's not. I didn't. Then, Lin Chu heard what seemed to be an accusation from a middle-aged man on the other end of the phone, and soon he hung up the phone. Zhong Qin looked at Lin Chu apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, husband, I can't accompany you. I have to go to the company." When Lin Chu heard this, he immediately jumped up from the bed. An hour later, Zhong Qin and Lin Chu sat in the car and rushed to Zhong Qin's company. It turned out that Zhao Youcai's revenge came soon. Early in the morning, Zhao Youcai began to attack Zhong Qin's company even more frantically. First, Zhao Youcai mobilized his connections and asked major banks to urge Zhong Qin's family to repay the debt. Then, he issued a statement, saying that from today on, anyone who dared to help Zhong Qin's family would be an enemy of his Zhao family. This caused Zhong Qin's company to explode early in the morning. His father, Zhong Jianming, was completely furious. Accepting the crazy accusations from the board members, he quickly woke up Zhong Qin. After hearing what happened, Lin Chu was extremely angry. This Zhao Youcai is really a villain. I haven't even taught him a lesson yet, but who knew he would actually dare to take the initiative? Seeing Lin Chu's angry look, Zhong Qin actually took the initiative to reach out and hold Lin Chu. "Hubby, don't worry. I'm fine." Lin Chu glanced at Zhong Qin at this time and said, "Listen, from now on, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you are not allowed to handle them alone. Tell me and I will help you solve them." Lin Chu's words were very fierce, even a little cold. But isn't this kind of domineering CEO style what girls like most? Zhong Qin, who had been somewhat confused and felt that he was about to face a violent storm, suddenly calmed down. "I feel that everything is not so terrible." The two drove at full speed all the way, and after more than 10 minutes, they parked the car downstairs of Zhong Qin's company. At this moment, Yin Xingyang came here at some unknown time. "Mr. Yin? What are you doing?" Lin Chu looked Yin Xingyang up and down, somewhat puzzled. Yin Xingyang walked over, looked at Lin Chu, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, I have heard about the Zhong family's affairs." "Don't worry, I am on the same front with you." Lin Chu couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing what Yin Xingyang said. This Yin Xingyang is different from Zhao Youcai. He is not a playboy. Instead, he is a famous young marshal in Jiangcheng business circle. He would never offend the Zhao family for the sake of brotherhood or Lin Chu. In other words, Yin Xingyang definitely has other purposes. Lin Chu was a little confused, but still very moved, and took the initiative to pat Yin Xingyang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Master Yin, I won't let you support me in vain." Chapter 77. Yin Xingyang lends a helping hand to Lin Chu. Yin Xingyang was standing here at this moment, and he certainly understood what this meant. As for what his plan was, according to Lin Chu's character, he would never consider it. Yin Xingyang actually spent almost a whole night thinking about this decision. He learned last night that Zhao Youcai would take a series of actions against the Zhong family this morning. At this time, for him, it was none of his business and there was no loss in just ignoring it. However, in the midst of the smoke, he keenly sensed a hint of opportunity. However, the opportunity seemed very risky. Yin Xingyang is indeed a man with strong decisiveness. He thought about it for a whole night and finally decided to take a risk and stand on Lin Chu's side. At this moment, his heart was still beating fast. What if the Lin Chu he supported this time was a good-for-nothing or a playboy who only knew how to pretend? The loss to him was immeasurable. Therefore, although Yin Xingyang made the decision, he was still very nervous. This concerns my own future. However, since he had come here, he naturally had no room for regret and could only follow Lin Chu. Lin Chu brought Zhong Qin with him. When Zhong Qin actually arrived here, she was still very nervous. She held Lin Chu's hand, and sweat kept coming out of her palms. At this time, Lin Chu gently patted the back of her hand, giving him a gentle smile. "It's okay. I'm here." Although Lin Chu's words were simple, they were of great significance. Zhong Qin instantly felt a lot more relaxed. At this time, Lin Chu and his group happened to arrive at Zhong Qin's head office by elevator. At the elevator door, there seemed to be at least 7 or 8 middle-aged men dressed in suits and looking like successful people, standing there, waiting anxiously. The leading man was nearly 2 meters tall and extremely muscular. But there is a bit of delicateness between her eyebrows, and she looks extremely similar to Zhong Qin. As soon as he saw Zhong Qin, his face immediately turned stern. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" The middle-aged man did not give Zhong Qin a chance to explain. He scolded her harshly when he saw her. Zhong Qin was of course somewhat resistant and heartbroken when facing her father's accusations. "My own father came up and blamed me without asking any questions. How could she not be sad?" However, seeing such a grand occasion, all the shareholders who had a say in Zhong's company were already present. Zhong Qin was still a little timid subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Chu took a step forward and stood in front of Zhong Qin, staring at Zhong Jianming coldly with an extremely unfriendly attitude. "Who is this person?" Seeing Lin Chu's powerful aura, Zhong Jianming did not dare to offend him and asked cautiously. "I'm Lin Chu. I'm Zhong Qin's boyfriend." As soon as Lin Chu said this, it was like throwing a death bomb into the already turbulent water. The scene immediately went into an uproar. The Zhong family shareholders behind Zhong Jianming immediately began to whisper to each other and even began to accuse Zhong Qin. No wonder the Zhong family was targeted by the Zhao family. Now everyone understood the reason. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Chu and Zhong Qin with even more unfriendly eyes. Someone even stood up on the spot and ordered Lin Chu to leave. Lin Chu sneered and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who looked a bit like Zhong Jianming. "Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant to me?" Hearing Lin Chu say this, Zhong Jianming's younger brother Zhong Jianying immediately became furious. "I am a shareholder of the Zhong family. What ability do you have to be so arrogant?" Lin Chu looked at Zhong Jianying, sneered, and took out a contract from his body. This was exactly the shares that he and Zhong Qin had signed previously for the purchase of 500 million renminbi. Although Lin Chu repeatedly emphasized that Zhong Qin would hold these shares, everyone knew that Lin Chu had actually paid for the funds himself. Zhong Jianming glanced at Lin Chu and nodded. "So, you are the young master Lin?" Lin Chu snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back and said, "I came here today to hold a board meeting." When Zhong Jianming and others heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. It would be obviously unreasonable to drive Lin Chu away. After all, he is now a major shareholder of the Zhong Group. However, if Lin Chu is not driven away and he is brought along to attend the board meeting, then if the news gets out, wouldn't it be equivalent to breaking up with the Zhao family? Zhong Jianming and others were suddenly caught in a dilemma. At this moment, Yin Xingyang, who was standing behind Lin Chu, coughed, as if deliberately reminding others of his presence. Zhong Jianming then noticed that behind Lin Chu was the famous young master of the Yin family in Jiangcheng. He immediately changed his expression and walked directly to Yin Xingyang. "Mr. Yin, why did you come to our place today?" Yin Xingyang glanced at Lin Chu, walked to the front, and straightened his clothes. "I am here today to accompany our Master Lin. Master Lin is my good friend." Although Yin Xingyang's words were short, they were powerful. It can play a very important role here. The deeper meaning of this sentence is very clear. Lin Chu and I are in the same group. If you offend Lin Chu, you will be offending me, Yin Xingyang. Zhong Jianming and others stood there, as if they were struck by lightning. Although Zhao Yukai is not easy to offend, the Master Yin in front of him is no pushover. It's not easy to offend anyone. The Zhong family members who had been so aggressive just now suddenly became at a loss. They all lowered their heads and put the pressure on Zhong Jianming. Zhong Jianming pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he forced a smile and looked at Lin Chu. "Mr. Lin. This way please." After hearing this, Lin Chu's face remained stern, without the slightest expression. In front of everyone, he took Zhong Qin's hand, walked in front, and went straight to the meeting room. Yin Xingyang looked behind and followed without hesitation. At this time, the Zhong family members quickly gathered around and said, "Jianming, this won't do. If we let Lin Chu participate in our board of directors, wouldn't it be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the Zhao family?" Zhong Jianming listened to his brother's words and immediately frowned. Nonsense. Do you think I don't know?
But they hold our shares openly.
What reason do you have to refuse someone from attending our board meeting? Besides, Zhao Yukai is not easy to offend, but can you afford to offend Yin Xingyang? Zhong Jianying listened to Zhong Jianming's reprimand and kept silent with her head down. But, now that things have come to this, how should we deal with it? Zhong Jianming sighed, raised his head and looked at the ceiling. At this point, we can only take it one step at a time.
This Lin Chu, I think, doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. I hope he can have enough strength to lend me a hand. Most of the Zhong family members scoffed at Zhong Jianming's words.
Who is Zhao Yukai?
But he is truly the richest man's son. And he is an only child.
But what about Lin Chu?
He was unknown in Jiangcheng, so how could he possibly have the strength to compete with the Zhao family? Zhong Jianming's hope is nothing but a foolish dream.
Chapter 78 Zhong Qin's Aunt. 10 minutes later.
Lin Chu was sitting in the conference room. According to the order of shares, he sat in the first position on the left of Zhong Jianming. Yin Xingyang stood beside him, looking like a younger brother.
Zhong Jianming walked in and saw the scene. Somewhat dull. Mr. Yin, why are you standing here? Come on, please sit down.
Faced with this situation, Yin Xingyang simply raised his hand to refuse. No, I am here to accompany young Master Lin to handle matters. You don't need to bother with me.
Logically, I shouldn't be here. After all, this is your family's own board of directors. Just pretend that I don't exist. Zhong Jianming was stunned after hearing what Yin Xingyang said. You said it lightly. How is this possible when you don't exist? You act like Lin Chu's younger brother, can we not consider your feelings?
Besides, who on earth is this Lin Chu, and how could he have the famous Master Yin in Jiangcheng become his younger brother? The Yin family, and the Zhao family. In Jiangcheng, it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker in terms of influence. The Yin family is not only successful in business. Mainly in the political arena, he also has a very strong influence. In fact, the overall strength of the Yin family is slightly stronger than that of the Zhao family.
However, the Yin family's strength is relatively dispersed, and each of the young men is powerful.
Therefore, the richest family was given the title of Zhao. This is the first reason.
The second reason is why Yin Xingyang is relatively low-key in Jiangcheng.
The main reason is that among the descendants of the Yin family, the most eye-catching and rising star is not Yin Xingyang. It was his elder sister, Yin Xingya, who was studying in the United States at the time.
This person is a well-known figure in Jiangcheng.
He is the recognized successor of the Yin family. As a woman, being able to become the successor of such a large family, one can imagine her strength. It is said that Yin Xingya's graduate supervisor has no children and treats Yin Xingya as his own daughter. And this mentor happens to be a well-known figure in the Chinese business circle. Therefore, Yin Xingya is rampant in China, omnipotent and all-powerful. From the imperial capital all the way to the magic capital, no one fails to give him some face.
If it was Yin Xingya who came today.
But Zhong Jianming surrendered without saying a word.
How could a mere Zhao Yukai be a match for Yin Xingya?
However, it happened that the person who came today was Yin Xingyang, the not-so-distinguished member of the Yin family. Even so, Yin Xingya is considered a star in the Yin family. At such a young age, he is able to take charge of such a large family business. If he had not been born in the Yin family, Yin Xingyang would definitely be the only candidate to be the successor of that family. Even large families of comparable size to the Yin family sighed deeply. If it is Yin Xingya or Yin Xingyang, if I can get one of them, I will die without regrets.
However, even though Yin Xingyang is so outstanding, he is in front of the brilliant Yin Xingya.
Still pales in comparison. Although Yin Xingya is a woman, she is extremely capable, ruthless, and capable of doing anything, including defending the country from foreign aggression and maintaining domestic stability.
Even within the Yin family, anyone who disagrees with Yin Xingya will be brutally attacked by Yin Xingya. As you can imagine, Yin Xingyang's life was not easy either. How could he, a man of such ability, not have some ambition?
This is also the real reason why he took the risk and chose to stand on Lin Chu's side. He knew very well that it would be a daydream to defeat his sister with his own abilities. Therefore, he must be able to bring in strong reinforcements. Ordinary people are not taken seriously by Yin Xingya at all. For example, a person like Zhao Yukai, in Yin Xingya's eyes, is completely despicable and she would not even look at him. Even Zhao Yukai had to walk around Yin Xingya when he saw her.
This is the influence Yin Qingya has created in just 1 year in Jiangcheng. Therefore, Yin Qingyang finally chose Lin Shu.
He had no choice but to give it a try and place his hopes on Lin Shu.
1. Let us get back to the meeting at this time.
Following the normal rhythm, Zhong Jianming sat in the middle and started talking nonsense. The main purpose is to introduce the current situation and difficulties. At this time, Lin Shu was sitting there, resting with his eyes closed, looking relaxed and contented.
Zhong Jianming glanced at Lin Shu and noticed his condition, and didn't know how to deal with it.
After finishing speaking, Zhong Jianming coughed and found that Lin Shu still had no intention of interrupting. In desperation, Zhong Jianming could only say, "Okay, this is the situation.
If you have any opinions, please elaborate."
At this time, there are still many people who don't know who Lin Shu is. Therefore, the vast majority of people were instantly shocked.
Voices of criticism and accusation came towards Zhong Qin.
Zhong Qin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you just don't consider the overall situation at all.
Xiao Qin, uncle has watched you grow up, and I know your temper best. You really did something wrong in this matter.
Xin Qin, I still suggest that you go find Mr. Zhao in person and apologize.
That's right, Mr. Zhao likes you, otherwise, why would he make such a big fuss? Although most of Zhong Qin's relatives and friends used a persuasive tone, the blame and dissatisfaction with Zhong Qin for causing trouble for their family were clearly revealed in their words. Zhong Qin sat there, gradually becoming angry.
She slapped the table, stood up and looked at her group of elders.
Dear uncles, aunts, uncles, do you know what happened last night?
Zhong Jianming glared at Zhong Qin at this time.
Zhong Qin, how dare you? Your elders are talking to you. What's your attitude?
When Zhong Qin heard her father scolding her like that, she felt even more aggrieved. At this time, Lin Shu gently opened his eyes, with a slight sarcasm, his mouth corners raised, and his sharp eyes swept across the audience.
Everyone fell silent. Ha, your family is simply cowardly to the core. No wonder you are allowed to be ridden on the neck and shit on by outsiders at will. I feel disgusted for you.
Zhong Qin is your junior, and the child you so euphemistically watched grow up.
How could you have the heart to push her into the fire? That's ridiculous.
Lin Shu's words were merciless and his entire state was extremely arrogant.
The whole audience was suddenly silent. Who is this boy? Sitting next to Zhong Jianming and speaking so impolitely? Sir, who are you? Why are you involved in the affairs of my Zhong family? What do you know? You are just a young man. Who is Mr. Zhao?
In Jiangcheng, he is very famous. If Qin Qin marries him, she will enjoy endless wealth and glory.
How can you say it is a hellhole? How ridiculous. At this time, Zhong Jianming's sister spoke.
She relied on her special status in the family to be arrogant and domineering, and she was merciless when she spoke.
Not to mention Zhong Qin, even Zhong Jianming was helpless against it.
She was so arrogant, with her arms folded, looking like a shrew. Lin Shu looked at her, sneered, turned around and asked, "Excuse me, who is this lady?
How many shares do you own in the company?"
Chapter 79 Lin Shu shows his power.
Zhong Jianming glanced at Lin Shu and coughed.
This is Zhong Qin's aunt, Zhong Hui. Lin Shu nodded, stood up, straightened his clothes, and pointed at Zhong Hui. Listen, no matter how many shares you have, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come here to work.
Zhong Hui listened to what Lin Shu said. He started laughing arrogantly. What are you saying here, you little brat? Are you trying to sack me? Are you kidding me?
Lin Shu stood up, stretched, and walked to Zhong Jianming.
Listen, I am willing to invest 2 billion.
Together with the previous 500 million, a total of 2.5 billion will be injected into the Zhong group. As soon as Lin Shu said this, the whole place fell silent. Among them, Zhong Jianying, who had caused the most trouble before, had a confused look on his face, and his mouth was big enough for an egg to fit in.
What did you say? How much?
No wonder the Zhong family members were so shocked.
The total value of the Zhong family's businesses is less than 10 billion.
Lin Shu is going to inject 2 billion at once, which sounds like a joke. Zhong Jianming frowned at this time. Young man, you should be responsible for what you say.
Don't make fun of us here.
Lin Shu smiled grimly.
I never joke around, but I only have one condition. Zhong Jianming looked at Lin Shu and took a deep breath. What are your conditions?
Lin Shu pulled Zhong Qin aside and walked in front of Zhong Jianming. That is, all the shares will be transferred to Zhong Qin's name, and she will be your chairman.
After hearing this, Zhong Jianming was confused and a little bit unbelievable. Young man, are you serious? This is not the place to joke with you.
Lin Shu smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth raised.
Of course I'm not kidding you. As long as you sign the agreement, I will transfer the money immediately.
I will buy 52% of your company's shares and put them all in Zhong Qin's name. When Zhong Jianming heard this, although Lin Shu looked serious, he definitely didn't seem to be joking. However, he still had some doubts. You know, he knows his own worth. 20 billion, let alone taking over the Zhong family. Even if he went to the Magic City and found a big family in the Magic City, this money would be enough for Lin Shu to have a seat on the board of directors. What's more, Lin Shu only owns 52% of the shares. This is simply pie in the sky. Although Lin Shu's shares will be diluted once the company goes public in the future, the shares under his name will definitely be more than this number. However, Lin Shu stated that all her shares would be placed under Zhong Qin's name.
This Zhong Qin is Zhong Jianming's biological daughter. What difference does it make whose name she is registered under? Therefore, Zhong Jianming nodded and said, okay. I promise you. As long as you are willing to take the money, we will let Zhong Qin be the chairman.
When Lin Shu heard this, he burst into laughter and applauded immediately.
Okay. Master Yin. Yin Xingyang was like a secretary at this moment, and he quickly came up and said, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?
Contact me immediately with a lawyer you trust and go through the formalities and procedures. After hearing this, Yin Xingyang was also a little confused.
Brother, if you really have 2 billion, why would you invest in such a small company? Would you like to invest in our Yin Group? However, Yin Xingyang didn't dare to say much at this time. He immediately nodded, took out his mobile phone and contacted a lawyer. After Lin Shu finished speaking, the scene fell into silence.
Lin Shu calmly pulled out a chair, sat there, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest.
Half an hour later, Yin Xingyang's personal lawyer arrived. 15 minutes later,
the lawyer took out a document and said, after our verification, there is no problem with Mr. Lin's 2 billion funds. According to our judgment on the contract, from today on, Ms. Zhong Qin, you are the chairman of Zhong's Tourism Development Group.
Everything happened too suddenly. No one reacted yet. No one would have thought that Lin Shu could actually come up with 2 billion in cash. Even in less than an hour. The funds will be credited. What kind of financial resources is this? It's so terrifying.
Lin Shu stood up, walked in front of Zhong Jianming, and looked at Zhong Jianming. Mr. Zhong, how about it, should you fulfill the contract? Zhong Jianming finally realized it at this time.
This Lin Shu is definitely not an ordinary person.
His ability is better than Zhao Yukai, no, better than Zhao Youcai's father. I have heard for a long time that this Lin Shu is a big shot who owns a global limited edition black gold bank card.
I didn't expect it to be so terrifying.
Zhong Jianming naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense at this time.
He nodded respectfully towards Lin Shu.
Lin Shu smiled and said, that's good, Mr. Zhong.
Please move. This position is no longer yours.
There was a hint of strength in Lin Shu's words.
Even though Zhong Jianming is the elder and Zhong Qin's father.
But based on the way he treated Zhong Qin just now, Lin Shu would not give him any good face.
Zhong Jianming was a little dazed.
After a long time, he nodded, stood up obediently, pulled out the chair for Lin Shu, and asked Lin Shu to sit down. Lin Shu smiled, sat down in his seat, tapped the table, and glanced at everyone present with a smile on his face.
You don't have to come tomorrow.
At this time, Lin Shu pointed at Zhong Hui, sneered at her, and gave an order. At this time, Zhong Hui was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Shu, feeling a little at a loss. Her husband was still sensible at this time. He quickly stood up and ran to Zhong Qin.
Qin, this is your aunt, you can't be so heartless.
In fact, Zhong Qin has always been an image of a good girl in the family.
When facing elders, I always accept it.
However, just now, she had completely seen through the true faces of these relatives. They were all a group of profit-seeking villains.
Therefore, Zhong Qin smiled coldly, relatives? Now you think of them as my relatives.
Just now, when you were about to push me into the fire pit, why didn't you say they were my relatives?
Zhong Qin gave Zhong Jianming a cold look.
Zhong Jianming unconsciously felt a little guilty and lowered his head helplessly. Zhong Qin smiled and said, from today on, I only have one relative, Lin Shu. Zhong Qin's words are of great value.
Originally, Zhong Jianming thought that it didn't matter whether the shares were in his hands or in Zhong Qin's hands. But this is obviously not the case now. Even he himself was a little embarrassed to discuss the issue of shares with Zhong Qin. After all, he knew in his heart that he had let Zhong Qin down. The one who wanted to push Zhong Qin into the fire pit was his biological father. But, is Zhong Jianming wrong? It can be said that he was wrong in his treatment of Zhong Qin. However, he is not only Zhong Qin's father, but also the head of the Zhong family. He not only has to live up to his daughter, but also to thousands of employees. He has to think about the future of his business. However, Lin Chu wouldn't care about all this. He pointed at Zhong Hui and said, "Listen, I'll say it again. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come here to work." Chapter 80, Rectify the Zhong family with swift and resolute action. When Zhong Hui heard this, she could not accept this result at all. She immediately glared at Zhong Qin and started cursing. "Zhong Qin! You are such an ungrateful person. How dare you treat your own aunt like this? You are such an unfilial son. Shut up!" Lin Chu shouted harshly at this time. "Listen, I'll give you 30 minutes. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." After hearing Lin Chu's threat, Zhong Hui wanted to resist and said unconvincedly, "Mr. Lin. What do you want?" Lin Chu listened to her words without being impatient or anxious, and smiled. "Miss, you have been in a high position for so many years, I don't know if your ass is clean. If you keep roaring here, I can only ask the lawyer behind me and the professional audit department to check the accounts and see how many termites there are in this Zhong family." As soon as Lin Chu finished speaking, there were at least 20 shareholders present, and their faces turned pale. Lin Chu's method is simply too brutal. Immediately, these people stood up and switched sides. "Zhong Hui, Mr. Lin asked you to leave, can't you hear me?" "That's right. Zhong Hui, you have been doing evil over the years by taking advantage of your status as the only daughter of the Zhong family. Young Master Lin gave you a way to live, but you still dare to mess around here. Mr. Lin, I suggest that you stop wasting time with this woman and investigate her financial situation immediately." Suddenly, the board of directors was in an uproar. All the people who had stood on Zhong Hui's side just now turned against them and stood on Lin Chu's side. Zhong Hui looked at Lin Chu, her eyes filled with hatred. But she really didn't dare to act rashly. It was obvious that Lin Chu knew about her situation once he started checking the accounts. It's not that her position is in jeopardy, but her freedom is at risk. Therefore, although Zhong Hui was extremely reluctant, she could only glare at the relatives present. "You guys are a bunch of idiots who are trying to take advantage of others' misfortunes. You will not have a good ending." After Zhong Hui yelled this, she ran out of the door. Lin Chu's move of killing the chicken to scare the monkey had an extraordinary effect. Everyone present was silent. He never dared to be negligent towards Lin Chu again. Lin Chu watched as everyone present quieted down. Then he smiled and continued, "Everyone, I heard that you have encountered some difficulties recently?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Zhong Jianming coughed at this time and said, "Mr. Lin, you are right. This morning, we encountered bank collection and our partners broke off relations. Our capital chain was about to have problems. Fortunately, we have your 2 billion injection. Otherwise, we would not be able to bear it." After hearing what Zhong Jianming said, Lin Chu smiled and waved his hand. "Vice President Zhong, you misunderstood. My 2 billion is not for you to solve the difficulties." After hearing what Lin Chu said, Zhong Jianming was extremely angry. "You changed your tune pretty quickly. In such a short period of time, I have become Vice President Zhong. Forget it, you have the money and you have the final say, you can call me whatever you want." Lin Chu stood up at this time, looked at everyone, and stretched out a finger. "Listen, starting from today, within a month at most, I will make the Zhao family pay a heavy price. At the same time, I will inject 1 billion yuan into the company to help our company survive the crisis. I don't like small things the most. If I want to do something, I have to make it the biggest and best. I want this company to become the largest tourism development company in China. Do you understand?" Lin Chu spoke a long paragraph, but no one remembered the part where he made empty promises. However, everyone heard clearly that he wanted to invest 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. Is this the god of wealth coming to the world? How much money does this kid have? 500 million at the beginning, 2 billion just now, and now 1 billion. In just less than a week, Lin Shu had invested 3.5 billion yuan in the Zhong Group. I'm afraid that all the shareholders of the Zhong family present at this moment should ask themselves, how can we be worthy of so much capital? Lin Shu ignored the stunned expressions of everyone present. Vice President Zhong, let me ask you, if we inject another 1 billion into your capital, can you withstand the crisis and expand your scale? Zhong Jianming swallowed hard, looked at Lin Shu, and nodded heavily, yes. Mr. Lin, don't worry, if there is such a huge amount of funds, I have enough confidence. Lin Shu nodded calmly and smiled, that's good, that's good. Don't worry, the funds will arrive soon. However, I remind you all that recently, you must not have anything to do with the Zhao family's business. Otherwise, all losses will be borne by you. After saying this, Lin Shu stood up, took Zhong Qin's hand, and left. The people in the conference room were left sitting there, messy. 5 minutes later. When the news came that Lin Shu's 1 billion yuan had arrived, everyone realized that Lin Shu was definitely not bragging. He really has great supernatural powers and is planning to take action against the Zhao family. With such abundant financial resources, the Zhao family alone is obviously no match for him. Lin Shu didn't care what others thought at this time. He brought Zhong Qin to the parking lot downstairs of the company. There was no one around, so Zhong Qin ran a few steps quickly, hugged Lin Shu, and tears instantly burst out, wetting Lin Shu's back. My dear husband, thank you so much, really. I don't know how to repay you for everything you have done for me. Zhong Qin cried with tears in her eyes, which was a release of emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. You have to know how much injustice Zhong Qin suffered. How long had I been tortured by my relatives and my father in the Zhong family? Finally, she met Lin Shu. At first, she wanted to give it a try, but later, she reluctantly became Lin Shu's lover. But what I didn't expect was, this was the man who threatened to support her. It actually changed her life and everything about her. Not just stepping up when she's in danger. It also changed her position in the family. Let those relatives who were once arrogant, constantly blaming her, lecturing her, and treating her as a tool, bow down to her. It also made her the master of her own destiny. Lin Shu turned around at this time, hugged Zhong Qin gently, and patted her on the back. Okay, don't cry anymore, these things are nothing. Zhong Qin was still sobbing at this time. Lin Shu smiled and pinched her cheek. Okay. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Yesterday, you didn't rest well. Lin Shu had a smirk on his face as he spoke. Zhong Qin felt a little shy for a moment. At this time, Yin Xingyang was standing not far away. Hearing the two people flirting sweetly, he immediately stood aside tactfully, like a driver. That's annoying. Zhong Qin uttered this in a low and coquettish voice, somewhat shyly. Then, Lin Shu smiled and threw his car keys to Zhong Qin. Haven't you always liked this sports car? You can drive it for now. When Zhong Qin heard this, she was even more surprised. What? You're going to open it for me? What are you going to do then? Lin Shu looked at Zhong Qin and smiled mysteriously, you'll know after a while. Anyway, you can drive this car first. Go back and have a rest. I still have things to do. When Zhong Qin heard this, she nodded obediently, but, husband, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there? Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Don't I have Master Yin? Master Yin, you should be willing to give me a ride, right? Yin Xingyang was standing aside at this time. When Lin Shu suddenly called him, he immediately responded quickly and said, I'm happy to do that. Chapter 81 Fatty Gung has a girlfriend? Just like that, Zhong Qin bid farewell to Lin Shu reluctantly. Of course, Lin Shu also told her not to go out recently and be careful of revenge from the villain Zhao Yukai. After saying goodbye to the Caroline, Lin Shu got into Yin Xingyang's customized Rolls-Royce. The luxury of this car is even greater than Lin Shu's car. Not only are there private tables and chairs on the bus where you can drink tea and discuss things at any time, there are even ultra-clear electronic screens where you can watch movies at any time. Lin Shu and Yin Xingyang took their seats as host and guest. Yin Xingyang personally poured a glass of red wine for Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, have a taste. This is top quality. I would never give it away easily. At this time, Yin Xingyang was completely convinced by Lin Shu. If he was a little nervous at the beginning, he is now convinced by Lin Shu. This guy's financial resources are simply too terrifying. It even made Yin Xingyang feel that he could not compare with him. Investing in the Zhong family seems like a complete act of anger. If a person would casually take out more than 3 billion yuan for a gamble, then who is this person? Yin Xingyang had a clear understanding.
It is naturally difficult to find out the identity of such a big shot. Therefore, Yin Xingyang was very smart and had no intention of asking questions. Mr. Lin, I really admire your financial resources.
Yin Xingyang looked at Lin Shu with a sincere face.
Lin Shu smiled calmly and looked at Yin Xingyang. Mr. Yin, I also admire your decisiveness. Yin Xingyang looked at Lin Shu, stunned for a moment, and the two smiled at each other. Sometimes, when smart people talk to each other, there is no need to make things too clear. In short, since Lin Shu is willing to get in Yin Xingyang's car, it means that he is willing to help Yin Xingyang.
Yin Xingyang understood this.
Therefore, he immediately did his best to help Lin Shu.
Mr. Lin, you better be careful.
This Zhao Yukai is a complete bastard. I suggest you strengthen your security force.
When Lin Shu heard this, he felt that Yin Xingyang was indeed very thoughtful and careful in his considerations.
He is also considering this. Therefore, he immediately asked Yin Xingyang, Mr. Yin, your social connections are better than mine.
Can you help me contact the best bodyguard company in China?
I hope to hire a large number of bodyguards. Yin Xingyang pursed his lips and smiled. Of course, there is no problem.
Master Lin.
Lin Shu nodded, with a very serious expression on his face. I'd better trouble Master Yin to solve this matter as soon as possible. After hearing this, Yin Xingyang looked at his watch and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will give you an accurate answer within 2 days. After hearing this, Lin Shu took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and said, Mr. Yin, thank you for what happened today. From now on, if you need anything, please tell me as soon as possible.
I will never say a word. Yin Xingyang was very happy after hearing what Lin Shu said.
This was exactly what he wanted. As for pulling Lin Shu against his sister now, it is too early. Firstly, his wings are not yet fully grown at this time. Secondly, with someone as powerful as Lin Shu, he must be used as a trump card at the critical moment.
Who in Landlord game would throw a royal bomb directly when the opponent plays a 3? It's just that simple.
The two of them talked and laughed all the way and stopped directly at the gate of Jiangcheng University. At this time, Zhang Yanyu had been waiting at the door for a long time. She stood obediently at the school gate, and everyone was looking at her curiously, wondering who Zhang Yanyu, who was known as one of the 4 beauties of Jiangcheng University, was waiting for. It wasn't until this stretched custom-made Rolls-Royce slowly drove over that everyone finally understood.
The goddess in front of us is not someone you and I can tease.
So they shook their heads and sighed.
At this time, Lin Shu and Yin Xingyang got out of the car together. Zhang Yanyu was very well behaved and did not show any excessive intimacy.
She walked forward and greeted him gracefully. When Yin Xingyang saw Zhang Yanyu, he naturally understood that this man had an incredible appearance and that he and Lin Shu were definitely not ordinary people. Of course, he did not dare to neglect him and greeted Zhang Yanyu very politely.
The moment Zhang Yanyu casually took Yin Xingyang's business card, she was dumbfounded. This big brother is none other than him.
It was Yin Xingyang, the young leader of Yin Group.
This is the customer Bentley has been trying to dig up all day.
A top-notch young man who even Su Jing can't match up with.
However, this guy was very humble in front of Lin Shu.
It is enough to see what kind of person Lin Shu is. Lin Shu smiled and pointed, Mr. Yin, this is a senior employee of Bentley.
How about you get to know him?
Of course, the meaning of Lin Shu's words was very clear.
Yin Xingyang naturally understood immediately, looked at Zhang Yanyu, and nodded, Ms. Zhang. Hello, I will visit your Bentley group in a few days.
In addition, your manager Su and I are good friends. When the time comes, I hope you can accompany us. I want to buy a few luxury cars.
Zhang Yanyu was dumbfounded. This Yin Xingyang is actually so afraid of Lin Shu. As long as Lin Shu opens his mouth, almost every request will be granted. This is enough to show that between the two, Lin Shu's status is obviously higher than Yin Xingyang.
Zhang Yanyu nodded quickly and communicated a few words very attentively.
After Yin Xingyang left,
Zhang Yanyu immediately hugged Lin Shu's arm and felt Lin Shu's muscular body.
Brother, I miss you so much. Zhang Yanyu looked at Lin Shu coquettishly.
Lin Shu pinched her cheek casually.
Little vixen.
Zhang Yanyu covered her mouth and chuckled, Brother, what do you want me to do with you? Lin Shu touched his chin and thought for a moment, let's go to the internet cafe.
Isn't there a very popular game recently? I want to play it.
Zhang Yanyu immediately became very obedient and learned to bow like an ancient woman.
I will obey my master's orders. Lin Shu looked at Jiang Yanyu, the vixen, feeling somewhat helpless. He took her hand and headed straight for the internet cafe. Lin Shu had already inquired about the information in advance. Lin Miaotong was not in the internet cafe today. She was busy running around, preparing to find a house to live in with Lin Shu. Therefore, Lin Shu was not afraid of meeting Lin Miaotong and causing unnecessary embarrassment. The internet cafe owner was sitting there, and when he saw Lin Shu, he was very attentive. This Lin Shu is indeed not an ordinary person. Ever since I recharged 10,000 yuan for internet fees that day, there have been beautiful women around me almost every day, each one more beautiful than the other. Even when Bai Ling repeatedly sought his help and asked him to provide information, he did not dare to call on her rashly. As soon as they saw Lin Shu, the boss quickly surrounded him and said, "Mr. Lin, you are here again today. Your brother, Fatty Gung, just left." When Lin Shu heard this, he was a little surprised. Fatty Gung? Did he come here just now? The boss smiled and helped Lin Shu carry various snacks. He invited Lin Shu into the VIP box specially set up for Lin Shu. Yes, Mr. Lin, he just left with a girl. It seems that the relationship between the two is very special. She must be his girlfriend. After hearing this, Lin Shu was a little puzzled. This Fatty Gun was quite capable, but he had no idea that he had a girlfriend. It couldn't be that he just randomly found a girl like that. Forget it, forget it. Fatty Gung has money now, so Lin Shu doesn't care about any unnecessary things. So, without thinking too much, Lin Shu turned on the machine with Jiang Yanyu and ordered the boss to draw down the curtains and lock the door of the box. Chapter 82 Gao Xijing's Situation. The two hid in a private room in an internet cafe with a relatively elegant environment. Jiang Yanyu coughed. Today she was wearing a pair of slim light blue jeans. Still quite sexy. However, what Lin Shu did not expect was that there was a surprise yet to come. Jiang Yanyu came over with a mysterious look on his face and said, "Brother, guess what surprise I have prepared for you today?" When Lin Shu heard this, he was very excited and looked at Jiang Yanyu. I saw the beautiful girl gently lift up her trouser legs. Corey. This is not. That's too polite. It's simply too eye-catching. Especially Jiang Yanyu's charming eyes and seductive posture. If you continue to endure at this moment, you are not a real man. Lin Shu is naturally a real man. Without saying a word, he hugged Jiang Yanyu in his arms. You little vixen, wait and see how I deal with you. Hey, this is all your fault. You ignored me for so long. Do you know how much I missed you? Jiang Yanyu had a wicked smile on his face and directly used a fox's charm skill on Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked so enjoying himself that he didn't pay any attention to the game screen. Soon, the boss in the picture hit the Destiny Man controlled by Lin Shu to death with a stick. After the passion, Jiang Yanyu finally surrendered. She slumped down on the carpet in the box. She looked pitiful and extremely tired. Brother Lin Shu. You're so annoying. Jiang Yanyu hit Lin Shu in a coquettish manner. Lin Shu smiled and said, "Next time, I really have to ask the boss to install a separate toilet in here, otherwise, it will be very inconvenient." Jiang Yanyu rolled his eyes at Lin Shu, then simply stood up and tidied himself up. I went to the toilet alone. Lin Shu sat in front of the computer screen again, started swinging the iron rod in the game, and began to fight with various strange-looking bosses. Not to mention, this is a domestic game. It is indeed completely in line with Lin Shu's aesthetic. Lin Shu had a lot of fun. 20 minutes passed. Jiang Yanyu fixed her makeup and returned to the box, regaining her innocent, lovely, dignified, and generous look. Jiang Yanyu watched Lin Shu playing games and touched her hair. How is the matter I arranged for you to investigate going? Lin Shu stared at the monster on the screen and asked Jiang Yanyu. Jiang Yanyu snorted and said in a very coquettish tone, "You annoying brother. I'm right next to you, but you keep asking about other girls. I've already investigated everything." At this time, Lin Shu was operating the computer with the speed of hands that had been used for 20 years of being single, while Jiang Yanyu was talking. Jiang Yanyu coughed and continued to explain Gao Xijing's situation in great detail. The main reason is that Gao Xijing's previous rich second-generation boyfriend was an out-and-out liar. Although Gao Xijing had high aspirations, she was, after all, an inexperienced college student. Plus, she was a little lovesick, so she was quickly deceived and ultimately ended up on a path of no return. Now, according to Jiang Yanyu's estimation, Gao Xijing owes at least 30,000 to 50,000 yuan in online loans. There are also offline loan sharks worth 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. As for RC, it probably hasn't happened yet. Gao Xijing could still move around. However, according to Jiang Yenyu's understanding, Gao Xijing is a very proud person. Even if it really comes to that, even if he seeks help from his family, he will not go down that path. According to the investigation, Gao Xijing has been working part-time all day recently. Sometimes I work part-time as a model, and sometimes I work part-time as a gaming companion in an internet cafe. Relying on unstable income, I can barely make the repayments. When Lin Shu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Gao Xijing, also working part-time as a gaming companion in an internet cafe? Jiang Yenyu thought for a moment and nodded, yes. According to my investigation, Gao Xijing has been working part-time as a companion in an internet cafe recently, but there shouldn't be any mess. Lin Shu pondered for a moment. After all, I have invested a lot of money in her before, and I can't let it go to waste. Although those small amounts of money were completely insignificant to Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu has lived a hard life, and he must see results after spending money. So, Lin Shu called the internet cafe owner in without hesitation. Boss Wang, I heard that you have a good playmate here, named Gao Xijing, is that true? When Boss Wang heard this, he immediately realized that his fortune was about to come. So he smiled very brightly, yes, yes, yes. Master Lin, you are really well informed. This Gao Xijing is quite pretty. What's the matter, Master Lin, are you interested? Jiang Yenyu glanced at Lin Shu at this time, turned her head away and pouted. Lin Shu was happy. He would not consider these things. He directly took out 10,000 yuan and threw it to the internet cafe owner. These are yours. When she comes later, the money will be calculated separately. However, don't tell her that I am the one who will receive her. When Boss Wang heard this, his eyes narrowed into slits with laughter and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Master Lin, don't worry. This is nothing. By the way, Master Lin, do you need me to get you something to eat or drink? Lin Shu glanced at Jiang Yenyu. I want to drink AD calcium milk. After hearing this, Lin Shu was a little puzzled as to why so many girls liked to drink this kind of thing. Boss Wang naturally doesn't need to seek Lin Shu's consent on this matter. He wouldn't even ask Lin Shu for money. This is not much money. As long as you please young Master Lin, you will have everything. At this time, Gao Xijing was in her rental house, preparing to go for an interview. Looking at her slightly revealing clothes in the mirror, Gao Xijing couldn't help but blush. The position she is about to interview for. But at Yeme KTV, the person who was going to receive her was none other than Lin Shu's old acquaintance, Guo Li. As soon as Guo Li saw Gao Xijing's information, she was immediately very excited. This woman. Lin Xiao will definitely be satisfied, even though she is not as good looking as Guo Ting in any other aspects. However, each has its own merits. Judging from Lin Xiao's personality, he probably wouldn't be too picky about food. So, Guo Li was very excited, and she controlled her emotions, thinking that she must win Gao Xijing. And Gao Xijing sighed. When it comes to this job, I am totally unwilling to do it. It's not that she is unwilling to accept this part-time job. For her, who is so proud and arrogant, spending the whole day with a group of old men, drinking and chatting, and even being touched and sexually assaulted while pretending to be happy is a bit desperate in itself. What is even more frightening is that it would be so embarrassing if you met your acquaintances or friends. By then, she might as well just die. However, there is really no other way at this time. The salary at Yeme KTV was indeed very attractive. In addition, given Yeme's consumption level, Jiangcheng University students probably couldn't afford it either. That's why Gao Xijing decided to accept the part-time job. Moreover, Guo Li promised that as long as she passed the interview, she would be willing to pay her a large sum of money first. This made Gao Xijing very excited. However, just when Gao Xijing was ready, suddenly, the phone lit up and received a message. Chapter 83 asking Gao Xijing to play with me. Gao Xijing frowned, picked up the phone and saw that it was the owner of the internet cafe. Like Bai Ling, Gao Xijing also dislikes the internet cafe owner. The main problem is that this guy is not only stingy, but also often withholds wages. If Gao Xijing wasn't really short of money, she would not have been willing to accept this job. You work so hard, make no money, and face the risk of meeting acquaintances. Therefore, the Gao Xijing rejected the internet cafe owner without even thinking about it. Sorry. I have other things to do today, so I may not be able to go. When the internet cafe owner saw Gao Xijing's message, he was instantly panicked. This wouldn't do. He couldn't dare to neglect Lin Chu's instructions. What if he failed to do it well and Lin Chu got angry in the future? So the internet cafe owner immediately became relentless. Sister Gao. This is really a high-quality client. Not to mention he's rich, he's also young. Our former companions used to make at least 10,000 yuan a afternoon playing games with him. When Gao Xijing heard this, she was immediately moved. After all, it's 10,000. If it is true, it can solve a lot of my troubles. But, she thought again, what kind of playmate could earn 10,000 in just one afternoon? Could it be? Therefore, Gao Xijing was extremely determined. Boss, I don't accept that. I'm just playing normally. The owner of the internet cafe saw that this matter could be solved easily, so he immediately promised. Don't worry. If he behaves in any way, you can leave immediately. I'll pay you 1,200 per hour, starting at 5 hours. If the time is not enough, I'll give you the rest. When Gao Xijing heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. If that's really the case, there is really no reason to shirk. Only, the owner of this internet cafe has always been stingy. It's really weird that he has become so generous. After some thought, Gao Xijing still succumbed to the pressure of the loan, so she called Guo Li. Hey, Miss Gua. I have something else to do this afternoon. Can I go for the interview in the evening? When Guo Li heard this, she immediately frowned and became nervous. This is not good. Lin Chu is so picky. If Gao Xijing is eaten by someone else in the afternoon, the probability of Lin Chu being satisfied will be further reduced. Therefore, Guo Li immediately asked, Hey Xijing, with such a good opportunity, why are you still hesitating? Gao Xijing didn't know what Guo Li was worried about, so she just quickly explained. Sister Gua, I have classes in the afternoon, and I really can't refuse. I will definitely be able to make it to the interview in the evening. Please, can you give me a chance and let me go in the evening? Guo Li heard Gao Xijing's voice was so sincere. He looked quite pitiful, and it didn't look like he had an appointment with a sponsor in the afternoon. Therefore, Guo Li pretended to sigh and said, Well, okay, since that's the case, I think you and I are destined to be together. I'll apply for you, but you have to come for the interview tonight anyway. When Gao Xijing heard this, he immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Gao Xijing breathed a sigh of relief. But when I looked in the mirror, I realized that I was dressed too seductively. This is the skin that is specially worn by hostesses who go to interviews at business KTVs. If you want to go play with someone, this outfit is really dangerous. But now the internet cafe owner is urging us to do it. In addition, Gao Xijing was unwilling to rush back to change clothes after playing part-time, so she gritted her teeth, made up her mind, put on this dress, and quickly left her rental house. The place where Gao Xijing lives is a mixed crowd. There are even copies everywhere. Therefore, when Gao Xijing walked on the street, she would inevitably be pointed at by others. Many people even misunderstood and thought she was the boss of the copy, and took the initiative to step forward and ask. Gao Xijing refused all the way, jogged all the way, and finally got into the taxi with a red face. However, even the taxi driver looked at her strangely. 40 minutes later, Gao Xijing lowered her head, afraid that others would recognize her, and entered the internet cafe and called the boss. Boss Wang had been lingering at the door of Lin Chu's box, fearing that Lin Chu would have some instructions. After receiving Gao Xijing's call, the boss breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took Gao Xijing to the door of the box. Let me tell you, Xijing, this client is definitely a distinguished guest. As long as you can have fun with him, you will have the opportunity to make a fortune in the future. Gao Xijing looked at the private room, which was so private. But I felt a little more relaxed inside. It would be bad if I were to sit in an ordinary booth and be recognized by my classmates. So Gao Xijing nodded and signaled the boss to push the door open quickly. Take my stick. See how I use the iron stick to deal with you. As soon as she opened the door, Gao Xijing heard a man roaring loudly, and from time to time there were girls laughing around. This scene and these lines are easy to be misunderstood. What is even stranger is that there is a very strange smell in the entire box. Gao Xijing lowered her head and now she had the urge to leave. More importantly, the voice just now seemed familiar. Mr. Lin, the person has been brought here, please take a look. At this time, Lin Shuyi took off his headphones, looked at the prompt on the screen that the boss had been successfully killed, and punched excitedly. Only then did Gao Xijing realize that this guy was playing games. Hateful. Why are the lines so misleading? However, just when Gao Xijing breathed a sigh of relief, she saw an extremely familiar face. Lin Chu. At that moment, Gao Xijing even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How come he is here? Isn't the beauty from the art department, Jiang Yanyu, by his side? What happened? Lin Chu can even handle Jiang Yanyu? At this moment, Gao Xijing had 10,000 questions in his mind. However, Lin Chu pretended to be very surprised and looked at Gao Xijing. It's you. Sejing. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Chu's surprised expression and lowered her head in embarrassment. Lin Chu's acting skills at this moment made Jiang Yanyu on the side look down on him. Brother, are you studying acting? Lin Chu was somewhat impressed with himself. He hadn't even conquered Gao Xijing and acquired her skills yet, but he was already so awesome? Gao Xijing sighed and looked up at Lin Chu helplessly. Yes, it's me, I work part-time here. At this time, Lin Chu took a look at Gao Xijing's outfit today. She was wearing a yellow mini dress that revealed her white legs, and a pair of black leggings and high heels. She looked extremely charming, which made people feel impulsive. Are you looking for someone to play with? Gao Xijing looked at Lin Chu, who was looking at her beautiful legs. She felt a little uncomfortable and asked with her head down and a red face. Lin Chu finally reacted, coughed, and became extremely serious. Yes. I'm playing games here, and I'm really in need of a teammate. Come on, let's play together. Chapter 84 Gao Xijing's Happy Playtime. Gao Xijing stood there awkwardly, feeling a little overwhelmed. She was very worried about meeting someone acquaintance here today. But it seemed like fate had been teasing her constantly lately. Lin Chu was exactly the acquaintance she least wanted to meet. The goddess who was once high and mighty has now become someone who makes money by playing games with others. The loser who was once despised by him is now spending money lavishly and has become his wealthy client. How could Gao Xijing accept this huge psychological gap? At this time, Boss Wang naturally urged hurriedly. Xijing, why are you still standing there? Mr. Lin is a very nice person. Hurry up. Boss Wang urged Gao Xijing and kept winking at her. Gao Xijing sighed helplessly. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Even if she was arrogant, now was not the time to act out. Now that she was here and Lin Chu already knew about it, could she solve the problem by turning around and leaving? Gao Xijing reluctantly put her handbag on a chair beside her and sat next to Lin Chu as she requested. Boss, I'm your playmate today. My name is Xijing. According to the process, Gao Xijing still needs to give Lin Chu a brief self-introduction. Although her tone was rather awkward, Lin Chu didn't care. Instead, he gave her a very gentle smile. Here, Boss Wang, this is yours, take it. With a smile on his face, Lin Chu took out a thick stack of cash from his Chanel Men's limited edition bag and threw it to Boss Wang nonchalantly. Gao Xijing lowered her head and noticed the black bag in Lin Chu's hand at a glance. This is Chanel's limited edition for men. The price is 7 figures. Holding this bag in your hand is simply a symbol of status. Gao Xijing was a little dazed. Lin Chu, when did he become so rich? Isn't he a stinky loser? At this moment, 10,000 questions flashed through Gao Xijing's mind. At this time, Lin Chu opened the recently popular single-player game for her without any further explanation. Come on, Xijing, let's open 2 accounts. You will help me explore the map here, and Yanyu, you will be responsible for exploring the map over there. Let's work together and try to complete this game in one afternoon. The two beauties looked at each other, both speechless. However, since Lin Chu made the request, the two had no choice but to cooperate. Jiang Yanyu and Gao Xijing. The two of them were not good at playing games, so they naturally seemed a little clumsy and were often killed instantly by monsters, becoming the opponent's boss's buffet. Seeing this, Lin Chu immediately frowned and took the initiative to move closer to Gao Xijing. Xijing. You are doing it wrong. Look, you should do this. At this time, Lin Chu and Gao Xijing were almost sticking together. Lin Chu called it teaching Gao Xijing to play games, but in fact he was constantly having physical contact with Gao Xijing. Gao Xijing tried her best to dodge backwards, but the chair behind her was already pressed against her back. Helplessly, she could only let Lin Chu's big hand rest on hers, with their arms against each other and their calves touching. Gao Xijing originally thought that she would be very angry when faced with such a scene. However, when the breath of Lin Shu came, the men's perfume that makes girls feel very comfortable when they smell it, the luxury goods on Lin Shu, and the unique intimacy of Lin Shu, none of this made Gao Xijing feel any disgust in her heart. She even felt a little bit of enjoyment. By the way, I didn't expect Lin Shu to have such well-developed muscles. Cough cough cough. Lin Shu. Look, I'm dead again. Can you help me? At this time, Jiang Yanyu pointed at her dim screen and kept acting coquettishly towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at her and said, "Wait a minute, your boss is simply mentally retarded, how can you be so stupid?" Gao Xijing's favorability plus 20. Listening to the conversation between Lin Shu and Jiang Yanyu, Gao Xijing couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Lin Shu. Originally, she still felt a little inferior in front of Jiang Yanyu. In the past, she still had a certain amount of pride and wanted to compete with top beauties like Jiang Yanyu. But now, Jiang Yanyu is wearing all luxury goods and all her bags are limited editions. He is very promising and it is said that he has already obtained a long-term contract with the Bentley Group before he even graduated. Looking back at myself. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. However, in front of Lin Shu, Gao Xijing's extinguished pride was suddenly inexplicably ignited. Lin Shu seems to care about me a little more. Definitely. Lin Shu had confessed to me before. But he never confessed his feelings to Jiang Yanyu. What's more, Lin Shu was so gentle to herself, while Jiang Yanyu was so disgusted with her. This long-lost feeling of victory. Gao Xijing hasn't felt so satisfied in a long time. Just when Gao Xijing was enjoying the close contact with Lin Shu more and more, Lin Shu patted her palm gently and said, "Xijing, hurry up and do as I said just now." Gao Xijing nodded woodenly. I saw Lin Shu had already approached Jiang Yanyu. Gao Xijing seemed to be staring at the screen, but in fact, she was secretly paying attention to Lin Shu and Jiang Yanyu standing beside her. Really? Lin Shu was not so patient when dealing with Jiang Yanyu. There was impatience in his words, and he would mock Jiang Yanyu for being clumsy from time to time. Gao Xijing watched all this, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently rose slightly. The afternoon passed quickly. This game is indeed a Chinese masterpiece and can definitely rival any European and American blockbuster. Ups and downs of the plot, beautiful pictures. Even though Jiang Yanyu and Gao Xijing are girls who usually never play computer games, they were deeply attracted to this game. Happy times are always short. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky outside was beginning to turn dark. Lin Shu touched his belly. Damn, this game is too difficult. It took me so long to get to the 3rd chapter. Gao Xijing noticed the sky outside and suddenly remembered. I also made an appointment with Guoli to go to Yemak TV for an interview in the evening. The heavy and helpless reality pulled Gao Xijing back from the happiness of the afternoon. She was just Lin Shudian's playmate. When she walks out of the internet cafe, she still has to face an extremely painful life and debts that are suffocating her. Helpless, Gao Xijing sighed. Lin Shu, today. I have something else to do, so I can't play games with you guys. Lin Shu turned his head and glanced at Gao Xijing. Thought for a moment. By the way, Xijing, I remember I was your friend before, but you seem to have blocked me. Lin Shu picked up his phone at this time. Gao Xijing was a little embarrassed. Indeed, she once found Lin Shu a bit annoying. Plus, she met the liar who once made her mistakenly believe it was true love. To be loyal to your love. Gao Xijing blocked all her suitors, including Lin Shu, without hesitation. Yes, I'm sorry. Gao Xijing felt a little guilty and looked at Lin Shu with a red face. Chapter 85 Don't be hasty. Lin Shu smiled very casually and snatched Gao Xijing's cell phone. Hey! That doesn't matter, we can just be friends. Having said that, Lin Shu didn't even ask Gao Xijing's opinion. He directly opened the payment code in Gao Xijing's mobile phone and scanned it casually. Okay. Xijing, we had a lot of fun this afternoon. Since you still have something to do, you can go first. As Lin Shu spoke, he casually transferred money to Gao Xijing's WeChat account, 18888. For Lin Shu, this money, compared with the interest he earns on the cash in his bank card every day, it is even a drop in the bucket. But for Gao Xijing, this money is of great significance. Although this could not solve all her problems, it could at least delay her for a few days. It can greatly shorten the duration of her dark life. Gao Xijing was very happy, and there was some emotion on her face. She nodded sincerely towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu, thank you so much, and for what happened last time. Hey! You don't have to take what happened last time to heart. Just come back to me when you have money. Lin Shu naturally knew that Gao Xijing was talking about the 100,000 yuan that Lin Shu helped her with last time. Lin Shu's free and easy style. The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle. Gao Xijing couldn't help but feel a little dreamy. Gao Xijing's favorability plus 10. Maybe it wouldn't have been possible if Gao Xijing and T just suffered a huge blow in her relationship. This afternoon spent with Lin Shu was enough to make her fall in love. But the former arrogance and cold eyes towards Lin Shu, plus the mess he is in now. This made it impossible for Gao Xijing to face Lin Shu directly. She could only watch Lin Shu and Jiang Yanyu playing and fighting silently, while she packed her bag somewhat lonely, left the box in a hurry, and took a taxi to MAKTV. After Gao Xijing walked away, Jiang Yanyu glanced at Lin Shu with some contempt. Brother Lin Shu, you are so scheming. You can solve her problem in one go, but you insist on playing the long game. TSK, I never thought our brother Lin Shu was so scheming. As Jiang Yanyu spoke, she stared at Lin Shu with her big watery eyes, blinking. There wasn't a trace of disdain in his tone, but instead it was filled with deep love. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at her and tapped her head gently. Humph, you're just smart. Well, I've let you suffer for the whole afternoon. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal to make up for your broken heart. Jiang Yanyu smiled and pursed her red lips gently, kiss. Seeing Jiang Yanyu so charming, Lin Shu felt helpless. He hugged her and kissed her passionately. An hour later, Jiang Yanyu pouted, looking pitiful and a little aggrieved. Humph, little devil, I wonder if you dare to tease me again in the future. Lin Shu had a smug look on his face. He put his arms around Jiang Yanyu's neck and looked at her with a slightly demonstrative look. Hee, you bad husband, I'm not teasing you, I just want a kiss, who wants to be with you? Hee. Hate it. Looking at Jiang Yanyu's coquettish look, I'm afraid that few people in the entire Jiangcheng University can handle it. She is simply a succubus on earth. The two of them walked hand in hand on the campus streets, looking like a normal couple at Jiangcheng University. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The two of them didn't mind the trouble anymore and drove to a luxurious restaurant in the city center for a big meal. Halfway through a candlelight dinner for two, Lin Shu suddenly received a message from Guo Li. Mr. Lin, I have found a good candidate for you today. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Lin Shu read the message and pondered it for a while. I just reminded Guo Li last time. I'm afraid Guo Li also understands Lin Shu's current requirements and dare not fool him with those ugly things. So in order to retain a sense of mystery, Lin Shu did not ask for a photo. I just sent an OK expression to indicate that I would be there soon. Let us talk about Gao Xijing. As soon as she appeared in front of Guo Li, she noticed that there was a gleam in Guo Li's eyes as she looked at her. Guo, Sister Guo, what's wrong with you? Are you dissatisfied with me? Gao Xijing asked with some concern. Guo Li quickly shook her head. No, how could that be, sister? I just think your qualifications are too good, but you have such good qualifications, forget it, I won't ask anymore. You passed the interview. Gao Xijing was a little dumbfounded. So simple? She thought it was a complicated process. At least there should be some training. Although this was her first time doing such a shameful job. However, she still knew some things before she came. At least there must be a certain probation period. There are also some rhetoric on how to trick big shots into spending money. But Guo Li didn't mention any of these. She just waved her hand and directly admitted herself. This made Gao Xijing a little confused. Guo Li had already walked up by now, and kept looking him up and down, looking very satisfied. Guo Li patted Gao Xijing's shoulder gently and said, Xijing, I am very optimistic about you. Then, Guo Li acted like Gao Xijing's own sister and asked Gao Xijing about her well-being. This made Gao Xijing feel flattered. He even developed a slight liking for Guo Li. But the next 2 hours passed. Gao Xijing sat in the background. Every time a customer came and ordered the table, Guo Li seemed to deliberately ignore her and walked around her every time. She watched as the girls around her, who were wearing heavy makeup and not as good-looking as herself, were called away by Guo Li one after another. Gao Xijing was somewhat anxious. although she felt it was disgusting to do this job. Even some rejection. But, after all, she is short of money now. The sooner you can save enough money, the sooner you can escape from suffering. However, Guo Li didn't seem to have any intention of introducing any guests to her. This made Gao Xijing a little worried. Finally, Guo Li came to the backstage again and called away the few remaining girls. Gao Xijing finally couldn't help it. She stood up and ran to Guo Li, lowering her head and blushing. "Guo, Sister Guo, why didn't you ask me to go to the test stage? Are you afraid that I would mess it up?" Looking at Gao Xijing's pure appearance, the more Guo Li looked at it, the more she liked it. It's not that she has a problem with her sexual orientation. But based on her understanding of Lin Chu, Gao Xijing's appearance would definitely attract Lin Chu. So, Guo Li quickly took Gao Xijing's hand and sat down, and said earnestly, "Good sister, don't misunderstand me. I am selecting clients for you. You don't know that those clients are not only greasy, but also have little money in their pockets." After hearing what Guo Li said, Gao Xijing was still a little anxious. "But, Miss Guo, I really need money." Seeing this, Guo Li smiled calmly and said, "Good sister, believe me, your time to make a fortune is coming soon, so don't be impatient." Chapter 86 Lin Chu's Visit. Guo Li originally planned to continue persuading him patiently. Just at this moment a middle-aged man rushed in drunk. Seeing this, Guo Li quickly stood up and started communicating with him. At this moment, Gao Xijing stood there in a daze, feeling helpless. At this time, she didn't know what Guo Li was up to. But after all, he was in Guo Li's territory, so he could only obey her. Coincidentally, at this moment, a heavily made-up actor returned to the lounge, holding her stomach. She looked very uncomfortable. Gao Xijing looked at the woman and thought that since she had just arrived, she must try to build some relationships with her. So, Gao Xijing took the initiative to stand up and sat next to the woman with a worried look on her face. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" The woman looked at Gao Xijing, feeling somewhat helpless, and sighed. "Hey, it's all because of that damn wine. My stomach is churning and I feel so uncomfortable." After the woman finished speaking, Gao Xijing took the initiative to take out a pill from her bag. "Sister, I prepared this in advance to treat stomachache." The beautiful lady frowned as she saw how kind the newcomer Gao Xijing was. In fact, the relationship between actors here is not good. Everyone is not in agreement with each other. "Sister, you are so kind, why do you come to work in a place like this? I advise you not to be too kind to others." Gao Xijing nodded silently. She knows nothing about the ins and outs here. At this time, the beauty looked at Gao Xijing a few times. She asked in confusion, "Sister, you are so beautiful, why haven't you chosen a channel for so long?" Gao Xijing sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say. This beauty is also very outgoing. When she saw Gao Xijing's expression, she immediately realized, "You must not have a good relationship with Sister Guo, right?" "Oh. This is very normal. After all, Sister Guo is the boss here. I advise you to get along well with her." Gao Xijing frowned when he heard this. "Sister Guo, you seem to be quite gentle to me." When the beauty heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes at Gao Xijing and said, "Sister, how can you be so naive? Do you think people here can show who they like or hate on their faces? You are too stupid. Listen to me." Then, the beauty began to give a long analysis to Gao Xijing. "She doesn't mean any bad things. On the contrary, I really think Gao Xijing is kind and I really want to help her." However, she didn't know that Guo Li didn't refuse to arrange guests for Gao Xijing because she didn't like her. On the contrary, Guo Li liked Gao Xijing too much. This is a sacrifice to Lin Chu. This is already a huge favorite. But the beauty didn't know the reason. He analyzed Gao Xijing based on his own guesses and analysis. The more Gao Xijing talked about this, the more confused she became. If it is true as this beautiful lady said, Guo Li doesn't like her and will only arrange the worst clients for her. That's it. Not only is there no sign of repaying the money, it also seems extremely dangerous. At this point, the beauty patted Gao Xijing's shoulder helplessly and said, "Forget it, sister. I see that you are so kind and a good person. I will help you. Just listen to me. I will give you this station. Go to room 388 and tell them that I feel a little uncomfortable. When this session is over, the money will be yours. You can buy something for Guo Li then." When Gao Xijing heard this, he subconsciously frowned. "Sister, is this okay? Besides, this is your money, how can I do it for you? The sister still looked warm-hearted. Well, come on, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll do you a favor. Gao Xijing was deeply moved when she heard this, and she immediately bowed to the beautiful woman and thanked her. Sister! Thank you so much. I will definitely repay you in the future. As for the income, let's split it in half. The beauty looked at Gao Xijing, who was so innocent and kind, and felt helpless and smiled bitterly. Silly girl, you are still young. When you grow up, you will understand everything. 5 minutes later. Gao Xijing felt a little embarrassed. She stood at the door of private room 388, feeling very nervous. She kept encouraging herself. Finally, I mustered up the courage and pushed open the door of the private room. As soon as she walked in, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Among them, there was only a middle-aged man sitting in the middle. He wore glasses and looked somewhat gentle. There was no beauty around him. Gao Xijing looked at everyone staring at her and suddenly became even more nervous. The beautiful lady just now is feeling a little unwell. I'll take her place. After she said this, there was silence. No one sang at all. Gao Xijing was dumbfounded. She thought she had made some mistake or her boss was dissatisfied with her. At this time, her toes were tightly clasped together. Yes, sorry, bosses, if you are not satisfied, I will go and give it to you. No. Girl, haha, it's you. At this time, the gentleman with glasses in the middle quickly stood up and walked to Gao Xijing with a smile. Just now, he saw the young and beautiful Gao Xijing standing in front of him. Some even couldn't believe their eyes. Although the quality of the girls in Yeme KTV is unrivaled in Zhangcheng, the girls here inevitably have a worldly air. However, Gao Xijing in front of him was not only beautiful. She has a beautiful figure. The most important thing is that her pure temperament really makes people dazed when they see her. Just like that, Gao Xijing was pulled to his side by the man with glasses. Around 11 o'clock. Lin Shu, with Che Di, whom he just met yesterday, and Lu Fan and his group, came to the entrance of Yeme KTV. Yin Xingyang had something to do today, so he couldn't accompany Lin Shu to play. So Che Di and others were arranged. Who knew that Che Di and the others were so enthusiastic about hanging out with Lin Shu that they gathered more than 20 people at once? A large group of people entered Yeme KTV in a mighty manner. Guo Li quickly took the initiative to greet them. Hey! Mr. Che, Mr. Lu, why are you here? When Guo Li saw these famous young masters of Jiancheng, her eyes widened. This knight is destined to make a fortune. Who knew that when Lu Fan heard this, he immediately glared and said, Guo Li, what's wrong with you? Can't you see our master Lin? It was at this time that Guo Li discovered Lin Shu, the person she had been waiting for. Standing in the middle of the team, Lu Fan and Che Di seemed to be clearing the way for him. At this time, Guo Li hurried over and whispered with Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with this girl. Come, let me show you a photo. Guo Li was very excited and quickly took out the photos. But when Lin Shu saw this, he was immediately happy. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be Gao Xijing, who was beside me this afternoon. Chapter 87. Gao Xijing was abused. When Guo Li saw Lin Shu smiling, she felt relieved. I have boasted so much, what if Lin Shu was still not satisfied? This is enough to feed myself. More importantly, Lin Shu brought his friends today, and Guo Li knew that she must not let Lin Shu embarrass herself. Therefore, Guo Li was also very happy to see that Lin Shu was satisfied. Mr. Lin, how about this? You and the other young masters go to your private room and wait. I'll call someone for you. After saying this, Lin Shu directly extended his hand. No rush, Manager Guo, I'll go with you. After Lin Shu finished speaking, he took the initiative to walk in front and walk side by side with Guo Li towards the beautiful woman's backstage. Along the way, Guo Li kept showing off to Lin Shu how much effort she had put in. In response, Lin Shu just smiled and did not comment. Lin Shu was unwilling to say anything more about Guo Li's behavior of seeking credit. However, when the group arrived at the backstage and pushed open the door, there was only a heavily made-up woman sitting there playing with her cell phone. There was no sign of Gao Xijing at all. Guo Li suddenly became a little flustered. Xiao Li. Where's Xi Jing? When Guo Li spoke, her voice was already a little flustered. The woman named Xiao Li was frightened by Guo Li. In addition, when he saw Lin Shu and his group behind him, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This, Sister Gua, I. Seeing Shelly's hesitation, Guoli was extremely anxious. She rushed over and pulled her arm. Tell me quickly. Where did she go? Shelly felt helpless, but she made up her mind, mustered up her courage, and lowered her head. I saw that she had no customers and was short of money. She was very pitiful, so I made the decision on my own and gave her my business. Now she is in room 388. When Guoli heard this, she took a breath of cold air. She now even wanted to slap Shelly in the face. She turned her head slightly and found that Lin Chu's expression had changed and looked very cold. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them dropped several degrees. Lin, Master Lin, I. No matter how eloquent Guoli is in her daily life. At this point in the situation, she was a little flustered and at a loss. Lin Chu glared at Guoli in front of him, turned around and went straight to private room 388 without saying a word. Guoli glared at Xiaoli fiercely at this time and said, "You troublemaker, just wait for me. You will suffer the consequences." After saying that, Guoli hurriedly chased after him. At this time, we are in private room 388. That gentle man with glasses is far from being as gentle as he looks. As soon as Gao Xijing sat next to him, she immediately felt a little regretful. The man's hand immediately began to wander around Gao Xijing's waist. At first Gao Xijing tried to endure it, but who knew that the man would become more aggressive and swim straight towards her sensitive parts. Gao Xijing was instantly furious and stood up immediately. The whole private room was shocked at this moment, and everyone stared at Gao Xijing. The gentle man with glasses frowned instantly. "UTM, why are you pretending to be so noble in front of me? Are you looking for death?" Who could have thought that this seemingly gentle man was so vicious in his heart? He stood up and stared at Gao Xijing, and for a moment, a barrage of evil words came at Gao Xijing like a string of cannonballs. Gao Xijing felt a little aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. She somewhat regretted the decision she made. Now, she just wants to get out of here. So she headed towards the door, ready to rush out. Who knew that the friend of the gentleman with glasses grabbed his arm and threw him on the sofa very roughly. "Damn it! You have no shame. Today, I want to see how noble you are." The man with glasses adjusted his glasses, picked up a bottle of beer, and sat down next to Gao Xijing. Bang! The man with glasses slammed his beer on the table. Gao Xijing looked at the man in front of her at this moment, her eyes full of fear. "Listen. Today, if you don't finish the wine on the table, you can't leave." The man with glasses gave Gao Xijing an evil smile. "Not only you, but also your sisters will not get any reward from me if you don't finish drinking today." The man with glasses felt extremely happy when he saw Gao Xijing's aggrieved expression. At this time, the eyes of the hostesses present towards Gao Xijing changed a little. Some are disgusted, some are sarcastic, and some are disgusted. "Would you like to drink?" The man with glasses looked at Gao Xijing and gave a sinister smile. Gao Xijing was extremely frightened at this moment. However, at this time, a woman came over, picked up the wineglass, and placed it in front of Gao Xijing. "I say, woman, who asked you to take the initiative to take over the shift? Now that you are here, you must serve the boss to his satisfaction. Why are you pretending? Listen, if I can't get the reward today because of you, don't blame me for being rude." Then, all the women in the box began to accuse Gao Xijing. Gao Xijing felt extremely aggrieved and helpless. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she sat up straight and picked up the beer in front of her. Gulp! 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 Gao Xijing is not good at drinking, and beer kept flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Puff! Finally, the beer in Gao Xijing's mouth spurted out. She looked at the man with glasses with fear on her face and said, "Brother, I really can't drink it. Please let me go. I will replace you with someone else, okay?" Gao Xijing spoke with a crying tone and looked extremely aggrieved. However, this aroused the pleasure of the man with glasses. He laughed and grabbed Gao Xijing's hair. "No! No! You have to drink today, whether you want to or not." Gao Xijing subconsciously wanted to resist, but the pain from having her hair grabbed was unbearable. "Damn it! You dare to run? Come on, all of you, come here and catch her for me." Seeing this, the man with glasses became even more vicious and pointed directly at the remaining hostesses. And those women. Although there were a few people who sympathized with Gao Xijing. But, at the same time, once you enter the world, you have no choice. They had no choice but to move forward and work together to trap Gao Xijing on the sofa. Gao Xijing struggled desperately and shook her head. But how could her strength alone be the strength of so many women? Plus there was a man with glasses watching the fun. At this time, Gao Xijing was like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Good. Well done. Come on, fill her mouth with wine. Today, pour all the wine on the table into her mouth. The man with glasses looked at Gao Xijing with a smile and gave orders to the remaining women. This made some girls a little scared. Brother, what if something happens? The man with glasses raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What did you say? You want me to teach you how to do things? Pour it in for me. Even if I die, I will be responsible. If any of you sympathize with her, you can drink with her. Chapter 88. Gao Xijing hesitates. Just before the beer was about to be poured into Gao Xijing's mouth. Bang! The door to box 388. Kicked away. Lin Shu was seen walking in the front, with a group of rich second-generation followers following behind him. When Gao Xijing saw Lin Shu, he no longer cared about his face. He immediately broke free from the restraints of these people and ran to Lin Shu. Help, save me. Gao Xijing pulled Lin Shu's arm tremblingly. The scene just now was seen clearly by Lin Shu and others. Especially Guo Li, who was standing behind him. When she saw the scene, she immediately felt that it was all over. On her way here, she prayed all the way, hoping that nothing would go wrong. But unfortunately, something unexpected happened. Seeing Lin Shu's expression at this moment, Guo Li felt her whole body tremble. Who the hell are you? How dare you disturb us while we are having fun? At this time, one of the younger brothers of the man with glasses, with his arms swung arrogantly, walked forward and planned to fight with Lin Shu and others. Bang! Lu Fan was the most violent. He slapped the man in the face with his backhand. At this time, Che Di took out his mobile phone without saying anything and took a picture of the scene just now. Master Lu, Master Che? Why are you here? At this time, the man with glasses rubbed his eyes and finally sobered up. He was shocked when he saw the two men in front of him with a fierce look. Aren't these two the famous rich young men in Zhongcheng? How come you have the time to come here and play today? Lu Fan and Che Di glanced at the man with glasses and said coldly, You actually dared to lay hands on our Lin Xiao's woman, you are done. At this time, Gao Xijing was standing beside Lin Shu, holding Lin Shu's arm, still shivering. Lin Shu calmly pulled out a napkin from the table and handed it to Gao Xijing. Wipe your face first. Gao Xijing's face was still covered with spilled beer. She quickly picked up a napkin and wiped the traces on her face while sobbing. At this time, the man with glasses looked at Lin Shu, feeling a little flustered. I say, young master, I really didn't mean to offend you. I didn't know this beautiful woman was your woman. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lin Shu slapped the man with glasses with his backhand, sending him flying in an instant. His strength is simply not on the same level as Lu Fan and Che Di. This slap immediately knocked the bespectacled man to the ground, with stars in front of his eyes. Lin Shu glanced coldly at everyone present. Take them all away. After Lin Shu said this, he helped Gao Xijing, who was crying beside the table, and turned around and walked towards the VIP room on the second floor. Gao Xijing's favorability plus 20. 20 minutes later. Lin Shu sat in the center of the VIP room. Gao Xijing sat beside her, her face still covered with traces of tears. The rest of the rich second generation brought by Lin Shu sat beside Lin Shu, staring at the man with glasses and his group who were standing there shivering, as well as the hostesses who had just forced Gao Xijing. The man with glasses was being supported by two people, one on each side, and he could barely stand. Seeing that Lin Shu was silent at this time, Lu Fan took the initiative to stand up, walked to the side of the man with glasses, and looked at him coldly. Tell me, how do you solve this matter? The man with glasses looked at Lu Fan, then at Lin Shu. Thump! He fell to his knees and said, Mr. Lin. Please forgive me. I really didn't know this beauty was yours. The man with glasses had lost any illusions at this point, and he himself was not a tough guy. Although he didn't know who Lin Shu was. But he knew Lu Fan and Che Di. These two have already reached the ceiling of the rich young men in Zhongcheng. They were also respectful, so Lin Shu's identity and status no longer needed any further explanation. Lin Shu looked at the man with glasses coldly and said nothing. Che Di coughed at this time and looked at Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, their actions just now have been photographed. If you need anything, I can contact you. Before Che Di finished speaking, Guo Li panicked. This was a strange thing that happened in her own place. If the matter gets out of hand, she won't be able to escape responsibility. She quickly walked out and came to Lin Chu's side. Mr. Lin, you must calm down. Lin Chu raised his head and gave Guo Li a fierce look. Manager Guo. You really gave me face. When Guo Li saw Lin Chu's eyes, she shuddered. She quickly looked at Gao Xijing, who was standing beside her. There is no other way at this time. Xijing, you know best how your sister treats you. Now only you can make Mr. Lin calm down, so say something quickly. Guo Li was a little flustered at this time and spoke to Gao Xijing. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Gao Xijing. Especially Guo Li and Xiao Li, they both knew they were in big trouble. If Lin Chu really doesn't calm down today, they will be in big trouble. Guo Li won't say anything more. Xiao Li pushed Gao Xijing into the fire pit with her own hands. If she hadn't been so smart and done something like this, there wouldn't have been so much trouble afterwards. She naturally knew her situation, so without saying a word, she ran over and grabbed Gao Xijing's arm. Sister, I really have good intentions. You must believe me. Xiao Li looked at Gao Xijing with pleading eyes at this time, wishing she could kneel down and apologize to her on the spot. Gao Xijing felt mixed emotions at this moment, but was also somewhat relieved. I didn't expect Lin Chu to be such a powerful person. Just by flipping his palm, the man with glasses who was so arrogant and domineering just now could be made to kneel down and beg for mercy. It could scare all the arrogant actors present into this state. At this point, no matter how stupid Gao Xijing was, she could understand what kind of person Lin Chu was. She really didn't blame Xiao Li or Guo Li. Strictly speaking, what happened today was indeed trouble she had caused herself. If she had followed Guo Li's instructions and waited in the lounge obediently, this would not have happened. But Gao Xijing was also somewhat unwilling in her heart. She hates it too. Hate this cold society. I hate this well-dressed, sanctimonious man with glasses in front of me. What she hates even more are those actors who took advantage of the situation and cooperated with the man with glasses to abuse her. If she hadn't met Lin Chu today, if Lin Chu hadn't suddenly appeared, what would have happened to her? At this point, thinking of this, Gao Xijing broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, Gao Xijing was even more enthusiastic in expressing her gratitude to Lin Chu. Gao Xijing's favorability plus 30. Now, everyone's eyes are focused on Gao Xijing. Everyone knew that how things would be handled today would depend on her words. Gao Xijing thought for a moment and closed his eyes slightly. Brother Lin Chu, I am also wrong about what happened today. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Chu, lowered her head, tears of grievance and unwillingness welling up in her eyes. She didn't want to do this, but she had no choice. Lin Chu can help her temporarily, but not forever. If she offends so many people, she may not have a good future. Gao Xijing remained calm. For a moment, she really wanted to send these people to jail. But is it really that simple? At least Gao Xijing himself thinks it is not that simple. Chapter 89, Saving the Girl Gao Xijing. Lin Chu glanced at Gao Xijing and frowned slightly. At least, that's what Gao Xijing said. Guo Li and Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chu sighed, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the man with glasses standing there, the group of younger brothers behind him, and the women who had just attacked Gao Xijing. Listen, if you can't get Miss Gao's forgiveness today, I will definitely find a way to make you regret it. When Lin Chu spoke, he gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. Maybe in Gao Xijing's eyes, Lin Chu has always been an ordinary college student. However, in the eyes of the man with glasses and others, Lin Chu is a top boss who can make things happen with a wave of his hands. When they saw Lin Chu's gaze, they couldn't help but shiver with fear. Ms. Gao, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me and forgive me. The man with glasses didn't even dare to stand up. He crawled to Gao Xijing's side, his eyes full of pleading. The other singing girls, seeing the situation, no longer dared to be arrogant. They all lowered their heads and begged Gao Xijing for forgiveness. Gao Xijing had never seen such a scene before. She was also a little at a loss and glanced at Lin Chu beside her. At this time, Lin Chu's eyes were wandering and he did not look at Gao Xijing. This made Gao Xijing a little overwhelmed. You guys get up. I forgive you. After all, Gao Xijing is just a student who has not graduated from college. Another weak woman. Faced with such a situation, one naturally would not be so cruel. When the man with glasses heard Gao Xijing say this, he quickly looked at Lin Chu who was sitting there. He would never dare to get up without Lin Shu's order. Lin Shu turned around and glanced at Gao Xijing. Indeed, Gao Xijing once rejected Lin Shu and was even very arrogant, which hurt Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu had long seen that Gao Xijing was different from Zhang Xiaoxiao, and she was still valuable. At least, although Gao Xijing appeared to be a very arrogant and somewhat materialistic woman. But, both her purity and her behavior. She is just a young girl who has not experienced much of the world. Lin Shu smiled, grabbed the briefcase beside him, took out 100,000 yuan from it, and slammed it on the table. Here. Lin Shu said coldly to the man with glasses. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, a little overwhelmed, and quickly shook his head. No, no, no. Mr. Lin, how dare I take your money? Stop talking nonsense. Just take it if I tell you to. Lin Shu roared, and the man with glasses was so scared that he almost crawled under the table. He quickly held Lin Shu's 100,000 yuan in his hands still shaking. Today, my friend, and I beat you up. This is my compensation to you. But remember, if you ask me to compensate you next time, it may be millions or even tens of millions. When Lin Shu said this, his eyes were surprisingly cold. Of course, the man with glasses understood what he meant. So he nodded tremblingly. After Lin Shu waved his hand, he ran away with his brothers as if he had been pardoned. Lin Shu then took out another 200,000 yuan and slapped it on the table. Looked at Xiaoli. Here, this is for you. When Xiaoli heard this and looked at the 200,000, she was of course a little excited. However, she didn't dare take the money from the evil star in front of her. You can take some people less money, but you dare not take some people less money. Xiaoli quickly shook her head and said, No, 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 Mr. Lin, I don't want your money. Lin Shu glanced at Xiaoli, picked up a thick stack of banknotes and threw it at her. Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Listen, since you helped Xijing, even though you did something stupid, I am still willing to reward you. As for you. Lin Shu looked at the remaining women who had just helped the evil. Manager Guo, I don't want to see these people in your place anymore. When Guo Li heard this, she shuddered all over. After hesitating for less than a second, she quickly nodded and said, Yes, yes, Master Lin, I understand. These people will never appear here again. Lin Shu nodded with satisfaction. And those women looked at Lin Shu with hatred in their eyes. Come to think of it, you can earn several times more money at Yemek TV than at other places. However, today it was because of Lin Shu's words. They lost such a good job. Who wouldn't hate Lin Shu? But Lin Shu obviously didn't care. He waved his hand, signaling Guo Li to take these people away. 10 minutes later. Inside the luxurious private room of Yemek TV, there is still singing and dancing, and it is very lively. Guo Li called all the high-quality beauties in her place over. The friends that Lin Shu brought, each of them had 3 or 5 beauties around them, and they started to play crazily. Only Lin Shu and Gao Xijing sat quietly in the corner. Gao Xijing was inevitably embarrassed when facing Lin Shu. She was filled with gratitude towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu first helped her in the mall and then saved her today. At this moment, Lin Shu, in her eyes, was a complete hero. Lin Shu, I'm really sorry for what happened before. Gao Xijing lowered his head and suddenly said to Lin Shu silently. Lin Shu seemed to be unconcerned and looked at Gao Xijing. What are you sorry for? What happened before? Gao Xijing felt even more embarrassed when Lin Shu deliberately said this. She lowered her head, her hands and feet in a panic. I shouldn't have said that to you before. I'm sorry. Gao Xijing blushed, mustered up the courage, and said to Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled indifferently. You mean that incident? It doesn't matter. I have already forgotten it. After saying that, Lin Shu took the initiative to reach out and put his arms around Gao Xijing's waist. Gao Xijing's body trembled noticeably. Why? You don't want to? Lin Shu looked at Gao Xijing with a smile on his face and a raised corner of his mouth. This scene seemed familiar to Lin Shu. No, Lin Shu, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Gao Xijing lowered her head at this time, letting Lin Shu hug her, and she mustered up the courage to speak. Lin Shu smiled, took out 200,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to her. I know. I'll lend you 200,000, right? I've already prepared it for you. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Shu, her face full of shock, and she was a little at a loss.
Lin Shu smiled, leaned over to Gao Xijing's ear, and said to her, I say, next time you look for a man, you must keep your eyes open and don't be fooled. Gao Xijing's favorability plus 15. Ding. System detection, Gao Xijing's favorability is full. Reward attribute points, 20 points, cashback ratio plus 5. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Shu at this time, unable to control her emotions. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Shu's arms, sobbing. I really regret it. Gao Xijing had suppressed her emotions for a long time, and finally released them in front of Lin Shu. She began to cry loudly, complaining about the dark life she had been living and the suffocating pressure she was under. Chapter 90, Threat from the Head Teacher. Gao Xijing cried with tears in her eyes, looking extremely sad. She is just a girl. After going through so much, it was difficult for her to control her emotions. Her tears directly wet Lin Shu's clothes. I cried for more than an hour. Gao Xijing went to the bathroom several times to touch up her makeup, but in the end, her face was completely covered with tears. She followed Lin Shu obediently. Everyone left YMAKTV. In the end, Lin Shu still did not capture Gao Xijing at night. This is a very complicated emotion. As a normal man, Lin Shu still has a lot of desire for Gao Xijing. Especially that pitiful look, which can easily arouse a man's desire to conquer and protect. However, at this point, Lin Shu was actually somewhat reluctant. In the end, she was just sent back to the rental house where she was temporarily staying. Gao Xijing looked at Lin Shu's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. She had just made all the preparations. She knew in her heart that Lin Shu had helped her so much, and she had nothing to give in return except her own body. But Lin Shu actually left. This was a little hard for her to imagine. Could it be that he dislikes himself? Maybe, I am no longer worthy of him. Gao Xijing was very sad at this time. In her mind, Lin Shu at this moment was the unparalleled hero who appeared in her life, riding on a colorful cloud and saving her from danger. But the best chance ever. But she missed it because of her arrogance. Looking back, I realized that I had become a dirty person, not worthy of that peerless hero. However, looking at Lin Shu's figure, Gao Xijing's heart was very difficult to control. She felt her deep love for Lin Shu, a love even stronger than the one she had for that fake rich second generation before. She once thought she would never fall in love with anyone else again. But when Lin Shu appeared, everything changed. Lin Shu was driving the car, and he didn't know why he gave up Gao Xijing, who was right at his fingertips. It's a very complex emotion anyway. He went straight to his newly bought fairy tale town. Wanya was very excited when she heard that Lin Shu was coming back today. Prepare an outfit specially. During this time, Xin Shooting went to the bathroom and accidentally saw Wanya. Seeing Wanya's dress and her excited look, Xin Shooting immediately guessed that Lin Shu was about to come back. She felt a little embarrassed, so she lowered her head and went into the bathroom. Click. Hearing the sound of Lin Shu opening the door, Wanya hurried out to greet him. The two looked at each other, and their graceful and soft bodies suddenly stuck to Lin Shu. Lin Shu couldn't stop. Wanya looked at Lin Shu tenderly and whispered in his ear, "Honey, I learned a new dance today. I think you will be satisfied." The elegant and charming eyes kept staring at Lin Shu. Lin Shu naturally couldn't resist such temptation, so he simply carried Wanya's body horizontally, and with a smile on his face, he carried her straight to the bedroom. Wanya can actually sing and dance vigorously. With the accompaniment of moving melodies, her beautiful dance is displayed to the fullest. Compared to those hot dances on Douyin, this is many times more violent. With this operation, Lin Shu clearly seemed to have produced 6 red crosses. Before the passionate dance was over, Lin Shu had already pounced on her. The two of them rolled around on the big bed that could sleep 5 people, laughing and singing and dancing. A night of unlimited passion. The next morning, Lin Shu was awakened by a hurried phone call. Look at the phone number. It turned out to be Lin Shu's class teacher. This head teacher was a beauty, and Lin Shu had a very deep impression of her. This beautiful girl teaches physical education to Lin Shu's class. In order to get closer to this gentle beauty, Lin Shu, who obviously loved basketball at the time, deliberately chose badminton as an elective course. As a result, Lin Shu himself was a semi-transparent existence in the class. In front of this beautiful teacher, he is naturally a transparent person. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Lin Shu stopped reminiscing, picked up the phone and answered the call. "Lin Shu, do you know how long it has been since you last attended class?"
The teacher has already reported the incident to the teaching department. Do you still want your diploma? Teacher Joe's voice was a little cold, and his attitude towards Lin Shu was a little unfriendly. This is also natural. The last time Lin Shu appeared in the classroom to attend class was the time before. In short, ever since Lin Shu received the task of being rejected 100 times, Lin Shu's life has been busy activating the system. Later, the system was successfully activated, and Lin Shu was busy communicating with various beauties. Naturally, I had no mood to go to class. Finally, the teacher couldn't stand it anymore and called Lin Shu directly. Helplessly, Lin Shu could only say a few nice words. Finally, under the threat of Teacher Zhou, Lin Shu reluctantly got up from the bed, changed his clothes, washed his face, and prepared to go to school. As soon as you walk out of the bedroom, I happened to meet Qin Shooting, who was practicing English in the living room. Lin Shu coughed. Qin Shooting turned around and saw Lin Shu, and immediately stood up and said, "Lin Shu, I just happened to have something to talk to you about." Lin Shu took one look at Qin Shooting and said, "That's great. Let's go. Take me to our school. Our head teacher called me and threatened me that if I didn't go to class, I would never get my diploma." Qin Shooting laughed when she heard this, covering her mouth. "I never thought that a big shot like you would have to go to school." Lin Shu rolled his eyes at her and directly picked up his clothes and car keys. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you are late, I will hold you accountable." Among all the women around Lin Shu, Qin Shooting has the most natural relationship with Lin Shu. Occasionally, Qin Shooting would joke with Lin Shu, play around with him, and even mock him. Despite this, Lin Shu really likes the way Qin Shooting gets along with him. The two of them got into the car, talking and laughing, mocking each other. On the way, Lin Shu took out the breakfast that had been prepared long ago from the car refrigerator and ate it with relish. Qin Shooting looked at Lin Shu with disdain. "Mr. Lin, can you please be more careful when you eat? Look, the tomato juice is almost left behind." Lin Shu smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, I'm just like this." "By the way, Shu Ting, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Come on, what's the matter?" Qin Shooting slapped her forehead when she heard this. "I almost forgot. By the way, Lin Shu, I told you before that I would introduce you to a very outstanding assistant. She just happened to return to China recently and is someone I admire very much. When you have time, come with me to meet her." When Lin Shu heard this, he shook his head indifferently and said, "This kind of thing, just handle it yourself. If you think it's appropriate, just pay her according to her request." Qin Shooting snorted coldly when she heard this. "This girl is a super beauty. Are you sure you don't want to meet me?" When Lin Shu heard this, he immediately became interested and sat up straight. "Shu Ting, who is this beauty you are talking about? Come on, introduce her to me." Qin Shooting looked at Lin Shu with great contempt. As expected, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Lin Shu always has eyes only for beautiful women, and this will never change. Chapter 91 Lin Shu's changes. Although Qin Shooting never spared Lin Shu. However, she always handled everything for Lin Shu diligently and responsibly. In fact, her feelings towards Lin Shu are also very complicated. In her inner self-awareness, her future partner must be a very loyal man. At least it must not be like Lin Shu. However, she gradually fell in love with her philandering boss without realizing it. Not only does she not feel disgusted by his philandering and the beautiful women around him, she even takes the initiative to help Lin Shu take care of everything. Sometimes he would even say good things about Lin Shu in front of his good friend Wenya. In short, Qin Shooting is now unable to clearly explain what kind of feelings she has for Lin Shu. "Shu Ting, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me about your friend's situation." Seeing that Qin Shooting was staring straight ahead and had no intention of responding to his question, Lin Shu urged her impatiently. Qin Shooting rolled her eyes at Lin Shu. "You don't need to ask so many questions. Anyway, I will arrange a meeting for you two soon. Don't be complacent. My friend is very arrogant. It's still unclear whether he is willing to work for you." Qin Shooting seemed to admire her friend very much, and her words constantly revealed a sense of pride. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Shu was too lazy to ask more. Anyway, the little daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law, and he would meet them sooner or later. So, Lin Shu didn't say anything more. He just pulled the chair, adjusted it to a very comfortable angle, and started playing games on his mobile phone. Although Lin Shu's head teacher, Mr. Zhou, had already warned Lin Shu, but he still looked calm and leisurely. He got off the car slowly and walked into the campus slowly. Jiang Yanyu had already heard the news that Lin Shu would come to class today, and had been waiting at the school gate early in the morning, holding the breakfast she had bought specifically for Lin Shu. I said, "Why are there no stockings today?" Bad review. As soon as Lin Shu saw Jiang Yanyu, he looked her up and down and immediately revealed a lustful expression. Jiang Yanyu was wearing a very ordinary outfit today, white casual pants and pink short-sleeved shirt. She looked youthful and had the standard look of a female college student. Upon hearing Lin Shu say this, Jiang Yanyu blushed instantly, looked around in panic, and waved his hand to hit Lin Shu. Hateful. You're still a hooligan in school. Lin Shu laughed and reached out to pinch Jiang Yanyu's slender waist. Who told you to tease me all the time? This is your punishment. While Jiang Yanyu and Lin Shu were playing, they unknowingly walked to the door of Lin Shu's head teacher's office. It seemed that Zhou Xinting heard Lin Shu's voice in the office. He opened the office door with a frown. Lin Shu. Come with me. Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu like this. He had not attended classes for so many days, which had already caused a stir in the campus, but she was still so leisurely. She was immediately furious. But because Jiang Yanyu was present, she also had to save face for her students. So, he just called out to Lin Shu coldly and turned into the office. Lin Shu felt helpless. Today it seems that teacher Zhou will not let me go easily. Before entering the office, Lin Shu first checked the basic information of his beautiful head teacher. Name, Zhou Xinting. Age, 28. Appearance, 9.0. Purity, 1. Characteristics, excellent athletic ability and strong body. Favorability, 30. Cashback ratio, 40 times. Lin Shu looked at the information and couldn't help being a little surprised. My teacher Zhou actually has a favorability level of 30 towards me. This score. Considering the system's evaluation criteria, it is at least not low. This surprised Lin Shu a little. Because this teacher Zhou is usually cold and stern to everyone. Although she has an amazing appearance, she never wears makeup on weekdays. She basically appears in public with her bare face. She dresses very low-key and wears a pair of somewhat tacky black framed glasses. In short, it doesn't look like the outfit a 9.0 level beauty should wear. Lin Shu. What are you doing? Come in now. Just when Lin Shu was surprised by his class teacher's appearance rating. Zhou Xinting couldn't bear it any longer, so she opened the door and urged Lin Shu in an extremely harsh tone. Zhou Xinting's favorability 5. In fact, Zhou Xinting originally had some favorable impression of Lin Shu. In this impetuous society, Lin Shu's calm, non-competitive and even somewhat transparent behavior made her feel that it was rare. Although Lin Shu's reputation in school is still quite famous. Because he often confesses his love to beautiful women at the school beauties level, most men would be afraid to do so. Then there is rejection and even humiliation. This made Lin Shu very famous on campus. Some people even jokingly called him the confession brother. However, Zhou Xinting doesn't think this characteristic is anything special. I even admire Lin Shu's courage to challenge. This is what a man should do. Zhou Xinting was a somewhat heroic person in her heart, so naturally she was not disgusted by Lin Shu's behavior, which seemed a little stupid to ordinary people. But, in recent times, Lin Shu, who was originally a low-key person, suddenly felt something was wrong. Not to mention skipping school all day long. It is said that he appears in internet cafes, nightclubs and other commercial places all day long. When Zhou Xinting heard the news, she was very unconvinced at first. However, there are too many people who have testified that Lin Shu and Gengxing have really become different people recently. This made Zhou Xinting nervous. You know, how many college students are ruined by overconsumption and reckless spending? Zhou Xinting is naturally worried that her students will go astray. That's why he called Lin Shu so urgently. 3 minutes later, Lin Shu entered the office and stood in front of Zhou Xinting like a good boy. Zhou Xinting frowned, pushed her glasses, and looked up at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, tell me the truth, where have you been during this period of time? Lin Shu had naturally already thought of a solution to Zhou Xinting's problem. Teacher, I have been starting my own business recently. After a period of hard work, I have achieved good results. Now my development has stabilized. I think I can attend classes well in the next period of time. First, Lin Shu found a reasonable explanation for his absence from class. Secondly, without further ado, he told Zhou Xinting directly that he would study hard in class from today on. Starting a business? When Zhou Xinting heard what Lin Shu said, she immediately frowned. She still knows Lin Shu better. In today's society, Lin Shu has no capital and no background, so how can he start a business? And even have some success? Is this a joke? Zhou Xinting naturally didn't believe it. However, at this moment she noticed Lin Shu in front of her. It really seems that he is very different from before. People become more confident, and their bodies are covered with top-quality luxury goods, the quality of which is so high that it is a little shocking. It seems that he has become a lot more handsome. Seeing the changes in Lin Shu, Zhou Xinting was a little skeptical. Could it be that Lin Shu had really encountered some opportunities recently? Chapter 92: Gao Xijing's Transformation. Lin Shu also knew that his statement was a little surprising. So he continued. Teacher Zhou, I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Yanyu, who was with me just now, can prove it to me. Zhou Xinting heard Zhang's words. The expression on his face relaxed a little instantly. Jiang Yanyu is absolutely famous now. Before graduating, he signed a contract with an executive of Bentley, a world-class luxury car brand. This is a great honor not only for Jiang Yanyu personally, but also for the entire Jiangcheng University. Therefore, one can imagine what kind of image Jiang Yanyu has in the eyes of school leaders. It seemed just now, the relationship between Lin Shu and Jiang Yanyu was indeed unusual. Zhou Xinting was thinking. Maybe Lin Shu really encountered some opportunity? Lin Shu, are you telling the truth? Zhou Xinting obviously believed Lin Shu's statement about 70%. Yes. Teacher, I am telling the truth. Lin Shu stared at Zhou Xinting with his sincere eyes. Zhou Xinting's favorability plus 10. After listening to Lin Shu's explanation, Zhou Xinting obviously thought that she might have wrongly accused Lin Shu. So while dispelling doubts, his favorability towards Lin Shu also increased. After this interaction, her favorability towards Lin Shu increased by 5 points. Lin Shu was quite satisfied. Anyway, you are a student now, and you come to school to learn. And if you don't have sufficient knowledge reserves, it will be more difficult for you to do anything, so... Although she no longer doubted Lin Shu, Zhou Xinting still inevitably began to lecture her students. In short, it was a profound truth that came rushing towards Lin Shu. Naturally, Lin Shu could only listen to Zhou Xinting's teachings and nodded frequently. This class period passed quickly with Zhou Xinting's teaching. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Lin Shu originally thought that he had been freed. But I didn't expect it. I don't know if it was such a coincidence, but this class happened to be the badminton course taught by Zhou Xinting. Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu and picked up the badminton racket from the side. Lin Shu, you can't be lazy. You can't miss out on physical exercise. I felt that you were a little weak before. This time I saw that you seem to be better, so you can't lack physical exercise. I'll wait for you in the gym in 20 minutes. After saying that, Zhou Xinting left the office without further ado. Lin Shu was completely helpless. I should be hugging Wenye right now, having a wonderful morning. Or go to Jiangcheng Medical University to look for Guoting. But now I have to go to the gymnasium to play badminton. Walk out of Zhou Xinting's office. The first person Lin Shu met was Gao Xijing. Compared to her usual attire, her outfit today was quite simple and plain, and she didn't even wear much makeup. Xijing, why is it you? What? Are they making things difficult for you again? No, Lin Shu, thank you so much, everything has been resolved, and I can go back to school. I heard that you happened to be back today, so I came here specially to thank you. After hearing this, Lin Shu smiled indifferently. Hey, it's okay. We are classmates. Can we do this outside of our classmates? Gao Xijing looked at Lin Shu in front of him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Gao Xijing stayed awake all night yesterday, tossing and turning. Finally, she made up her mind. From today on, she wants to become Lin Shu's pursuer. Yes, this would have sounded like a crazy decision a few months ago. Gao Xijing, a goddess. She actually wants to pursue Lin Shu, a loser. But, let us put it now. Gao Xijing even felt a little inferior in her heart, thinking that she was not worthy of Lin Shu. After hearing what Gao Xijing said, Lin Shu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Lin Shu. I just said it casually, you don't have to take it to heart. Seeing that Lin Chu did not answer her immediately, Gao Xijing subconsciously thought that it was her abruptness that made Lin Chu unhappy, and immediately explained anxiously. Seeing Gao Xijing like this, Lin Chu smiled calmly. No, Xijing, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. It's just that this happened too suddenly. Please give me some time. Lin Chu looked at Gao Xijing in front of him with a sincere face. It is impossible to say that Lin Chu has no feelings for Gao Xijing at all. However, Lin Chu now is no longer the loser he used to be. He even had a vengeful mentality. You used to ignore me, but today, I will let you experience the feeling of pursuing someone else. However, Lin Chu did not refuse, but said that he would consider it. For Gao Xijing, this was already a huge blessing. She nodded excitedly. Thank you. Lin Chu. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As she spoke, the love in Gao Xijing's eyes burst out, as if to completely melt Lin Chu. Just when their relationship was about to heat up, Zhou Xinting came out. Lin Chu. Why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to go to the gym right away? And, aren't you going to change your clothes? Teacher, I'll go right away. But my clothes are not in school. Can I just wear this to train? Lin Chu felt helpless. It wasn't because there was no suitable sportswear in the dormitory. The main reason is that now Lin Chu has adapted to his super rich status, and naturally he has some disgust with his former self. Of course, I won't wear the same clothes anymore. These are some hidden secrets. Zhou Xinting was unaware of this and she looked at Lin Chu a few times. At this time, Lin Chu was wearing a Hermes suit. On his feet, he was still wearing Donkey Mother's leather shoes. This outfit. Okay, do it as soon as possible. Also, you must wear sportswear for the next physical education class. Zhou Xinting said to Lin Chu, then turned around and walked towards the gymnasium. Lin Chu, what's wrong? Why is your teacher so mean to you? Gao Xijing was naturally unhappy when he saw Zhou Xinting's fierce attitude towards his sweetheart. Sometimes girls are like this. Even though Gao Xijing knew that Zhou Xinting was Lin Chu's homeroom teacher, she still protected Lin Chu. Lin Chu sighed helplessly, it's because I haven't been to school often recently. Forget it, Xijing, it's okay. I have to go to physical education class. Otherwise, teacher Zhou will be unhappy later. Gao Xijing heard that Lin Chu was going to the gym. His eyes turned and he followed immediately. Lin Chu, I just happen to have nothing to do. I want to go with you, is that okay? After hearing what Gao Xijing said, Lin Chu smiled and nodded, what's wrong with that? Of course you can if you want to. Gao Xijing got Lin Chu's consent, as if she had received a great gift, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Along the way, Gao Xijing racked her brains to tell Lin Chu all kinds of jokes in order to make Lin Chu happy. This made many people who did not know the truth think they were dreaming. What happened today? The goddess who was once so high and mighty is now so attentive to this loser. Could it be that? Is this because Lin Chu confessed his love to the goddess many times and actually moved her? If this method is feasible, I should try it myself. Chapter 93 Zhou Xinting's appointment. Lin Chu had indeed not walked around the campus for a long time. I don't know if it's because of the change in his identity, but Lin Chu feels that the flowers and plants on his campus are much more beautiful. Full of youth and laughter. Such a university campus is truly fascinating. As soon as you enter the gymnasium, Lin Chu immediately saw that Zhou Xinting had already gathered the team and was calling the roll. Xijing, just find a place nearby to wait for me. I'm going to class first. Lin Chu and Gao Xijing informed her and did not dare to delay and quickly came to Zhou Xinting. Get back to the team. Zhou Xinting ordered coldly. Lin Chu nodded. Here, his identity was not the same as the super rich man outside. It's just Zhou Xinting as toy. Lin Chu, Lin Chu. As soon as he entered the team, Lin Chu immediately heard someone calling him. Look in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be Bai Ling. The last time Lin Chu and Bai Ling parted was in an internet cafe. Bai Ling waits on her phone almost every day for Lin Chu to contact her. She once naively believed that Lin Chu still had feelings for her and would definitely contact her actively. But, obviously she was wrong. Ever since Lin Chu separated from her, for a whole week, Lin Chu had no intention of paying any attention to her. Bai Ling, who was originally confident, finally became restless. Some even couldn't sleep at night. Could it be that this guy Lin Chu has been seduced away by Lin Miaotong? Or Zhang Han, who played with me last time, she is not someone who was easy to deal with either. Ai Ling was worried about this every day. Finally, she couldn't help it and started to contact Lin Shu actively. Care about Lin Shu every day. But what she waited for was nothing but Lin Shu's reincarnation news, and nothing from him to express his feelings. Ai Ling was a little anxious. She began to take the initiative to investigate Lin Shu's situation. Finally, she found out from Fatty Gung's roommate. Lin Shu is now a successful entrepreneur and devotes himself to his work all day long. There is not even time to come to school. Upon hearing the news, Ai Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Lin Shu has become so rich now, which must be inseparable from his hard work day and night. No one can succeed easily. What's more, Lin Shu has no background and can only rely on himself. To be successful, one must have made efforts that ordinary people cannot imagine. Thinking of this, Ai Ling naturally liked Lin Shu more. He might even be proud that Lin Shu was once his suitor. Later on, every time Ai Ling saw Lin Shu's perfunctory message about reincarnation, she would be excited for a long time. Even when he was sleeping at night, he held his phone tightly, afraid of missing any news from Lin Shu. Today might be the happiest day for her recently. Because she heard that Lin Shu came to school. It is said that I will have to go back to school often to attend classes in the future. This news made Ai Ling very excited. After asking around, I found out that Lin Shu was taking classes in the gymnasium. So Ai Ling ran to the supermarket without saying a word, bought several big bags of delicious food and drinks, and came to visit Lin Shu in person. At this moment, the man she had been thinking about day and night finally appeared before her. Ai Ling's eyes were even a little moist. This feeling of reunion after a long separation is so wonderful. Ahem. Zhou Xinting coughed with a cold face at this time, as if to remind Lin Shu. Okay. I have something to announce. As soon as Zhou Xinting opened her mouth, everyone's eyes were focused on her. I'm sure everyone knows about the Jiangcheng University Student Badminton League in a month. Today happens to be our physical education class, so it's a good opportunity for us to select the roster of participants. After Zhou Xinting said this, everyone present lost interest. Looking around, no one took the initiative to sign up. Jiangcheng University itself is not known for its sports. Almost every kind of competition organized by the city. Jiangcheng University's performance has been very stable at the last place. Such a sports atmosphere naturally made Zhou Xinting very dissatisfied. College students are in the prime of their youth. Every day they either hang out in internet cafes or rot in their dormitories. Such college students have lost their vitality. How can this be possible? Zhou Xinting is a very responsible teacher. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen, so she just wanted to take this opportunity to change the current school life atmosphere. Teacher. I'm signing up. Just when Zhou Xinting was getting a little angry and was about to lose her temper when she saw the students below showing a lack of interest. A voice rang out. Zhou Xinting's expression eased a lot. A dark-skinned, muscular man walked out. Xiao Song. Okay, I know you are a student with sports expertise. In this competition, I hope you can perform at your best and strive to get a place. After hearing this, Zhao Song smiled very confidently. Teacher Zhou, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. This Zhao Song is a relatively well-known figure in Jiangcheng University. His wealthy family background and his handsome figure make him quite popular among girls. He also changes his girlfriend almost every week. I really enjoy this star-like treatment. Teacher. I want to participate too. I want to compete in the mixed doubles competition with Zhao Song. Teacher. I want to join too. As soon as Zhao Song stepped forward, several girls who had a crush on him raised their hands, saying that they wanted to win glory for the school and participate in the competition. In fact, they just wanted to have a chance to be with their dream lover day and night. Lin Shu was obviously not interested in this. The time he spends participating in this kind of competition is enough for him to pick up countless young ladies and earn cash back. Therefore, Lin Shu stood at the end of the team, lowered his head and did not speak. Who knows, Lin Shu didn't know if he had offended Zhou Xinting in any way. Lin Shu. At this time, Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu, who was lowering his head, and called out directly. In the city competition, there are 2 places for men's singles. Zhou Xinting had already decided to invite Zhao Song and Lin Shu to participate. Therefore, even if Zhao Song had not volunteered just now, Zhou Xinting would not let him go. As for why Zhou Xinting insisted on letting Lin Shu participate in the competition. Or it was because in her mind, Lin Shu was a very kind but somewhat lacking self-confidence student. She had a good impression of Lin Shu, so she wanted to use this opportunity to add some toughness to Lin Shu's character and build up some confidence in him. Lin Shu walked out of the team helplessly. Lin Shu, you should sign up this time. You will be able to take the other spot in the men's singles. After Zhou Xinting said this, before Lin Shu could say anything, Zhao Song on the side sneered. Huh, teacher, are you kidding me? Sending Lin Shu? Then our school might be laughed at again. Zhao Song's tone was full of disdain. In his eyes, Lin Shu was just a loser who had no money, no looks, and nothing else. His contempt for Lin Shu was ingrained in his bones. Zhao Song. How can you say that? The original intention of our participation in the competition is to strengthen our physical fitness and establish an unyielding willpower during the competition. I hope it will have a positive effect on your future life path. As the saying goes, friendship comes first, competition comes second. Do we only care about winning or losing? Zhou Xinting was immediately displeased when she saw Zhao Song looking down on Lin Shu, and she lectured Zhao Song in a somewhat lecturing manner. Chapter 94 Lin Shu can also play badminton? When Zhao Song saw that Zhou Xinting was actually protecting that loser Lin Shu, he looked even more unconvinced. Teacher. But Lin Shu doesn't have any athletic talent at all. We can't let others look down on us in this competition. If we let someone like Lin Shu participate, wouldn't it embarrass us in the city? I absolutely disagree with Lin Shu participating in the competition. Zhao Song. It's not up to you to decide who will participate in the competition. When Zhou Xinting saw that Zhao Song was targeting Lin Shu like this, she immediately went from being displeased to being angry. The tone became more and more impolite. Teacher, if you don't believe me, we can let Lin Shu compete with me and let everyone judge whether he is capable of participating in the competition. Zhao Song clearly wanted to make things difficult for Lin Shu today, and he was determined to humiliate Lin Shu in front of so many people. So as to show off oneself. This innate sense of superiority is really annoying. Zhao Song. Stop messing around. Lin Shu is not a sports student, how can he be your opponent? Zhou Xinting was a little angry. She herself had a bit of disgust towards people like Zhao Song. Who said I can't play badminton? I just don't want to play against an opponent like him. At this moment, Zhou Xinting suddenly heard Lin Shu speak calmly. What did you say? When Zhao Song heard Lin Shu dare to say that, he immediately flew into a rage and rushed up to argue with him. Lin Shu also realized that Zhou Xinting would not let him go no matter what today. In this case, he naturally couldn't let Zhou Xinting lose face. What's more, this Zhao Song is really annoying, and Lin Shu also wants to teach him a lesson. At this time, Zhao Song stared at Lin Shu with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to eat him. You, if you have the guts, say what you just said again. Lin Shu glanced at Zhao Song with a look of disdain on his face. He looked calm and said to Zhao Song word by word with great disdain, I say, you are not worthy to fight with me. Lin Shu. Zhao Song, you two should stop messing around. As Lin Shu's badminton teacher, Zhou Xinting naturally knows Lin Shu's abilities. Although Zhao Song's attitude was really annoying, Lin Shu's behavior was obviously not rational. If the two of them really start to compete with each other, not only will Lin Shu himself be embarrassed, but it will also make Zhou Xinting very difficult. However, it was obvious that Lin Shu was a little too excited. He looked at Zhou Xinting calmly. Teacher Zhou, since Zhao Song wants to fight me so much, I will satisfy him. Good. When Zhao Song saw Lin Shu agreed, the corners of his mouth naturally rose. As long as Lin Shu dares to fight with him, he will make Lin Shu look ridiculous today. Zhou Xinting was a little angry. She glared at Lin Shu fiercely, obviously displeased with Lin Shu's irrational behavior. But Lin Shu simply ignored Zhou Xinting with a calm look on his face. At this time, Bai Ling and Gao Xijing had already come to Lin Shu. Just now, they were very angry when they saw Lin Shu being looked down upon by Zhao Song. So the two of them came to Lin Shu and cheered him up. Zhou Xinting sighed helplessly. Lin Shu was becoming more and more arrogant as his business became more successful. Zhou Xinting's favorability 10. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Shu was speechless. How come the favorability has already started to decrease before the game even started? Do I, as a teacher, have so little confidence in myself? Okay, since you all agree, then you can play a friendly match. 5 balls in a game, best of 3. Zhou Xinting glared at Lin Chu, then led a group of students to the badminton court. Both sides started to prepare for battle. Almost all the girls in the class gathered behind Zhao Song. Zhao Song. Come on. Zhao Song, Lin Chu is too arrogant. Yes, Lin Chu is definitely not your opponent. Teach him a lesson. At this moment, Zhao Song didn't care about the group of girls behind him. He glared at Lin Chu fiercely. Although there are many girls behind him, most of them are ugly. Looking behind Lin Chu, Gao Xijing and Bai Ling asked about Lin Chu's well-being and looked at him with admiration. He was very puzzled as to what was so good about Lin Chu. It's amazing that these two girls treat me so well. At the same time, his hatred for Lin Chu increased a bit. Are you ready? Zhou Xinting stood in the middle of the venue and asked with a cold face. Lin Chu smiled, picked up a racket casually, and walked towards the court with a smile. Ah ha ha ha, this really makes me laugh to death. He's just a sports idiot. At this time, Zhao Song was warming up like crazy for a show, showing off his muscles from time to time. He wanted to attract the attention of the two girls behind Lin Chu. However, what made him angry was that Bai Ling and Gao Xijing didn't even look at him, and all their eyes were focused on Lin Chu. Zhao Song gritted his teeth, extremely angry. He took out his backpack and took out his badminton racket from it. You can tell at first glance that this racket is very expensive. This is a competition-level racket used by professional athletes, and one costs several thousand yuan. Zhao Song took out his racket and deliberately showed it in front of the crowd, fearing that others would not notice it. Compared to the 20 yuan badminton racket in Lin Chu's hand, Zhao Song's sense of superiority suddenly rose again. Poor students have a lot of stationery, so stop gesticulating and hurry up. Don't waste time. You're afraid of being embarrassed all the time. Lin Chu was standing on the field at this time and mocked Zhao Song coldly. This sentence made Zhao Song even more angry. He was determined to teach Lin Chu a lesson. Lin Chu, is this how you compete? Zhou Xinting glanced at Lin Chu and asked with a frown. Lin Chu looked at his outfit and smiled. Don't worry, teacher, I can play with him barefoot. Lin Chu's ridicule was like a sharp knife. Zhao Song was puzzled. How could Lin Chu, who seemed like a confused person on weekdays, be so sharp in his words after not seeing him for a few days? At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to be about to explode. Lin Chu was so angry that he could no longer calm down. His face was red and his eyes were almost popping out. The two walked to the middle of the venue. Sure enough, the angry Zhao Song hit every ball with a fatal impact from the beginning. He jumped up with all his strength and smashed the ball hard. It happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Chu moved and appeared at the landing point of the badminton with almost incredible speed. A relaxed and carefree swing. Unfortunately, it missed. 1 o'clock. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Song looked at Lin Chu and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. This is what happens when you provoke me. Listen, you won't get a single cent. Zhao Song kept trash-talking Lin Chu, completely losing his gentlemanly demeanor and acting like a troll. Lin Chu smiled, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. Looks relaxed. The next ball, the same story happened again. Zhao Song's smash was powerful and fast, almost a decisive shot. However, Lin Chu appeared at the landing point of the ball again, swung the racket gracefully, and missed again. 2 o'clock. Chapter 95 Body Crushing. At this moment, the sidelines instantly became boiling. The girls behind Zhao Song all stared with their eyes wide open. Ah, this Lin Chu actually dared to provoke our Zhao Song. Now you know how powerful he is. Ha, sports idiot, he really is a sports idiot. With just these two moves, I can beat him. Student Zhao Song. Don't be polite, just fight and make it quick. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The student on the sidelines instantly turned into a cheerleader and cheered Zhao Song crazily. And on Lin Chu's side, Gao Xijing and Bai Ling both looked at Lin Chu nervously. They don't care about winning or losing the game, but they mainly don't want their loved ones to be humiliated. Lin Chu, don't panic. It's okay. We're not good at playing badminton. At this time Gao Xijing said to Lin Chu. Obviously she had anticipated that Lin Chu would be defeated by Zhao Song and had begun to find excuses for Lin Chu. Who knew? Lin Chu shook his head easily and looked at Zhao Song with a smile. I'll give you 2 points. This is to give you face. From now on, you won't get any points at all. after listening to Lin Shu's words. There was a sudden burst of laughter at the scene. A dead duck is still stubborn. At this time, Lin Shu still dared to brag. He is totally ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Especially the girls behind Zhao Song, who kept mocking Lin Shu one after another. Gao Xijing suddenly became angry and couldn't control herself. She was about to go up and argue with them. However, before she started, the third round began. This time, Zhao Song's smash was more powerful, and he was also deliberately trying to hit Lin Shu in the face with all his might to humiliate him. The ball was so fast that it arrived in front of Lin Shu in the blink of an eye. The professional Zhou Xinting naturally knew what Zhao Song was thinking, and a trace of worry immediately appeared on her face. A ball with such a fast speed hitting the face would naturally be very painful. And now it seems that Lin Shu has no time to react. Lin Shu! Gao Xijing was a little anxious. Looking at this scene, she couldn't even control herself and almost rushed into the venue. Who would have thought that Lin Shu would take a step back in a very strange posture, bend down slightly, and pick it up lightly? Bang! The badminton, which was originally full of momentum, was easily caught by Lin Shu. Zhao Song was already preparing to turn around and celebrate. Who knew that Lin Shu actually caught the ball back, which caught him off guard and he had no time to react. I saw that damn badminton had fallen lightly to the ground. 2:1. Lin Shu looked at Zhao Song with contempt and shook his finger. This provocative action made Zhao Song instantly angry. Damn it! I'm just lucky. You're proud of your hammer. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Zhao Song seemed to be a little broken at this moment. Not only did he lose his restraint in his words, he even took advantage of Lin Shu's quarrel with him to launch sudden attacks and serve. He looked at the flying ball with pride, his lips curled up. Got it. He is very confident. Because at this time, Lin Shu was still standing there and had not returned to his position at all. However, almost at the moment when the ball flew over the net, Lin Shu suddenly started, and his speed was like a ghost. In almost the blink of an eye, I arrived at the point where the ball would land. Bang! The ball was caught by Lin Shu again. Zhao Song, who thought he had scored, was caught off guard again by Lin Shu. 2:2. Humph! How shameless! You actually resorted to a sneak attack. At this time, Gao Xijing and Bai Ling looked at Zhao Song with even more disgust. Even if Zhao Song didn't sneak attack Lin Shu, the two of them didn't treat him well. Zhao Song felt completely ashamed at this moment. He was actually scored 2 points by this guy Lin Shu. Moreover, these were the two balls that he was most confident of. What kind of shit luck did this guy have today? Next. Zhao Song became alert, but because of his anger, his movements were almost severely deformed, and he used 120% of his strength for every ball. And what about Lin Shu? It seems that he is impossible to kill. He also can't attack, he's almost always on defense. However, no matter how tricky the landing point of Zhao Song's ball is, how fast the speed is, or how powerful it is, Lin Shu was always able to catch the ball with ease. 2:3. 2:4. 2:5. The first game is over. Zhao Song was already exhausted, panting, and sweating profusely. He was already physically exhausted, and after being tortured by Lin Shu, he felt like he was about to collapse. Almost every ball takes at least 20 rounds. Zhao Song felt that little stars were even starting to appear before his eyes. Hey! Don't just stand there, hurry up, finish the fight and get off work. Otherwise, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Lin Shu was too lazy to give him a chance to rest at this time. Zhao Song himself was already extremely tired at this moment. However, after hearing Lin Shu's ridicule, he, who was extremely conceited, naturally would not allow such a scene. He immediately stood up and rekindled his fighting spirit. The second game begins. Lin Shu glanced at Zhao Song at this time and said, "Just now, I let you attack. Did you enjoy it? This time, I'm going to attack." After Lin Shu said this, Zhao Song was subconsciously stunned. Lin Shu jumped high. No bells and whistles. Bang! The white badminton instantly turned into a white bullet and fell heavily on the court without Zhao Song having any reaction. Serve and score, no bells and whistles. Zhao Song looked at Lin Shu in disbelief and couldn't help shaking his head. How is this possible? I was completely powerless to fight back. 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Next, Lin Chu showed no mercy. After a few rounds, he chopped the opponent down and the score was 4-0. I told you that you won't get any points. I think you should go back and practice harder. Lin Chu once again used his taunting skills to the maximum, and from his facial expression to his movements and gestures, he was constantly taunting Zhao Song. Zhao Song had never suffered such humiliation before. Since he started school, he has always been the most popular star among his classmates, the center of attention. But today, he felt like an ant in Lin Chu's eyes. Especially the disdain he saw in Lin Chu's eyes. This was what he couldn't stand the most. Go to hell! Zhao Song let out an angry shout, and his fighting spirit rose again. This time, it stimulated his unlimited potential. He was actually able to fight with Lin Chu for several rounds. However, sometimes people can break through their limits, but this will definitely come at a heavy price. Zhao Song proved this point. Lin Chu seemed like an Iron Man. No matter how fast he ran, his face never turned red and he never got out of breath. But he felt that the energy in his body was rapidly draining away. Zhou Xinting's favorability plus 10. Zhou Xinting's favorability plus 10. Zhou Xinting's favorability plus 10. Zhou Xinting was looking at Lin Chu, who was playing at ease on the court. There was an unusual surprise in his eyes. This is not just about Lin Chu making her proud. Most importantly, she discovered that Lin Chu was indeed a sports genius. Zhao Song is definitely an expert among experts. However, in front of Lin Chu, they were basically vulnerable. But this guy Lin Chu doesn't have any skills at all. One force can defeat 10 skills. Basically, it's a crushing victory of strength, speed, and physical fitness. Such excellent physical fitness. If we train well and have a certain method, we might have a chance in this competition. Zhou Xinting thought with surprise. Chapter 96 Shura Field. While Zhou Xinting was imagining the success her school could achieve this time, I only heard someone fall heavily on the field. Zhao Song's body became more and more tense. Excessive exertion caused his movements to become seriously deformed. During a ball catching process, he fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing manner and sprained his ankle. It happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Song managed to save the ball at the cost of getting injured. Lin Chu didn't hesitate and jumped high. Bang! A crisp sound. The white badminton turned into a flash of lightning. Zhao Song didn't even have time to protect his face. Bang! An even crisper sound. The badminton hit him right in the face. He let out a roar of pain. A big mark suddenly appeared on his face. After Lin Chu completed the winning blow, he smiled disdainfully at Zhao Song, threw his racket away, and calmly returned to Gao Xijing and Bai Ling. This kind of disdain and this kind of attitude of disregard made Zhao Song even more unacceptable. However, even if he wanted to fight Lin Chu to death, he didn't have the ability to do so now, as his ankle was sprained and his face was disfigured. Now he really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. This kind of humiliation, fatigue, and pain made him close his eyes and faint. Zhao Song. Zhou Xinting took a look and ran over quickly. The scene suddenly became chaotic. On the other hand, Lin Chu was still relaxed and contented. He picked up the drink that Gao Xijing handed to him and drank a few sips happily. He knew very well that Zhao Song was not seriously injured and he did not kill him. Wow! Lin Chu, you are so awesome. I didn't expect that you were so good at playing badminton. Bai Ling looked at Lin Chu with admiration to the point of obsession. Every move Lin Chu made just now was extremely graceful. Male god. Male god. This is the man every girl can only meet in her dreams. Ding. Bai Ling's favorability has reached 95, and 10 attribute points are awarded. At this moment, Bai Ling wished she could stick her whole body to Lin Chu. At this time, Gao Xijing on the side frowned. What does this Bai Ling do? I didn't notice it just now, because after all, they were in the same camp at that time. Now, the external enemy has been defeated. It's time to pay attention to Bai Ling. This woman, with her slutty look on her face, has the words "please push me down" carved on her face. Gao Xijing has never been jealous of anyone in her life. But now she really felt a sense of sourness. Gao Xijing took a step forward, pretending to be casual, and pushed Bai Ling away. He came to Lin Chu, squatted down on his own initiative, and began to massage Lin Chu's calves. Lin Chu, does your leg hurt? You just did so much exercise. Let me give you a massage. Gao Xijing's voice was extremely gentle. This scene stunned everyone, including Bai Ling. This. Is it Gao Xijing? Is it Lin Chu? Isn't it said that Lin Chu was Gao Xijing's liquor? Why don't I look like that? This Gao Xijing is not just a bootlicker, he is simply unbearable to look at. Especially those men who had a crush on Gao Xijing were heartbroken. But Bai Ling had no time to be sad. She looked at Gao Xijing and immediately frowned. Good job. What the hell are you doing? I tolerated it because Jiang Yanyu, Lin Miaotong, and Lin Chu had a better relationship. You Gao Xijing, how can you be so shameless? Not to mention how you humiliated Lin Chu before, just a few days ago, you were still in love with your rich second-generation boyfriend. Why did he turn around and start seducing Lin Chu? Bai Ling looked at Gao Xijing and couldn't help but feel angry. Mainly, she was afraid that Lin Chu would suffer at the hands of this woman. Look at her acting skills, how superb. As expected, he is a top student in the acting major. She looks pitiful, gentle, and virtuous. Gao Xijing, Gao Xijing. Is this your character? The more Bai Ling thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she thought about it, the more she decided that she couldn't let her succeed. I say, classmate, what is your relationship with Lin Chu? Are you being a little too intimate? Aren't you afraid that your rich second-generation boyfriend will get jealous? Bai Ling folded her arms at this time and began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Gao Xijing turned around and was a little annoyed when Bai Ling talked about her sad story. Gao Xijing knew that Lin Chu currently had several female friends. Among them, she met Lin Miaotong by chance. She also knew Jiang Yanyu. Bai Ling, what do you think you are doing? You have neither good looks nor moral integrity. How dare you set your sights on Lin Chu? Gao Xijing's expression immediately turned cold. She stood up and looked at Bai Ling. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly reached freezing point. What's my relationship with Lin Chu? What does it have to do with you? Gao Xijing's attitude was very impolite. Although she became a little weak because of her experiences some time ago. But deep down, she is still a very proud girl who never gives up. And Lin Chu is now the most important person to her, so she naturally cannot tolerate the malicious provocation of other women. It would be fine if it was Lin Miaotong, after all, she has always had a good relationship with Lin Chu. I can tolerate Jiang Yanyu too, after all, she is beautiful, has a good reputation and strong abilities. But what about you, Bai Ling? After hurting Lin Chu, the fish in his bathtub were almost as big as those in the aquarium. Similarly, Gao Xijing was also worried that her sweetheart, Lin Chu, would suffer at the hands of Bai Ling. She walked to Bai Ling, looked at her, and said to her as if to claim sovereignty, "Let me tell you, I have broken up with my ex-boyfriend. Now, I am pursuing Lin Chu." Oh my god. Hearing Gao Xijing's words, the men present wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Is this still Gao Xijing? Could it be that someone has seized his body? Zundu Fakidu? She is pursuing Lin Chu? Bai Ling was so angry that she laughed after hearing what Gao Xijing said. What a shameless woman. You actually have the nerve to say that. Bai Ling was also a little angry at this time and was about to scold Gao Xijing. At this time, the scene was already somewhat chaotic. Lin Miaotong actually joined in as well. She didn't know when she arrived at the gymnasium. As soon as she saw Lin Chu, she ran over and hugged Lin Chu's arm. Brother Lin Chu. You came to school, why don't you go find someone? Lin Miaotong is obviously closer to Lin Chu than Gao Xijing, Bai Ling, and Lin Chu. Most importantly, Lin Chu pinched her face very gently. Hey, I was dragged here as soon as I arrived at school. Lin Miaotong was treated so intimately by Lin Chu in public that she immediately became proud. Then, she turned around with a little hostility and looked at Gao Xijing and Bai Ling who were about to take action. These two women. Neither of them is a good thing. Especially Gao Xijing. I wanted to help you a few days ago, but I didn't expect you to turn around and target brother Lin Chu. She immediately hugged Lin Chu's arm in a protest and said to him fiercely, Brother Lin Chu, you are here at school, but stay away from some bad women. Lin Chu. At this time, the Shura field was gradually increasing in difficulty. Jiang Yanyu appeared at the scene gracefully and charmingly. At this moment, all the male students present looked at this place in disbelief and couldn't help but pray. Won't. Lianjiang, goddess of language, also. Everybody is praying, no, 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 no. However, what happened next made them want to jump off the building. Jiang Yanyu came to Lin Chu, very gently, took the towel and gently wiped Lin Chu's sweat.
Lin Chu, don't drink all kinds of drinks.
It's not good for your health.
Here, drink this. This is the freshly squeezed juice I prepared for you.
Oh.
Purchase.
Ga. Chapter 97 Badminton Training.
Jiang Yanyu came to Lin Chu and ignored the other three girls. While handing the freshly squeezed juice in her hand to Lin Chu, she secretly glanced at Lin Chu in a demonstrative manner.
Don't mention this little goblin.
She did it on purpose. It seemed like she was taking revenge on Lin Chu for embarrassing her this morning.
Jiang Yanyu appears. The remaining girls were immediately overshadowed.
Especially by Ling and Gao Xijing. Compared with Jiang Yanyu, they really have no advantages at all.
Lin Niaotong was also very unhappy.
She was still holding Lin Chu's arm, watching her love rival openly hand the freshly squeezed juice to her man. It is conceivable that at this time Lin Niaotong wanted to kill Jiang Yanyu. Lin Chu also felt that the temperature around him was dropping suddenly.
This is the trouble when you come to school. It is very likely that these girls around you will gather together.
Although Lin Chu has been mentally prepared for such a life since he became a wealthy man. But when the Shura field really arrived, Lin Chu still felt extremely embarrassed.
Lin Chu. Come here.
At this time, Lin Chu's savior appeared.
Zhou Xinting ran over in a panic. Obviously, Zhao Song had just been sent to the infirmary.
Before Zhao Song's matter was over, Zhou Xinting hurried back. When Lin Chu saw Zhou Xinting, he was so moved that he couldn't express it in words. At critical moments, your own teacher is still reliable. Yanyu, Niaotong, look, teacher Zhou called me.
It seems like something urgent.
I'll go first. Lin Chu quickly got away at this time. The two girls glared at each other. Jiang Yanyu also gave Lin Chu a look that seemed to say, you are lucky today.
Lin Niaotong rolled her eyes at Jiang Yanyu and turned away.
As for Bai Ling and Gao Xijing, they were indeed hit hard today.
Especially Bai Ling.
She thought she was the only one who discovered Lin Chu, the gold. I wanted to take advantage of the other person's unpreparedness and take him down with lightning speed. But who could have thought that Lin Chu's brilliance would be so dazzling? It seems that the relationship between Jiang Yanyu and him is absolutely indescribable. Bai Ling felt a strong sense of crisis. Lin Chu followed Zhou Xinting to the corner and watched the girls disperse. Only then did Lin Chu breathe a sigh of relief.
Lin Chu.
Don't worry, Zhao Song's injury is not serious. Zhou Xinting saw Lin Chu's expression and thought that he was worried about Zhao Song's injury, so she said it immediately.
Oh, I know.
Lin Chu didn't care at all and nodded easily.
You know?
Zhou Xinting frowned when she saw that Lin Chu didn't care at all. Oh, no, I just heard from my classmates, and I was relieved.
Teacher Zhou, let's put it this way.
After all, Zhao Song was injured during the competition with me, and I am willing to take responsibility.
Please tell him that all the medical expenses and costs he needs during his recovery will be borne by me.
Lin Chu realized that he had lost his composure and quickly made amends, while also acting very generous and caring about his classmates.
Zhou Xinting's favorability +5.
Sure enough, seeing Lin Chu like this, Zhou Xinting's favorability towards him increased further. In fact, Zhou Xinting knew very well that all the consequences today were Zhao Song's own fault. She had to provoke Lin Chu. After the game started, he even thought about hurting Lin Chu. It's just that his skills were not good enough. Not only did he fail to embarrass Lin Chu, but he was killed by Lin Chu instead.
Zhao Song treated Lin Chu like this.
I didn't expect Lin Chu to be so humble and willing to take the initiative to care about his injuries. This is really rare. When Zhou Xinting thought of this, she became more gentle towards Lin Chu.
Lin Chu, when did you become so good at playing basketball?
It turns out that you have been playing dumb all along. Looking at Zhou Xinting's admiring eyes, Lin Chu didn't know how to answer and could only touch his head awkwardly.
But Lin Chu, don't be too proud. Zhao Song's level is at most second rate in Zhangqing City.
Although you can beat him, but I think your technical details are still not up to par. You have such a good physical talent, I think it must not be wasted. How about this? During this period of time, I will ask for leave from school for you, and you will follow me and intensify your training. As long as your skills can be improved, I believe you will be able to shine in this competition. As Zhou Xinting spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. As a teacher, she was of course excited to see that her students were so talented.
More importantly, Jiangcheng University, in the Jiangcheng City College Students' Games. It has been ranked last for many years in a row. At this time, a treasure like Lin Shu suddenly appears, so we must make good use of it. In the past, Zhou Xinting often said that she was happy when she won and happy when she lost. That's because there is really no talented person among her students. If you can get a ranking, who wouldn't want to? Therefore, Zhou Xinting is really hopeful this time. But Lin Shu felt helpless. I came to school to pick up girls, and you're pestering me to train all day long. Where else can I go to pick up girls? However, Lin Shu recalled the famous Shura scene that just happened around him, and finally nodded. Just train. At least there should be a reason so that the Shura scene doesn't get triggered all the time. After discussing with Zhou Xinting let Lin Shu go back and made an appointment with Lin Shu that he would start special training with Zhou Xinting starting tomorrow. In this case, it would be unrealistic for Lin Shu to travel back and forth to Fairytale Town every day. But Lin Shu didn't want to live in the dormitory. Lin Miaotong's new house has not been renovated yet. In this case, I can only live in Jiang Yenyu's house. Upon hearing this great news, Jiang Yenyu almost jumped up. Great! This way, we can spend every day together. Jiang Yenyu is really showing his emotions now. At the beginning, her union with Lin Shu might have been due to interests. But as time went by, she found that she had fallen deeply in love with Lin Shu. That's why she was so excited when she heard that Lin Shu could be with her day and night. Brother Chu Zi, I heard that you have just become the center of attention. You have become a celebrity now. Several beautiful women are vying for your favor. You are really something. As soon as Lin Shu returned to the classroom, Fatty Gung ran up to him. Apparently, he was also one of the targets of Zhou Xinting's criticism of education. Ever since Lin Shu became rich, this kid has rarely appeared in school. Especially Fatty Gung didn't want to see the woman Wang Qian. Lin Shu glanced at Fatty Gung and said, Fat Gung, what have you been doing recently? Fatty Gung was a little embarrassed when Lin Shu asked him this. He casually touched the back of his head and said, Hey, Brother Chu, what can I do? The most I can do is play games or something. After hearing this, Lin Shu didn't care much and nodded casually. By the way, Fatty Gung, I heard that you took your girlfriend to an internet cafe some time ago. You have a girlfriend, but you didn't even let me see her. Lin Shu suddenly remembered this incident and lightly punched Fatty Gung in the chest. But who would have thought that when Lin Shu mentioned this matter, Fatty Gung was stunned. No. That's a girl I met online. Not my girlfriend. Brother Chuzi, how could I not inform you immediately when I have a girlfriend? Fatty Gung looked obviously flustered and quickly made an excuse, saying that he wanted to go buy a drink. Looking at Fatty Gung, who was fleeing in panic, Lin Shu smiled. How come this kid, at such an adult, is still embarrassed by such a small thing? Maybe the blow Wang Qian dealt him before was too great. Forget it. Lin Shu didn't care, but directly transferred another 1 million yuan to his bank account. Now Lin Shu's assets have piled up like a mountain, and this 1 million is simply a drop in the bucket. It's not that Lin Shu is stingy, he just knows Fatty Gung well. This kid is easily influenced and impulsive. If Lin Shu gives him too much money at one time, he is worried that he will do something out of line. Chapter 98: Taking a Girl to the Bar. Today, Lin Shu has fully experienced the carefree life of a college student. Classes during the day. Chat with girls after class. Afterwards, he went straight to the internet cafe with a large group of people. Lin Shu's troops were definitely the most eye-catching troops, attracting the attention of the entire internet cafe. Lin Shu took the lead. Fatty Gung, Gao Xijing, Lin Miaotong, Bai Ling, and Jiang Yenyu followed behind. Among them, Jiang Yenyu was still the same as usual. She didn't play games at all. She always followed Lin Shu, asking about his well-being and serving him tea and water. When Lin Miaotong saw this scene, she was so angry that she had no intention of playing games at all. The result is naturally needless to say. With the concerted efforts of several girls, Lin Shu's side was crushed by the opponent with a head ratio of 8:38. Among them, 8 heads were all taken by Lin Shu. The game is over and I look at the big failure on the screen. Lin Shu looked at the girls on his left and right speechlessly. I'm telling you guys, can you please play the game properly? Give away fewer lives. Gao Xijing and Lin Miaotong looked at Lin Shu apologetically and said, Hey, let's just warm up this round. Brother Lin Shu, let's continue. Why keep going? If we keep going like this, we'll lose the whole afternoon. At this time, Lin Chu pushed the keyboard away and looked at the girls. Forget it, playing games is definitely not what our team is good at. I think it would be better if we go to the bar to play. As soon as Lin Chu made this suggestion, all the girls present were very excited. Nowadays, there is almost no young person who is unwilling to go to the bar to relax and relieve stress. Especially when following Lin Chu, they will immediately become the focus of the whole audience, which can greatly satisfy their vanity. Therefore, Lin Chu's proposal was immediately passed unanimously by the girls. Brother Chu Z, hey, I won't be with you today. I have other things to do. At this time, Fatty Gung suddenly jumped out and looked at Lin Chu with a smile. Hey Fatty Gung, what's the matter? Lin Chu found it a little strange that Fatty Gung didn't even participate in such activities. After all, this guy has been partying every night for a while since he broke off his relationship with Wang Qianan. I spent almost the whole day in the bar. Today he actually took the initiative to reject Lin Chu's proposal, which made Lin Chu a little confused. Fatty Gung smiled and gently pushed Lin Chu. Hey, Brother Chu, I just want to be a good boy now. Besides, you have so many girls, so you don't need me. It would be awkward for me to go, so you guys should go and have fun. Lin Chu wanted to ask a few more questions, but the excited Lin Miaotong next to him didn't give him the chance. She hugged his arm and skipped towards the parking lot. Obviously, the girls don't care whether Fatty Gung participates in this event, they only care about Lin Chu. Everyone came to the parking lot. Looking at the Bentley car keys in Jiang Yenyu's hand, they all showed envious expressions. Especially by Ling and Gao Xijing, they didn't know that Jiang Yenyu's car was actually bought by Lin Chu. I can't help feeling a little inferior. Jiang Yenyu is not only beautiful and capable, but also much richer than them. With such competitors, they feel a lot of pressure. But no matter what, the two of them have been deeply bound to Lin Chu, and it is impossible for them to give up. Even if there are competitors like Jiang Yenyu. Even if Lin Miaotong was blocking him from the front and chasing him from the back. This will not stop them from pursuing true love. Just like that, Jiang Yenyu drove the car and Lin Chu sat in the passenger seat. Bai Ling, Lin Miaotong and Gao Xijing, three girls who disliked each other, sat in the back seat. The space of the Bentayga itself is very large, and the three girls all have hot bodies, so they take up very little space. Therefore, it seemed as if there was a Yangtze River between each of the three girls. Under Lin Chu's instructions, the group went straight to Wang Heng's bar. When they heard the name of the bar, the girls became extremely excited. This is the most luxurious bar in Zhongcheng. It is said that it is a membership system. Not everyone can go there if they want to. You have to be a high-level member of the bar. Of course, these girls are very excited to be able to spend money in such a place. On weekdays, those annoying women in school who show off their wealth and boast all day long, talking about how much they spent at the bar with their boyfriends yesterday. What do you call that? A guy who has never even been to a SC bar. Don't act so arrogantly in front of me from now on. After a long drive, Lin Chu and others finally arrived at the parking lot of SC bar. As soon as we arrived here, the Bentley Bentayga, which was once the focus of everyone's attention near Jiangcheng University, became a little overshadowed. There are tens of millions of luxury cars coming in and out of here. The cards are full. The girls were all surprised when they looked at these luxury cars, as if they had come to another world. As soon as I got off the car and before I entered the bar, I heard the DJ music inside the bar. The warm atmosphere had begun to infect everyone nearby. There were many men and women passing by on the street, who could only look at the door of the bar with envy. They are not qualified to enter here to consume. Even if there was, the astronomical bill would scare them so much that they would want to jump off the building on the spot. Lin Chu naturally doesn't have to worry about the issue of admission qualifications. Because as soon as he arrived at the door, Wang Hong had already been waiting respectfully for a long time. Mr. Lin. You are here. Now Wang Heng's attitude towards Lin Chu was much more respectful than before. Through what happened last time, Wang Hong had a clear understanding of Lin Chu. According to Yin Xingyan, Lin Chu's wealth is immeasurable, and he spends more than 3 billion without blinking an eye. Such a top boss is like a god to Wang Hong and others. Naturally, Wang Heng's attitude towards Lin Chu changed further. When Lin Chu saw Wang Hong, the two greeted each other, talked and laughed, and then entered the SC bar at Lin Chu's invitation. The girls looked at the decorations around the bar and were as excited as Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, and kept taking pictures with their mobile phones. Following Lin Chu out, it was indeed a full deck of cards. Others were not qualified to enter the bar, but as soon as Lin Shu arrived, the bar owner would go out to greet him in person. Wang Hong took Lin Shu into the noisy bar. Without communicating with Lin Shu, he directly took Lin Shu and his group to the most private and luxurious box. Mr. Lin, take a look. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Lin Shu raised his head and looked at the box. It is much more luxurious than Yeme. Inside the box, there is a private wine cabinet, a private bartender, a private wine counter, a huge TV, 2 soft and comfortable large beds, and by pushing open the semi-enclosed floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire bar can be seen. Even every DJ who goes on stage to perform, the first thing he does is to bow and greet the owners of this private luxury box. Lin Shu was naturally very satisfied. Chapter 99, each shows his special abilities. Lin Shu smiled, put his arm around Wang Heng's shoulder, and handed him his bank card. Brother, I am so satisfied here. When it comes to drinks, you must follow the highest standards in everything. Don't be polite. After listening to this, Wang Hong smiled and nodded. He didn't say much. A person of Lin Shu's status would not be stingy. He naturally needed to show his face. Wang Hong knew too well what Lin Shu needed, so he just smiled and nodded, walked out of the box, and gave some instructions to the staff. A few minutes passed. The ambient lights throughout the bar began to flash wildly. A large slogan appeared on the huge LED screen. Welcome Mr. Lin to SC Bar. It is our honor to serve fine wine to all the guests present. Wang Hong was really generous and straightforward. In order to make Lin Shu look good, he gave each guest a bottle of foreign wine worth 3,888 yuan. Even those who come here are the richest people in Zhangcheng. I was also surprised at the strength of this Master Lin. What a big deal it must be to make the owner of the most luxurious bar in Zhangcheng spend so much money. The DJ on the stage, who was wearing cool clothes, had a hot body and good looks, was the first to liven up the atmosphere of the whole venue. She twisted her body and led the audience in cheering. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! Soon, the entire SC bar was calling out to Lin Shu. The ambient light in the bar shines on the stage, writing a big word Lin. Lin Shu waved calmly to the customers in the bar and the box. This moment proved Lin Shu's status, at least within the SC bar. He was the #1 figure in Zhangcheng. How could the girls not be excited when seeing such passionate cards? They all came to the glass of the box and enjoyed the admiring gazes of the audience. Who would have thought that Lin Shu's energy was so enormous? Except for Jiang Yanyu and Gao Xijing, Lin Miaotong and Bai Ling knew that Lin Shu was rich. However, Lin Shu's strength and status are still unclear. Until today. After these two people knew Lin Shu's power, they couldn't help but gasp. Lin Miaotong hugged Lin Shu's arm, unconsciously a little tighter. Come. Drink. Lin Shu waved his hand and led the girls to sit in front of the table. The girls in cool clothes immediately came forward to help Lin Shu open the colorful wine and pour wine for the table of VIPs. Since we are out here to have fun, it would be boring to just drink. How about this, let's do something new. Lin Shu looked at the girls around him and said with a sly smile. When Jiang Yanyu heard this, he immediately realized that Lin Shu had bad intentions. Sure enough, Lin Shu spoke. I will be the judge. You will perform your shows. Whoever performs the worst will be punished, and whoever performs the best for me will get a reward. How do you think? Bai Ling and Gao Xijing are the ones who will listen to whatever Lin Shu says. Naturally they had no objections, they looked at each other and nodded. Lin Miaotong was not to be outdone. You know, among everyone here, except Lin Miaotong who studies fine arts. Lin Shu and Bai Ling studied vocal music. Gao Xijing studied acting. Jiang Yanyu studied broadcasting. Who here doesn't have some skills? She is good at singing and dancing, but she is just too lazy to show off her skills. So, the game begins. The first to perform was Bai Ling. The girl took off her coat and only wore a small vest inside. She looked extremely hot and sexy. She stood up and started dancing. Her proud figure, seductive expression, and intense movements made Lin Shu unable to stop. Especially when she approached Lin Shu during the passionate dance, sat on Lin Shu, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Lin Shu obviously reacted. The girls present temporarily put aside their personal grudges, tried their best to follow the atmosphere of the bar, and applauded Bai Ling. Bai Ling's performance ended, she sat on Lin Shu and completed the last move. Good. Not bad. Wonderful. Lin Shu was very excited and started applauding Bai Ling. At this time, Lin Miaotong couldn't sit still anymore and she jumped up suddenly. Don't think she is just a simple esports girl. She is talented, at least she is good at singing and dancing. Lin Miaotong's hot dance has an overall style different from Bai Ling's. It has a bit of the style of Korean girl groups, pure and sexy. It's the kind that's vaguely on the edge. Lin Shu naturally admired it very much, and Lin Miaotong naturally would not miss the opportunity to interact with Lin Shu. While dancing passionately, she moved closer to Lin Shu, put her arms around Lin Shu's shoulders, and kissed Lin Shu on the face. The pair of slender hands gently caressed Lin Shu's body, instantly arousing Lin Shu's hormones. Great! Wonderful! I declare that Lin Miaotong wins this group. Lin Shu hugged Lin Miaotong's slender waist and let her sit on him. Lin Miaotong was very excited and glared at Bai Ling arrogantly. Humph! You're cheating! You're bribing our brother Lin Shu. That's bribing the judges. Bai Ling was naturally unconvinced and started scolding Lin Miaotong. When Lin Miaotong heard this, she immediately hugged Lin Shu tightly and retorted, "Humph! You're still blaming me? It was obviously you who used these tricks first. How dare you turn the tables on me?" Bai Ling was very unconvinced and looked at Lin Shu pitifully. Lin Shu smiled, picked up the wine glass and handed it to Bai Ling. "I'm willing to accept the loss. Anyway, I'm the judge, I have the final say. In this group, Miaotong is better." Bai Ling was somewhat helpless. She picked up the wine glass, stood up, and drank it all in one gulp very generously. After putting down the wine glass, he looked at Lin Miaotong in a very demonstrative manner and said, "Just wait. I won't lose to you next time." Lin Miaotong naturally disdained her threats. She snuggled right into Lin Shu's body, like a little bird. Lin Shu was also very doting and continued to drink and chat with everyone while holding Lin Miaotong. At this time, Gao Xijing stood up. Her specialty is ballet. Even though this dance may not be appropriate for today's atmosphere. However, Gao Xijing still wants to perform this show here. When this dance started, I actually felt a little bit sad. Through her stage performance, Gao Xijing tells the story of a girl who was about to fall into an abyss and be hurt and abandoned by others. Later, she met her own Prince Charming, which revived her heart. Isn't the story in this dance Gao Xijing's own story? She expressed her love to Lin Shu very affectionately through dance, although there was no physical contact between the two. However, under Gao Xijing's interpretation, this performance was very touching. Even Lin Miaotong couldn't help but start clapping. Obviously, girls are emotional animals, and they can't help but feel emotional when they see touching stories. At the end of Gao Xijing's performance, she looked at Lin Shu affectionately and bowed deeply to him. Her meaning was very clear. "Thank you, Lin Shu, you saved me from the abyss. From now on, I am yours. You are my prince." Chapter 100, Changes in Relationship with Zhou Xinting. It is obvious that Gao Xijing doesn't care about winning or losing. She performed her dance passionately just to show her love to Lin Shu and express her feelings. Lin Shu glanced at her without any obvious response, but just nodded silently and gave her a gentle look. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Yanyu. Zhang Yanyu was very calm. He smiled lightly, took a sip of wine, and then slowly stood up. "When it comes to dancing, all of you here are younger brothers. In the art major of Jiangcheng University, few people know that Zhang Yanyu actually entered Jiangcheng University with the highest professional performance. Although she chose broadcasting as her major, she is a true all-round artist. Singing, dancing, acting, broadcasting, calligraphy, and painting. Everything is understood." She stood up. He began to show off his body flexibility and talent. She can do splits, handstand, splits and all kinds of movements with ease. Just relying on your own body. Zhang Yanyu almost crushed everyone present. In fact, in China, most people study art in order to further their studies. Zhang's words are different on this point. She has been really interested in art since she was a child. Even though she had good academic performance in high school, she still resolutely chose the path of art. With her talent and grades, she could obviously get into a better school. But unfortunately, I did not perform well in the college entrance examination. However, she was unwilling to give up a year, so she finally reported to Jiangcheng University. At Jiangcheng University, Zhang Yanyu is indeed talented. Not only was she named the most beautiful girl in the department, she was also the president of the student union and was able to handle all kinds of relationships well. very high emotional intelligence. Therefore, Jiang Yanyu and Zhang Xiaoxiao are different. She doesn't really rely entirely on her looks to make a living. It was also because of this that Jiang Yanyu had not locked on her target candidate until she met Lin Chu. Perhaps what gives her confidence is her own talent. Without relying on men, Jiang Yanyu might be able to have a good future. But, I met Lin Chu. It allowed her to achieve her goal 100 years ahead of schedule. It's like everyone is running a marathon towards the finish line, while Jiang Yanyu got on a plane directly. Jiang Yanyu's performance is over. Lin Chu was very satisfied. He walked up to her with a smile and kissed her face. This action fully demonstrates Lin Chu's love for Jiang Yanyu. This made everyone a little jealous. Brother Lin Chu, tell me, who do you think is the winner and who will get the reward? Jiang Yanyu turned around and went into Lin Chu's arms, looking at Lin Chu with a charming look on his face. Lin Chu didn't hesitate and hit her but hard. Okay. Stop messing around. Lin Chu smiled and said, there is no winner today. I think your performances were all great. Everyone will get a reward. Come on, take out your phone. Lin Chu started transferring money without saying anything. 888,888. Everyone looked at the long string of numbers on the screen with great surprise. Especially by Ling and Gao Xijing. This was the first time that these two received such a huge reward from Lin Chu. In the following time, everyone drank, chatted, danced to the rhythm of the music, and fully enjoyed the happiness of this extravagant life. Later, many super beauties from the Atmosphere group, under Wang Heng's instructions, came to Lin Chu's box and enjoyed the show with Lin Chu and the others. Lin Chu is also very generous. He treats all beauties equally. Almost everyone who comes here gives him a tip. A night of joy. Until 3:30 in the morning. Lin Chu walked out of the bar with a group of drunk girls. Wang Heng had already arranged a designated driver and had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lin Chu supported Lin Miaotong on the left and Gao Xijing on the right. These two drank the most today. It was obvious that Gao Xijing was under tremendous pressure some time ago. Lin Miaotong simply couldn't drink enough and fell drunk in Lin Chu's arms. Lin Chu opened the car door directly, put the two beauties in the back seat, and instructed the driver, Zhangcheng number 1. Then the driver nodded in agreement. Lin Chu escorted the drunken girl to the presidential suite and handed the room card to Bai Ling. Take good care of them. I have already made arrangements. When they wake up tomorrow, someone will bring you some hangover soup. After instructing Bai Ling, Lin Chu put his arm around Jiang Yanyu's slender waist and left the suite. Jiang Yanyu glanced at Lin Chu seductively. Obviously, she is the winner tonight again. In the end, Lin Chu got into her bed. Looking at Jiang Yanyu with a smirk on her face, Lin Chu pinched her face hard and said, "You'll have something to look forward to tonight." When Jiang Yanyu heard this, she immediately showed a charming look. "Oh, don't be like this, brother, please don't bully me. Little vixen." Just like that, Lin Chu held Jiang Yanyu in his arms, and the two of them came to Jiang Yanyu's rental house with laughter. A night of passion, singing until dawn. When the last passion faded away, Lin Chu kissed Jiang Yanyu gently. A few seconds later, Jiang Yanyu fell asleep in Lin Chu's arms. Looking at the still dim outside, Lin Chu sighed helplessly. I also have to find Zhou Xinting for special training. What a hard life. Jiang Yanyu was indeed thoughtful. Although Lin Chu did not ask her to do so, she had already prepared several sets of clothes for Lin Chu and kept them at home just in case. There were also many sportswear among them. Lin Chu smiled, changed his clothes, and with a miserable look on his face, he strolled into the campus, facing the setting sun and feeling the breeze. Zhou Xinting had been waiting in the playground for a long time. I'm sorry. Teacher Zhou, I must be late. Lin Chu looked at his watch and apologized to Zhou Xinting with an apologetic look on his face. No. I warmed up first. Lin Chu, come, run 3 laps in the playground to warm up. Zhou Xinting was very strict. As soon as she saw Lin Chu, she increased the intensity and said to him coldly. Lin Chu was completely speechless. I am so miserable. How could such a thing happen to me? But looking at Zhou Xinting's cold expression, Lin Chu didn't dare to say anything. He had no choice but to follow her request and started running around the playground. Fortunately, Lin Chu's body had been strengthened by the system at this time, so running 3 laps was easier for him than taking a walk. It didn't take long for Lin Chu to return to Zhou Xinting without blushing or breathing hard. Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Chu with satisfaction and nodded silently.
Not bad, great explosive power, and unexpectedly good endurance.
A good seedling. Zhou Xinting nodded inside. Why didn't Ti realize that Lin Chu was so athletic before?
If she knew that Lin Chu had just fought with Jiang Yanyu until dawn and could still maintain this state, she would probably not be surprised but shocked. Then, Zhou Xinting began to continuously hone Lin Chu's badminton skills. A full 3 hours. Zhou Xinting was meticulous and didn't even drink water during the training as she continued to train Lin Chu.
The more she practiced, the more confident Zhou Xinting became.
This Lin Chu was really wasting time.
His talent is simply extraordinary.
No matter what the technical essentials are, he can understand them instantly as long as he has explained a few words.
So excellent. Zhou Xinting's favorability +5.
After a whole morning of training, Lin Chu only gained 5 points of favorability, which was still a bit disappointing. However, despite this, Zhou Xinting's favorability has reached around 65. The relationship between the two has begun to change slightly. Even the two of them can joke around occasionally. Maybe Zhou Xinting herself doesn't know that her relationship with Lin Chu is slowly heating up. The relationship has gradually evolved from a teacher-student relationship to a good friend relationship.
Chapter 101 First Meeting with Mu Jioning. After Zhou Xinting's devilish training.
Even though Lin Chu had the ultimate body that had been strengthened by the system, he couldn't help sweating profusely. Zhou Xinting looked a little distressed, so she took the initiative to take Lin Chu to a nearby place for breakfast. Originally, Lin Chu thought that Zhou Xinting would take him to the cafeteria and deal with it at the same time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xinting took Lin Chu and walked straight out of the campus.
Lin Chu, today is your first day of training. It's not easy for you to handle such an intensity. The teacher will compensate you and take you to eat something good to replenish your nutrition.
After hearing this, Lin Chu could only nod secretly. In this way, teachers and students left the campus one after another and came to a restaurant near the school.
Shortly after the two of them ordered the food, Lin Chu's phone rang.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a call from Qin Shooting. Lin Chu thought for a moment and then answered the phone in front of Zhou Xinting.
Hey! Lin Chu, where are you? My friend is with me now. We want to go see you.
When Lin Chu heard this, he looked at his current attire and hesitated.
But I'm a little uncomfortable right now. I just finished exercising. Wouldn't this seem a bit too informal? Hey! It's okay. What do you think you are like? It doesn't matter.
I'm not a friend who cares about appearances.
We'll go over to where you are now. Qin Shooting asked Lin Chu's location without saying anything and quickly hung up the phone.
Lin Chu raised his head and looked at Zhou Xinting, who was sitting opposite him. Teacher, maybe my secretary will come to talk to me about some work in a while.
It's okay. I heard everything.
Zhou Xinting lowered her head at this time, picking up dishes while talking nonchalantly, and seemed to have no intention of leaving. Lin Chu felt helpless. Seeing a beautiful woman in front of his teacher, he naturally had to be a little restrained. It was not very convenient.
But Zhou Xinting had no intention of leaving, and he couldn't chase her away. Unexpectedly, Qin Shooting's actions were also extremely quick.
Only about 20 minutes had passed when a luxury car stopped in front of the hotel. The boss even stretched his neck to take a look. On weekdays, it is usually students who come here to eat, and it is rare to have the opportunity to see luxury cars of this level. In particular, the two people who got out of the luxury car were even more eye-catching. Two super beauties. All of them were wearing very formal business suits, and their looks could be described as stunning. Especially the beautiful lady who walked down from the passenger seat.
She exudes a confident aura all over her body.
She is tall, beautiful, and has a curvy figure.
She exudes an aura that makes people feel she is unattainable. Seeing the two people walk straight into the restaurant, the boss didn't even react and stepped forward to ask.
The two of them saw Lin Chu, who was eating at the time. Qin Shooting whispered something to the beautiful woman next to her, and the two of them walked over quickly. This beauty, wearing a pair of high heels, is almost 1.8 meters tall. It looks like he is at least 1.75 meters tall.
Although not as good as Zhong Qin, she definitely stands out among the crowd.
Qin Shooting walked over and immediately frowned when she saw a strange beauty sitting opposite Lin Chu. Lin Chu quickly stood up at this time. Shooting, this is my teacher. Teacher Zhou, this is my secretary, Qin Shooting.
Lin Shu quickly introduced the two to each other. Xin Shooting glanced at Zhou Xinting, her brows still slightly furrowed, but she didn't say much and pointed directly at the super beauty behind her. This is my friend whom I mentioned to you before, a top student who studied abroad at XXXX University, Mu Jioning. At this time, Mu Jioning, who was behind Xin Shooting, looked at Lin Shu, nodded and smiled. As expected, the person is beautiful and the name is very meaningful. Lin Shu was very satisfied with this beauty. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mu Jioning nodded very coldly, walked up and greeted Lin Shu. At the same time, Lin Shu began to check her personal information. Name, Mu Jioning. Age, 26. Appearance, 9.4. Purity, 0. Characteristics, smart and wise, with extraordinary business talent. Cashback ratio, 75 times. Favorability, 5. The more Lin Shu read the information, the more he felt that the beauty in front of him was simply a godsend. Not only does it have an extremely high cashback ratio of 75 times, but it is also a rare maternal solo. Lin Shu looked at Mu Jioning, his eyes already sparkling. Seeing Lin Shu like this, Mu Jioning frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Oh. No. No, hello. Miss Mu, please take a seat. Realizing his own gaffe, Lin Shu quickly became serious and invited Mu Jioning to sit down. Everyone sat down. Today's breakfast shops can be said to be dazzling. Early in the morning, 3 super beauties with a beauty score of over 9 were sitting there. This is a very rare scene. Even the restaurant owner couldn't help but glance in that direction from time to time. Ahem, Lin Shu, let me tell you, Ningning is my best friend, and not everyone can hire her. Her criteria for choosing a boss are very strict, and there are countless large companies at home and abroad who have rejected her. I can't guarantee that Ningning will be satisfied with you. At this time Xin Shooting spoke up, and she kept praising the image of her best friend. One was to fight for better treatment for her best friend, and the other was to take credit from Lin Shu. Lin Shu naturally didn't care about this, and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Shu Ting, since you are my friend, I will naturally do my best to treat you well. Miss Mu, if you have any conditions, just ask. Mu Jioning looked at Lin Shu and coughed, looking extremely cold and serious. Compared with her natural coolness, Zhou Xinting, who was originally known for her aloofness, can now be described as passionate. Mr. Lin, first of all, I have very high requirements for the funds of my future boss. If you don't have enough funds, I can't work for you because I can't bring out my talents and value. As soon as Mu Jioning opened her mouth, she seemed full of confidence, even a little arrogant. This made Zhou Xinting, who was sitting nearby, feel a little unhappy. You are just an inexperienced student who just graduated, yet you dare to be so arrogant and talk so big. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu didn't care about it at all, and even showed an expression of great appreciation on his face, as if he had encountered some treasure. Great! After listening to your first request, Miss Mu, I am absolutely sure that you are the person I am looking for. If we want to do something, we should do a big thing. I don't care about those small things. So, Lin Shu calmly took out the exclusive black and gold bank card that could symbolize his wealth and status all over the world from his pocket and gently handed it to Mu Jioning. When Mu Jioning saw the card, she was immediately shocked. Obviously, she did not expect Lin Shu's status to be so high. However, she quickly adjusted her state, looked at the bank card, handed it to Lin Shu, and nodded, okay. In this case, Mr. Lin, my second condition is the salary issue. The annual salary I require cannot be less than 5 million, and the house you rent for me must meet my requirements. As for the car, I don't have too high requirements. As long as it can be used for transportation, it's fine. After listening to Mu Jioning's conditions, Zhou Xinting wanted to slap her twice on the spot. How could today's students be so ignorant of the immensity of the world? Even if you are talented, you can't be so arrogant. Zhou Xinting frowned and looked at Lin Shu. Obviously, as a teacher, she was somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Jioning's conditions and wanted to remind Lin Shu. However, unexpectedly, Lin Shu immediately slapped the table and then shook his head. At this time, Zhou Xinting felt relieved. Fortunately, her students were not fooled by this beautiful foreign woman. However, Lin Shu's words almost made Zhou Xinting spit out the soup she had just drunk. Chapter 102 Zhao Yukai is put in solitary confinement. Ms. Mu, I think your request is problematic. Talents like you come back to my country to seek refuge with me. I rent a house for you. Wouldn't that make me a laughing stock? This is absolutely not possible. You must buy a house. Shu Ting, buy a house for Miss Mu and Jiangcheng right away. Remember, you must follow the highest standards.
Lin Chu finished speaking. The ones who were obviously stunned were Zhou Xinting and Mu Jioning, who were sitting nearby. These two people still knew nothing about Lin Chu's arrogance.
In contrast, Qin Shooting was much calmer.
She had long been accustomed to Lin Chu's lavish spending. For a man who was willing to buy an entire hot pot restaurant just to help a little girl he just met, there is nothing he can't do.
Mu Jioning was stunned for a long time.
Finally, she came to her senses and was absolutely confident in her abilities. Therefore, even though the conditions offered by Lin Chu were enough to shock her, she quickly adapted. Then, she took out a thick stack of information and handed it to Lin Chu.
Great, Mr. Lin, here are my information. You can take a look. Don't worry, I can definitely complete the work you assign.
Lin Chu didn't care about this information at all.
He didn't care whether Mu Jioning was a talent or not.
As long as he could spend money, everything else was not a problem. Zhou Xinting beside Lin Chu was a little curious about what kind of person was so arrogant that he dared to make such an excessive request.
I just flipped through this information.
Zhou Xinting's horizons were broadened.
This Mu Jioning is indeed no ordinary person. Graduated from the most famous overseas business school, with a double master's degree in management and economics.
Business administration, enterprise management, stock market trading, company operations, personnel arrangements, he can do everything.
This piece of information alone is enough to serve as a basis for her confidence.
At the same time, Zhou Xinting also had a new respect for her student. Although Lin Chu had always told her that his business was very successful.
But Zhou Xinting always thought it was just a minor incident.
Who would have thought that Lin Chu was now able to recruit talents of this level? This inevitably led to a greater change in Zhou Xinting's opinion of Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled, and did not even reach out to look at the information. He directly said to Qin Shooting, this matter has been settled. You just need to arrange a contract for Miss Mu first. Then arrange a house, a car, etc. for Miss Mu as soon as possible. By the way, if you have any questions about the car, just contact Jiang Yanyu directly. After saying this, Lin Chu saw that Mu Jioning's eyes were calm. She is indeed a woman with high vision. Although she was quite shocked by Lin Chu's generosity just now, it did not increase her favorability towards him. She is indeed a goddess who is knowledgeable and difficult to fool. The road to conquering such a goddess is long and difficult. After arranging everything, Lin Chu and Zhou Xinting set out on the road back to school.
After the two of them left,
Mu Jioning looked at Lin Chu's back as he left, and said to Qin Shooting, your boss is indeed not simple. On the way back to school with Zhou Xinting's expression looked a little unhappy, and she even looked a little embarrassed.
This was keenly captured by Lin Chu. Teacher Zhou, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Chu asked with great concern. Zhou Xinting glanced at Lin Chu and shook her head awkwardly. No, Lin Chu, the teacher didn't expect that you would be so successful now.
It's really beyond my expectation.
Zhou Xinting thought of Lin Chu's expression just now, and then recalled that just yesterday she had called such a person to the office and taught him a lesson.
She couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Students like Lin Chu. There is no problem even if you don't come to school.
After all, the purpose of going to college is to help students find better jobs. But Lin Chu seemed to have solved this problem. In fact, his current status and position were comparable to those of the school principals. It is even possible that even the school leaders have to be polite to Lin Chu now.
This is the glory of Jiangcheng University.
On the other hand, Lin Chu, even though he is so successful, still maintains a humble attitude and is always calm and composed, neither arrogant nor impatient. When faced with his own preaching, he not only did not refute it, but instead showed great respect. Such students are extremely rare. Lin Chu seemed to understand his beautiful teacher's thoughts, so he immediately smiled and said to Zhou Xinting, Teacher Zhou, what are you talking about? Without your care, how could I be who I am today? No matter how successful I am in the future, you will always be my mentor. If I make any mistakes, please teach me more. When Lin Chu spoke, his eyes were sincere and his emotions were genuine, without a trace of hypocrisy.
Zhou Xinting's favorability +5.
Zhou Xinting couldn't help but feel a little touched, and her favorability towards Lin Chu immediately increased.
Well,
Lin Chu, you are such a good student. However, since you have decided to participate in the competition, afternoon training is still necessary.
Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu and instantly put away her previous awkwardness and immediately returned to her usual cold look. Lin Shu had no choice but to go back to school. Since he had training in the afternoon, he couldn't run too far and could only go to the internet cafe to play alone. As soon as Boss Wang saw Lin Shu, he felt like he had seen the god of wealth. "Mr. Lin, it's really rare today. What happened to you? Why did you come here alone?" Lin Shu rolled his eyes at Boss Wang, ignored him, and went straight into the private room to play games for a while. As expected, during the afternoon training, Zhou Xinting did not slack off at all because of Lin Shu's identity. Instead, she became much more strict. Fortunately, Lin Shu's physical fitness can be described as abnormal, no matter how intense the training is. Although he was sweating profusely, Lin Shu did not feel the slightest bit tired. Instead, his muscles were shining in the sweat, making him look even more sunny and handsome. An afternoon of training is over. Lin Shu took a few deep breaths. I was planning to invite Zhou Xinting to dinner in the evening, but unexpectedly I received a call from Zhong Qin. Ever since Lin Shu took action and cleaned up the Zhong group, Zhong Qin has been so busy every day that she has no time to contact Lin Shu. This time, when Lin Shu saw Zhong Qin's call, he immediately realized that she might be in trouble again. Sure enough, Zhong Qin said that the Zhao family still didn't let them go. As the business blockade against them became more severe, Zhong Qin wanted Lin Shu to go to the company to discuss what to do. Lin Shu sighed and frowned. This Xiao Yukai is really getting ahead of himself. It seems like he must be taught a lesson. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, inside the Zhao family's private villa, Xiao Yukai was locked in his room and was angry, and he smashed all the artworks in the bedroom to pieces. Ever since Xiao Yukai was humiliated in SC Bar last time, he began to frantically take revenge on Zhong Qin's company. But more than a week has passed. Zhong Qin not only did not beg for mercy. The Zhong family's company miraculously survived and seemed to have suffered no fatal impact at all. After all this, Zhao Youcai's father was unhappy, although he dotes on his precious son. But Zhao Yukai actually used his own company's losses to snipe at others, which was absolutely intolerable in his father's eyes. As a result, Zhao Yukai was reprimanded by his father in person and put in solitary confinement. This made Zhao Yukai very angry. He locked himself in his room and started to vent his anger. This also scared the young and beautiful girls in maid outfits standing around him. Everyone knows that Zhao Yukai is a fickle guy, and every time he gets angry, he makes them suffer. This time, they may not end up well. Chapter 103 Zhao Yang arrives. At this time, Zhao Yukai was madly torturing the beauties in his home. In the Zhao group, Zhao Youcai's father, Zhao Yang, had a cold face and a rather sinister look as he looked at the secretary in front of him. It's outrageous. The Zhong family openly broke off the engagement and saved my face. And it also caused our company to lose so much money. Zhao Yang and Zhao Yukai really look like father and son. Quite similar. Both of them had fat faces, middle-parted hair, and looked like fat pigs. They were extremely ugly, had sinister eyes, and were vicious. Zhao Yang naturally would not consider that it was his son who took the initiative to provoke him and caused the loss of money. He blamed all the responsibility on the Zhong family. The secretary adjusted his glasses and immediately followed his words and said, "Boss Zhao, this Zhong Jianming must have found a big Buddha to dare to openly challenge the authority of our Zhao family. If we tolerate it this time, we will have no credibility in Jiangcheng." After all, the eldest son has already said that the Zhao family will cut off all contact with the Zhong family in the future. He has also reminded the Jiangcheng business circle that no one is allowed to cooperate with the Zhong family. If we can save the Zhong family from danger this time, anyone will dare to step on us in the future, which is a bad sign. After hearing what his secretary said, Zhao Yan frowned even more. Indeed, this was exactly what he was worried about. Therefore, although this matter was initially just two kids playing around, when it developed to this point, Zhao Yang had to intervene. So, early this morning, the Zhao family's attack on the Zhong family increased exponentially. This made the Zhong family feel the pressure immediately. This is different from Zhao Youcai's small-scale actions, but a real commercial blow. In an instant, more than half of the Zhong family's funds melted and evaporated. That's not all. The most terrifying thing is that this time, no company in Jiangcheng City dares to cooperate with them. Suddenly, the situation of the Zhong family became extremely critical again. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shu put his hands behind his back and strode to the Zhong group. All the Zhong family members who were originally whispering at the scene fell silent.
After the last incident, everyone already knew how powerful this young man was. Therefore, no one dared to bring this bad luck upon themselves. Lin Chu came to the conference room. The main seat in the center had been prepared for him long ago. The other shareholders of the Zhong family sat on both sides. Lin Chu didn't hesitate and sat down directly, looking very relaxed. "What's the matter? Tell me now." Lin Chu spoke calmly while tapping the table. The people from the Zhong group looked at each other, and no one dared to speak first. In the end, Zhong Jianming turned to his daughter Zhong Qin for help. After the last incident, the relationship between Zhong Jianming and Zhong Qin reached a freezing point, and the father and daughter no longer spoke to each other at all. However, at the critical moment, Zhong Jianming knew that he could not lose his temper with the young man. If he wanted to survive the crisis, he had to rely on Lin Chu. Therefore, he could only beg his daughter to speak up. Zhong Qin sighed and looked at Lin Chu. "Boss Lin, here's what happened. Starting this morning, for companies that were working with us suddenly announced that they would stop doing business with us. This will cause our project to be completed before it's expected. By then, we may have to face a high amount of compensation, and our reputation will plummet." Zhong Qin briefly explained the current situation, and her words also revealed a hint of helplessness and self-blame. Obviously, if it weren't for her, Lin Chu wouldn't have been involved in such a struggle. The key to maintaining this struggle is money. Zhong Qin was unwilling to let Lin Chu spend so much money for her. It was obvious that the Zhong family was not a company worth investing in. After hearing what Zhong Qin said, Lin Chu immediately smiled at her tenderly and patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her to be at ease. "It's just a small matter, there's no need to panic. If the problem can be solved with money, then everything is not a problem." Lin Chu was very arrogant, not at all panicked. He leaned back in his chair, looking calm and composed. "But, Mr. Lin, the problem now is not only the funding, but also that we can't get the building materials and the construction team is also dragging their feet. We can't expect the project to be completed." Zhong Jianming spoke anxiously at this time. Then, he looked at Lin Chu and asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, my personal suggestion is that you should personally go and make peace with the Zhao family. You see, this will be a good thing for both parties." When Lin Chu heard what Zhong Jianming said, he immediately frowned and showed an unhappy expression. This also caused the temperature at the scene to drop sharply. Lin Chu stood up and scanned all the shareholders present with his eagle-like eyes. When everyone saw Lin Chu's eyes coming towards them, they were all frightened and trembled. They quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Lin Chu. "Lin Chu, I also think you should go meet Zhao Youcai's father, maybe it can be resolved well." Zhong Qin spoke at this time. She had different ideas from her father and the shareholders present. She was not thinking about her own company, but about Lin Chu. No matter how rich Lin Chu was, she didn't want Lin Chu to get into a life and death fight with the Zhao family for her. This will make her feel guilty and blame herself. At this time, Lin Chu had not yet expressed his opinion. The secretary at the door knocked, walked in, and whispered something into Zhong Jianming's ear. Zhong Jianming's eyes lit up instantly. "Real?" Seeing the secretary nodded, Zhong Jianming immediately stood up, ran to Lin Chu, and said softly, "Mr. Lin, Zhao Yang, the chairman of the Zhao Group, is here and wants to meet with you. What do you think?" Upon hearing the news, all shareholders of the Zhong Group showed excitement on their faces. Obviously, if Lin Chu could reach an agreement with Zhao Yang, it would be beneficial to everyone. These two are both big shots, and the Zhong family cannot compare to them. Why is such a powerful figure so hostile? Can't they just live in peace? To put it bluntly, it's all about Zhong Qin. Lin Chu and Zhao Youcai were only doing this for Zhong Qin. In their eyes, this is not a problem. Zhong Qin can marry anyone as long as it doesn't affect their interests. This is what everyone in the Zhong group thinks. Lin Chu glared at them, walked up to them and took Zhong Qin's hand. "Where is he?" Zhong Jianming immediately pointed to his company's reception room. Lin Chu nodded, gently took Zhong Qin's hand, and walked straight to the reception room in front of everyone. At this time, Zhao Yang was standing in front of the glass window in the reception room and saw Lin Chu walking towards him. He was full of fat, and his eyes were squeezed into a slit. He stared at Lin Chu carefully, as if he wanted to see through Lin Chu. Chapter 10 for the Zhong family's choice. Soon, Lin Chu pushed open the door of the reception room and walked in with Zhong Qin. Zhao Yang immediately smiled, took the initiative to step forward and wanted to shake hands with Lin Chu. Who knew that Lin Chu would ignore him and sit down directly on the soft sofa? "You know, this is the main seat."
Generally speaking, when a distinguished guest comes, this seat is given to him. I didn't expect Lin Chu to be so disrespectful. Zhao Yang's expression turned a little ugly for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. At this time, Zhong Jianming behind him hurried forward and shook hands with Zhao Yang.
Mr. Zhao. Long time no see.
Mr. Zhong, it looks like you are still in good health. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and then, under Zhong Jianming's arrangement, Zhao Yang sat opposite Lin Chu. Boss Zhao, let me introduce you to this person. This is our company's major shareholder, Lin Chu, Master Lin.
Zhong Jianming's attitude was somewhat flattering. Obviously, he really didn't dare to offend Zhao Yang. No matter how rich Lin Chu appears to be.
But old ginger is still spicy. The wealth, status, and connections that Zhao Yang has accumulated in Jiangcheng are not comparable to those of a young boy like Lin Chu. Therefore, deep down in Zhong Jianming's heart, although he was afraid of Lin Chu's wealth, he was more afraid of Zhao Yang's experience and status. Lin Chu didn't care about this at all and didn't even look at Zhao Yang from beginning to end.
Zhao Yang was secretly a little shocked by this.
He heard about Lin Chu's situation before he came.
This guy has money. He was even so rich that Yin Xingyan was willing to flatter him.
However, in this society, although money is the most important thing, it is not the only thing. At least Zhao Yang believed that in Jiangcheng, he was much more powerful than Lin Chu. To put it simply, he can make Lin Chu rich but unable to spend it. Or, he could make Lin Chu spend more money. To buy something worth $1, he could make Lin Chu pay $10. Therefore, according to his logic, Lin Chu should give him some face, at least he would not dare to openly fall out with him. However, the facts were somewhat different from what he imagined. Lin Chu seemed really fearless and had no fear of him at all. This made Zhao Yang worried.
This young man is so wealthy and so arrogant, what is his background?
Therefore, Zhao Yang calmed down and was not displeased by Lin Chu's disrespect. Instead, he smiled and took the initiative to talk to Lin Chu.
Mr. Lin, you are so young and so imposing.
You are indeed a man who can accomplish great things. After hearing what Zhao Yang said, Lin Chu glanced at him sideways and said, Mr. Zhao. If you have anything to say, please speak directly. No need to beat around the bush. Zhao Yang was obviously displeased by Lin Chu's criticism.
Mr. Lin, I came to your company today to talk reason with you.
Although Zhao Yang's tone was still very polite, his attitude was obviously a little unhappy.
When Lin Chu heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Oh? Reason? Mr. Zhao is here to reason with me, then I'm all ears.
Zhao Yang smiled after hearing this, and pointed at Zhong Qin beside Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, Miss Zhong beside you already has an engagement with our Zhao family, and you, on the other hand, intervened and snatched my son's fiancée, and instructed the Zhong family to publicly break off the engagement. Not only that, you also threatened my son verbally and beat him up in the bar.
I'm afraid this is a bit of bullying, isn't it?
Zhao Yang really looks different from that loser Zhao Yukai. His words are sharp, his language is logical, and he speaks very coherently. Lin Chu was naturally not afraid of this.
Oh? Engagement? How come I didn't know? Zhong Qin, are you engaged to the young master of the Zhao family? When Lin Chu asked, Zhong Qin was very determined.
She took a step forward, completely ignoring Zhong Jianming's eyes, and shook her head firmly. No. I never agreed to marry Zhao Yukai. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang looked directly at Zhong Jianming and said, Mr. Zhong, your daughter is blatantly ignoring you.
This is the order of the parents and the agreement of the matchmaker.
Before, you begged us to enter into a marriage contract.
How can you deny this matter now?
When Zhong Jianming heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. It was obvious that he had promised Zhao Yang. Therefore, he could only look at Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, this matter is indeed something I did wrong. I did, indeed, have an agreement on this marriage with Mr. Zhao's son.
Dad. Shut up.
Zhong Jianming scolded Zhong Qin at this time.
Humph. What era is this?
Parents still arrange marriages. Miss Zhong has never agreed to this. And, Mr. Zhao, you said that I was violent towards your son in the bar, but I have many witnesses. It was obviously your son who was the first to touch my woman.
Can't I teach him a lesson?
After Lin Chu finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Yang with an extremely sharp look, not giving him any face at all.
Also, Mr. Zhong, as a father, what kind of man did you choose for your daughter?
He actually wanted to lay hands on his own woman in public. Lin Chu was very angry. He stood up and questioned Zhong Jianming and Zhao Yang harshly. When Zhao Yang heard this, he was also a little angry. Master Lin, you are being unreasonable and going too far. Zhao Yang almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. When Lin Shu heard this, he burst into laughter, walked step by step to Zhao Yang, and looked at Zhao Yang with a smile. What can you do to me? Seeing that Lin Shu was so rampant and openly provocative, Zhao Yang was furious. He stood up and glared at Lin Shu fiercely. Humph. Master Lin. I hope you don't regret your actions today. After Zhao Yang finished saying this, he turned around and left with his secretary. He slammed the door angrily, and there was a loud bang, which was enough to tell how angry Zhao Yang was at the moment. Zhong Jianming looked at Zhao Yang's departing figure, glanced at Lin Shu, and subconsciously chased after him. Chasing to the elevator entrance, Zhong Jianming looked at Zhao Yang and kept saying nice things to him. Before getting on the elevator, Zhao Yang turned around and glared at Zhong Jianming. Let your daughter marry my son obediently, otherwise, there will be no discussion. After saying this, Zhao Yang went straight into the elevator without giving Zhong Jianming a chance to explain. 5 minutes later. Lin Shu was sitting in the office when Zhong Jianming and his men walked in. Qin. As your father, I now order you to marry Zhao Yukai and leave Lin Xiao. Zhong Jianming's tone was unquestionable, without a trace of negotiation. Zhong Qin was furious. She stood up suddenly and said, Dad. Why? Lin Shu has already. I will return the money that Master Lin invested in us with interest. Master Lin, please don't interfere. This is a matter between us and the Zhao family. Obviously, Zhong Jianming's attitude has already explained everything. Between Zhao Yang and Lin Shu, he chose to stand on Zhao Yang's side. Chapter 105 Talking with Mu Jianing. Zhong Qin looked at her father with disbelief at this time. She knows her father. Although sometimes he regards the company and career as more important than his daughter. However, Zhong Jianming's behavior today still made Zhong Qin completely despair. She lowered her head and remained silent. Mr. Lin, please understand me. Zhong Jianming said this and bowed deeply to Lin Shu. Dad. I will not marry Zhao Yukai. Even if you don't acknowledge me as your daughter, I will not marry him. Zhong Qin also reached the peak of her emotions at this time. Her voice was sonorous and powerful, without the slightest hesitation. Zhong Jianming looked at Zhong Qin, stunned for a moment, and seemed extremely angry. Say it again. Zhong Qin took a step forward and stood in front of her father. I tell you, I will never marry Zhao Yukai. Even if you don't recognize me as your daughter. Before Zhong Qin finished speaking, Zhong Jianming raised his arm high and slapped towards her. No one could have expected this. It happened in a flash. Lin Shu reacted extremely quickly and moved instantly, pulling Zhong Qin into his arms. Bang! Zhong Jianming slapped Lin Shu hard on the body. Lin Shu! Zhong Qin looked at Lin Shu with concern. Zhong Jianming's behavior just now has completely made Zhong Qin give up in despair. At this moment, she no longer had any hope for her father or her family. You! Get out! I don't want an unfilial daughter like you. Get out of here! Zhong Jianming was breathing heavily at this time, his face was red, and he pointed at Zhong Qin angrily. Zhong Qin sneered, gently took Lin Shu's arm, and was about to leave. Dad, I have one last thing to say to you. Thank you for raising me for so many years, but you've disappointed me so much. I didn't expect you to be like this. From now on, you and I are no longer father and daughter. Zhong Qin closed her eyes, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. It can be seen that Zhong Qin was extremely sad at this moment. I don't know whether she was reluctant to give up the father-daughter relationship or disappointed with Zhong Jianming. In short, at this moment, Zhong Qin looked extremely resolute, and the despair on her face was about to overflow the screen. After saying that, Zhong Qin pulled Lin Shu and was about to leave. At this time, Lin Shu lightly let go of Zhong Qin's hand, turned his head, and looked at Zhong Jianming meaningfully. The 3 billion I gave you before was my reward for you raising Qin. I don't want the money anymore. However, you will definitely regret the choice you made today. After Lin Shu said this, he took Zhong Qin's hand and strode out of the Zhong group. Zhong Qin kept sobbing all the way, and even seemed a little dazed. The two sat in the car, driving aimlessly, and neither side spoke for a long time. Lin Shu, brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I made you lose so much money. Woohoo, I didn't know it would be like this. After a long time, Zhongqin spoke first. At this moment, her apology and guilt towards Lin Shu reached its peak. Only then did she realize that she had always been just a willful little girl. I naively thought that as long as I could find money, I could change my destiny. Today, she finally realized how naive she was. She was willing to bear all the consequences, but at this moment, she felt endless guilt towards Lin Shu. She should never, ever, drag Lin Shu into this and bear all this with her. Lin Shu gently stroked Zhongqin's face and said, "It's okay. Money is nothing to me. Qin, it's my fault. I'm not strong enough." There was a hint of helplessness in Lin Shu's words. He originally thought that as long as he had money, he could change everything. But today he finally understood that in this world, just having money doesn't mean you can call the shots and do whatever you want. He wants to have his own power. His forces lost when they faced the Zhao family. It's that simple. Therefore, this incident taught Lin Shu a profound lesson. If you want to truly become a super rich person who can do everything and protect those around you from harm, having money is far from enough. Zhongqin looked at Lin Shu at this time, her face full of apology. "No. Husband. You have been very good to me. I am really touched. This is all my fault." After hearing what Zhongqin said, Lin Shu smiled at him and gently took her hand. "Qin, I promise, I will make the Zhao family pay the price they deserve." When Lin Shu spoke, his eyes were extremely sharp and full of determination. Zhongqin slowly shook her head at this time. "No, Lin Shu, I just want you to be fine, that's enough. You are my only relative now, I don't want you to take risks." Lin Shu gently stroked Zhongqin. He understood that Zhongqin was used to the joys and sorrows of rich people and was obsessed with money and greed. She was worried that Lin Shu would become like Zhong Jianming one day. Lin Shu smiled gently. "Don't worry, Qin, no matter what the future holds, I will protect you." After saying this, Lin Shu didn't say much. He shifted gears sharply, and the cool sports car suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, roaring on the street, like a phantom, speeding away into the distance. An hour later. Lin Shu's face turned pale as he brought Zhongqin all the way to Jiangcheng No. 1. Everyone could see that the young master was in a bad mood today, and no one dared to approach him. Lin Shu was so aggressive that he pushed open the door of the presidential suite on the top floor. Qin Shooting and Mu Jioning were putting some daily necessities in place. When they saw Lin Shu, they immediately came over to greet him. Seeing that Lin Shu looked unhappy, Qin Shooting immediately frowned. Lin Shu didn't waste any time and walked directly to the desk in the presidential suite, pulled out a chair and sat down. "Ms. Zhong, this is..." Qin Shooting was puzzled upon seeing this, and quickly asked Zhongqin who was following Lin Shu. At this moment, Zhongqin no longer had the temperament and pride of a noble lady that she had when they first met. She looked like a wronged little woman. Zhongqin winked at Qin Shooting, signaling her not to ask any more questions. "Shiner, Shu Ting, go make me a cup of tea. Miss Mu and I have something to discuss," Lin Shu said coldly at this time. Qin Shooting knew, of course, that this was not the time to joke, so she quickly nodded in agreement and left the room with Zhongqin. At this time, only Lin Shu and Mu Jioning were left in the room. Lin Shu looked out the window with an extremely grim expression. Mu Jioning didn't say anything either. She sat opposite Lin Shu very naturally, waiting for Lin Shu to speak. "Ms. Mu, let me ask you, what should ordinary people do to truly gain status?" Lin Shu's voice was a little heavy, and even sounded a little sad. Mu Jioning smiled and spoke softly. "Mr. Lin, in this world, money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. As long as you have money, you have the foundation for everything. However, in this world, wealth and status are never completely equal. If you don't have money, you will have no status. However, even if you have money, you still have to see what your money is affecting. For example, some capitalists in the United States, their money even affects the country's development and economic construction. Naturally, they will have a supreme position. There are also some people who have money, but they can only influence themselves. Rich people who cannot influence others will never have real status." Chapter 106, Wu Tian, the King of Soldiers. Although Mu Jioning spoke softly, her words were very insightful. Of course Lin Shu understood that she was talking to Lin Shu. Lin Shu was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Mu Jioning with a smile. "Then tell me, what kind of situation do I belong to?" Mu Jioning listened to Lin Shu's question and smiled. "Since young Master Lin asked me this question, you must have the answer in your mind. Why bother asking me?" After saying this, Mu Jioning was not afraid at all and looked into Lin Shu's eyes. A full minute later, Lin Shu smiled and knocked on the table. Very good. I believe you can make us, become influential people. Mu Jioning lowered her head, smiled, and nodded slightly. I'll try my best. But, Mr. Lin, you should at least tell me about your troubles. Maybe I can help you solve them. Lin Shu thought for a moment, turned around and looked out the window again. Then, he told Mu Jioning everything about Zhong Qin, word by word, very calmly and without reservation. 20 minutes later. After listening to Lin Shu's words, Mu Jioning smiled and looked unfathomable. Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. Mu Jioning nodded calmly. Lin Shu directly handed a bank card to Mu Jioning. There is enough money here for you to make great achievements, but I will not give you much time. Only when you can do what I want, you will truly pass the test. After Lin Shu finished speaking, he straightened his collar and walked out of the room. Mu Jioning looked at the bank card on the table and took a deep breath. She gently picked up the bank card and played with it in her hand. When she saw the balance on the card through the computer, even the knowledgeable Mu Jioning couldn't help but look shocked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 digits. Mu Jioning was holding the bank card with trembling hands. This was the first time she had seen such a large sum of cash. You know, this is tens of billions in cash. It is enough to inspire people with dreams, but it can also make people feel endless pressure. She couldn't control herself a little, so she turned around and looked back, but Lin Shu had already disappeared from the room. She kept taking deep breaths, adjusting her emotions, and trying to calm herself down as much as possible. Lin Shu left the room. At this time, Zhong Qin and Qin Shooting stood obediently at the door. Lin Shu hugged Zhong Qin and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." At this time, Lin Shu seemed to have finally calmed down and was in a good mood. Zhong Qin felt a lot more relieved when she saw Lin Shu like this. "Shuting, take Zhong Qin with you and go back to live in Fairy Tale Town first. Remember, you must protect yourselves recently. Especially Zhong Qin, pay attention to her safety." Lin Shu gave Qin Shooting some instructions. Afterwards, after an affectionate embrace with Zhong Qin, he left Jiangchang No. 1 directly. In this way, Qin Shooting, Mu Jioning and Zhong Qin returned to the Fairy Tale Town together. Although Wanya was a little surprised, she adjusted herself quickly. She bonded immediately with her two new friends. Zhong Qin and Wanya have a perfect understanding between them. There is no need for them to say much. As soon as they meet and look into each other's eyes, they understand each other completely. Jiangcheng under the night sky. Lin Shu was sitting alone in a private room at SC Bar. 5 minutes later. Yin Xingyang walked in with a stern-looking man in his 30s and sat next to Lin Shu. "Mr. Lin, I've heard everything." Yin Xingyang didn't say much, but patted Lin Shu's shoulder gently, as if to comfort Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled, raised his glass, clinked glasses with Yin Xingyang, and drank it all in one gulp. The two of them drank several glasses of wine in a row. Yin Xingyang waved his hand, motioning the man to come over. "Mr. Lin, this is the ace bodyguard of the Imperial Capital Shield Bodyguard Company, Wu Tian. Take a look at him, what do you think?" Lin Shu raised his head and looked Wu Tian up and down. It can be seen that this man is strong, has a firm gaze, is full of fighting ability, and is also very strong. "Wu Tian? Have you ever been a soldier?" "Special Forces." Lin Shu nodded calmly. "Okay, Wu Tian, how many people do you want to bring with you?" 15. This Wu Tian seems to be taciturn, even a little frugal with words, and never wastes words. Lin Shu stood up, twisted his shoulders slowly, then looked at the dance floor and nodded slightly. "But they are well hidden. I can find 8 of them on the dance floor. The rest should be lying in ambush outside the bar, right?" Lin Shu spoke very calmly. But Wu Tian was shocked. He stared at Lin Shu in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. How do you know?" You know, even Yin Xingyang didn't know about the hidden situation of Wu Tian's men. And Lin Shu, when he stood up and took a quick look, was able to discover all his men hiding in the dark. This was enough to surprise Wu Tian. Lin Shu smiled and did not respond to his question. "Okay, I'll take all of your people. You can stay with me. But, does your company have a female bodyguard team?" Wu Tian thought for a moment and nodded. "Things are rare and valuable, so they are more expensive." Lin Shu didn't care at all and nodded easily. "Money is not a problem." I'll transfer the money to you right away. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and slapped it. One team, 5 million, 1 year.
Lin Chu smiled and said, I'll give you 20 million directly.
Now I need at least 2 teams. 1 men's team and 1 women's team. You can keep the rest.
After Lin Chu finished speaking, he swiped his card and paid without any hesitation.
Wu Tian nodded calmly and didn't say anything polite. After Lin Chu paid the money, the first thing he did was to arrange their tasks.
Protection targets: Zhong Qin, Qin shooting, Wanya, Mu Zhoning, Zhang Yanyu, Gui Ting, Lin Miaodong.
Wu Tian was a little shocked by so many people. Boss, I've seen all the information about these people.
Except for Zhong Qin, the rest of them have very simple social circles. I don't think they need such a high-intensity security force. After hearing what Wu Tian said, Lin Chu glared at him without saying a word.
If I say it's useful, then it's useful. Listen, Wu Tian, if any of them loses a hair, I will make you regret it.
As soon as Lin Chu finished speaking, his face was filled with gloom and the atmosphere suddenly became a little cold. Especially when Lin Chu was speaking, the wine glass made of special material in his hand was directly crushed by Lin Chu.
Wu Tian looked at Lin Chu and couldn't help being a little shocked.
Sweat actually dripped down the forehead of this special forces king. Wu Tian had faced many vicious villains, many soldiers from various countries, drug dealers, and terrorists, but no one had ever been able to make him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. But Lin Chu really made Wu Tian feel a little bit unclear. This young man looked more terrifying than anyone he had ever protected.
Yes. Boss. Wu Tian didn't waste any words.
Like a soldier receiving an order from his superior, he nodded and shouted firmly. Chapter 107, The Eve of the Capture of Gao Xijing.
A truly excellent bodyguard. Basically, they are the kind of people who would be ordinary if thrown into a crowd. You won't even notice they're there.
In this regard, Wu Tian's team is very good. At least Lin Chu felt quite satisfied. With these bodyguards, at least the safety of the girls around him was guaranteed. As for Wu Tian himself, he strongly requested to stay with Lin Chu. Lin Chu didn't say much about this and nodded in agreement. Yin Xingyang waited for Lin Chu until Lin Chu had arranged everything before he spoke.
Mr. Lin, you called me here today. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Lin Chu smiled. This Yin Xingyang was indeed smart. Lin Chu calmly picked up the wineglass and clinked it with him. The next morning, the sky was not yet fully bright. Lin Chu has appeared on the school playground. What is different from yesterday is that today there are a few more middle-aged people in the school who get up early to exercise and run. Zhou Xinting was wearing a pink sports suit today, wearing headphones, humming a little tune, and looking very relaxed. Zhou Xinting was delighted to see Lin Chu was so punctual. After the two met, Lin Chu was very conscious and started to do morning exercises according to the method Zhou Xinting had instructed him yesterday. In the morning, Gao Xijing, Lin Miaodong, and Bai Ling all came to the gymnasium and accompanied Lin Chu in training without blinking an eye. As for Zhang Yanyu, because she received a task today, it was said that Mu Zhoning was going to buy a car. So she might have gone to the company.
Besides, Lin Chu now lives in Zhang Yanyu's house. She is already very favored. She hums little songs all day long and looks very complacent. Naturally, she has to leave space for others.
This is Zhang Yanyu, who is indeed extremely smart.
As long as they saw Lin Chu showing the slightest sign of wanting to drink water or wipe sweat, the three girls would rush forward one after another.
This made Zhou Xinting look a little unhappy. I say, you guys, don't you have classes in the morning? Why are you all here? Zhou Xinting asked coldly and sternly.
The three people were helpless and could only stick out their tongues before being driven out of the gymnasium by Zhou Xinting. Just like that, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Chu left the gymnasium. The three girls immediately surrounded Lin Chu from all directions and asked him about his well-being. Lin Chu looked at the three girls helplessly. It's hard for me to do anything to you three since you're all together all day. Lin Chu first took the drink handed to him by Bai Ling and took a big sip, then took the towel handed to him by Lin Miaotong and wiped his sweat. Finally, he chatted with Gao Xijing for a few words. Gao Xijing spoke at this time.
Lin Chu, today, are you free later? I have something I want to trouble you with.
Lin Miaotong and Bai Ling frowned immediately when they heard this. After hearing this, Lin Chu looked at Gao Xijing's expression, which was reserved with a hint of shyness, and immediately understood everything.
Ahem, I'll contact you if I'm free.
After Lin Chu finished speaking, he immediately looked at the three girls around him.
Miaodong, how is the decoration of your house going? Ai Ling, how is your homework going? Xijing, aren't you going to move back to school? I say you three, don't follow me around all day, or Teacher Joe will be unhappy.
Lin Shu sounded a little serious when he spoke. Then, Lin Shu began to preach to the three girls. The three girls were very helpless and nodded aggrievedly, saying that they would stop pestering Lin Shu from the afternoon and would focus on their own things. However, Lin Shu also promised.
Whenever I need help, I will call these three. Only in this way can Lin Shu divide and defeat the enemy.
Just now, Lin Shu has decided to eat Cao Xijing first today. After all, Lin Miaotong has already completed the strategy, so there is no rush.
As for Bai Ling, to be honest, Lin Shu didn't have a very good impression of her.
After some thought, Lin Shu decided to give today's time to Gao Xijing. After Lin Shu sent the three people away, before leaving, Gao Xijing still looked at Lin Shu and kept giving Lin Shu hints with his eyes.
It seemed like he was saying, "Brother Lin Shu, you must contact me later."
Lin Shu also quickly blinked at Gao Xijing, the meaning was very obvious.
Gao Xijing noticed Lin Shu's expression, and he suddenly became energetic and looked very happy.
So during the afternoon training, Lin Shu had a rare moment of peace and quiet. Without the three girls around, Zhou Xinting also became much gentler. The tone of voice when speaking to Lin Shu was much better. This made Lin Shu a little puzzled.
Could it be that his teacher really fell in love with him? Why do I feel a little jealous of the girls around me?
After the training, Lin Shu strolled to the parking lot alone. As soon as they entered the empty parking lot, Wu Tian beside him immediately reached out and stopped Lin Shu from moving forward. Lin Shu smiled and waved gently at Wu Tian, "Don't worry, I know." Only then did Wu Tian feel relieved. He nodded and got into his car. Lin Shu, waving the car keys, walked all the way to his sports car. I saw Gao Xijing standing there, smiling, looking shy and excited. It can be seen that Gao Xijing dressed up carefully. As the saying goes, she is not afraid of Mercedes-Benz and Land Rover, but she is afraid of stockings with letters.
Balenciaga is really fragrant.
This is the first time that Gao Xijing has dressed herself up so seriously since she escaped from the sea of suffering. Lin Shu smiled and waved at her gently. Gao Xijing, who had been standing in the corner waiting for a long time, immediately ran over in small steps, raised her head and looked at Lin Shu, blinking her eyes, which made people's appetite increase.
"Why are you waiting for me here? Why aren't you in the dormitory?"
Lin Shu said as he got into his top-of-the-line supercar. Gao Xijing seemed to be afraid that Lin Shu would drive away directly, so she quickly followed Lin Shu to the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt.
The humility of the female licker is vividly reflected. I'm afraid you've made an appointment with someone else and forgotten about me."
Gao Xijing lowered her head, looking humble and pitiful, which was really heartbreaking. After hearing this, Lin Shu pursed his lips and smiled slightly. "How long have you been waiting?"
"I've been around here since noon."
Lin Shu glanced at Gao Xijing and smiled slightly. Who could have thought that the once high and mighty goddess Gao Xijing would now become so humble? Last time, Lin Shu let Gao Xijing go and did not eat this woman. Of course, it was because Lin Shu still couldn't let go of the harm she had caused him in the past. But more importantly, Lin Shu was unwilling to take advantage of others. And now, looking at Gao Xijing like this, it was obvious that she was eager to be eaten by Lin Shu.
In that case, Lin Shu naturally wouldn't be polite.
He has always advocated voluntary participation and never forced anyone. Accompanied by the roar of the sports car, Lin Shu's super sports car whizzed out of the school parking lot and headed towards Zhengcheng Commercial Street.
"Brother Lin Shu, what are we doing here?"
Gao Xijing looked at the commercial plaza in front of her, feeling a little puzzled. I originally thought that Lin Shu would take her directly to.
Lin Shu smiled and deliberately joked, "I say, what are you thinking about?"
I didn't say anything. As soon as Lin Shu said this, Gao Xijing's face turned red. She wasn't a pure girl, nor was she a virgin, but in front of Lin Shu, for some reason, she was always so shy. This made Lin Shu somewhat like it. Seeing Gao Xijing so nervous, Lin Shu smiled and decided not to tease her anymore. He gently took her hand and said, "Okay. I'll take you to buy some things first." After saying that, Lin Shu took Gao Xijing's hand and went straight into the mall. The moment Gao Xijing's hand was held by Lin Shu, she suddenly felt her heart beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Chapter 108, Strategies for Gao Xijing. Gao Xijing, who was following Lin Shu, felt very safe. Lin Shu took her and without stopping for long, went directly to the floor where the ladies' luxury goods were located.
The last time, Gao Xijing met Lin Shu and Lin Miaotong at the door of the mama counter. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. Who would have thought that this time, I would become the girl next to Lin Shu? Until now, Gao Xijing still remembers the cold stare from the shopping guide at the Tunio counter last time. This time, it's completely different. Lin Shu took her hand and came to the door of Mama. 2 rows of Mama staff immediately stood up and lined up to welcome us. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Miss Gao. Never before has Mama used such a grand ceremony to welcome guests. Gao Xijing immediately felt a sense of pride and satisfaction rising in her heart. I no longer have to be looked down upon by the shopping guides in luxury stores in shopping malls. On the contrary, they will try their best to please me. Sure enough, Lin Shu entered Mama and took Gao Xijing straight to Mama's VIP lounge. Immediately, a sales manager dressed in a Tunio uniform came over politely and asked Gao Xijing respectfully. Ms. Gao, I wonder what flavor of tea you like? Gao Xijing said casually, whatever. It's not that Gao Xijing is aloof, but she has never enjoyed such treatment before. How could she know that Mama also has these services? About 5 minutes passed. 4 or 5 shopping guides came to the rest area and bowed deeply to Lin Shu. Then, he very respectfully asked Gao Xijing to stand up and measured her personally. Ms. Gao. Mr. Lin told us last time that you like this bag, so we specially left it for you. In addition, at Mr. Lin's request, we left your initials on the front and zipper of this bag. At this moment, Gao Xijing saw the limited edition bag in the window that she had stared at last time. It was brought to him respectfully by the staff. Gao Xijing was a little surprised. She turned around and looked at Lin Shu. She didn't know when Lin Shu knew that she was secretly looking at this bag. However, the emotion that Lin Shu brought to her at this moment made her eyes suddenly feel warm. It's okay, just go and try it. Lin Shu saw Gao Xijing's mood, and quickly went behind her and gently patted her buttocks. Gao Xijing didn't feel any resistance at all, but rather enjoyed it. Gao Xijing took the bag she had always dreamed of owning and gently stroked its skin, which was soft and comfortable. The silky touch made Gao Xijing feel like she was dreaming. Lin Shu smiled, took Gao Xijing into his arms, and spoke to the Mama staff. Ms. Gao, when I come to your place from now on, you must treat me as a supreme VIP. Do you hear me? Lin Shu's voice was gentle and powerful. All the shopping guides present nodded in agreement. Gao Xijing unconsciously raised her head a little higher. You can imagine how touched I was inside. 20 minutes later. The manager took the album and began to design custom clothes for Gao Xijing. This kind of treatment is only enjoyed by China's top stars. Gao Xijing never dreamed that one day she would be able to start such a service. Before leaving, the manager of Mama respectfully handed Gao Xijing a diamond membership card that looked very high-end and classy. Ms. Gao, this is the recharge card that Lin Xiao has applied for you. It has a spending limit of 30 million. You can use your membership card to spend as you like. Gao Xijing looked at the brightly sparkling diamond card and felt a little hesitant. She didn't dare to take it for a long time. Lin Shu took it directly and put it in Gao Xijing's pocket. He gently hugged her neck and said, next time, if you like something, just buy it yourself. After saying that, Lin Shu took Gao Xijing and left the Mama counter directly. Behind me, I could still hear the farewell voices of all the Tunia staff. Gao Xijing followed Lin Shu today and enjoyed treatment she had never enjoyed before. No matter where you go, you will be treated as a supreme VIP. Her whole body underwent earth-shaking changes. When leaving the mall, Gao Xijing seemed like a completely different person. Girls all love to spend money, and Gao Xijing has already been deeply in love with Lin Shu. After this experience, Gao Xijing may never appear next to another man in her life. You must know that an eagle that has seen the vast sky will not be willing to be a sparrow in the yard. The two of them wandered sweetly on the commercial street. When I got on the car again, Zhangchang was already shrouded in darkness. Accompanied by the roar of a top-of-the-line sports car, the two of them appeared hand in hand at the gate of Zhangchang No. 1. The hotel staff are no longer surprised by Lin Shu bringing different girls here. No one here mocks Lin Shu as a scumbag. On the contrary, both men and women look at Lin Shu with envy. The last second before the two entered the room, Gao Xijing's face was full of shyness. After entering the room, Gao Xijing instantly tore off all her shyness and threw herself into Lin Shu's arms, hugging Lin Shu tightly. Brother Lin Shu, I love you so much. Thank you for being so good to me. Please don't leave me, okay? I will be obedient and I won't be jealous of other girls around you. I will be your obedient little kitty.
Gao Xijing spoke to Lin Shu emotionally while raising her head and staring at Lin Shu with her watery and seductive big eyes. The tenderness in her eyes had already scattered all over the floor. Lin Shu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Gao Xijing's eyes. With a slight smile, he held Gao Xijing in his arms and began to grope her up and down. As for what Gao Xijing said, Lin Shu naturally believed it, but not completely. If Gao Xijing said that she couldn't live without Lin Shu now, Lin Shu would believe it. However, Gao Xijing's love for Lin Shu was based on Lin Shu's strong capital. Lin Shu allowed Gao Xijing to experience a happy life that she had never experienced before and opened the door to a new life for her. Naturally, Gao Xijing's dependence on Lin Shu will continue to grow. The two of them entangled each other and soon rolled on the soft and comfortable big bed. Gao Xijing's cooperation with Lin Shu was even higher than anyone else. Maybe Gao Xijing felt that she had too many dark histories and was not worthy of Lin Shu, so she could only satisfy Lin Shu by her cooperation. Therefore, Gao Xijing can be considered the most hard-working girl, whether it is study or life. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully received the reward of all attributes +1, attribute points 20, and obtained the skill, Oscar-winning actor acting skills. Lin Shu's attribute points at this time have reached 200 points. The strengthening of his body also gave him more confidence. The feeling of powerlessness that Zhong Qin had brought to me before suddenly disappeared. A man's self-confidence is indeed improved by becoming stronger. This statement is indeed correct. Chapter 109, Taking Guoting to the Magic City. The passion of this night was no less than that of any other girl Lin Shu had ever experienced. Whether it is physical attack or magic attack, all talent points are maxed out. Even though Gao Xijing is a little unfamiliar, he will try his best to satisfy Lin Shu. The two of them kept on tossing and turning until 4 or 5 in the morning. Gao Xijing was completely limp, lying on her side on the bed, looking extremely tired. Even so, Gao Xijing still looked affectionate. "Brother, do you still want it?" Although Gao Xijing said this, even a fool could see that she was exhausted. Lin Shu naturally didn't want to continue torturing this little beauty. Holding her in his arms and patting her back gently, Gao Xijing fell asleep in a moment. Lin Shu looked at the dim sky outside, got up quietly, put on his clothes, and continued his devilish training according to Zhou Xinting's instructions. "Today, you are quite quiet around me. Why don't your girls come to bother you?" After the training, Lin Shu handed Zhou Xinting a bottle of drink. Zhou Xinting took it without hesitation, unscrewed the bottle cap, and asked Lin Shu while drinking. Lin Shu was a little embarrassed. I talked about them yesterday. They won't bother us when we are training from now on." Zhou Xinting listened to Lin Shu's words and smiled. "Lin Shu, although you are very successful now, the teacher still needs to give you some advice on relationships." Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu with a worried look on her face. "You have to know that money can't buy love in this world. You have to be vigilant against those girls who fall in love with you for your money. One day, if you encounter any difficulties, they will leave you one after another." Zhou Xinting tried to persuade Lin Shu earnestly. It is obvious that Zhou Xinting believes that the girls around Lin Shu are only pestering him because of his current success. This made Zhou Xinting feel a little worried when she went to bed at night. For some reason, Zhou Xinting became more and more concerned about Lin Shu's affairs, fearing that Lin Shu would suffer losses. Lin Shu listened to Zhou Xinting's words and smiled calmly. "Teacher, you are right. I know all this. But this is how the world is. Feelings are worthless in front of money." Lin Shu said this, expressing his true feelings. He has been a loser for so long, so naturally he has a very clear understanding of emotional issues. However, after hearing Lin Shu's words, Zhou Xinting shook her head slightly and showed an intriguing smile. "You think too absolutely. There are still good women in this world." When Lin Shu heard Zhou Xinting's words, her tone was full of confidence. Lin Shu seemed to sense something immediately. "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhou Xinting took a sip of her drink and glanced at Lin Shu. "Of course. I'm already so old. Is it abnormal to have a boyfriend?" After hearing this, Lin Shu showed a visibly disappointed expression. Zhou Xinting immediately caught this moment. She patted Lin Shu's back gently and said, "Lin Shu, you should be more cautious about emotional matters." Lin Shu listened to Zhou Xinting's words and nodded slightly. No wonder, Zhou Xinting, such a stereotyped female teacher, actually had a number on her purity. It looked like she and her boyfriend. Lin Shu nodded and said, "Okay, teacher, I remember what you said, but why didn't we know that you have a boyfriend?"
When this matter was mentioned, Zhou Xinting's eyes were full of longing, and she looked forward with a happy face. He is studying abroad now. He will be back soon, and when he comes back, we will get married. Look at Zhou Xinting's happy face. Lin Shu didn't say much, he just raised the drink in his hand and clinked it lightly with Zhou Xinting. Teacher, in that case, I wish you happiness. Certainly. Zhou Xinting blinked at Lin Shu. At this moment, Zhou Xinting no longer looked like Lin Shu's teacher. Instead, she looked more like a beautiful sister who was older than Lin Shu. I would care about Lin Shu, chat with him, give him advice, and sit with him to enjoy the time. Although Lin Shu had never thought of pursuing his beautiful teacher, he was inevitably disappointed after hearing that Zhou Xinting had a boyfriend. Maybe it's because Lin Shu has a crush on Zhou Xinting. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful Lin Shu's system is, it is unable to detect how much he likes others. Therefore, Lin Shu felt somewhat helpless. After finishing the training, Lin Shu returned to his luxury sports car, somewhat disappointed. Lin Shu quickly adjusted his mood. There are so many beautiful women around me now. I can't be too selfish and make all the women in the world fall in love with me. Thinking of this, Lin Shu quickly let it go, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Jiangcheng Medical University. Ever since he let Guo Ting go last time, Lin Shu has been drooling over this pretty little beauty. Just a dozen minutes. Lin Shu parked the car again in front of the gate of Jiangcheng Medical University. Soon, Guo Ting ran out of the school like a little rabbit. Guo Ting's outfit is always youthful, beautiful, and cute. Jeans and white shoes. Although she is not sexy, her perfect slightly plump figure always makes people think about it. As soon as Lin Shu saw Guo Ting, he immediately showed a very gentle smile. My little darling, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me? Guo Ting rolled her eyes at Lin Shu, pouted, and pretended to be angry. Humph. What are you talking about? You haven't contacted me for such a long time. Tell me, are you so busy chatting with other girls that you forgot who I am? Guo Ting looked questioning. But at this time, Lin Shu had already activated his acting skills at the level of an Oscar winner. Fooling Guo Ting was a piece of cake. With just a few words, he made this little beauty look charming. Okay, since you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will forgive you today. However, since you haven't contacted me for such a long time, I will punish you. I will punish you by making you take me to the amusement park. What? Lin Shu felt a little depressed when he heard this. After all, he came here today intending to swallow her up in one breath. Who could have expected that this little girl would have such a request? This is really frustrating. What? Do you have any objections? When Guo Ting saw Lin Shu's look, she immediately waved her fist at him proudly. Lin Shu was helpless inside. No, of course not. I'd love to go to the amusement park with you. Guo Ting was very happy when she heard this. She hugged Lin Shu's neck and gave him a big kiss on the face. Alas, there's nothing fun in Jiangcheng amusement park. It would be nice if we could go to Shanghai. Guo Ting muttered to herself, looking very disappointed. However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Lin Shu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Shu does feel a little bored to always pick up girls in Jiangcheng, but this magic city is completely different. I heard that the socialite in Shanghai is the most famous in China. If I go to Shanghai, I can expand my business scope. The most important thing is, I don't have to worry about the girls over there colliding with the girls here. Isn't that wonderful? So, Lin Shu immediately snapped his fingers. Great. Then let's go to the Magic City. Chapter 110 A Distinguished Guest at Magic City Paradise. When Guo Ting heard this, she looked at Lin Shu in disbelief. It was obvious that Lin Shu's style of speaking without thinking was beyond her expectations. What? Are you really going? But, don't you still have to train? Lin Shu waved his hand and said, What's the point of training? Compared to you, it's nothing. After hearing this, Guo Ting was obviously moved. She thought for a moment and nodded heavily, okay. In that case, let's go to the Magic City together during the weekend. When Lin Shu heard this, he gave Guo Ting a bright smile. So, the engine started and the sports car sped away, heading straight for the Magic City. On the way, Lin Shu found a place, stopped the car, took out his mobile phone, and arranged all matters. He said he wanted to go to the Magic City. In an instant, Lin Shu's mobile phone immediately turned into a massager. Jiang Yanyu, humph. He didn't come home last night, and he went to Shanghai today. There must be a girl there, humph. She's jealous. Wanya, husband, be careful and don't be too tired. I love you. Kiss. Zhongqin, Lin Chu, my husband, please don't put too much pressure on yourself. I just want you to be happy. Sheen shooting, humph. Lin Chu, you left such a big mess behind and went to the Magic City by yourself. Just wait. Zhou Xinting, be safe, be careful on the road, and don't play with your phone while driving. Gao Xijing, brother. I felt really good yesterday. I love you. Have a nice trip. Lin Miaodong, okay, brother. Our house is almost ready. When you come back from Shanghai, you can move into our house. Lin Chu looked at the messages and suddenly felt overwhelmed. He immediately transformed into the five-fingered demon of the lute and responded one by one. In order to avoid Guoting's suspicion, Lin Chu even turned his phone to silent mode. After getting in the car, Guoting rolled her eyes at Lin Chu and said, "Huh. You're such a busy guy." Lin Chu looked at Guoting with a hint of apology, "I can't help it. This is too sudden and there are many things that need to be arranged." After listening to Lin Chu's explanation, Guoting turned her head, snorted, and soon immersed herself in joy. Jiangcheng itself is not too far from the Magic City, and Lin Chu's driving skills are amazing. On the way, Guoting asked Lin Chu to sing for her. In this way, Lin Chu sang little songs all the way. When night fell, Lin Chu and Guoting had already entered the Magic City. It happened to be the evening rush hour, and even though Lin Chu's car was a limited edition supercar, he still had to sit in the traffic jam. When it comes to traffic jams, you have to be a coiled dragon or a lying tiger, no one can do anything about it. Lin Chu was very helpless. Looking at the traffic jam, he couldn't help but imagine that it would be great if he could come here by plane. In the depression of traffic jam, Lin Chu drove and took Guoting to the entrance of the most famous international super amusement park in Shanghai. As tomorrow is the weekend, there are already crowds of people gathered here. Guoting and Lin Chu stood at the door, looking at the crowded crowd inside, feeling helpless. Guoting had already prepared a strategy on the road. He kept introducing himself to Lin Chu. Brother Lin Chu. Generally speaking, when you come here to play, it's best to stay in a hotel inside for one night. That's the best way, but I see that the rooms in this hotel are really expensive. Lin Chu never cared about the price. His only wish now was to avoid queuing. After much thought, he picked up his phone and called Lu Ming. Ask him if he has the contact information of the luxury hotel in Magic City International Theme Park. As it turned out, Lu Ming did not disappoint Lin Chu. 5 minutes later, two men in suits and ties, dressed like hotel managers, walked towards Lin Chu with smiles on their faces. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. When Lin Chu saw the other party coming to greet him, he immediately took Guoting and went up. Mr. Lin, welcome to our Magic City International Paradise Theme Luxury Hotel. Maybe Lu Ming has already explained to the hotel staff here that Lin Chu has a bank card identity, so the manager here is also very respectful to Lin Chu. Lin Chu smiled gently, took Guoting, followed the staff, and directly entered the VIP exclusive channel, and walked directly towards the hotel. Just like that, it took only 3 minutes for the two of them to enter the park without queuing. Sure enough, having money brings privileges all over the world. That is not all, the hotel even sent a car decorated with theme parks to greet us. Wow! So beautiful. So cute. When Guoting saw this kind of car, her girlish heart immediately overflowed. She was more excited than when she saw Lin Chu's supercar, and she jumped up and down and rushed towards it. Lin Chu smiled at the staff and was about to open the car door and get in. Wait. Brother Lin Chu. Don't leave yet, come, take a picture for me. Lin Chu was very helpless, but Guoting was so excited that she had already stuffed her cell phone into Lin Chu's hands. Here, brother Lin Chu, you do this, adjust it to this angle, this mode. Guoting suddenly opened up and gave Lin Chu a fluent instruction. After listening to this, Lin Chu looked at the two staff members somewhat awkwardly. The two smiled politely at Lin Chu, without any intention of urging Lin Chu. Lin Chu was somewhat helpless and could only follow Guoting's instructions and take more than 200 photos of her in various poses and angles in a short period of time. We have just entered the amusement park. If it happened tomorrow, it would be terrible. Lin Chu couldn't help but feel a little worried about tomorrow's trip. By the way, does your hotel have anyone who can accompany you on your trip? It would be best if they are good at taking photos. As soon as he got on the bus, Lin Shu looked at the staff and immediately asked questions. The staff looked at Lin Shu and smiled politely. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we have professional photographers who will follow you throughout the trip if necessary. In addition, we will line up various projects for you in advance and arrange your itinerary reasonably, so please rest assured." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu nodded with satisfaction. As expected, such a high-end hotel has attentive service. Guo Ting was looking at the screen of her mobile phone carefully along the way and kept praising Lin Shu. "Wow! Brother Lin Shu, you are so awesome. I like every photo you take. But, PYQ can only post 9 photos at most, what a pity." Guo Ting was completely impressed by Lin Shu at this time. Lin Shu's photography skills are so advanced that they are even much better than those of a girl like her. This was such a surprise that she couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's various styles of blockbusters. Lin Shu was helpless. On the way to the hotel in the theme car, the hotel manager who was sitting in the front suddenly turned around with a slightly apologetic look and said to Lin Shu, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, our most luxurious presidential suite is no longer available. We can only ask you to stay in one of our ordinary suites. Please understand." When Lin Shu heard this, he naturally said that it didn't matter. However, Lin Shu was still a little surprised. "But Manager Wang, your business here is quite good. Such expensive rooms can be fully booked. I admire you." When Manager Wang heard this, he shook his head and said to Lin Shu with a smile, "Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. In fact, all those rooms were booked by one person. That person is our distinguished guest. She is not used to having someone live on the same floor with her, so she booked all the suites on that floor at once." When Lin Shu heard this, he was secretly shocked. "Wow, I didn't expect there was such a pretentious guy. Huge power pack." Chapter 111 Big Shot. After hearing this, Guo Ting was naturally even more shocked. "How much does this cost?" Lin Shu smiled but said nothing. Lin Shu can afford this little money, but he is not so pretentious. And so, the two of them sat in the car for about 10 minutes. Then we arrived at the entrance of International Paradise Theme Hotel. The decoration here is full of theme elements of the park and looks very distinctive. The walls, carpets, and even the staff's work clothes almost all echo the theme. Once you enter here, it's like entering a sea of joy. Even Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a lot happier. When it came time to book a room, Lin Shu was very natural and just walked up and asked for a suite. Guo Ting, who was standing next to Lin Shu, was very well behaved. When she heard Lin Shu's request, she just looked a little shy and did not resist. Lin Shu smiled proudly. It seemed that he could finally enjoy this delicious dish today. Just like that, under the enthusiastic guidance of the hotel manager, the two went upstairs to their room. A hot bath had already been prepared for Lin Shu. There are hot air balloons flying everywhere on the roof of the room, which looks like a lot of effort has been put into it. Guo Ting ran around the room excitedly, wishing she could turn the soft and comfortable big bed into a trampoline. How could Lin Shu allow Guo Ting to act so recklessly? He immediately hugged her in his arms. Guo Ting and Lin Shu were lying on the sofa at this time. Guo Ting blinked and looked at Lin Shu. Their eyes met, and they couldn't control their emotions. Lin Shu kissed him. Guo Ting responded enthusiastically, and the two soon became entangled with each other. Although Guo Ting is so old, she is still a virgin. But her body was truly made for XXX. The short and passionate kiss caused her body temperature to rise rapidly, and Lin Shu felt as if she was holding a small stove in her arms. Soon, Guo Ting's forehead was covered with sweat. Lin Shu gently stroked her fair and smooth skin. Gently take off her clothes. There was some shyness in Guo Ting's eyes. When her proud breast stood in front of Lin Shu, she was still a little shy and quickly covered herself. Ting Ting, you are so beautiful. Lin Shu looked at Guo Ting, breathing slightly heavily, and spoke to her emotionally. Hate it. Guo Ting acted coquettishly while taking the initiative to go forward and kiss Lin Shu's lips. Everything seems to be going smoothly. When the two of them fell on the bed, entangled together. Brother! I am scared, please be gentle. Guo Ting looked at Lin Shu nervously and shyly, with her head lowered, her face red, and her eyes closed, as if she was ready to be picked by him. It's really addictive. Sure enough, the system never deceived me. While Lin Shu was being intimate with Guo Ting, he recalled the system's description of her characteristics when he first met Guo Ting. Readers who cannot remember, please read the previous text carefully. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully captured the perfect goddess. Reward artifact equipment, disposable cool and elegant perfume. Cool and elegant perfume greatly enhances the host's charm. It will automatically take effect when you meet a goddess, increasing your favorability. Duration, 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Goddess of Strategy, Guiting, all attributes increased by 2 points, attribute points, 30 points, appearance attribute increased by 0.2. As expected, a perfect goddess like Guiting receives extremely generous rewards. In addition to the regular rewards being more generous than other girls, Lin Shu finally improved her appearance attribute again. She also received unprecedented equipment given by the system. This is of great help to Lin Shu's trip to the Magic City. At this time, Lin Shu's appearance attribute has reached 8.5. This is already considered a handsome guy. Put it in the crowd, it will definitely attract attention. This made Lin Shu very excited. Guiting's body is indeed rare in the world. In short, everything is too comfortable. 2 hours later, Guiting limped, and the two of them came to the hotel restaurant. Guiting's face was still a little flushed at this time. She looked extremely shy. Brother Lin Shu, what should I do? It's all your fault, it's so embarrassing. Guiting lowered her head and complained to Lin Shu softly. Lin Shu smiled lightly and said half-jokingly, "Don't worry. The hotel staff will take care of it for you. Besides, how can you blame me? It was obviously you." Before Lin Shu finished speaking, he felt a pain in his arm. Guiting used all her strength and pinched Lin Shu's arm hard. "Humph. I'm warning you, if you mention this again, don't blame me for being rude." Guiting glared at Lin Shu fiercely, her face full of shyness and embarrassment. Obviously, Lin Shu and Guiting did not come to the restaurant to eat voluntarily. Actually, the hotel sheets. It must be changed. In desperation, Lin Shu could only take Guiting out of the room first. The two arrived at the restaurant. Guiting still had some difficulty moving, so Lin Shu was very gentle. He sat next to Guiting and kept picking up food for her. This made Guiting feel full of happiness. The two quickly forgot the awkwardness and started talking and laughing. At this moment, the hotel suddenly became extremely crowded. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the crowd. I saw a large group of people moving towards the hotel entrance. And these 20 or so people were almost all bodyguards, who blocked the person in the middle of them so tightly that it was impossible to see who the person in the middle was. It's even hard to tell whether it's a boy or a girl. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but frown. This person is really exaggerating. Lin Shu couldn't help but feel that this person was a bit annoying. If you think it's dangerous, you shouldn't have come to such a crowded place. Since you have come to such a place, you shouldn't act so special, as if you are afraid that others don't know your special identity. Lin Shu was somewhat disdainful of this behavior. Thinking of this, Lin Shu waved his hand. Soon, Wu Tian appeared from somewhere and appeared beside Lin Shu, scaring Guiting to death. In fact, Wu Tian had been following Lin Shu all the time, and almost no one could notice him. However, as long as someone does something unexpected to Lin Shu, Wu Tian is in a position where he can definitely take action first and subdue the opponent. Guiting looked at Wu Tian in disbelief. Have you been following us? Lin Shu smiled and nodded. That's right, Ting, he is my bodyguard, his name is Wu Tian. Also, there is someone secretly protecting you. Wu Tian, call him over. Wu Tian nodded calmly and made a casual gesture to the crowd. A few seconds later, another man appeared. He looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he was very burly. After he showed up, the first thing he did was to greet Lin Shu, Mr. Lin. Hello, I am Brother Tian's subordinate, my name is Qi Yong. Lin Shu nodded calmly and said to Guiting, Ting, this Brother Qi is your personal bodyguard. Please meet him. Guiting was suddenly touched. It turns out that Lin Shu has always cared about me so much. She was even given a private bodyguard, but she didn't know about it and kept blaming Lin Shu for being busy and not taking care of her. Suddenly, Guiting passionately kissed Lin Shu on the face. Lin Shu smiled and gently gestured to Guiting to eat first. Then he turned around, looked at Wu Tian and asked, Wu Tian, what are the identities of the people protected by those bodyguards just now? Wu Tian shook his head. I don't know. But he must be an important person. These bodyguards in the open are definitely very skilled. There are even many people protecting him in secret. I guess he must be an important person. Chapter 112 Tour Guide Li Wanlin's Thoughts. When Lin Shu heard this, he scoffed at the matter. It may be because Lin Shu had been at the bottom of society for a long time. Even in a small university, they are all almost transparent losers. Therefore, Lin Shutian naturally has a certain aversion to those upper-class people who are so arrogant and eager to tell the world how awesome they are when they go out. Wu Tian, go check and see who this person is. Lin Shu whispered an order to Wu Tian, who was standing beside him. When Wu Tian heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed. Boss, I'm afraid it's not a good idea. Just go if you're told to. Don't worry. Lin Shu glanced at the crowded crowd at the hotel entrance and gave an order in a low voice. Wu Tian had no choice but to nod, and instantly disappeared into the crowd with Guoting's bodyguards. Brother Lin Shu, I want to go to the night market in the International Park later. I saw in the guide that it's very fun. When Lin Shu faced Guoting, he immediately put away his cold attitude towards Wu Tian and looked at his girlfriend in front of him with great doting. Okay. But... Ting, your legs. Ouch. That's annoying. It doesn't hurt that much to begin with. Guoting suddenly became a little shy when she heard Lin Shu's words, and reached out to hit Lin Shu. The two of them had a good atmosphere. Since Guoting wanted to go to the night market, Lin Shu called Manager Wang and asked him to make arrangements. Manager Wang naturally knew that Lin Shu's identity was not ordinary, so he was naturally very respectful. 20 minutes later. Manager Wang brought a slim and dignified woman from a distance. She looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing a business suit and smiling, looking very professional. Mr. Lin, this is the private tour guide arranged for you by our International Paradise Theme Hotel. Miss Li. Hello? Mr. Lin, my name is Li Wanlin, you can just call me Wanlin. The beautiful lady was very graceful and took the initiative to extend her hand to shake hands with Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked the beauty up and down and quickly started to look up her information in his mind. Name, Li Wanlin. Age, 28. Appearance, 8.8. Purity, 5. Features, geographical expertise, professional travel escort. Favorability, 35. Cashback ratio, 35. Lin Shu looked at the information of the beauty in front of him and found her very mediocre. However, facing Lin Shu's gaze, Li Wanlin couldn't help but straighten her chest a little bit, hoping to show off her proud breasts in front of Lin Shu as much as possible. In fact, Li Wanlin had noticed Lin Shu a long time ago. As the chief tour guide of this international theme park, Li Wanlin naturally has the right to choose her clients. The moment Lin Shu appeared, she was almost certain at first glance that Lin Shu must be a big shot. He was dressed gorgeously, and all the luxury goods on his body were custom made. He received special treatment at the hotel and was accompanied by a very beautiful girl. In addition, Lin Shu walked with confidence, even a little bit of rebellious attitude. Let her confirm on the spot that Lin Shu must be a big fish. Therefore, she made a special trip to find Manager Wang and expressed her willingness to be Lin Shu's tour guide. Manager Wang knows Li Wanlin. Although this woman is very ambitious, if she really meets a top tycoon or a rich second-generation nobleman, she will not be reserved at all. Therefore, although Li Wanlin is just a small tour guide, her living standard is definitely not inferior to any other woman in Shanghai. Manager Wang gave Li Wanlin a look that said I understand, and then took her to meet Lin Shu in person. At this time, Guoting had no idea what Li Wanlin was thinking. Although this girl is a good student and an excellent student at a prestigious university, she knows nothing about the dark side of society. Therefore, not only did she not doubt Li Wanlin's purpose at all, she even started talking to her enthusiastically. Seeing this, Lin Shu naturally didn't say much. Although this woman's data was mediocre, especially in terms of purity, Lin Shu was somewhat dissatisfied. But, as the saying goes, if a woman passes by your door, XXXXX. Lin Shu naturally responded to Li Wanlin with a smile. In this way, Li Wanlin naturally became Lin Shu's personal tour guide here. 20 minutes later. With a professional smile, Li Wanlin took Lin Shu and Guoting to the sightseeing bus prepared by the hotel. While driving, she talked and introduced everything in the park to Lin Shu and Guoting. Guoting listened very carefully, nodded and took notes, and did not notice the look Li Wanlin gave Lin Shu at all. She was testing Lin Shu's attitude. As for Lin Shu, he turned his head and looked out the window with an unclear attitude. Half an hour later, Li Wanlin parked the car on the side of the road. The scene ahead was bustling with activity and filled with laughter. This is the famous International Paradise Night Market. In addition to various light shows, there are also a series of small games and snacks, a variety of themed ice creams, as well as girls' favorite photo-taking spots and open-air music performances. In short, this place is worthy of being one of the business cards of the international theme park. It is very lively and attractive. As expected, Guo Ting became excited immediately when she saw the delicious and fun things. She ignored the pain in her legs, jumped up and down, and rushed into the night market ahead with Lin Chu. As for Li Wanlin, she just followed behind the two of them. According to her judgment, Lin Chu must be a target that she can conquer. So, she suddenly pretended to stagger and accidentally fell on the back of Lin Chu in front of her. Lin Chu reacted very quickly, as if he had eyes behind his head, and he directly supported Li Wanlin, who was about to fall, with his backhand. "Sister Wanlin, what happened to you? Are you okay?" At this time, Li Wanlin's face was flushed and she looked very shy. She lowered her head to adjust her hair, then quickly shook her head to explain. "No, nothing, it's just that there are too many people, and someone just accidentally tripped me." Guo Ting was very kind. She smiled and checked Li Wanlin to see if she was injured. As for Li Wanlin, she kept staring at Lin Chu with a slightly shy look. Just now, the moment Lin Chu helped her up, his pair of powerful hands instantly slid to her chest, and without anyone noticing, he pinched her proud breasts hard, as if giving her a hint or a reminder. Lin Chu sneered at Li Wanlin, said nothing, and simply put his arm around Guo Ting, continuing to walk forward with a smile on his face. Li Wanlin's favorability plus 10. Li Wanlin looked at Lin Chu and immediately felt that the man in front of her was not simple. The other parties seemed to be able to see through her thoughts and kept performing with her. Suddenly, Lin Chu became more mysterious in Li Wanlin's mind. This man not only looks good, has strong financial strength, and seems very wise. He is simply a perfect fish. But Lin Chu is not like those little goldfish in her fish tank. At least it's a shark with sharp teeth. Li Wanlin thought secretly. Chapter 113. Lin Chu participates in the literary and martial arts competition. Li Wanlin hastily tidied her clothes and quickly caught up with Lin Chu and Guo Ting in front of her. He continued to adjust his state and began to introduce the two people as if nothing had happened. "Hey! Brother Lin Chu, look over there. What a beautiful toy doll." At this time, Guo Ting suddenly pointed. "I saw a stall not far ahead, where a lot of people gathered. It seems to be an activity where you win some prize through some special competition." The prize was an anime-themed toy doll that was over 1 meter long, furry, and looked cute. Lin Chu touched Guo Ting's little head and said, "Do you like it? Let's go and take a look." As he spoke, Lin Chu hugged Guo Ting and went straight to the stall. When you walk up to it, you will find that the stall is divided into two parts, with a big Chinese character written on one side. On the other side is a big Wu character written on it. The boss was a man who looked to be about 50 years old, with a pointed face and a rather thin appearance. As he collected the money, he smiled and shook his head. International Paradise, Civil and Martial Arts Competition. If you can win the championship, you will receive an exclusive themed gift. The registration fee is only 200 yuan. Lin Chu took a look. At this time, there were already about 100 people gathered here. Most of them were men who volunteered to sign up in order to show themselves in front of the women they liked. Of course, there are also many fathers who, in order to please the children around them, are willing to spend 200 yuan and try hard to compete for gifts. When Lin Chu looked at Guo Ting's sparkling eyes, he understood everything. So, he pushed through the crowd, walked up to the boss, and patted him on the shoulder. "Sir, please tell me how much you can sell your doll for." Lin Chu was too lazy to participate in such a sensational game. As long as you have money, nothing is a problem. Who would have thought that the thin man looked at Lin Chu, then closed his eyes proudly, smiled and shook his head. "That's our joint gift. We won't sell it no matter how much money you pay. If you want it, you must have real skills. Well, you can be either civil or martial." "Ahem. Brother Lin Chu, if that's the case, why don't you join us? Just in case it works." Guo Ting is very interested in this kind of activity. Who wouldn't he want to show off her beloved boyfriend? Looking at Guo Ting's big, sparkling eyes, Lin Chu sighed helplessly. "Boss, here, 400 yuan. I have always been good at both civil and military affairs." Lin Chu casually took out 400 yuan and stuffed it into the boss's pocket. The thin man was suddenly very happy, his eyes narrowed almost into a slit. Okay. Please follow me." Then, the boss pulled down the two plaques with the words civil and military written on them. Behind the word Wu is actually a comprehensive shooting range. You can shoot arrows, do some shooting, and throw things. The lean boss stroked his beard and chuckled, "Our gifts are only given to capable people. As long as you can win the first prize in any one of the items, you can take away our co-branded doll." The lean boss finished speaking. All the men who had paid the registration fee volunteered and rushed forward to try. Some raised their bows and arrows, drew their aim, some raised their air rifles and aimed in a straight line, and some picked up javelins on the ground and shouted loudly. For a moment, the atmosphere was very lively. "Mr. Lin, according to my analysis, although shooting seems to be the simplest and requires no skills, it is actually the most competitive and the most difficult. I suggest you choose the javelin with the least number of people." At this time, Li Wanlin came up and whispered to Lin Shu. Of course, she had reasons for saying this. This activity has always been here, and of course she has brought clients here before. Most of the prizes were won by throwing spears. As for shooting events, very few people received awards. Therefore, her advice was pretty good. Who knew that Lin Shu was neither hurried nor hurried forward? Instead, he picked up the milk tea that Guo Ting had just bought and drank it with relish. Soon, all the challengers completed the challenge, leaving only Lin Shu standing there. At this time, the boss looked at Lin Shu and walked over. "Sir, have you decided which project you want to try?" Lin Shu looked at the boss and smiled. "Boss, let me ask you, if I win all 3 events, what will be the reward?" The boss was stunned when Lin Shu asked this. "What? 3 events? Sir, our event has been going on for more than a year, and no one has won first place in 2 events. I can tell at a glance that you are an amateur. Although these 3 events seem similar, the techniques are completely different." Alright. I just asked you, if I can, what's the reward?" Lin Shu became a little impatient listening to the boss's slow explanation, so he interrupted him and asked. The boss thought for a moment and stroked his beard. "I can let you try 3 projects, but I will charge you 3 times the price. However, if you can win all 3 projects, not only will I not charge you a penny, but you can also take as many gifts as you want from my warehouse." Looking at the confident look of the boss, Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Li Wanlin behind him hurried forward and whispered, "Mr. Lin, since he is so confident, it means that there are many agents among the contestants who can beat you through special means. There is no need for you to waste your money." Of course Li Wanlin knew that the mere 600 yuan was nothing to Lin Shu. However, she still reminded Lin Shu. "This is how you improve your favorability in front of Lin Shu. I have to say, this woman is quite thoughtful." Lin Shu smiled, ignored Li Wanlin, strode forward and headed towards the first event, which was archery. Lin Shu attracted a crowd of onlookers at the scene. Hearing his loud tone, everyone wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Lin Shu just exhaled, smiled, and easily picked up the heaviest bow around him. This man doesn't look very strong, but he chose the heaviest bow and arrow. At this time, a professional archer was whispering there. Although he did not quite agree with Lin Shu's choice, since Lin Shu was so arrogant, he still wanted to see what this guy was capable of. As a result, Lin Shu had already taken aim, and he knew that Lin Shu was basically a layman and looked like a boaster with a big tone. Because Lin Shu had never been exposed to archery before, his posture looked very amateurish. He sighed, turned around and prepared to leave. However, before he had taken 10 steps, he heard cries of surprise from the onlookers behind him. Chapter 114 Old Man. Wow! The bursts of exclamations at the scene attracted him to push through the crowd and rush over to check. At this moment, an arrow pierced the cloud and hit the center of the target. This is not the most amazing thing. The arrow actually penetrated half of the target, and only half of the arrow was exposed outside. The professional athlete rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. How is this possible? It is impossible for anyone to exert such great force and hit the bullseye accurately from such a long distance. It's a guess. It must be a guess. At this time, the athlete shook his head vigorously and kept telling himself that this guy was guessing. Lin Shu turned around and looked at the boss. The boss was a little surprised. He had been co-organizing this event here with the international theme park for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Lin Shu smiled, without changing his expression, and put away the second arrow. He drew the bow and put the arrow on it, still in that extremely unprofessional posture. However, his strength seemed so great that he could almost break the heaviest crossbow. Whoosh! A cloud-piercing arrow. Bang! Same location, same depth. Hit the bull's eye. Good. This time, there were no more exclamations, and the whole audience began to applaud Lin Chu's superb shooting skills. Lin Chu remained calm and tried the third, fourth, and fifth sticks. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the previous arrow flew out, the next arrow flew out in response. Everyone looked at Lin Chu's operation in surprise, with disbelief on their faces. Bang! 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 With 3 loud noises that even a deaf person could hear, 5 arrows were fired, in exactly the same position, at exactly the same depth. They are arranged so neatly there that it is hard to believe if you don't see it with your own eyes. Wow! Brother Lin Chu! At this time, who was the most excited? Of course, it was Guoting. She was afraid that others didn't know that this outstanding man was her boyfriend, so she jumped up and down and waved at Lin Chu frantically. The boss walked up and gave Lin Chu a thumbs up. Brother! Awesome! You are definitely not an ordinary person. I have been here for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen someone as awesome as you. After hearing this, Lin Chu remained calm and walked towards the shooting range. Even when many people hadn't reacted, Lin Chu had already calmly raised the air rifle in his hand. Bang! 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 5 bullets. Lin Chu didn't even aim, he just raised his hand and fired 5 shots in succession. It's very similar to the high-end sniping operation in the game. However, the air rifle seemed to have no recoil at all. Lin Chu's arm was completely vertical, and after firing 5 bullets, there was not the slightest deformation. 50 rings. At the moment, some people were mocking Lin Chu for trying to show off and saying he didn't know how to shoot. The electronic broadcast at the scene sounded. Lin Chu's score, 50 rings. Wow! There were bursts of exclamations from the scene again. Mom! This big brother is so awesome. Is he the legendary martial arts master? Wow! What a handsome man. Oh my god, is this true? I'm not as cool as him in the game. For a moment, Lin Chu heard the praises from the onlookers. At this moment, Guoting felt even more proud. She straightened her chest and wished she could grow 10 centimeters taller. Lin Chu had no intention of stopping at this time. He threw down the air rifle and walked straight to the javelin field. At this time, there were more and more onlookers around. At this time, at the outermost edge of the crowd, 30 burly men in suits surrounded a pretty woman wearing a hat. Miss, we are running out of time. We still need to. The assistant beside the woman started to speak at this time, but was interrupted by the woman who stretched out her hand. There's no rush yet. The woman's voice was not loud, but it was extremely authoritative. After she said the 3 words, the assistant beside her immediately nodded and respectfully stepped aside. At this time, Lin Chu calmly picked up the javelin on the ground and played with it in his hand. Whoosh! Lin Chu seemed to be a little careless when throwing the javelin. He didn't even use all his strength, let alone aim. However, the next scene shocked everyone. The javelin thrown by Lin Chu instantly cut through the air like a bullet. Bang! With a loud bang, the javelin hit the center of the target. The enormous force directly smashed the target erected there, and the entire target broke into pieces. This time, the whole place was silent, and everyone looked at this unbelievable scene in astonishment. The scene was silent for 5 seconds. Good. It was this woman, who was protected by more than 30 bodyguards, who led the applause. Then, the crowd burst into applause. Before leaving, the woman gave Lin Chu on the stage a meaningful look, and then left in a mighty manner with more than 30 bodyguards. Guoting couldn't wait any longer at this point, she dodged and rushed forward, giving him a bear hug. Wow! Brother Lin Chu! You are so awesome! Li Wanlin's favorability plus 10. At this moment, Li Wanlin looked at Lin Chu on the stage, and her heart was instantly in turmoil. She hooked up with so many powerful bosses. No one could really stir up waves in her heart. But Lin Chu's graceful figure on the stage just now caused a storm in her heart. So handsome. Li Wanlin couldn't help but mutter softly. At this time, the boss came up, looked at Lin Chu helplessly, and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Sir, you are awesome. I am convinced. Follow me, you can choose whatever you want in the warehouse. Lin Chu smiled slightly and looked at the literary competition scene next to him. Unlike here, the people there all look well-mannered and elegant.
He was writing an article, shaking his head from time to time. Lin Shu smiled slightly and said to the boss, "Don't worry.
Wait until I finish participating in that." An hour later.
Lin Shu and Guo Ting, including Li Wanlin and 2 staff members, each holding several oversized dolls nearly 1 meter tall, were loading them onto the car. Lin Shu naturally prepared gifts for all the women around him in one breath. Wenye, Zhong Qin, Jiang Yanyu, Lin Miaodong, Gao Xijing, Qi Bingbing, Qin Shooting, and even Mu Zhouning and Zhou Xinting did not forget. Because these dolls were too huge, Li Wanlin had no choice but to call for hotel staff to help Lin Shu transport these things back to the hotel. Lin Shu, as the winner and the boss, was naturally sitting on a chair nearby, chatting and laughing with Guo Ting while eating ice cream.
Guo Ting was so happy at this moment.
Lin Shu's face was covered with obvious lipstick marks.
Just now, Guo Ting was almost bitten by Lin Shu, like a zombie.
At this moment, someone suddenly came to Lin Shu and patted him on the shoulder.
"This young friend. Let me introduce myself to you." When Lin Shu heard the vigorous and powerful voice, he turned around and saw an old man who was about 60 years old, but in good spirits, with a gleam in his eyes and looked like a naughty old man, standing beside Lin Shu with a smile on his face. Chapter 115 In Xing Is Mentor.
Lin Shu felt a little strange and looked back at the old man.
"Grandpa. Hello, why are you alone? Are you here with your family?" Guo Ting was very polite.
She quickly stood up and helped the old man sit next to Lin Shu. The old man chuckled and shook his head.
"No. I came here alone. I just saw this young man, reciting poems and writing couplets.
He is good at both literature and martial arts.
I like him very much.
He can bring peace to the world with his pen and conquer the world with his horse." When Lin Shu heard this, he was immediately speechless.
"Old man, could you please stop speaking in such flowery language? I can't stand it. What on earth do you want to do?"
The old man looked at Lin Shu, looking him up and down. That look was exactly the same as the one Lin Shu gave the girl. This made Lin Shu very uncomfortable.
"I say, old comrade, what on earth are you going to do?"
Lin Shu was speechless and asked again. Who knew the old man would smile and nod with great satisfaction, just like when Lin Shu saw a beautiful woman, he would nod after taking a look at her figure and face, saying, "She's a top-notch beauty." It's almost the same idea, except that this old man looks even more blatant. Lin Shu subconsciously moved a little further away from the old man.
"Hey, don't be afraid, little friend. I have no ill intentions.
I just like you very much and think you look a lot like me when I was young. So, I want you to become my disciple.
How about that?"
When Lin Shu heard this, he almost vomited out all the milk tea he had just drunk.
"Hey old man. Can you please stop being so humorous? Are you looking for students everywhere? Why should I become your disciple? Have you read too many martial arts novels?"
The old man listened to Lin Shu's words.
He was neither anxious nor angry.
He smiled and patted Lin Shu's shoulder.
"You kid, don't be ungrateful. Do you know how many people want to call me teacher but I still refuse? I only have 2 students. Your sister is a beautiful girl. She is also an excellent person. I think you too. Deed. Old man, are you sick?
Come on, Ting Ting, go buy this old man a cup of milk tea.
Let him sober up."
After hearing what Lin Shu said, Guo Ting stood there in a daze, blinking her eyes, feeling a little at a loss.
"Go quickly,"
Lin Shu urged, and Guo Ting nodded, then she skipped and ran towards the milk tea shop nearby. Lin Shu looked at the old man again, who was dressed very ordinary. So he took out a stack of $100 bills from his wallet.
"Old man, if you want to cheat me, don't bother. Here, this money is for you. Go home quickly."
Lin Shu stuffed the money into the old man's hand without saying a word, then stood up and was about to leave. Who would have thought that this old man would actually block Lin Shu's way and stuff all the money in his hand back into Lin Shu's bag? My dear, don't rush to refuse. I live in room V888 of the International Paradise Theme Hotel.
You can come and keep me company anytime. I really enjoy chatting with you."
After saying this, the old man grabbed Lin Shu's watch and looked at it.
No, I'm afraid my female student is getting impatient. Okay, little friend, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to come find me."
After saying this, the old man turned around and ran away. Lin Shu felt a little helpless. He looked at the old man and didn't take what he said to heart at all.
At this time, Guo Ting ran back with a cup of hot milk tea in her hand. "Hey, brother Lin Shu, where is that old man?" Lin Shu looked at the old man's figure and said, after saying crazy things, he ran away. Guo Ting looked at him with some concern and said with some worry, "But if that old man is really a little crazy, he would be in great danger." Lin Shu thought about it and realized that this was the case. If something happened, it would cause trouble for him. So he snapped his fingers and signaled Wu Tian to appear. Wu Tian immediately jumped out from some unknown corner. "Go, keep an eye on the old man I was just chatting with, and don't let anything happen to him." Wu Tian nodded, and with a flash, he disappeared from Lin Shu's sight. At this time, Li Wanlin had just arranged everything and hurried back to Lin Shu. "Mr. Lin, those things have all been placed in your room. According to your instructions, we can mail them out tomorrow." Lin Shu nodded and said, "By the way, Ms. Li, I want to ask you something. Has anyone reserved room V888 in your hotel?" Li Wanlin thought for a moment and said to Lin Shu, "Yes. That is our supreme presidential suite. It has been booked a long time ago. However, the booker is a young lady." When Lin Shu heard this, he realized that the old man was talking nonsense, so he smiled and shook his head to indicate that it was okay. "Mr. Lin, you don't have to call me Miss Li, just call me Wanlin." At this time, Li Wanlin lowered her head and spoke to Lin Shu in a delicate voice with a blushing face. At this time, the square near the International Paradise Theme Hotel. The big shot who just appeared in the hotel and was protected by more than 30 bodyguards. At this time, he was standing in the square, pacing back and forth, looking a little anxious. "Mr. Yin, I don't see Mr. Zhou nearby. What should I do?" Yin Xingya was a little anxious at this time. She looked down at her watch and fiddled with her cell phone in her hand nervously. Could it be that Mr. Zhou came early and got angry when he saw we were not here? At this time, the assistant beside Yin Xingya asked somewhat uneasily. Yin Xingya shook her head calmly. "Impossible. I know Mr. Zhou. He will never do that." Where did Mr. Zhou go? Just when everyone was getting a little anxious, an old man came over from a distance with a swagger, a cup of milk tea in his hand, and a smile on his face. "Teacher." Seeing this, Yin Xingya rushed over and supported Mr. Zhou. "Teacher, where have you been? I'm so worried." While Zhou Lao happily took a sip of milk tea, he looked at Yin Xingya mysteriously and smiled. "Xingya, I just found a junior brother for you. Hee, I think that boy is quite suitable for you. You said you are so old and still don't have a man. How can this work? Wait for me to introduce him to you another day." Yin Xingya felt helpless when she heard this. One's personal problems are basically taboo topics at home and no one dares to mention them. However, she didn't dare to say anything when her mentor, Mr. Zhou, mentioned it. She could only helplessly chat with him and walk towards the hotel together. "I'm saying, Xingya, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but could you please not be so high profile next time? I'm just an old man, why do you need so many people?" "Teacher, I have to protect your safety. You have a special identity," Yin Xingya explained to Mr. Zhou in a low voice. Mr. Zhou glanced at Yin Xingya sideways and said nothing. Then the two of them entered the hotel under the protection of a large group of people. Chapter 116 Sweet Couple. More than half an hour later. Inside the presidential suite. Yin Xingya was very respectful and placed the fine tea that she had brewed for her teacher on the table. "Teacher, please have some tea." Mr. Zhou put down the book in his hand, looked at Yin Xingya, picked up the teacup and smelled it. Not bad, not bad. I like it. But I say, Xingya, you don't have to spend so much every time. I have lived a hard life. Yin Xingya said as she was busy cleaning the room for Mr. Zhou. "Teacher, I really have to say a few words to you. You have been here recently, so you must pay attention to your safety. The Magic City is not like the Imperial City. We don't know what is going on. Look, it's a good thing that the man just now came to protect you. What if something bad happened to you? What should we do?" Yin Xingya kept giving instructions while she was busy. When Mr. Zhou mentioned this, he immediately smiled, put down the book, and blinked his eyes. "Xingya, you really don't say it. Look, I like that young man. He's not bad. Although he's mean, he's not bad at heart. Don't you think so?" Yes. You are right. However, it is also a coincidence that this young man is actually from Jiangchen. He is my fellow villager. I will check his background information someday.
When Mr. Zhou heard this, he smiled and looked at Yin Xingya. You don't understand this.
This is called fate.
While Yin Xingya was busy with the things in her hands, she looked at Mr. Zhou and smiled. I hope so.
I'm just afraid that others have ulterior motives.
When Mr. Zhou heard this, he immediately said seriously, Xingya,
how many times have I told you not to think too badly of others? Why can't you remember?
Listen, Lin Chu and I are all destined to be together.
You are not allowed to harass her.
Yin Xingya felt helpless after hearing Mr. Zhou's reprimand, but still nodded very respectfully.
Yes. Teacher, I remember it.
At this moment, Lin Chu, Guiting, and Li Wanlin happened to return to the hotel together. Guiting was like a happy little girl, jumping around and holding a strange-shaped balloon in her hand. Lin Chu took her hand and walked into the hotel.
Li Wanlin looked at Lin Chu, bowed lightly, and deliberately showed her cleavage.
Mr. Lin, you should go to bed early.
I will wait for you here tomorrow morning. Li Wanlin naturally knew that it was unrealistic to take down Lin Chu today.
So she didn't force it, but just silently stuffed her room card into Lin Chu's pocket. Lin Chu looked at Li Wanlin meaningfully, nodded, then held Guiting in his arms, turned around, and went straight to the hotel.
Wu Tian personally sent Lin Chu to the door of the room.
Then, he looked around and said to Lin Chu,
Boss, I have already found out what you asked me to investigate.
The identity of that important person. When Lin Chu heard this, he instantly became interested.
He raised his eyebrows and asked at the door of the room, Oh? Who is it? A celebrity? Wu Tian smiled and shook his head. No. She's not a celebrity. By the way, you may have heard of her. She is Yin Xingyan's sister, Yin Xingya.
Lin Chu was a little shocked when he heard this.
Is she the woman who fought with Yin Xingyan for the family property? Isn't she abroad? Wu Tian shook his head. I don't know about that. Boss, do you want to continue investigating?
Lin Chu smiled and shook his head.
No, I just want to know who went out so flamboyantly. We don't need to care about her. It has nothing to do with me anyway. But, you can remind Yin Xingyang.
He doesn't seem to know that his sister has returned to China.
After Lin Chu finished speaking, he thought for a moment and smiled. Okay, Wu Tian, you can go back and rest. You don't have to stand guard at the door. Nothing will happen here. Wu Tian nodded.
Lin Chu stepped forward and patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. You have worked hard during this period.
I will give you a bonus someday.
After saying this, Lin Chu closed the door and entered the room. Wu Tian was left standing alone at the door, his face filled with shock. You know, with Wu Tian's vigilance, it is impossible for anyone to get close to him before he can react at all.
But Lin Chu did it.
If this happened in the army, Lin Chu was the enemy, and Lin Chu could have cut his throat without anyone noticing.
At this moment, Wu Tian was full of awe for his boss. This guy is simply not human.
He demonstrated his marksmanship at the night market tonight, and even Wu Tian, the king of special forces, felt inferior to him.
Who exactly is this boss of mine?
Wu Tian stood there in a daze, his brain working rapidly. After a long time, he shook his head vigorously. He knew that a person of Lin Chu's status was definitely not someone he could detect, so he should avoid causing trouble to avoid upsetting his boss. To kill a person like Lin Chu is as easy as killing an ant. More importantly, Lin Chu seemed to have completely crushed Wu Tian in the areas where Wu Tian was most confident, which was a bit scary. Sure enough, when Lin Chu and Guiting returned to the room, it had been cleaned and the bed sheets and quilt covers had been completely replaced with new ones. Lin Chu chuckled and hugged Guiting from behind.
Ouch! You're annoying.
Guiting smiled and hit Lin Chu several times, then symbolically resisted for a few seconds. Soon, the two of them were entangled together again.
This time, the sofa was the main unlucky one. The lovemaking between the two of them on the sofa directly resulted in the luxurious sofa being broken. Humph! Brother Lin Chu, you are so bad. This makes me so embarrassed. The two of them were on the bed.
Guiting buried her little head in Lin Chu's arms, rubbing against him and speaking in a coquettish manner. Lin Chu smiled, and his big hands began to wander dishonestly again.
Hey, I didn't, it was obviously you, Ting Ting. Shut up. If you say anything more, I will ignore you.
Guiting shyly interrupted Lin Chu's words and glared at him fiercely. Soon, she felt Lin Chu's warm hands bringing her. More than 2 hours later.
Guo Ting looked at Lin Chu fiercely. Brother Lin Chu, you are not allowed to touch me tonight. The two of them had just asked the hotel staff to change the bed sheets, so you can imagine how embarrassed Guo Ting was. She has really made up her mind this time, which is so embarrassing. How come Lin Chu is so powerful? When Lin Chu heard this, he felt a little aggrieved. Then I have to hold you in my arms while sleeping, right? Guo Ting grabbed the quilt, glared at Lin Chu and said, "Humph. Hold me and sleep honestly, and never touch me again, otherwise, I will kick you off." Lin Chu felt a little aggrieved and muttered helplessly, "It's obviously your problem, why are you punishing me?" Just like that, under Guo Ting's threat, Lin Chu held the voluptuous beauty in his arms, listened to her faint snoring, and fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 117 Hexagonal Warrior and the Goddess. A sweet and lingering night passed. This is the good thing about rich people traveling. They don't have to worry about time and just make themselves happy. The two of them slept until they woke up naturally the next day. Guo Ting specially dressed up in a limited edition Lolita skin today to match the style of the Magic City Paradise. The two of them were very sweet and walked to the hotel lobby hand in hand. Li Wanlin had also been waiting for a long time. "Wow! Sister Wanlin, you look so beautiful today." As soon as Guo Ting saw Li Wanlin, she shouted with some surprise. Li Wanlin was not wearing a professional suit today, but had changed into a very youthful and hot outfit. The flesh-colored stockings on her legs had also turned into gradient pearlescent white stockings, which looked so good that people would really want to rush up and grab a handful. Li Wanlin's favorability has reached 70. Lin Chu then remembered that he had captured Guo Ting yesterday and rewarded himself with a special perfume. With the help of this magical weapon, Li Wanlin's favorability also increased rapidly. In order to continue to seduce, or to make the strongest possible impression on Lin Chu today, Li Wanlin specially changed into a set of skin that was enough to charm any man. "Hey, Sister Tingting, how can I be as pretty as you?" Li Wanlin is still very emotionally intelligent. She pinched Guo Ting's little face and said with a smile. The two girls soon began to chat and laugh. Just as they were getting ready to set off, suddenly, a man in a suit and tie, looking like an elite, blocked their way. Lin Chu frowned, and Wu Tian and others beside him were also on high alert. The man quickly stepped forward to explain, "Boss Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I have no ill intentions, it's just that my boss wants to invite you to have a cup of tea." When Lin Chu heard this, he secretly waved at Wu Tian and others, indicating that they don't need to be nervous. "Your boss? Who is your boss?" "I don't know him." The man smiled and nodded. "That's right. My boss wants to make friends with you. Please come and do me a favor, Mr. Lin." After hearing this, Lin Chu touched his chin and pondered for a while, then said to Guo Ting, "Tingting, go play with Sister Wanlin first, I'll catch up with you guys later." After hearing what Lin Chu said, Guo Ting nodded very sensibly, "Okay. Brother Lin Chu, you better hurry up and don't delay the performance. I'm still waiting for you to take a picture of me. You're really good at taking pictures." After hearing what Guo Ting said, Lin Chu touched her little head lovingly, and then motioned for them to go first. After Guo Ting and Li Wanlin left with their bodyguards, the man in the suit respectfully led Lin Chu all the way to the hotel's VIP restaurant. The atmosphere here is very good, and the decoration style is completely different from the fairy tale world outside. It looks quiet and elegant, with the sound of flowing water coming from time to time. In short, the environment is quite elegant. What surprised Lin Chu was that there was only one guest here. The guest sat in the middle seat with two bodyguards standing beside him. The woman covered her face with a newspaper. Although her face could not be seen clearly, Lin Chu could feel that she was a very fierce girl. Even from such a distance, he could still feel the heroic temperament of the woman. She was sitting with her legs crossed, reading a newspaper, and sipping her tea from time to time. Under the guidance of the man in the suit, Lin Chu quickly came to the woman's side. "Mr. Yin. Mr. Lin is here." The man in the suit stepped forward at this time and spoke respectfully to Yin Qingya. Yin Qingya calmly put down the newspaper in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and looked into Lin Chu's eyes. This time, Lin Chu finally saw the appearance of this mysterious man. Her facial features are exquisite like a perfect work of art, her skin is fair and translucent, and her figure is just right. She is a relatively voluptuous beauty, but where she should be thin, you can't find a trace of fat. There needs to be some sensual wrapping in the area, but it also needs to be perfectly wrapped. The most amazing thing about such a gorgeous woman is that she exudes a kind of self-confidence from head to toe. As long as she puts on a stern face, she looks intimidating without even getting angry. Sometimes God is so unfair, as if he wants to pile all the advantages on the woman in front of him. As she spoke, the girl slowly stood up and walked towards Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, I have heard of your great name for a long time. While shaking hands with Yin Xingya, Lin Shu began to look up the information of this domineering female president impatiently. Name, Yin Xingya. Age, 29. Appearance, 9.7. Purity, 0. Features, a perfect goddess, extremely difficult to conquer, proficient in both civil and military affairs, with many skills, a hexagonal warrior among goddesses. Favorability, 20. Cashback ratio, 200. Lin Shu was somewhat surprised that the beautiful woman in front of him had a negative impression of him when they first met. Just when Lin Shu was wondering, he heard the system prompt again. Yin Xingya's favorability plus 30. It is normal that Yin Xingya doesn't have a good impression of Lin Shu. After all, Lin Shu is very close to her younger brother who is always thinking about rebelling against her, and is inexplicably valued by her mentor who has extremely high standards. You know, Yin Xingya is a gifted girl from heaven, and the pride in her heart is beyond the reach of ordinary people. In her mind, no one is worthy of being her junior. That's not all. Yin Xingya investigated Lin Shu and found out that this guy's private life was extremely chaotic and he had relationships with countless women. Naturally, Yin Xingya would look down upon such a man. If it weren't for her mentor, she wouldn't bother dealing with such a man. However, the moment she saw Lin Shu, a strange feeling suddenly began to overwhelm Yin Xingya. She inexplicably no longer hated the man in front of her. Even inevitably, a trace of affection arose in my heart. This is just so weird. You know, Yin Xingya has a very high vision and is very accurate in judging people. Basically everyone is transparent in his eyes, and his favorability will basically not change. But it's different with Lin Shu. His favorability towards her increased so much as soon as they met. It seems that the man in front of me is indeed different. When Lin Shu heard the system prompt, he naturally had to thank Gui Ting for providing him with the magic weapon. Otherwise, according to Yin Xingya's approach, it would be very difficult to reverse the favorability. And Yin Xingya in Lin Shu's eyes. Naturally, it is a perfect money-making machine and leveling tool. The system specifically reminded Lin Shu that he had many skills to conquer the woman in front of him. Coupled with this woman's perfect figure and appearance, it was difficult for Lin Shu to remain calm. Boss Yin, I've heard of your name before. Lin Shu looked at Yin Xingya, put away his thoughts, and took the initiative to speak. Yin Xingya smiled calmly, invited Lin Shu to sit down, and started to make tea. Hear it? You heard it from my brother, right? Not only my brother, but my sister seems to like you too. Yin Xingya said this while making tea. Although she said this, her tone and expression were calm, as if she was discussing something that had nothing to do with her. Chapter 118 Meeting the Old Man Again. Lin Shu looked at Yin Xingya, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere soon quieted down. Yin Xingya calmly brewed tea for Lin Shu and gently pushed it in front of Lin Shu. Master Lin, this is what I brought back from Yunnan. It is absolutely top quality. Have a taste. Lin Shu looked at Yin Xingya, who was so arrogant. He had never been very fond of this rather flamboyant woman. He insisted on inviting me to have tea, but his attitude was so cold. Lin Shu naturally didn't have a good impression of him. Although you are a hexagonal warrior, there are many benefits to attacking you. But you can't be that awesome. Therefore, Lin Shu's attitude also changed greatly. Facing the tea pushed by Yin Xingya, Lin Shu didn't care at all. Boss Yin, you invited me here, isn't it just to drink tea? There was a hint of arrogance in Lin Shu's tone, obviously expressing his dissatisfaction with Yin Xingya. Yin Xingya glanced at Lin Shu, not caring at all, nor angry. Of course. I asked you to come because I want you to accompany me to meet my mentor. My mentor likes you very much. When Lin Shu heard this, he frowned and said, Your mentor? I don't know him. Yin Xingya stood up calmly and said, It's okay, Mr. Lin, you will know when you meet him. Then, Yin Xingya prepared to take Lin Shu away from here. Who knew that Lin Shu would stand up directly, put his hands in his pockets, and show a rebellious attitude? Mr. Yin, I'm sorry, I don't have time, I have to accompany my girlfriend. Lin Shu's attitude obviously far exceeded the expectations of Yin Xingya and others. But Yin Xingya soon calmed down. She looked at Lin Shu and said, Mr. Lin, my mentor, but... Ha, Mr. Yin, your mentor, love is whoever it is, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving.
After Lin Shu finished speaking, he whistled and planned to leave on his own, not caring about Yin Xingya's ugly expression at all. Hateful. It was a long time after Lin Shu left that Yin Xingya said something secretly.
Boss Yin, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. What should we do?
Yin Xingya glared at Lin Shu's back, feeling a little strange. Lin Shu was so rude and didn't take her seriously, but Yin Xingya didn't feel too disgusted with him.
Never mind.
Yin Xingya said coldly, then turned around, picked up Lin Shu's teacup, poured out the tea, then strode forward and returned to her room.
At this time, Guo Ting and Li Wanlin were having fun in the amusement park.
Under Li Wanlin's arrangement, Guo Ting doesn't need to queue up to play any of the games. However, Guo Ting seemed to deliberately want to wait for Lin Shu, so she did not try those interesting projects at all and was busy taking pictures most of the time.
Waited for a while.
Lin Shu appeared in front of them with his hands in his pockets.
Guo Ting quickly jumped up and ran over. Brother Lin Shu. You're finally here. Come on, let's go play together.
This time, Guo Ting has completely let herself go. On average, Guo Ting wants to try each project in the entire park at least 3 times. Lin Shu actually used to have some fear of heights. He once went to an amusement park with the white moonlight in his heart, but a simple project made Lin Shu make a fool of himself, his face turned pale and he vomited continuously. This also caused some disgust from the goddess next to him. From then on, Lin Shu never had the chance to hang out with the goddess again. But it seemed that after the system strengthened his body, Lin Shu's fear of heights was also cured. Even these originally terrifying projects seemed somewhat dull in his eyes.
Wow! Brother Lin Shu. That was so much fun. I want to play it again.
At this time, Guo Ting pulled Lin Shu's arm with a coquettish look on her face. Lin Shu was really helpless. She looked at Guo Ting and said, "Aunt, please forgive me.
I'm really not interested.
I'll wait for you downstairs and take pictures for you. You can go play with Sister Wanlin."
Huh? Is this appropriate? When Li Wanlin heard Lin Shu say this, she subconsciously felt that it was inappropriate.
After all, I was the tour guide arranged by the hotel for Lin Shu. My main job was to help Lin Shu introduce the amusement park. Of course, it also included carrying bags, delivering water, and taking photos.
What's inappropriate? Go ahead.
I'll help you carry your things. After saying that, Lin Shu took the things from the two without saying anything and urged them to catch up with the project.
Guo Ting did not refuse and was very happy.
She took Li Wanlin's arm and started the 4th game experience. Lin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the stool at the back, took out his cell phone, transformed himself into the 5-fingered demon of the lute, and began to frantically reply to the messages that were flooding in. "Hey, young man, I didn't realize you have such good luck with women." At this time, the old man from yesterday sat down next to Lin Shu again.
Lin Shu didn't even raise his head and continued to reply to the message, "Old man, what do you want to do today? Didn't I tell you that I have no interest in being your student?"
The old man looked at Lin Shu and smiled cheerfully. "Hey boy, this is the first time I've seen a guy with such a unique personality like you." Not bad, very unique, I like you." Lin Shu replied to the message, put his phone away, looked up at the old man and smiled. "Old man, you are quite interesting.
Why do you follow me every day?"
The old man stroked his beard, looked at Lin Shu and smiled.
"I told you, I like chatting with you," I said. "Why didn't you come to see me last night?"
Lin Shu listened to the old man's words and pointed at Guo Ting, who was playing at the moment. "Look, that girl, she's my girlfriend, do you think she's pretty?" The old man glanced at Guo Ting and nodded. "Beautiful."
"She is indeed a beauty."
Lin Shu smiled calmly. "That's right. She's so beautiful, and you're an old man, and you asked me to abandon her in the middle of the night and go find you.
Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like?"
The old man listened to Lin Shu's sarcastic remarks, but not only did he not get angry, he stroked his beard and laughed non-stop, seeming to be very happy. "I say, young man, you are quite humorous."
"Good."
Lin Shu smiled, handed the old man a can of drink, and opened the drink himself. The old man lowered his head, looked at the drink Lin Shu handed him, frowned, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Who drinks this stuff?
If you want to drink it, you have to drink some wine."
When Lin Shu heard this, he rolled his eyes at the old man and said, "I'm telling you, old man, you have a lot of demands. Come on, I'll take you over there and buy you a can of beer." As he spoke, Lin Shu walked towards the beverage vending machine nearby while chatting and laughing with the old man. In fact, Lin Shu didn't really hate this old man in his heart.
It's just that Lin Shu has this habit of speaking. He seems to have a deep-rooted sense of equality. I like to talk to everyone equally. No matter you are old or young, male or female, rich or poor. Therefore, Lin Shu did not give the arrogant Yin Xingyat any face today. However, some people may not know this. For the elderly, sometimes, being treated equally by a young person is the greatest respect. Being deliberately respected and treated as an elder by others always makes the elderly remember their age. Therefore, when Mr. Zhou was with Lin Shu, he always felt that he seemed a lot younger. Chapter 119 A Little Story in the Bathroom. Half an hour later. Guo Ting happily ran towards Lin Shu with Li Wanlin. At this time, Lin Shu was sitting there, and he and the old man each held a can of beer in their hands. If you ask me, this 40 yuan beer is really bad. It's not as good as the Yinjing beer I usually drink. The old man looked at the well-packaged imported beer in his hand, which was co-branded with the International Paradise, and kept complaining. Brother Lin Shu, why are you sitting here drinking beer? We still have a lot of activities to play later. Guo Ting pouted and complained dissatisfiedly while watching Lin Shu drinking. Lin Shu smiled and said, "It's okay, Ting Ting. This little beer is nothing to me. It won't affect my fun with you." Lin Shu indifferently handed the remaining cans of beer in his hand to Mr. Zhou, who was sitting next to him. "Old man, you see, I'm going to go out and play with my girlfriend. The rest of the beer is yours. You can drink it slowly here." After saying that, Lin Shu took Guo Ting and Li Wanlin and continued to move forward. Guo Ting was indeed extremely energetic, and she wanted to play every project in the amusement park 2 or 3 times. She even played carousel and bumper cars, which Lin Shu considered to be games for children. In this way, until night fell, Guo Ting still felt unsatisfied. "Brother Lin Shu, I heard there will be a fireworks show tonight. How about we watch the fireworks show before going back?" Guo Ting blinked and looked at Lin Shu with anticipation. Lin Shu naturally couldn't refuse this, so he took the 2 girls to the Western restaurant in the amusement park, waiting for the fireworks show to start in the evening. It is said that the fireworks show here is very famous. This is a must-do item for everyone who comes to visit. Li Wanlin was looking at Lin Shu, who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. For some reason, she felt more and more moved. The man in front of me is so handsome. She exudes a charming temperament all over her body. Unruly, but talented. Especially Lin Shu's love for Guo Ting made Li Wanlin extremely envious. She stared at Lin Shu, gradually becoming fascinated. But he didn't notice that Lin Shu just looked up and saw her infatuated eyes. Ahem. Seeing that Lin Shu had discovered her peeking in front of him, Li Wanlin suddenly felt embarrassed, her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head in panic. "I'm going to the bathroom. To touch up my makeup." Li Wanlin stood up and hurriedly wanted to escape from this embarrassing situation. Li Wanlin was wearing high heels and trotted into the bathroom. "Hey, that's strange. What's wrong with Sister Wanlin? She looks so flustered. Is she feeling unwell?" Guo Ting looked at Li Wanlin's back and asked curiously. Lin Shu smiled and touched Guo Ting's little head. At this time, Li Wanlin was looking at herself in the mirror in the bathroom, looking at her beautiful face and fair skin. Originally, she was very confident in herself. No matter how rich the young man was, she could control him. But, for some reason, she always felt a little unconfident when facing Lin Shu. Looking at herself in the mirror, Li Wanlin sighed deeply. It would have been great if I could have met Lin Shu earlier. Now I may not be worthy of such a young man. A man like Lin Shu can play with any woman just by flicking his finger. Unfortunately for myself. The more Li Wanlin thought about it, the more sad she felt. She felt a little listless and left the bathroom absent-mindedly. Bang! Li Wanlin lowered her head and ran into a man's arms as soon as she walked out of the bathroom. This man's chest muscles are extremely hard, giving people a full sense of security. Li Wanlin quickly took 2 steps back and said, I'm sorry. Not getting a response from the other party, Li Wanlin raised her head slightly, and unexpectedly saw Lin Shu looking at her with a hint of amusement. Lin, Master Lin. When Li Wanlin saw that she had bumped into her lover's arms without any reason, she felt even more frightened. Afraid that Lin Shu would misunderstand him. Suddenly, Lin Shu made a move that Li Wanlin was completely unable to react to. He just held her in his arms, and his hot palm slowly touched her slender waist. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Li Wanlin's face became unusually rosy. Despite this, she did not resist at all, but just said something to Lin Chu in a coquettish tone. Lin Chu smiled and said, "Haven't you been thinking about this for a long time?" As he said that, Lin Chu hugged Li Wanlin directly, and in a flash, he went into the bathroom. The two of them were squeezed into a small space. Li Wanlin pressed against Lin Chu's chest. In her shyness, Li Wanlin couldn't help but immerse herself in an indescribable sense of happiness. "You can be my woman if you want." Lin Chu spoke slowly, his voice was very magnetic, and his tone carried some of the demeanor of a domineering president. When Li Wanlin heard Lin Chu say this, she became even more shy. She quickly lowered her head and clenched her toes in panic, as if she wanted to poke a hole in her high heels. "You don't want to?" Lin Chu raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Wanlin, who was pressed tightly against his chest. "I will." Li Wanlin raised her head, her eyes flickering. She didn't dare to react at all and answered Lin Chu's question almost instantly. "Very good." Lin Chu's mouth corners slightly raised, and his big hand moved back and forth on Li Wanlin's beautiful legs and buttocks. "However, if you want to be my woman, from now on, you can only be my woman, otherwise," Lin Chu said here with a sinister smile. Li Wanlin couldn't help but tremble with fear when she saw it, and a chilling feeling came over her. I will only be Mr. Lin's woman, but..." Lin Chu seemed to know what Li Wanlin wanted to say, so he rushed forward and used his lips to stop Li Wanlin from speaking. "I don't care about what happened before. What I'm saying is that from today on, as long as you behave yourself, I will definitely let you live the life of your dreams and make you a celebrity envied by thousands of girls in the Magic City." Although Lin Chu's words are the same as those of the rich second generation who make empty promises. But in Li Wanlin's mind, she had no doubt at all. She was a little excited at this moment, as if she was glad that she had made the right choice. She nodded heavily towards Lin Chu. "Mr. Lin. I will." After saying this, Li Wanlin did not hesitate at all and immediately began to continue her romantic story with Lin Chu. Li Wanlin's favorability plus 15. Ding! Li Wanlin's favorability is full, 20 attribute points are awarded, and the skill, astronomy and geography is obtained. Half an hour later. Lin Chu left the bathroom elegantly, washed his hands, and returned to Guoting with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Lin Chu doesn't have any bad taste. He didn't really do anything in that small space. He just bound the girl first and then found time to conquer her later. Even so, Li Wanlin's favorability instantly reached full marks. At this time, Li Wanlin was pacing back and forth in the bathroom with a shy look on her face and a bit panic. Although she was flustered, Li Wanlin felt somewhat happy in her heart. Chapter 120 Lin Chu's Romance. Why is Lin Chu interested in a woman like Li Wanlin? Of course, the reason is not simply because of that man's common problem. Lin Chu has bigger ideas. This is Shanghai, the most commercially developed city in China. Lin Chu already had the idea of improving his status. Therefore, it is a good idea to develop a group of people you trust in Shanghai and have them serve as your spokespersons in Shanghai. Li Wanlin is a smart woman with high emotional intelligence. She also happens to have some acquaintance with some of the upper-class people in Shanghai. As long as she is given a certain amount of funding, she will probably be able to complete the job well. The most important thing is that in this kind of thing, Lin Chu would rather trust a woman. Because he could clearly see the other party's favorability towards him, Lin Chu felt a lot more at ease. As for Li Wanlin betraying herself, Lin Chu was not worried about this happening at all. First of all, even if she betrayed him, it would not cause any trouble to Lin Chu. In short, after some thought, Lin Chu felt that this kind of thing had only benefits and no harm. What's more, Li Wanlin is indeed intellectual and charming, and she knows her limits very well. It's a good idea to have such a girl around. Why not? Brother Lin Chu. Why did you take so long? Guoting looked at Lin Chu, frowning, looking a little suspicious. Lin Chu smiled mysteriously at Guoting. "Ting, you will know in a moment." Guoting was still a little confused, so she lowered her head and took a big sip of milk tea. Why hasn't Sister Wanlin come back yet? Even though Miss Guoting was naive, she realized that something was wrong at this moment. After all, she often listened to her roommates sharing their experiences with her, so she had to keep an eye on Lin Chu. There is no man who is not unfaithful. There is no cat in this world that doesn't steal fish. Combined with Li Wanlin's limited edition skin today, which made her eyes pop out. This inevitably caused Guoting to have some doubts in her heart. All right. Ting, hurry up, the fireworks are about to start. I've already asked Li Wanlin to go first, so let's not waste any more time. At this time, Lin Shu directly interrupted Guo Ting's suspicion, grabbed her tender little hand, and ran outside. Along the way, Guo Ting kept frowning, lowering her head, and looking unhappy. Her heart was beating like a drum. She was very hesitant. But she didn't dare to question Lin Shu, as she was worried that if she did, she might lose Lin Shu. Now Guo Ting asked herself honestly that she had become completely dependent on Lin Shu. Even if Lin Shu really had something, she would never be willing to leave. Under such circumstances, Guo Ting became even more conflicted and hesitant. If she were to ignore it, it would obviously not be her character. But what if it's true? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing then? As Guo Ting was thinking about something, the car slowly stopped. This is a location only VIPs can come to. The VIP box for watching the fireworks show has an excellent view. Lin Shu held Guo Ting in his arms, smiling, as he waited for the fireworks show to begin. Bang! A signal gun sounded in the distance. Fireworks started in the sky, and the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brother Lin Shu, I have something I want to ask you. At this moment, Guo Ting had no intention of appreciating the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. Her mind was full of Lin Shu. Finally, she mustered up the courage and spoke slowly. What's the matter? Lin Shu lowered his head and looked at Guo Ting, still with a sunny and cheerful smile on his face. Are you? Before Guo Ting could finish her question, brilliant fireworks burst into life in the sky. A scene appeared that Guo Ting would never forget in her life. I saw colorful fireworks in the sky gradually forming letters. LC Love Peach GT. Guo Ting opened her mouth wide and looked at the romantic scene in the sky. Then, the fireworks continued to bloom, and her pure and moving smiling face was seen blooming in the sky by the DIY fireworks. Wow! Guo Ting couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, the fireworks continued to bloom. Guo Ting! I will love you forever. Looking at the line of words exploded in the air by the fireworks, Guo Ting's eyes were completely wet. Woo woo! Brother Lin Shu! I love you! Guo Ting couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Lin Shu's arms. Her tears instantly soaked Lin Shu's clothes. Sure enough, this girl is made of water. Brother! Have you spent all this time preparing a surprise for me? Guo Ting raised her head, blinked her eyes, with a face full of affection. Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Of course. You know, this took a lot of effort. Luckily, your sister Wanlin happened to have a photo of you on her phone. Hee, the effect is good. However, fireworks still cannot show all your beauty in the sky. Lin Chushi's timely and earthy love words. This made it even more difficult for Guo Ting to control her emotions. She was now in Lin Shu's arms, crying bitterly. By the way, Ting, didn't you have a question for me just now? Go ahead. Lin Shu asked with a smile while stroking Guo Ting's back. No. Nothing. Brother Lin Shu, I don't have anything to ask, I just want to say, I love you. Brother, even if you. Anyway, I will always love you. Guo Ting had already made up her mind at this time. Even if Lin Shu is not the only woman, she will be satisfied as long as he can always be with her. Lin Shu smiled and pinched Guo Ting's face, little fool. Then, the two of them kissed each other passionately in the box. Such a romantic scene made Li Wanlin, who was standing by, extremely envious. She felt helpless inside. She knew very well in her heart that her position in Lin Shu's heart was far inferior to that of Guo Ting. Lin Shu would spend so much money and put so much thought into Guo Ting. Which woman wouldn't be envious of this? Looking at the romantic couple hugging each other tightly, Li Wanlin turned away sadly and walked alone in the park. I don't know how long I wandered. Li Wanlin returned to the hotel alone. Wanlin, what's wrong with you? You look so tired. How about this young master? He must have brought you a lot of benefits. Manager Wang met Li Wanlin head-on and walked up to her and greeted her with a smile. Li Wanlin adjusted her state and forced a smile, of course. Manager Wang, thank you again this time. I exchanged a few words with Manager Wang. Li Wanlin gradually became a little flustered and finally managed to get rid of his questioning. Li Wanlin returned to the room alone. As soon as she opened the door, her room was dark and an atmosphere of loneliness overwhelmed her. Li Wanlin felt helpless and did not turn on the light. Instead, she walked to the window alone and looked at the noisy atmosphere outside. Snap! At this moment, the sound of lights turning on was heard behind me. Li Wanlin was startled, turned her head and opened her mouth in surprise. Her room was filled with beautiful rose petals, covering the entire carpet. There was also a big heart-shaped peach made of petals on the bed. Li Wanlin was a little surprised. She quickly ran to the bed and saw a note on the bedside table. Miss Wanlin, the fireworks in the sky are all blooming for you. Wait for me tonight. Lin Shu. Although it was simple, it instantly touched Li Wanlin's soft heart. She became more and more emotional, and she even covered her mouth and sobbed softly without realizing it. Chapter 121 Business Cards left by Mr. Zhou and Yinxingya. Li Wanlin's heart was gradually filled with anticipation. She quickly took off her clothes, exposing her delicate and fair body to the air. She rushed into the bathroom and began to use rose petals to make her body extremely fragrant. After taking a shower, Li Wanlin shyly took out a set of limited edition skins from her suitcase that would make any man unable to stop. Time passes by every second. Waited until about 1 o'clock in the morning. The door of Li Wanlin's room opened. She ran to the door impatiently and confirmed through the peephole that the man outside was Lin Shu. Li Wanlin opened the door. Lin Shu flashed into the room. Li Wanlin was wearing a black mesh attack speedsuit and holding 2 black scarves in her hands, waving them constantly and dancing passionately in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu sat quietly beside the bed, admiring Li Wanlin's hard work. Finally, the performance ended. Li Wanlin put her beautiful legs on Lin Shu's shoulders in a very seductive posture, as if welcoming Lin Shu's arrival. The two slowly hugged each other and slowly began to kiss every part of each other's skin. The passion begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have captured the goddess, Li Wanlin, and the reward is an increase of 1 point in all attributes. 20 attribute points. By the time the two finished fighting, it was already early morning. Li Wanlin leaned in Lin Shu's arms and kissed Lin Shu non-stop. I will be returning to Jiangchang in a while, Lin Shu said to her calmly. When Li Wanlin heard this, her face was immediately filled with sadness and reluctance. This, so fast? Li Wanlin's face was full of grievance. She held Lin Shu's arm in her hand and exerted a little more force. Well, I have something else to do when I get back. As Lin Shu spoke, he stood up from the bed and took Li Wanlin's cell phone. Transfer, 80 million yuan. Li Wanlin watched Lin Shu keep adding zeros, her eyes gradually changing from surprise to shock. This is 80 million. This, so much. Master Lin, I. When Li Wanlin saw so much money, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. She was not a fool, so she naturally understood that with her beauty, it was impossible for Lin Shu to spend 80 million yuan at once. Lin Shu smiled and forcefully hugged Li Wanlin into his arms. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean any other thing. I'm giving you this money to set up some businesses in Shanghai. After all, I don't come to Shanghai often, so I'm relying on you to handle things here. You can do whatever you want. Lin Shu's meaning was very clear. Li Wanlin was a little flustered and bit her lip. Mr. Lin, but... I'm afraid I can't do it well. This money is too much. Lin Shu touched Li Wanlin's hair indifferently. It doesn't matter. This amount of money is nothing to me. Don't worry. It doesn't matter whether you make a profit or a loss. If you don't have enough money, tell me. Li Wanlin was still a little nervous after hearing what Lin Shu said. By the way, why don't you open a media and internet celebrity company? Lin Shu suddenly had an idea, snapped his fingers, and looked at Li Wanlin. A media company? Yes. I see that social media platforms are so popular recently, why don't you join in? Lin Shu couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. It's so tiring to look for girls every day. It would be better to just open a company where all the beauties gather and gather all the beauties together. Wouldn't it be very convenient for me? There are many beautiful women in this magic city, many of whom want to make a name for themselves here. As long as this company opens and Lin Shu has money, it will surely be extremely popular. After listening to Lin Shu's idea, Li Wanlin nodded slowly and said, Mr. Lin, I think your idea is good. I happen to know a lot of people in this industry, and I also know a lot of anchors. I think I can get this done in about a month. Lin Shu snapped his fingers, somewhat excited. That's great. You can just quit your job tomorrow and concentrate on being your boss here. Don't worry, the company will be in your name. If you make money, it's yours, and if you lose money, it's mine. After hearing what Lin Chu said, Li Wanlin felt extremely upset. She has been struggling for so long just to have a foothold in the Demon City. And Lin Chu fulfilled her dream almost instantly. Mr. Lin, thank you, you are so nice to me. Li Wanlin said as she kissed Lin Chu passionately. The two hugged each other for a while. Lin Chu stood up and stretched. Okay, it's about time. I'm going to go back. I'll come to Shanghai to see you often. If you don't have enough money, remember to tell me. Lin Chu seemed to be afraid that Li Wanlin would be embarrassed to ask him for money, so he pondered for a long time. Finally, before leaving, he gave Li Wanlin another 20 million. Take this money and buy a house in Shanghai. I can't stay in a hotel every time I come to see you. After saying this, Lin Chu gave Li Wanlin a touching smile, then pushed open the door and left the room. Li Wanlin was lying on the bed at this time, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. She pinched her arm hard. He rubbed his eyes hard again. When she saw more than 100 million quietly written on her balance, she was sure that she was not dreaming. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Guo Ting rubbed her sleepy eyes and reluctantly left the hotel room with Lin Chu. With manager Wang's warm farewell, the two finally left the international paradise. Guo Ting was so happy during this trip to Shanghai. She held all kinds of joint gifts in her hands, and finally tasted the forbidden fruit with brother Lin Chu. She felt an unprecedented happiness. More importantly, she can't live without Lin Chu anymore. In short, Guo Ting is very happy. The two chatted and laughed while sitting in Lin Chu's sports car. Lin Chu touched Guo Ting's thigh while operating the car. The sports car roared and drove out of the parking lot. Just as the two were about to hit the road, they found a Rolls-Royce parked in front of them at a bend. It seems like it has been waiting here for a long time. Brother Lin Chu, what is this? Lin Chu frowned and signaled Guo Ting not to be nervous. He opened the car door, put his hands in his pockets, and strode towards the Rolls-Royce. At this time, the man in a suit who led Lin Chu to see Yin Xingya last time appeared. He bowed respectfully to Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, our CEO Yin asked me to wait for you here and give you something. After saying that, the man in the suit walked towards the Rolls-Royce and took out an envelope from the trunk. Here is our CEO Yin's business card. There is also another business card from Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou asked me to tell you that if you encounter any problems in Jiangcheng, you can contact CEO Yin. Lin Chu picked up the business card in his hand and looked at it with his head down. There was only a phone number and a name written on it. Zolong, 138XXXXXXXX. However, there are many more titles on Yin Xingya's business card. Yin Xingya, President of Yin Group, Vice Chairman of Huaxia Demon Association, Vice Chairman of Emperor Association. Lin Chu looked at the business card in his hand, his face expressionless, even a little disdainful. By the way, Mr. Lin, Mr. Yin asked me to give you this phone number. If the Zhao family causes you any trouble or distress, you can contact the person on the phone at any time. As he spoke, the man in the suit took out another note from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chu. Then, without waiting for Lin Chu's response, he got into the car alone and drove away. Chapter 122 Zhou Xinting's Call. Lin Chu took these things and returned to his supercar. Guo Ting blinked her eyes. Brother Lin Chu. What are these? That guy just now looked so awesome. Lin Chu simply threw the bunch of business cards aside with disdain. He hated Yin Xingya's attitude. She always acted so arrogant and domineering, which was really annoying. Nothing. Lin Chu replied coldly, then stepped on the accelerator. The super sports car overtook the car on the curve with a pleasant roar, leaving the Rolls-Royce far behind. At this moment, on a private plane heading from the Magic City to the imperial capital, Yin Xingya was making tea while muttering in dissatisfaction. Teacher, look at this student you like, what kind of attitude he has. Really? Today, Mr. Zhou was not wearing casual clothes like he had worn in the past few days. Instead, he was wearing a white Tai Chi suit. He was smiling, stroking his beard and tasting tea. Xingya, I see you care about him a lot. TSK. That's all for you, teacher. Who knows what you like about him? Yin Xingya retorted quickly, but always giving people a feeling that she was saying one thing and thinking another. She placed the tea in front of Zolong. Zolong showed a smile that seemed to see through everything. All right. Xingya, stop complaining. I've told you that he will be your junior fellow apprentice from now on, so you still have to take care of him wherever you can. Besides, your relationship with your family will need to be eased sooner or later, right? I think it's a good opportunity. With his help, you can also ease the relationship between you and your family. After hearing what Zhou Long said, Yin Xingye showed a hint of disdain on her face. Humph, I don't even bother to mention my good-for-nothing brother. He's always thinking about how to deal with me. That's why I don't care about the Yin family's small fortune. Zhou Long laughed out loud after hearing what Yin Xingye said. Xingye, sometimes your attitude is really similar to that of Lin Chu. This is what they call if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Ha 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 ha. When Yin Xingye heard her teacher teasing her like that, she immediately looked reluctant. All right. Teacher. The plane will arrive in the capital soon. Please get ready and be careful not to catch a cold. Lin Chu drove a top-of-the-line sports car and sped all the way. At dusk, his supercar got off the highway and entered the urban area of Zhangcheng. The river city is most beautiful at dusk. The small bridges and flowing water are quiet and elegant. Comfortable old men and women can be seen everywhere, watching the sunset, chatting and laughing. The city of Zhangcheng is a recently developed super first-tier city. It retains the beauty of flowing water in a small town and the peaceful and comfortable life, while combining it with the prosperity of a city in rapid development. It can be said to be the most suitable city for human habitation. The pace of life here is not as fast as that of the imperial capital and the magic capital, but it is also much more prosperous than those slow-paced cities. It can be said to be a perfect city that combines the best of both worlds. Even Lin Chu rolled down the car window at this moment, quietly enjoying the beauty of the city. At this time, Guo Ting rubbed her eyes, woke up from her sleep, and found that the familiar Jiangcheng was already in sight. Hey, brother Lin Chu. What's wrong with you? Didn't you ask me to chat with you so that I wouldn't fall asleep? Why didn't you call me when I fell asleep? Guo Ting was a little cute, pouting and complaining to Lin Chu. It was obvious that he felt guilty for not accompanying Lin Chu when sleeping alone, so he took the initiative and turned the tables. Lin Chu also smiled indifferently at this. Hey, I saw you talking in your sleep, it was quite cute, so I didn't want to wake you up. What? I was talking in my sleep. Guo Ting opened her eyes wide, looking incredulous. Lin Chu deliberately smiled and said, yes, not only did he talk in his sleep, he also drooled and gnashed his teeth. He. I even took pictures. What? No. Delete it now. When Guo Ting heard this, she immediately refused to do it and tried to snatch Lin Chu's cell phone while he was driving. The two of them naturally started playing around in the car. Just as the two were happily playing and the atmosphere was good, Guo Ting's phone rang. Guo Ting lowered her head to take a look, then picked up the phone. From the sound of the voice, it seemed to be her roommate, and the two of them exchanged a few words. Guo Ting was suddenly shocked. What? Is this true? Then, Guo Ting hung up the phone and looked at Lin Chu anxiously. Brother Lin Chu, something seems to have happened to Li Jing. When Lin Chu heard this, he didn't take it seriously at all. Li Jing? Your roommate? What could happen to her? We haven't contacted her for a week. Guo Ting looked at Lin Chu with some concern. Lin Chu smiled indifferently. He had never had a very good impression of Li Jing. Why do you care about her? I think maybe she went out to play with her boyfriend. Isn't that normal? In fact, what Lin Chu was thinking in his heart was that this woman's private life was so chaotic, who knew which strange man she was going out with. But Guo Ting still looked a little worried. No. Brother Lin Chu, you better send me back. I still need to look for her. I won't have dinner with you. Guo Ting frowned and looked worried. Lin Chu simply couldn't understand why his silly girlfriend was so stupid. It's obvious that Li Jing treated her so badly and is not a good person, so why does he care about her so much? So, Lin Chu had no choice but to step on the accelerator and send Guo Ting back to school. Ting, don't be too anxious. If you encounter any problems, feel free to call me. Lin Chu looked at Guo Ting and advised her with some concern. Guo Ting nodded anxiously, picked up her bags and went straight into the campus. Lin Chu looked at Guo Ting's back inside. I haven't been back for such a long time, and I can't always be with Guo Ting. It's time to go and play with other girls. Thinking of this, Lin Chuzheng picked up his mobile phone, flipped through the address book, and wondered which beautiful lady's name to flip through today. As a result, Zhou Xinting called at the right time. Lin Chu was a little puzzled. Isn't it the weekend? Why did this beautiful teacher call him? Teacher Zhou. Hello. Lin Chu. Where are you now? Zhou Xinting's tone also sounded a bit anxious. I'm at Jiangcheng Medical University. What's wrong, Teacher Zhou? Lin Chu, I have something to talk to you about. Please come back to school immediately. After Zhou Xinting said this, she hung up the phone. It looks like something big is happening. Lin Chu had no choice but to put the matter of flipping the card aside for the time being. He drove his luxury sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards Jiangcheng University. Chapter 123 Fatty Gung is causing trouble again. Lin Chu's driving skills and Bugatti's performance are not exaggerated. Just 30 minutes. Lin Chu's luxury supercar was parked at the gate of Jiangcheng University. Lin Chu was about to get off the car, but unexpectedly Zhou Xinting called again at the right time. Lin Chu. Where have you been? Zhou Xinting's tone sounded a little anxious. I'm already at the school gate, teacher. Lin Chu really couldn't understand what had happened to Zhou Xinting that made her so anxious. Great. Lin Chu, just wait for me at the school gate, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Zhou Xinting quickly hung up the phone. Lin Chu had no choice but to get out of the car and wakeboard near his sports car. About 5 minutes passed. Zhou Xinting and a bald man wearing glasses and who looked to be around 50 years old came out. Lin Chu hurried to meet him. Teacher Zhou. When Zhou Xinting saw Lin Chu, she asked without saying anything, Lin Chu, do you know where Gung Xing has been recently? When Lin Chu heard this, he was confused for a moment. Fat Gung? Didn't he come to school for classes some time ago? Zhou Xinting sighed. Since that day, this person seems to have disappeared. It has been a long time since we found him. Humph. Black sheep. At this time, before Lin Chu had time to speak, he heard the middle-aged man next to him curse angrily. Lin Chu suddenly felt unhappy. After all, Fatty Gung was his brother and had helped him so much in the past. Naturally, he didn't want to hear others say that about him. Seeing Lin Chu's fierce eyes, Zhou Xinting quickly stepped forward. Lin Chu. This is Secretary Fong from our department. Zhou Xinting seemed to be reminding Lin Chu. Lin Chu then remembered that this bald man was the secretary of his department. This guy is not a good person. He often looks at the beautiful girls in school with lustful eyes all day long. Lin Chu didn't have a good impression of him. Lin Chu. You said, you stayed with Fatty Gung all day, where did he go? At this time, Secretary Fong looked at Lin Chu with a very unfriendly tone, full of contempt for Lin Chu. Lin Chu suppressed his anger and said, how should I know? Who said I was with him all day? Lin Chu's attitude was not very good either, which angered Secretary Fong. Humph. You're still saying no. Everyone knows that you guys skip classes together all day, either going to the internet cafe or staying in the dormitory. And you still say you don't know? Believe it or not, I'm going to expel both of you. Secretary Fong became furious and started scolding Lin Chu. When Lin Chu heard this, he immediately became angry. Why did you fire me? Why did you fire Fatty Gung? All right. Lin Chu. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Zhou Xinting immediately scolded Lin Chu, and only then did Lin Chu calm down. Secretary Fong looked at Lin Chu and continued to be unforgiving. You black sheep only bring shame to the school. You spend all day in society, not doing your job, not studying hard. Do you think your parents spent money to send you here? Secretary Fong was relentless, which instantly made Lin Chu even angrier. You know, Lin Chu's parents both passed away when he was in his 3rd year of high school. Lin Chu is now an absolute orphan. Therefore, he became extremely angry when he heard someone mention these things. But before Lin Chu could explode, Zhou Xinting spoke up. Secretary Fong. This matter has nothing to do with Lin Chu. Besides, Lin Chu is a good student, please don't say that about him. Zhou Xinting's attitude was extremely firm, and she seemed very dissatisfied with Secretary Fong. This made Secretary Fong a little overwhelmed. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Xinting to dare to embarrass her in public. You. Secretary Fong pointed at Zhou Xinting and didn't say anything for a long time. You. Go and find Gung Xing right now. I must deal with this matter seriously. As the class teacher, you actually let your students get into such a big trouble. I will punish you as well. After Secretary Fong said this angrily, he waved his hand and walked away angrily. Lin Chu watched this annoying guy leave, feeling very disdainful. Zhou Xingting's face was full of worry. Teacher Zhou, what happened to Fatty Gung? Why did he suddenly make such a big fuss? Zhou Xingting glanced at Lin Chu and said, You don't know yet? This morning, Gung Xing and a female classmate from another school, indecent photos spread all over the school streets and alleys, and were all over the school leaders' offices. What? Lin Chu was shocked when he heard this. That's not all. The most important thing is that there is a letter of accusation with photos of Gung Xing having fun all day and night. It also accuses us of students who indulge in private life and openly seduce other people's girlfriends, etc. This matter has become a hot topic in the city. Not only Secretary Fong, but even the school leaders know about it. When Lin Chu heard this, he flew into a rage. Who did this? Zhou Xingting shook her head helplessly. The main reason is that we don't know where Fatty Gung went and we can't find him. After hearing this, Lin Chu pulled Zhou Xingting directly into his luxury supercar without saying a word. Pick up the phone and call Fatty Gung. However, it showed that it was turned off. Lin Chu, don't you know what Gung Xing has been doing recently? Lin Chu just remembered that there was indeed something wrong with Fatty Gung recently. He was always hiding and avoiding his gaze, as if he was hiding something from him. It was a pity that Lin Chu thought it was no big deal at that time. It was just Fatty Gung's life of debauchery, so he didn't take it to heart. But who knew it would cause such a big commotion? At this time, Lin Chu kept rubbing his head, thinking carefully about where Fatty Gung might go. Just like that, the two of them thought about it for a long time, and Lin Chu's phone was bombarded with calls. All of a sudden, Guoli, Zhang Yanyu, Kevin, Lu Ming, Xin Shooting, Su Jing and everyone else became busy, looking for Fatty Gung's whereabouts. However, more than an hour later, there was still no news. Lin Chu felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for Yeme KTV. Guoli may be the one who can help the most in this matter. After all, she comes into contact with the most people in such nightclubs all day long and is likely to be able to find clues about Fatty Gung. Zhou Xingting also followed Lin Chu, sitting in a luxury supercar and heading towards Yeme. As soon as she arrived at Yeme's door, Zhou Xingting immediately frowned. Lin Chu. How could you bring Fatty Gung to a place like this? Lin Chu felt helpless. Now was not the time to explain this, so he quickly got out of the car. In Xingyang, Wang Heng, Di, Lu Fan and others had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they saw Lin Chu, they rushed forward. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Everyone in the group greeted Lin Chu respectfully. Zhou Xingting was shocked by such a scene. All the people in front of him were dressed gorgeously and looked like second-generation rich people. Yet, they were also respectful to Lin Chu. This once again exceeded Zhou Xingting's expectations. Chapter 124: The Whereabouts of Fatty Gung. 20 minutes later. Lin Chu led a large group of Jiangqing's top wealthy young men and sat in his own luxurious box. Standing in front of her were Guo Li and a large group of hostesses who were there to host drinks. They all wore heavy makeup and dressed extremely seductively, and looked to be only in their early 20s. This scene made Zhou Xingting somewhat shocked, angry and sad. These young girls actually did these things. How sad. Lin Chu didn't have time to feel sorry for these young girls at this moment. He took out the photo of Fatty Gung and handed it to Guo Li. Pass it to everyone. Does anyone know anything about this person? Can anyone provide useful clues? 1 million. 1 million. Lin Chu sat there, stretched out a finger, and spoke very seriously. A large group of girls who were originally a little impatient suddenly changed their expressions when they heard this number. They picked up the photos, looked at them carefully, and passed them around. A few minutes later, all the dozen or so women present shook their heads. Mr. Lin, this person, we have indeed never seen him before. Except last time. All right. Lin Chu was afraid that these people would embarrass him in front of Zhou Xingting, so he quickly interrupted them. Lin Chu had a headache at this time. He rubbed his forehead and thought carefully about what Fatty Gung had done. At this moment, a soft voice came from the crowd. Lin. Young Master Lin. I seem to have heard a little about this. Fatty. When Lin Chu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Who was talking just now? At this time, a petite girl who looked a little shy and timid walked out of the crowd. Lin Shu didn't bother to check her information at this time, and quickly pulled her to the sofa. Speak! Speak now! The girl looked at the group of rich young men around her, all staring at her, and was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Just tell me now. Lin Shu was a little angry. He slammed the table and stood up, scaring the girl so much that she shrank into a ball. Lin Shu! Don't be anxious. At this time, it was Zhou Xinting who stood up and scolded Lin Shu immediately. Then, she gently sat next to the girl and said softly, "Little girl, don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions. Tell us what you know." Seeing Zhou Xinting being so gentle, the girl felt a little relieved. I'm not sure either. I just heard someone say that this fat guy seemed to be fascinated by a woman. The woman was planning to blackmail him, saying that this guy was stupid and rich. The girl trembled as she told what she had heard. Who is that woman? Where does she work? At this time, Wang Heng stood up and asked angrily. Obviously, if the other person was someone working in a nightclub, Wang Heng could definitely help. The most important thing is that Wang Heng is worried that if the person who is so blind as to harm young Master Lin's brothers happens to be someone from his own business, he will be in big trouble. At this time, the girl shook her head and said very timidly, "No, I don't work in a nightclub. I'm just a college student who occasionally works part-time in a bar." College student? Are you sure? The girl looked at Lin Shu, her eyes turned, she thought about it, and nodded heavily. Yes. College students. Lin Shu thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly, a figure flashed through Lin Shu's mind. Are you a student of Jiangcheng Medical University? When the girl heard Lin Shu's question, she shook her head and said, "I don't know the details. I just heard about it." Lin Shu already had an idea at this time. He immediately sat down next to Zhou Xinting and said, "Teacher Zhou, can you show me the indecent photos of Fatty Gun?" Zhou Xinting frowned as soon as she heard it, and hesitated. Lin Shu. Isn't this a bit bad? To a girl. Teacher Zhou. The situation is urgent now, I can't take care of so many things. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look and I will definitely not cause any trouble. Seeing this, Lin Shu made repeated assurances. Zhou Xinting also knew that at this time she could only rely on Lin Shu to find Fatty Gung's whereabouts. So, she thought for a moment, nodded heavily, took out her phone, and handed it to Lin Shu. Look, Lin Shu, but you have to promise the teacher that you must not spread it outside, let alone spread it. Lin Shu didn't care about those things at the moment. He snatched the phone and opened the photo album. Really? The girl in the photo is none other than Guiting's roommate, Li Jing. No wonder Guiting said this afternoon that Li Jing also disappeared. It was a pity that Lin Shu was too anxious just now and forgot to connect the two things. All of a sudden, the truth seems to be revealed. Qing Yang. Bring your friends, we'll set off right away. Lin Shu didn't want to waste time talking, so he threw down a bank card and pointed at Guo Li. Manager Guo, there are 1,100,000 in here. Take it. Give 1 million to that girl, and for the rest, you can do whatever you want. After saying this, Lin Shu ignored the voices of thanks behind him, rushed out the door, and brought a group of rich second generations to the parking lot. Just as Lin Shu hurriedly opened the car door and prepared to leave, Zhou Xinting stopped Lin Shu. Lin Shu! Where are you going? Zhou Xinting was a little anxious. Lin Shu glanced at Zhou Xinting and forced himself to calm down. Teacher Zhou, I'm going to find Fatty Gun. Don't worry, I'll go back first. I will definitely find him. When Zhou Xinting heard this, she shook her head firmly. No. Lin Shu, this is absolutely not possible. I want to go with you. After Zhou Xinting finished speaking, she got directly into Lin Shu's sports car without giving him any chance to refuse. Lin Shu looked at Zhou Xinting helplessly. Teacher, this. Zhou Xinting had already put on her safety belt and looked at Lin Shu firmly. You are all my students. I am responsible for you. By the way, I must supervise you and not cause any trouble. Lin Shu, you are too restless now. Lin Shu had no choice but to sigh and agree to Zhou Xinting. Then, Lin Shu stepped on the accelerator and sped away. On the way, Lin Shu took out his cell phone and called Wu Tian directly, telling him a few words truthfully. 11 o'clock at night. A relatively luxurious residential area in Jiangcheng. A taxi drove slowly over, and a drunk man wearing glasses got out of the car and walked into the luxurious community in front of him with big strides. Along the way, the man seemed to be in a good mood and kept humming a little tune. He quickly arrived at the door of a house on the 15th floor. He felt in his pocket, took out the key and opened the door. Just as he was about to go in, he saw more than a dozen dark shadows suddenly rushing out from the surroundings. The leader among them was Wu Tian. The man was startled, and before he could call for help, Wu Tian covered his mouth and nose and pushed him into the room. Chapter 125 Wang Yang's Plan. Half an hour later. Lin Shu sat on the sofa, playing with an iron rod in his hand, looking at the middle-aged man who was squatting in the corner and shivering. I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Wang Yang? Where did he go, and why did you appear in his house? Lin Shu asked questions while waving the iron rod in his hand. The man was so frightened that he was shaking all over and crawled over. Brother, I am really innocent. This matter has nothing to do with me. The drunkard was sober by then. Looking at the people in the room, he was so scared that he started crying and sobbing. Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you. Where is Wang Yang? Lin Shu was so angry that he couldn't control himself. He exerted a little force with his hands, and the solid iron rod was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Such a demonstration frightened the drunkard so much that he retreated again and again. Lin Shu. Zhou Xinting was afraid that Lin Shu would use violence, so she kept reminding Lin Shu with her eyes. Lin Shu took a deep breath and looked at the man. I'll ask you one last time, where is Wang Yang? The man knelt on the ground and started crying, Brother. I really didn't know that that kid Wang Yang owed me money. He mortgaged this house to me. It has nothing to do with me, really nothing to do with me. After a long time. The general ins and outs of the matter were finally explained clearly under Lin Shu's coercion. This drunkard ran an underground casino and took Wang Yang's money. Won Wang Yang's house. Originally, Wang Yang had some savings, but once you get addicted to gambling, no matter how much assets you have, you will lose everything in an instant. Wang Yang soon became penniless and in huge debt. In desperation, Wang Yang first mortgaged his house, and then he actually set his sights on Fatty Gung. Fatty Gung and Li Jing have been hooking up for more than a day or two. Wang Yang was angry but dared not speak out. Originally, he didn't intend to make it public. After all, it was not something that would make him proud, and he would inevitably be laughed at by others if he told others about it. However, faced with huge debts, Wang Yang suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He first bewitched Li Jing and asked her to seduce Fatty Gung to go gamble. Seeing that Wang Yang had brought in such a big client, the casino quickly released Wang Yang. However, Fatty Gung soon lost all the money that Lin Shu gave him. Not only that, he also owed the casino several million. The casino was worried that Fatty Gung would not pay back the money, so they threatened Fatty Gung with the photos that Wang Yang gave them. Because Fat Gung had lost contact, the casino sent these photos to the school as a revenge. Faced with huge debts, Fat Gung had no choice but to slip away and escape. It's clear now. Lin Shu looked at the casino owner and glared at him. I ask you. Now, where are my brother and Wang Yang? The casino owner saw this and shook his head frantically. Brother, I don't know. I really don't know. Your brother still owes me millions. I really don't know where he went. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. Lin Shu was furious and rushed forward and kicked him in the chest. Puff! The boss body flew several meters away in an instant as if he was hit by a car and fell heavily to the ground. Wu Tian! Pull him over here! Lin Shu pointed angrily, and Wu Tian grabbed the boss by the collar and dragged him in front of Lin Shu without saying a word. Lin Shu was panting heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept slapping his boss's face. Listen, if anything happens to my brother, you're dead. Lin Shu's tone was so fierce that the boss didn't even dare to breathe. His is not a formal casino with a backstage. It's just a small private underground business, and usually it can only bully those guys who have no background or connections. Now looking at the ferocious Lin Shu and Yin Xingyang and others behind him, how could he dare to challenge them? Even if he was kicked by Lin Shu and spit out blood, he could only tremble in fear. Zhou Xinting was also furious when looking at this guy at this time. She did not stop Lin Shu because she was also very dissatisfied with the evil deeds of these people. Who could have imagined that in broad daylight, there are such dark sides in society? Zhou Xinting was extremely anxious at this moment. Lin Shu, we must find Gung Xing quickly. If he gets upset, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Shu nodded. At this time, Fatty Gung was indeed in great danger. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy is still with Li Jing, and Li Jing is a woman who can do anything. Fatty Gung must be rescued before Li Jing and Wang Yang do more harm to him. At this moment, in a rural area in the far suburbs of Jiangcheng, Fatty Gung sat on the bed in a dilapidated house, sobbing. At this time, Li Jing came over, sat on the bed, and looked at Fatty Gung. Gung Xing, at this point, only your brother can save you. Just give him a call. He is so rich that he won't care about these millions. Li Jing's eyes flickered as she tried to persuade him earnestly. She originally thought that since Fatty Gung was with Lin Chu, they must be rich people. Who would have thought that it was Lin Chu who gave this kid all the money? He is clearly Lin Chu's lackey. Li Jing regretted it very much at that time and originally planned to kick the man away. But at this moment, Wang Yang found her. Wang Yang did not blame Li Jing for cheating. Instead, he treated Li Jing more gently. Wang Yang told Li Jing that since Fatty Gung had deceived her, she should pay the price, and he had a way to make a fortune. When Li Jing heard this, she was bewildered and actually agreed to Wang Yang's request. She cooperated with Wang Yang and lured Fatty Gung into the abyss step by step. Fatty Gung was a little angry. He raised his head and glared at Li Jing fiercely. You guys have been trying to deceive me since the beginning. Li Jing sneered and looked at Fatty Gung. Gung Xing, don't be so naive. Look at yourself. Do you think I would like you? Humph, how childish. Wang Yang was hiding behind the door at this time, smoking a cigarette, looking at Fatty Gung and Li Jing in the room with a gloomy face. At this point, the victim was not just Fatty Gung. Li Jing had no idea that the indecent photos of her and Fatty Gung had already been circulated, and she foolishly helped Wang Yang in an attempt to get Fatty Gung and Lin Chu to ask for money so that she could make a fortune. But who knew that Fatty Gung was so stubborn? Even though things have come to this, he is still unwilling to ask Lin Chu for help. In desperation, Li Jing contacted Wang Yang. So, one day, when Fat Gung, who was hiding here, was complaining to Li Jing, Wang Yang, with a gloomy face, walked in. It was not until this time that Fatty Gung realized he had been fooled. These two people are in the same group. At this time, Li Jing and Wang Yang came to another room. Li Jing was also a little panicked. Wang Yang, it's been a week. I'm afraid that if the truth is revealed, I will be implicated as well. What should we do? If it doesn't work, just forget it. When Wang Yang heard this, he grabbed Li Jing's neck and was no longer as gentle as usual. You bitch. You actually backed down after things got to this point? Do you think that if you let him go now, Lin Chu will let you go? Li Jing looked at Wang Yang in front of her in shock. She really couldn't believe that Wang Yang suddenly became like this. Wang Yang pushed Li Jing hard. At this point, the best way is to cheat him out of some money, and then threaten him not to tell Lin Chu. Otherwise, do you think you can escape? Although Wang Yang said this, in fact, he was even more evil in his heart. By now, he has completely transformed into a demon. He had no intention of letting the two men leave alive. Once he got the money, he would immediately kill them and then fly away. As for the rest, he planned to let the evil casino owner and Li Jing take the blame for him. Wang Yang hated all these people. Damn it! At this moment, Wang Yang could no longer suppress the evil in his heart. Chapter 126 Wang Yang and Lin Chu negotiate. Li Jing was shocked when she saw Wang Yang's expression suddenly change. Why are you looking at me? I'm warning you, if you and this fat guy can't get me the money, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. The expression on Wang Yang's face at this moment was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. Wang Yang, you. Li Jing was about to question Wang Yang's change. Bang! A crisp and loud slap. Li Jing's face was visibly red and swollen, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth from time to time. Quiet! At this moment, Fatty Gung, who was sitting on the bed and tied up, suddenly broke down and struggled hard, trying to protect the woman who had deceived him. Humph! Bastards! Wang Yang glanced at Fatty Gung with disdain. Li Jing was completely dumbfounded at this time. The development of things was completely beyond her expectations. She collapsed on the ground, sobbing slightly. Wang Yang had no mercy on her at all. He grabbed her by the collar and threw her directly onto the bed. You beast! Fatty Gung's eyes were bloodshot at this time. He looked at Wang Yang angrily, his teeth chattering. Even Fatty Gung wasn't as excited as he was when he discovered he had been deceived. It can be seen that Fatty Gung actually has deep feelings for Li Jing. When Wang Yang saw this scene, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled Li Jing up, and looked at the angry Fatty Gung in front of him. "You fat pig, unexpectedly, you are quite kind to women. You let her go." At this time, Fatty Gung saw that Wang Yang had pinched Li Jing's neck so hard that a bloody mark appeared on it, and his expression of heartache was obvious. "Let her go? Sure, but you have to call your good brother, Lin Shu, and ask him to give me 5 million, otherwise." Humph. When Fatty Gung heard the astronomical figure of 5 million, he was shocked. "I was a little surprised." "You, don't even think about it." Fatty Gung roared angrily. In his mind, Lin Shu's position is very important. I once ate steamed cornbread and steamed buns with Lin Shu. The two of them have long developed a deep bond. Even though Lin Shu suddenly seemed like a different person, this emotion did not change at all. Deep down in Fat Gung's heart, he always regarded Lin Shu as his good brother who had endured hardships with him. Therefore, he never asked Lin Shu for a penny. He even blamed himself for squandering the 2 million Lin Shu gave him. Wang Yang looked at Fatty Gung like this without feeling angry at all. He grabbed Li Jing's hair and sneered at Fatty Gung. "You don't agree? Fine." When Fatty Gung heard Wang Yang's evil voice, he immediately felt something was wrong. At this time, there was a tearing sound. Wang Yang tore a huge hole in Li Jing's shirt. "Wang Yang! You beast! Come at me if you dare!" Fatty Gung was extremely excited and tried his best to rush forward to save Li Jing. But how could Wang Yang give him the chance? He pulled Li Jing, who was topless at the moment, aside. "Listen, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't repent, I'll let you see with your own eyes how this woman is toyed with by street thugs." As he spoke, Wang Yang took out his phone and pretended to contact the gangster. "You bastard!" Fatty Gung was helpless at this point and could only roar hysterically. Wang Yang simply ignored his threats. "I'll only give you 10 minutes. They'll all be here in 10 minutes. By then, when they see her here like this, I won't be able to control the situation." Wang Yang looked at Fatty Gung with a hint of amusement. Fatty Gung's face was full of confusion at this moment. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and looked like he was making a painful decision. "Ha, it seems that this woman is not that important after all. Well, in that case." Wang Yang picked up the phone and pretended to dial a number. "Guapi, come here. I'll give you a seat. Bring your brothers along. I'll give you a gift today." "No." At this time, Fatty Gung suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. I'll fight." Fatty Gung's eyes were terribly red at this moment, as if they were dyed with red ink. Seeing this, Wang Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled evilly. "Good." At this time, Fatty Gung took a deep look at Li Jing in front of him. Li Jing was completely paralyzed by fear at this point. The sudden change caught her off guard. At this moment, she didn't even have the face to raise her head to look at Fatty Gung, who had been deceived so miserably by her and still wanted to protect her. I could only lean on the stool and sob slightly. Fatty Gung's fingers seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it looked like he was putting in a lot of effort every time he pressed a number. "Hurry up! You fat pig!" Wang Yang couldn't bear it any longer when he saw Fatty Gung was so angry. He went up and punched Fatty Gung hard in the face. Fatty Gung groaned and finally dialed Lin Shu's number. One can imagine how excited Lin Shu was when he received the call from Fatty Gung. "Hey! Fatty Gung, where the hell are you?" Lin Shu shouted hurriedly as soon as he picked up the phone. "Brother Chuzi, I don't have time to explain anymore to you. Please, give me 5 million. I will definitely return it to you." Fatty Gung closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and roared out these words word by word. Lin Shu was slightly stunned when he heard what Fatty Gung said. He understood everything in an instant. His tone became gentle and calm. "Fatty Gung, give the phone to Wang Yang." "Brother Chuzi, what are you talking about? I am the one who needs the money." Stop talking nonsense. Give him the phone." Seeing that Fatty Gung was still so stubborn, Lin Shu was furious and yelled in anger. At this time, Wang Yang, who was standing aside, understood everything. He sneered, walked forward and snatched Fatty Gung's phone. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Long time no see. Wang Yan. Listen, you want 5 million, no problem, but don't hurt Fatty Gung. Give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Ha 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 ha. Master Lin. It's really refreshing. But don't treat me like a fool. Wang Yang laughed arrogantly, and his eyes suddenly changed. I used my own bank card and waited for you to send someone to arrest me? Don't try to play tricks on me. Then what do you want to do? As Lin Shu listened to Wang Yang's words, a hint of murderous intent unconsciously flashed across his eyes, and he asked coldly to the person on the other end of the phone. 5 million. I want cash. Send it to me at the warehouse on the corner of XXXXX. Lin Shu thought for a moment and agreed without hesitation. Listen, Mr. Lin, if you want your brother to live well, don't play tricks. I'll have someone watch him. If I don't come back in half an hour, you'll be ready to collect the body of your fat pig brother. After saying this viciously, Wang Yang hung up the phone angrily and threw the phone aside. Chapter 127, Guo Ting blames herself. Wang Yang hung up the phone and looked at Fatty Gung with a hint of amusement. I never thought that your rich brother would care so much about you. I can't believe that your fat body is worth 5 million. Fatty Gung raised his head angrily and glared at Wang Yang. Stop talking nonsense. He has already promised to give you the money. I'm putting the pressure on you. Just let her go. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang sneered, wiped the corner of his mouth quietly, and pulled out a dagger from behind. Put it on? Are you telling me a joke? When Fatty Gung saw Wang Yang pull out the sharp dagger, he immediately panicked. Wang Yang. What are you doing? You are committing a crime. At this point, Fatty Gung's childish threats no longer have any effect. Wang Yang approached Li Jing step by step. Although he had completely transformed into a devil, it was his first time to kill someone with a knife, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Gung Xing. Save me. Li Jing didn't care about much at this time. She quickly stood up, struggled hard, hid behind Fatty Gung, hugged Fatty Gung's body tightly, and refused to let go. Wang Yang sneered, holding a dagger, and approached the two men step by step. You two bastards. How dare you cuckold me for such a long time? Do you think I will let you go? Dream on. At this time, Wang Yang also entered a state of madness. He roared hysterically, rushed forward with a dagger in hand, pulled Li Jing up, and was about to stab her body with the shining dagger. At this moment, it is a critical moment. Fatty Gung burst out with amazing fighting power. He instantly flew over and knocked Li Jing away. But Wang Yang's knife had no eyes and pierced into Fatty Gung's body. Puff! With the sound of a knife piercing into the body, blood immediately gushed out. Gung Xing! Li Jing retreated towards the door while shouting. Hurry! Run! Fatty Gung grabbed Wang Yang tightly and roared at Li Jing at the door. Li Jing no longer hesitated and ran away naked without saying a word. Wang Yang was about to chase after him without saying a word, but Fatty Gung held him down so tightly that he could not chase him. You! Don't seek death! Wang Yang didn't dare to kill Fatty Gung. His hatred for Fatty Gung was far less than that for Li Jing. He could only keep threatening and kicking Fatty Gung again and again, trying to break free from his control. Woohoo! Woohoo! At this moment, there were bursts of roars coming from the door. Wang Yang was shocked, and then there was a series of noisy sounds coming from outside the door. There seemed to be police. When Fat Gung heard the voice, he let go of Wang Yang and fell into a coma. At this time, Lin Shu brought a group of rich second generations, as well as Guo Ting and Zhou Xinting. And a group of policemen behind him have surrounded the place. As everyone was about to break in, they saw a woman with her upper body naked rushing out. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! Come on! Come on, Gung Xing! Li Jing ran to Lin Shu without saying a word, speaking incoherently and pointing at the courtyard in front with a look of panic. Lin Shu was furious when he saw this woman. Bang! Lin Shu just slapped her on the left cheek, and the bruise was exactly symmetrical to the one caused by Wang Yang. Just wait for me. Lin Shu glared at her fiercely, then followed a group of police officers and rushed into the courtyard. When Lin Shu saw Fatty Gung lying in a pool of blood, he was immediately furious. Gung Xing! Lin Shu roared, pushed everyone away, and rushed forward. Hurry! An ambulance! Early the next morning. Fatty Gung is no longer in danger of death. Li Jing was temporarily detained. Lin, Shu, Zhou, Xinting, and Guo Ting. At this time, he is in the Hat Bureau, cooperating with the investigation. Everyone had been busy all night, especially Lin Shu, whose clothes were still stained with Fatty Gung's blood. At this moment, Director of the Hat Bureau, Sun Zhang, strode over. What's going on? Where are the people? He saw his men and roared. The subordinate pointed at Lin Shu, who was being investigated there. Sun Zhang opened the door and walked in without saying a word. Mr. Lin. When Sun Zhang saw Lin Shu, he was extremely enthusiastic. He walked up to Lin Shu in 2 steps and held Lin Shu's hand. Lin Shu was somewhat flattered by this sudden enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, we already know what happened. Thank you for your help. Don't worry, we will assist you to arrest the principal offender Wang Yang as soon as possible. In addition, Shiguo, the owner of the casino, has been detained by us. We will clean up all his businesses as soon as possible. Sun Zhang's attitude was a little too good. Originally, Lin Shu had no intention of doing anything to the casino owner. Lin Shu didn't know what to say. Sun Zhang waved his hand and said to his subordinates with a stern face, "Hurry up, let Mr. Lin go back first. Can't you see how tired Mr. Lin is?" Lin Shu, in a daze, was respectfully sent out of the game by Sun Zhang, along with Guo Ting and Zhou Xinting. Zhou Xinting was a little confused and looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, what's going on? Don't they need our cooperation in the investigation? Lin Shu shook his head in confusion. Forget it. Anyway, we have almost done everything. Fatty Gung is not in danger. Teacher Zhou, I will take you back. Lin Shu was too lazy to care so much at this time. He still has a lot to do. Seeing Lin Shu's expression, Zhou Xinting said worriedly, Lin Shu, listen to me. We will let the police handle this matter. Don't be impulsive. Lin Shu didn't have his usual smiling face at this moment, and nodded with a stern face. Okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, let's go, I'll take you back. Of course Guo Ting knew that Lin Shu was angry at this time, so she didn't dare to say much. She followed behind and listened to Lin Shu's instructions obediently. She still couldn't imagine that her roommate would do such a thing. Lin Shu just left his sports car here and replaced it with the Bentayga that he had prepared long ago. Along the way, Lin Shu said nothing and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Seeing Lin Shu like this, even Zhou Xinting felt a little scared. Lin Shu drove the Bentayga like a sports car, speeding all the way and soon arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng University. Teacher Zhou. Please go back first and have some rest. Lin Shu obviously didn't want to say more and directly unlocked the car. Zhou Xinting looked at Lin Shu with some concern, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Finally, she got out of the car and watched Lin Shu driving the Bentayga at full speed, and he disappeared in a few seconds. Lin Shu was driving, looking forward. Not long after, he suddenly noticed that Guo Ting beside him was shedding tears. This shocked Lin Shu. Ting. What happened to you? Why are you crying? Brother Lin Shu. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't promised to take them with me last time, Gung Xing wouldn't have met Li Jing. Guo Ting felt aggrieved at this time, and she blamed herself extremely. She hated herself for being so gullible last time and taking her roommate to date Lin Shu. So many things have happened. Looking at Lin Shu's current appearance, he must be very angry. Chapter 128 Eternal Torment. Lin Shu saw that Guo Ting looked aggrieved and pitiful. My heart suddenly softened. Ting, don't say that. This matter is all Fatty Gung's own problem, and that Li Jing's problem. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think like that. Guo Ting saw that Lin Shu was so angry at the moment, yet he was still comforting her so gently. The remorse and guilt in my heart are even stronger. Woo. I'm sorry. Guo Ting is a very emotional woman. She suddenly lay on Lin Shu's legs and burst into tears. Ting. You. Lin Shu was at a loss when he saw Guo Ting like this. What should I do at this time? Triple X will be fine. Lin Shu pulled Guo Ting up and looked at the beauty in front of him tenderly. At this time, Guo Ting was still immersed in deep self-blame and guilt, and did not dare to look directly into Lin Shu's eyes. Lin Shu sealed it with his lips without saying anything. Whoa, brother Lin Shu, this is outside. 5 minutes later. I saw this luxury Bentley Bentayga sedan parked on the side of the road, shaking slightly. After some lovemaking, Guo Ting's mood improved a lot, and she shyly covered her body with her clothes. Hey, Ting, You are really passionate. How about it? Now you believe that I don't blame you, right?
Lin Shu seemed to be in a much better mood at this time, and looked at Guo Ting in front of him with a teasing look.
Oh my! Brother Lin Shu! You are so annoying. Why do you have to prove it in this way?
Guo Ting felt a little embarrassed when she saw the mess in Lin Shu's car.
Brother Lin Shu, your car.
Hey, it's okay, Ting Ting, I'll take you to the car wash in a bit, it'll be done soon. But, you seemed very excited just now, do you like it very much?
Shut up. I hate you. Brother Lin Shu, I won't pay attention to you. Send me back to school now.
Guo Ting felt as if Lin Shu had stepped on her tail. She angrily used the clothes in her hands as weapons and hit Lin Shu several times. This caused her to expose her private parts again. Seeing Lin Shu's staring eyes, Guo Ting felt even more ashamed and angry. Soon, the car was filled with laughter.
The atmosphere along the way became much more relaxed.
Lin Shu sent Guo Ting back to school. Guo Ting stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Shu's forehead. Brother Lin Shu, you are tired all night, go back and rest quickly.
You are not angry anymore, right?
Lin Shu looked at Guo Ting lovingly, smiled and shook his head. Of course I'm not angry, hee hee.
Well. Alright, go back and have a rest.
After hearing what Lin Shu said, Guo Ting felt relieved. With a smile on his face, he looked back every few steps and waved goodbye to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu just watched Guo Ting disappear from his sight.
Suddenly, his eyes changed suddenly and became extremely sharp. He turned around, opened the car door, and got in without saying a word. The loud slam of the door almost shook the car door off.
Woo!
The sound of the car starting seemed to vent Lin Shu's anger.
An hour later,
Lin Shu, still wearing the blood-stained clothes, came to an abandoned warehouse in Jiangchang. At this time, Wu Tian was standing at the door smoking. As soon as he saw Lin Shu, he immediately threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, and walked up to him.
Boss! Where are the people?
Lin Shu had a blank expression on his face and looked unusually calm.
Inside. Wu Tian pointed inside the warehouse.
Lin Shu smiled, nodded, put on the gloves that Wu Tian had prepared for him in advance, and strode into the warehouse. At this time, I saw a person struggling hard in a sack, making a humming sound. Lin Shu waved gently.
Wu Tian's two men immediately stepped forward and untied the sack. They saw Wang Yang, who was beaten black and blue, sticking his head out.
When he saw Lin Shu, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme fear. Lin Shu actually gave him an evil smile at this moment. This smile made Wang Yang feel cold inside, and for a moment he felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. Lin Shu asked Wu Tian to bring a stool. He sat on the stool, crossed his legs, and played with the sharp butterfly knife in his hand. Come on, take it down for him and let him talk. Lin Shu looked at the bodyguards with a smile on his face.
Soon, two bodyguards came forward, took out the thing stuffed in Wang Yang's mouth and threw it aside. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. Please.
Wang Yang looked at Lin Shu with fear on his face. Although his hands were tied behind his back, he still struggled to sit up straight and kowtowed continuously.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The sound was extremely clear, and in a flash, bright bloodstains appeared on Wang Yang's forehead. Lin Shu played with the butterfly knife, a smile on his face, and looked at Wang Yang quietly.
I'm talking to Wang Yang.
You're quite courageous. Lin Shu approached Wang Yang with a slightly sarcastic tone, the butterfly knife in his hand flying wildly, which made Wang Yang tremble with fear. The sharp blade of the butterfly knife brushed against his skin several times, and he even felt a chill. However, Lin Shu's skills were very good. Although it looked very dangerous, within a few minutes, Wang Yang's skin was not hurt at all. Wang Yang was so scared that tears were streaming down his face, and his pants were obviously wet.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shu sneered and said, Look, who told you to hit someone? Look at the injuries that have been inflicted on our President Wang.
Lin Shu looked at the two bodyguards behind him with a hint of blame. The two looked at each other and explained in a thick dialect, Boss.
We didn't beat him. We just caught him as you ordered.
But the kid was so scared that his legs went limp and he kept falling over. He fell like this by himself. Lin Shu nodded when he heard it, and looked at Wang Yang in front of him. Boss Wang, are they telling the truth? You are so brave, aren't you?
While Lin Shu was talking, the butterfly knife did not stop for a moment and continued to fly in his hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Yang tried his best to stay away from Lin Shu. Mr. Lin, what they said is true. I fell down by myself. Lin Shu looked at Wang Yang and sneered. Wang Yang, do you know how I plan to punish you? Hearing this, Wang Yang was so frightened that he started to shout out desperately once again. This time the sound was even clearer and louder than the last time. Mr. Lin. Please, let me go. Lin Shu laughed 3 times. Let you go? That's impossible. My brother is still in a coma in the hospital. You want me to let you go? How is that possible? Then, Lin Shu stood up with a smile and raised his arms high. In an instant, Wang Yang was so frightened that he tried to dodge and fell to the ground. Lin Shu smiled. He squatted beside Wang Yang, looked at him quietly, and patted his scarred face. Wang Yang, listen, I won't punish you. I will keep you well fed and well cared for. But, you also know that I will be in a bad mood sometimes. From now on, you will be my punching bag. Every time I am in a bad mood, I will come to you to fight. You have to be mentally prepared. It is also possible that one day, I will kill you. Lin Shu always had a smile on his face when he spoke. At this moment, in Wang Yang's eyes, he was simply a devil. He stared at Lin Shu blankly, his face full of surprise. No! You devil! Sometimes, it is better to let a person live and suffer eternal torture than to kill him directly. Lin Shu seized upon this point and wanted to cause him to have a mental breakdown. Listening to Wang Yang's hysterical roar, Lin Shu didn't even turn his head and walked straight to the warehouse door. As he walked, he took off his gloves and casually threw them to Wu Tian beside him. Chapter 129 Charming Young Woman. Lin Shu walked out of the warehouse with a cold face. Wu Tian followed closely behind him. Boss, if you don't want to, you can let me do it. Wu Tian saw Lin Shu was about to get in the car and whispered to Lin Shu. When Lin Shu heard this, he immediately got out of the car, clasped his arms, and looked at Wu Tian. After a long time, Lin Shu patted Wu Tian's shoulder lightly. Wu Tian. We are legal citizens. I will not do anything illegal or disorderly. Wu Tian lowered his head and remained silent. Boss, I really want to follow you. It's not just an employment relationship. I'm willing to be your subordinate. I want to do something for you. Wu Tianxin made up his mind and spoke out his true feelings. These days, he followed Lin Shu and witnessed Lin Shu's strong financial resources and powerful background. Especially when Lin Shu stood up for Fatty Gung, he was even more moved. He has gradually begun to have some thoughts of truly submitting to Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled. He understood what Wu Tian meant. He just patted Wu Tian on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I have already considered you as my own people. However, it is best not to do anything illegal. Just scare him." As Lin Shu spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket. Wu Tian, this is what I have prepared for you a long time ago. Even if you don't mention it to me, I will tell you that there is a sum of money in it, which is used to buy you out. From now on, you will always follow me. When Wu Tian heard this, he suddenly raised his head and stared at his boss in a daze. Boss, you. Lin Shu smiled again and put the bank card directly into Wu Tian's pocket. Also, share the extra money with your brothers. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Tian shook his head when he heard this. Boss, I can't take any more of your money. I've already taken a lot. The main thing is, the mission of protecting you is too simple. There's no difficulty at all. How can it be hard? Lin Shu smiled and said nothing, nor did he take the card that Wu Tian returned to him. This money is not only for you, but also for your family. It's not easy to make money. I know your family is in trouble. Otherwise, you, a retired Special Forces soldier, would not be a bodyguard for others. Take this money and do what you want. After saying that, Lin Shu closed the car door, started the car, and left the warehouse without saying anything else. Wu Tian stared blankly at Lin Shu's departing figure. I feel mixed emotions. For people in their profession, family matters are very sensitive. Even if they encounter huge difficulties, they basically will not seek help from their boss. Because there is always a sense of uneasiness in this. However, it seems that all bosses do not trust the people around them and always keep some evidence of them. On the other hand, Lin Shu is totally different. He seemed very confident that Wu Tian would not betray him. Not only did he never ask, he also took the initiative to help Wu Tian solve his family problems. This naturally made Wu Tian very moved. To put it bluntly, he truly submitted to Lin Shu, which was naturally partly due to Lin Shu's generosity. However, now it seems that Lin Shu is not only generous and loyal, but also scheming and resourceful. The means of torturing Wang Yang can be seen from this. Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. The details of Lin Shu's behavior are terrifying when you think about it carefully. Wu Tian thought about it for a long time, and in addition to his usual offer Lin Shu, he felt a little more touched and respectful. His eyes changed, as if he had made up his mind. He calmly got into his car, followed Lin Shu, and continued to perform his job duties. At this time, in a police station in Jiangcheng, sitting opposite a director was a young woman who was still charming and charming. The young woman looked to be about 30 years old, and her age had hardly diminished her stunning beauty. Instead, it adds a bit of young woman's charm, which makes people feel excited just by looking at it. With her beautiful figure, mature makeup and extraordinary temperament, she will definitely attract onlookers whenever she walks on the street. Director Ma, why did you alert the municipal bureau this time? The young woman spoke slowly, her voice full of charm. Madam, we really can't help with this matter. Shigua has offended a big shot this time. Unless that big shot speaks up, none of us can help him. The director, whose surname is Ma, has long been coveting Shigua's charming wife, Zhang Manli. It is said that Shigua was not very nice to his wife. He either beat or scolded her, and even instructed her several times to help him develop his own business. Director Ma was naturally very disgusted with Shigua's behavior and even felt a little resentful. But, helplessly, sometimes the rules of society are like this and he can't say much. This time, this charming young woman actually asked someone to help her become his disciple. Even though he was very excited, he still didn't dare to agree to it. Why on earth? Aren't they just a few college students? Zhang Manli looked at Director Ma in front of her with confusion. Shoo! When Director Ma heard this, he was shocked and quickly closed the office door. Ma'am, please don't talk nonsense. This big shot is not an ordinary college student. I have heard that this guy has a powerful background. Zhang Manli was shocked when she heard this. After thinking for a moment, she nodded sadly. Director Ma, this means you can't help us. Director Ma sighed helplessly. Manli, Director Ma. Then I'll take my leave. Zhang Manli didn't give Director Ma a chance to continue speaking. She stood up, walked straight to the office door, opened it, and left without hesitation. Walking out of the police station, Zhang Manli raised her head and the warm sunlight shone on her face. She really liked this warm feeling. However, the heavy pressure at this time made her breathless. If she could choose for herself, how much she would like to kill the villain Watermelon with her own hands. But she had no choice, her father's life was in Shigua's hands. She could only let the Watermelon control her. Logically speaking, she should be very excited that Shigua was brought to justice. However, Shigua's threat put her in an extremely difficult situation again. She could not forget what Shigua said to her when he called her. If you can't rescue me, you'll have to prepare to collect your father's body. This vicious threat made Zhang Manli feel so helpless. At that moment, she felt hopeless. She understood that she would never be able to escape Shigua's control in this life. At this time, Lin Shu had just returned to the villa in Fairy Tale Town. Zhong Qin and Wenya have a very good relationship. Qin Shooting has been busy cooperating with Mu Jioning recently. The two of them were in the villa, talking and laughing while watching TV. When Lin Shu returned home, both of them were very surprised and ran out to greet him. Ah! Husband! What happened to you? Hubby! Why are you hurt? At this time, Lin Shu was wearing clothes stained with blood and looked very embarrassed. Chapter 130 Lin Shu's Worries. Lin Shu touched his head awkwardly, looking at his two pale beauties. Hey, no, Yair, Qin, I'm not injured, these are. As Lin Shu was speaking, Zhong Qin and Wenya rushed up from the left and right. They didn't mind the filth on Lin Shu at all and took off his dirty clothes with their own hands. She also pulled him directly into the bathroom, gave him a bath, and massaged his back. This feeling. So uncomfortable. Honey, Fatty Gung is in the hospital now and no one is taking care of him. How about, we go take care of him? Wenya knew about the friendship between Lin Shu and Fatty Gung. In order to make a contribution to Lin Shu, she volunteered. Lin Shu smiled and thought for a moment. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go and see him more often. This kid must have suffered a big blow this time. Just don't let him commit suicide. Okay. Husband. Wanya spoke as she cleaned Lin Shu's body with clean water. Lin Shu closed his eyes slightly, looking very enjoyable. Suddenly, he felt a very comfortable feeling coming from his back. He opened his eyes in surprise and turned around. Wenyan and Zhongqin were seen busy, muttering to themselves, but they were very serious and careful in cleaning the blood and stains on Lin Shu's body bit by bit. Qin, you guys. Shu. Don't talk, husband. Let us help you clean up. Look how you got yourself so dirty outside. Wenya gently closed Lin Shu's eyes with her hands at this time, and then she and Zhongqin continued to work busily, carefully cleaning Lin Shu's body. With the help of the two beauties, Lin Shu felt extremely happy and immediately started flirting with the girls. Soon, bursts of laughter were heard from the bathroom. Life is like this, what else can I ask for? Good times. It is always easy to make people sleepy, and Lin Shu finally had a good sleep in bed. When he woke up, Lin Shu saw the sunset outside. Lin Shu stretched, stood up, and went to the living room to make himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Let me do it, husband. At this time, Zhongqin's gentle voice was heard, and the girl took the initiative to run over to pick up Lin Shu's coffee cup and went to the living room to mix it for him. With a height of 1.8 meters, Zhongqin's performance of the missing bottom style is simply irresistible. Looking at that pair of long and beautiful legs, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel excited again. Lin Shu slowly walked behind her and gently hugged the tall beauty from behind. Qin, don't worry, I will solve your family's problems soon. Lin Shu whispered in Zhongqin's ear. Zhongqin's expression obviously changed slightly, and she looked a little dazed. Hubby, I don't care. I just want to be by your side. Although Zhongqin said this, they were her family after all, how could she really not care at all? Lin Shu naturally knew what Zhongqin was thinking. She simply didn't want Lin Shu to offend the Zhao family because of her and get into trouble. Lin Shu smiled and hugged her slender waist. Your family is my family. I will be responsible for you. When Zhongqin heard Lin Shu's sudden and affectionate confession, she felt very happy and her eyes became wet with emotion. Ding ling ling. Just when Lin Shu and Zhongqin were feeling emotional, Lin Shu's phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. Lin Shu was very helpless and could only let go of Zhongqin first. Hey! Who is that? Lin Shu said impatiently without even looking at the caller ID. Lin Shu, did I disturb your rest? Zhou Xinting's voice came from the other end of the phone. For some reason, her voice was a little low and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Oh. Mr. Zhou, no, I didn't know it was you who called. Sorry. Lin Shu quickly apologized, then picked up the fragrant coffee and hugged Zhongqin in his arms. Lin Shu, it's like this. The school seems to be dealing with Gengxing. What should we do? When Lin Shu heard about this, he immediately sat up straight. Teacher Zhou? Is this true? Zhou Xinting sighed on the other end of the phone. Yes, Secretary Fan, as you know, has always had some complaints about you and Gengxing. This time, he seized this opportunity to exaggerate in front of the principal. I think a penalty announcement will be issued soon. By that time, it will be too late. There was a hint of panic in Zhou Xinting's tone. In fact, she didn't tell Lin Shu that this time, Secretary Fang not only wanted to punish Fatty Gung, but also wanted to file a complaint against her as well. However, Zhou Xinting doesn't care about her own affairs. She is upright and has no fear of her own shadow. However, Gengxing was her student, so she naturally did not want Gengxing to be punished for this matter. However, she is just an ordinary teacher after all. Not only does her influence matter, but she can even barely protect herself. She really had no other choice, and only then did she think of Lin Shu. She felt that Lin Shu might be able to find a way to change the outcome of this matter. Lin Shu thought for a moment and said, Teacher Zhou, please wait for me. I will go to school right away. I will not let them expel Fatty Gung. Lin Shu stood up as he spoke. The sensible Zhongqin had already prepared clothes for Lin Shu. Go, husband, don't be too anxious, and drive slowly on the way. Zhongqin personally tidied Lin Shu's clothes, and then walked Lin Shu to the car. Lin Shu leaned out and kissed Zhongqin goodbye passionately. As soon as he left Fairy Tale Town, Lin Shu took out his cell phone without saying a word and called Zhou Xinting again. Teacher Zhou. Don't go to Secretary Fan to plead for mercy yet.
Everything will be ready when I get here. I will find a way. Lin Shu couldn't make his words too clear at this time. He knew that the bald man surnamed Fong was a lecherous old man. His behavior this time was really weird. Why did he target Fatty Gung? As Lin Shu's wealth increased, he understood people's hearts more and more. He had a vague premonition that perhaps the purpose of this baldy Fong was specifically for Zhou Xinting. After Lin Shu reminded, Zhou Xinting was still wandering in the office. If Lin Shu had called 1 minute later, she might have already arrived at Fong Tuzi's office. But Lin Shu suddenly said this out of the blue. This made Zhou Xinting a little hesitant. She already had unconditional trust in Lin Shu in her heart. She thought that whatever Lin Shu said made sense. But at this moment she was extremely anxious. Once the documents were received, it was too late. She paced back and forth in the office, hesitant. At this moment, Baldy Fong pushed open the door of her office. The old man smiled sinisterly and looked at Zhou Xinting. Ms. Zhou, please come to my office.